When the elite agents of the Hunter Association stepped through the mysterious portal, they were left completely speechless. Countless hordes of S-rank monsters and even demons had already been annihilated by a single unclothed man radiating overwhelming power. He had been trapped within that world for 3 whole centuries, fighting without rest, constantly growing stronger through endless battle. And when he finally emerged into the modern age, even the mightiest hunters appeared pitifully weak before him. Yet not a single person truly knew who he was. His tale began long ago, centuries in the past. When he first opened his eyes, he found himself reborn in a strange world that looked as though it had leapt straight from a fairy tale. It didn't take him long to realize that this place lagged far behind Earth in terms of technology, but it carried a certain nostalgic charm. The home he arrived in wasn't shabby at all. It looked like it belonged to a prosperous family. For a man who had once worked himself to death and had no one waiting for him back on Earth, this was nothing short of a blessing. What truly sealed the deal, though, was the woman holding him, the mother of this new body. She wasn't just beautiful. There was a warmth in her gaze that could soften even the hardest heart, and if this was how his new life began, he figured love wouldn't be an issue here. For once, fortune had decided to smile upon him. 3 years later, his tiny legs wobbled beneath him as he tried to peek through the window, curious about the world beyond his cradle. What he saw made his infant eyes sparkle with awe. The world outside appeared vast and full of wonder from his small point of view. But just as he was lost in that sight, the maid caught him red-handed. And just like that, his brief adventure came to an abrupt end. Not long after, he began piecing things together and learned that his family wasn't just rich, they were nobility. In fact, they were part of the Grand Duchy, respected throughout the entire kingdom. This meant the little boy was none other than the son of Grand Duke Dragunia of the Kingdom of Lionheart, royalty by blood. 8 years later, Leon began training in swordsmanship, chasing his dream of becoming one of the kingdom's knights. He couldn't help but wonder whether powers like Ki or Aura were real. His mentor, Sir Gothic, a legendary holy knight from the royal palace, personally took him under his wing. Gothic felt honored to train the Grand Duke's heir, but for Leon, turning 14 marked the beginning of a nightmare. Sir Gothic was a monster in human form, unmoved no matter how hard Leon fought during their spars. Becoming a knight wasn't just about swinging a sword, it meant proving one's worth through quests and earning the title through valor. And to become a holy knight, one had to be chosen by the Holy Grail itself and drink the sacred water. As the heir of Dragunia, Leon's path wasn't limited to battle. He had to prepare himself to lead the duchy someday as well. A single strike from Sir Gothic was enough to send him flying through the air each time. Training to become a holy knight felt less like an honor and more like a punishment. More than once, he found himself begging the gods for mercy, though he didn't truly believe they'd listen. By 16, drenched in rain and wandering down a lonely road, he finally accepted his quest to earn the goddess's blessing. Just as he took his first step toward destiny, he saw flames in the distance and heard desperate cries as a swarm of orcs ravaged the land. To catch the goddess's eye, brute strength wasn't enough. You needed a name forged through good deeds and sacrifice. Sir Gildius was summoned when the situation spiraled out of control, and everyone found themselves cornered. Amid the chaos, Leon saw countless chances to wield his blade. He charged straight in, hurling insults at the grotesque orcs who dared trespass upon the kingdom's soil. The kingdom's enemies were endless, and the fires of war only grew hotter. By the time Leon reached 20, he finally came face to face with Goddess Ariana herself, a being of radiant, divine beauty. She bestowed upon him a quest to prove his honor and faith, and Leon accepted it without hesitation. Years of relentless struggle finally paid off. Leon earned the sacred title of Holy Knight. From then on, he waged a merciless campaign, cutting down orcs, annihilating goblins, and purging vile cults from the land. His accomplishments earned him the title of War Knight, granting him command over other knights. He went on to slaughter over 700,000 orcs in the goddess's name. By 35, tragedy struck. The living saint and demigod Argon Majesty Lionheart fell in battle against the archdemons summoned by the Empire. With the orcs eradicated, the demons rose in their place, plunging humanity into despair and forcing them once more to cling to faith. Leon cursed the reckless mages whose arrogance had brought ruin. With the throne empty, a new holy knight was needed to inherit King Lionheart's legacy. That was when Goddess Ariana called upon Leon Dragunia, and he accepted, swearing before heaven and earth never to betray his people's trust. The goddess granted him the sacred treasure, the Lionheart, and entrusted him to guard the Holy Grail. Thus, Leon ascended as Grand Duke of Dragunia and the new king of the Lionheart Kingdom. By the time he reached 80, he had survived 3 brutal wars against the orcs, faced a twisted hunchback who ascended to archdemonhood, and quelled chaos ignited by the Empire's schemes. When the Empire's dark academies resumed their forbidden experiments, Leon blamed their downfall on welcoming the northern cult and forsaking the gods. To him, it all began when they granted rights to the undeserving, Consumed by fury, Leon rallied his knights and declared a crusade. At 96, a madman seeking immortality triggered mass suicide across the capital, sacrificing 3 million souls to summon the Lord of Chaos. Wielding his holy sword still stained with orc blood from past wars, Leon led his knights toward the Empire. By the time he reached 121, the world teetered on the brink of annihilation. Leon told Aaron to hold his head high, for his father would die with honor and ascend to the gods. Then standing before his men, Leon called out, asking if they could still hear the enemy who had stolen their brothers' lives. Even in that desolate wasteland, he planted seeds of courage, reminding them that honor still endured. They couldn't stop the spreading evil beyond the horizon, yet the goddesses chosen, the bearer of the holy sword, spear, and Grail, stood beside him until the very end. That was when they charged. In that final winter, Leon's army made their last stand against billions of devils that infested the world. Barbarian slaves were thrown forward as shields of flesh, and untrained knights armed with spears and shields perished honorably alongside their seasoned comrades. As the chosen champion of all gods and temples, Leon cut down demons and archdemons to his dying breath, embodying the true meaning of a holy knight even at 256 years old. He destroyed the final demon gate, sealing away the filth of hell, and by the time he reached 300, witnesses claimed to see a glowing warrior who had slain the grim archdemon with a single strike. When they asked his name, Leon stepped forward like the rising sun and declared himself King Leon Dragonia Lionheart, knight among knights and bearer of the will of the holy temples. That year marked the return of the Night King, his legend reborn as he encountered Earthlings after eradicating every last demon. Not long after, a mysterious gate opened in the heart of Seoul, ranked as a black-class threat beyond comprehension. Korea and the Global Hunter Association summoned every major guild to raid it, yet none dared step forward, daunted by the unknown peril. In the end, the Korean Hunter Association was ordered to go first, essentially sent to their deaths. Inside the gate, Associate Manager Han Harry's first sight was a completely naked man, and she couldn't get that image out of her head until Head Manager Kim Jinsu snapped her back to reality with a cup of coffee. She explained how no one believed her report, though Jinsu had expected as much. A black-class demon gate, a great devil, and yet somehow they all survived. It felt like divine intervention, all thanks to that one mysterious man. Han Harry questioned Leon, claiming he was a survivor from another world trapped inside the gate. It turned out a few people had returned alive from those realms before. Over the last 30 years, these gates had followed a disturbing pattern. A world on the verge of death, or one already long destroyed. At times, survivors return from the demon realms, bringing back power so overwhelming it defies all logic. That's why the government goes to great lengths to support and recruit them. And Harry senses something extraordinary in Leon, something far beyond human limits. Even Jinsu is left dumbfounded. Orang hunters had risked everything fighting high-class demons, yet Leon felled one with a single effortless strike. Monsters that would make even S-ranks tremble were nothing but insects before him. Still, Jinsu feels uneasy, watching how Leon behaves like full-blown royalty straight out of a medieval epic. Harry shrugs it off, assuming he's just eccentric but ultimately harmless. That belief shatters the moment they see Leon shouting furiously at the workers, smashing reinforced glass strong enough to withstand monster attacks. So much for the kind king image. This man clearly carries an overwhelming sense of superiority. Deep down, Leon feels utterly displaced. He recalls his former life, a 20-something man who worked himself to death, only to be reborn into another world, rise to knighthood, rule as a king for centuries, and spend 200 years locked in endless war against demons. Now that he's back on Earth, he's simply relieved that fragments of his old memories still remain. Choosing caution, he decides to keep his true identity hidden. After all, the Night King sounds far grander than the overworked office drone. And yet, Leon refuses to shed his royal demeanor. The bald-headed agent assigned to manage him struggles just to keep up. Leon assumes the man is either a dutiful government servant or just trying to stay respectful to nobility. When the agent brings up the Black Gate and Leon's recent demon-slaying feat, Leon sternly corrects him, declaring with pride that he eradicated all evil races and upheld the sacred honor of knighthood. Then he commands the agent to serve as his royal scribe and document his legendary tale. The bald agent awkwardly plays along, blaming the bizarre request on cultural differences. Eventually, he agrees. Leon subtly hints that a monarch deserves proper treatment, essentially saying he's hungry, and the poor agent scurries off to arrange a meal. What Leon truly wants, though, is to understand what became of this world in his absence. The agent begins explaining that it all started 30 years ago, when mysterious gates appeared worldwide, unleashing hordes of monsters and demons upon humanity. After devastating losses, humanity learned that each gate followed a distinct theme, and if left unchecked, the dungeon inside would burst, flooding reality with chaos. Just as the agent tries to shift the topic toward food, Leon drifts deep into thought, drawing parallels between Earth's gates and the demonic invasion that once destroyed his own world. To him, it all feels like another divine trial, a crucible meant to strengthen humankind. Then the food arrives. The rich aroma of bone broth cooked for hours fills the air, perfectly seasoned, with crisp kimchi served on the side. For someone who once lived on cheap meals during long work shifts, this was heavenly comfort food of the highest order. Yet Leon suppresses his joy, criticizing the meal as an insult to serve such commoner food to a king. He takes the chance to remind them once more of who he is. Leon Dragonia Lionheart, noble of another realm, chosen by the gods as guardian of the Holy Grail, bearer of the holy sword and spear, slayer of millions of demons, vanquisher of chaos and malice, and the living embodiment of a 300-year war. Once a mere mortal from Earth, now a returned monarch who deems this world misguided for its lack of faith, Leon believes it is his sacred duty to guide the lost. Even in this modern age, he still bears the solemn mantle of the Night King. When they finally serve him a thick, juicy steak, Leon's pride remains firmly intact. This honor-obsessed monarch makes Jinsu wonder how he even recognized their ordinary chicken and black bean noodles. Meanwhile, Harry is just glad he's content, eating a T-bone steak paired with vintage 1993 wine. Jinsu signals Harry to take the lead with the questioning, but she's visibly nervous, struggling to keep up with Leon's archaic manner of speech. Slightly irritated, Jinsu starts to suspect that Leon might actually be interested in her, especially since he had earlier called her brave and hadn't thrown her out. Gathering her courage, Harry peeks into His Majesty's room and politely asks if she may enter. Leon, finishing his meal, recognizes the swordswoman from before and invites her to sit. The gesture instantly warms her heart. When she asks if he enjoyed the meal, Leon acknowledges the chef's sincerity and culinary skill, clarifying that his anger wasn't about the food. It was about the lack of proper respect shown to royalty. He calmly explains that the treatment of foreign dignitaries reflects a nation's honor. Realizing her mistake, Harry feels a pang of guilt. Leon lets it pass, confirming her name as Harry, and learns from her that demons now plague Earth. Harry then reveals her true purpose, to recruit King Leon into the South Korean Hunter Association, representing their nation. With utmost formality, she asks if His Majesty would consider joining their ranks. Leon immediately understands the game. Modern nations compete to recruit powerful survivors, regardless of promises made. Yet he knows that as a sovereign, he cannot serve under another country's banner. Instead, Leon resolves to establish his own order of knights within this world. Harry nods respectfully, recognizing that his decision is final. There isn't much room for argument. Later, Jinsu comments that it's for the best, Leon not being swayed by other nations or greedy guilds. Harry, still frustrated, can't believe that even a government-backed association has to bow to someone like him. Fired up, she vents her anger about the big guilds using their wealth and influence to buy off survivors. Just as Jinsu is about to mention something about the Phoenix Guild, the ground trembles violently. An urgent alert flashes across their devices, a dungeon break at the Hanom Plains. If it spreads near the granaries, demonic corruption could destroy food production across the region. Harry knows that S-rank hunter Li Yongwan from the Phoenix Guild should be capable of handling an orange-class gate. But Jinsu suspects those guild bastards are plotting something. Overhearing the discussion, Leon realizes these people are in serious trouble. He predicts that once the dungeon breaks, the corruption will infect and ruin the crops. Determined, he decides to intervene, especially since this area lies beyond Deira's jurisdiction. Meanwhile, a blonde figure in a green cloak flutters in the wind near a towering white fortress, as chaos erupts from the dungeon's core. Hunter Li Yongwan, S-rank and guild master of the Phoenix Guild, notices Jinsu and Harry entering the scene. Jinsu's suspicions flare. He's convinced this scumbag allowed the break intentionally after their request for tax exemption on gate profits was denied. Despite the rejection, the Phoenix Guild has earned enormous wealth from gate byproducts, magic crystals, monster cores, and rare materials. Yet now they're scheming to evade paying over 1 trillion won in taxes. Even after reaping so many rewards, greed still drives them. Jinsu can't believe they'd stoop so low over something so petty. Harry shouts at Yongwan, reminding him that a week has already passed and the gate still needs to be sealed. Yongwan, grinning arrogantly, admits he knows the risks, but claims the wounded members are too injured to continue the raid. He lazily promises to handle it tomorrow, offering no guarantees, infuriating both Jinsu and Harry. Harry can't hold back, questioning his loyalty to the nation, knowing full well what could happen if Hanom Plains falls. Suddenly, Yongwan bursts into a sinister laugh, sneering that in this world, justice is decided by money and power alone. A sharp voice cuts through his arrogance, calling him a shallow, narrow-minded fool. Yongwan snaps back at Leon, but Leon meets his glare without flinching, declaring that a lowly insect like him has no right to address a king so casually. Stunned, Yongwan reels at the insult. After all, he's one of the world's top 20 S-rank hunters and a leader of one of the 10 greatest guilds. Enraged, he prepares to strike Leon, but halts when Harry urgently reminds him that Leon is a survivor from another world. Instantly, Yongwan's tone shifts. He bows his head out of respect. Cautiously, he asks whether Leon hails from a gray-ranked guild. Leon, uninterested in the chatter of peasants, turns instead to Jinsu, demanding a full report on the gate's situation. Both Jinsu and Harry exchange relieved glances. Having Leon on their side changes everything. Harry quickly explains that a dungeon break begins when the land becomes tainted by demonic energy, rendering it infertile and lifeless. Since Hanom Plains serves as one of the kingdom's main granaries, this situation could turn catastrophic if left unchecked. To remedy the situation, Harry declares that their only option is to clear the dungeon and purify the corrupted land. Once Leon fully grasps the problem, he calmly orders Harry to summon reinforcements. He makes it clear that he'll take over the operation himself the following day, once the other team's allotted time runs out. However, before any of that can proceed, Leon demands an official consent notice from the nation's king, refusing to move a single step until it's granted. Harry tries to reason with him, explaining that it isn't such a big deal, but Leon, ever the man of discipline, insists on upholding the law and orders that a message be sent to the king without delay. Meanwhile, Yongwan stands frozen, visibly disturbed, looking as if he's seen a ghost. He's convinced now that Leon is far more troublesome than himself. After securing approval from the president, Harry rushes back to inform Leon that everything has been arranged. She hesitantly asks whether the straw dolls he requested are really necessary for the ritual. Leon explains that to purify corrupted land, one must use sacred ritual arts, and those dolls are a crucial component. He had already submitted 2 specific requests, one for the straw dolls and the other for the mothers who would craft them. Once everyone gathered, Leon called the women to attention and instructed them to present their handmade dolls. To everyone's surprise, it quickly turned into a full-blown doll-making contest. Acting as the judge, Leon mercilessly criticized the poorly made dolls, failing most of the women on the spot. He even rejected Harry's attempt, expressing disbelief that mothers who had given birth could create something so dreadful. At last, he approved the doll of an elderly woman in her late 80s who had raised 12 children, praising her as a true patriot. Normally, he would bestow medals and rewards, but this time, he simply bowed and asked for her forgiveness, an act that made her cheeks flush with warmth. Later, Leon took the chosen doll to the Hanom Plains, where preparations were complete. There, he presented the harvest doll to the spirit of the earth, the mother of the land. Yongwan's crew watched everything unfold from a distance. Suddenly, droplets began to form inside a sacred chalice. The sun rose high, and a crimson radiance washed across the sky. The straw doll then stood upright, glowing with divine energy. And in that moment, the Mother Earth herself, Deira, goddess of life and abundance, descended into the doll and greeted them after an age of absence, signifying the return of divinity to the land. Leon welcomed Deira with reverence, offering praise for her boundless grace. The goddess replied solemnly, calling the land tainted and overflowing with evil. Leon agreed, explaining that countless wicked entities now walk this world, while true divinity has long since vanished. He suggests it's likely due to the failures of the weak and the unworthy. Deira counters, saying that greed and ignorance are not necessarily sins, but rather a part of human nature itself. When she questions him, Leon admits that standing out among swordsmen is no easy task, yet he believes that a true conqueror is divine by essence. He vows to guide the ignorant with authority balanced by duty until a new pantheon arises once more. When the goddess offers to grant him a wish, Leon asks Deira, the earth goddess draped in green, to purify the corrupted land. Overjoyed, she blesses the soil with her sacred essence. She promises that all who walk this purified ground will now follow Leon's guidance. A single divine droplet falls, cleansing the land completely. Leon then declares for all to witness this world, now touched by holy power. To him, the true purpose of life lies in birth and flourishing. He speaks of how fertility and prosperity stand as proof that the living earth itself is a divine covenant made manifest. But Yongwan abruptly shatters the reverence by calling the newly grown crops poisonous. The accusation infuriates Leon, who refuses to let ignorance go unpunished. With a chilling tone, Leon warns Yongwan to mind his filthy tongue. Yet Yongwan, unwilling to yield, plans to expose Leon as a fraud by demanding evidence. He even summons an appraiser. The appraiser begins using appraisal magic on the crops and freezes mid-cast in utter shock. The results reveal that the rice is a rare, blessed grain bestowed by Deira herself, capable of curing Tier 3 diseases when consumed properly. Even cancer would be powerless before it. The entire crowd stands speechless, unable to believe what they've witnessed. Jinsu immediately orders someone to fetch a pot from the chief's house, unwilling to waste such a miraculous ingredient. Once they begin cooking it, a glowing blue window appears. It shows that Jinsu's stamina and mana are being restored for 8 hours straight, every single minute. Astonished, he realizes that the value of such a blessing would be roughly 3 million won per bottle. Suddenly, Harry bursts in and casually mentions that she ate a bug out of curiosity, leaving Jinsu utterly disgusted. But then she reveals that the bug actually granted her a buff, stunning him completely. If divine energy has truly spread throughout the land, then every living creature might now carry blessings. An idea that sets Jinsu off in excitement. He immediately orders his squad to collect as many bugs as possible so the raid team can enter the gate fully buffed, igniting their spirits like never before. As Deira prepares to ascend once more, Leon thanks her deeply for the divine love she has bestowed upon them. Her parting advice to him is simple: to keep himself nourished. When Harry asks what she meant, Leon explains to the skeptical onlookers that a life of meaning and words of truth must be built upon divine strength. Once the soldiers finish eating, he redirects everyone's focus back toward the gate. Meanwhile, Yongwan is seething, enraged that a mere survivor has ruined his schemes. He curses under his breath, wishing Leon had perished so that the government would have no choice but to approve his demands. Then a wicked idea forms in his mind. He tells his subordinate to calm down, pointing out that the gate is already half cleared. With only one A-rank hunter, Han Harry, accompanying him, Yongwan assumes Leon is nothing more than a lucky support type with no real combat prowess. In his mind, there's no possible way they can defeat the dungeon's boss using mere basic techniques. Leon, leading his earthly soldiers, marches boldly into the gate and quickly deduces that the only way these dungeons close is either by defeating the final boss or completing the main quest. He actually finds the structure intriguing, though Harry neglected to mention how these dungeons tend to swarm their challengers. Along the way, they come across a charred skeleton, likely the remains of someone who failed before them. Soon, they realize the entire dungeon is crawling with monsters. When asked, Harry explains that slaying monsters usually reduces their numbers. But undead creatures like skeletons, zombies, and demons will just keep reviving unless the boss is destroyed. Leon concludes that defeating the boss is their only way out. Harry suspects that a necromancer is commanding the skeleton army. Suddenly, alarms blare. A red alert flashes, warning Harry of a dungeon break. They now have only 3 hours left, and their mission is to slay the commander, Knight Dullahan, who marches toward them with his troops. The lackeys feel an icy dread crawl up their spines. Jinsu curses Yongwan for setting them up to die. Waves of skeletal soldiers charge forward. Jinsu orders all combat options to be prioritized for the higher ranks. Mashik quickly reports spotting around 30 archers and 2 mages among the enemy. Jinsu assigns snipers to handle long-range attacks and shielders to hold the front line. The eerie battle erupts in full force as blades clash against the undead. Jinsu is taken aback by the sheer power of the enemy, thinking this orange gate is built differently. Yet it still falls within the capability of a B rank like him. Then his eyes narrow. He spots 2 skeletal mages casting high-level spells. Jinsu shouts to draw their attention before it's too late, but the sinister mages unleash their magic. Even so, Jinsu emerges nearly unscathed, thanks to his premium-grade gear. Just as the smoke begins to clear, the final boss, Dullahan, appears atop his spectral horse, making a grand and ominous entrance. Catching Jinsu completely off guard, with a single devastating swing, Dullahan sends him crashing hard into the wall. Harry's eyes widen in panic, fearing for her teammate's life, prompting one of her subordinates to suggest calling in reserve forces for immediate backup. Jinsu looks up in horror, watching as Dullahan's massive greatsword begins to whirl faster in his grasp. Realizing how dire the situation has become, Harry seeks help from none other than the King of Lionheart himself, the very man who once felled a great demon. Leon, the self-proclaimed king, dismisses the crisis as a trivial skirmish unworthy of his full attention. Instead, he tells Harry to reclaim her own honor, saying it's pitiful to expect him, or even the goddess, to step in over a heap of bones. That remark clearly stings, and as time ticks away, Harry notices that Leon's interest seems more drawn toward Dullahan than to her pleas for aid. With no other option, she clenches her sword and charges forward, determined to bring down the boss and end the fight herself, while commanding her remaining squad to cover Jinsu and the others. She leaps into the fray, aiming for a decisive strike against the towering knight. But Dullahan effortlessly blocks her attack, the sound of steel ringing through the chamber. Gritting her teeth, Harry decides she must separate Dullahan from his undead horde, no matter the cost. In a blur of motion, Dullahan throws his detached head toward her, obscuring her view. Caught completely off guard, Harry takes a brutal hit and is slammed into the wall. Yet even so, she manages to forcefully drive Dullahan away from the others, creating distance at last. With the path cleared, Harry channels every ounce of her strength, declaring that her power might be too much for even him to handle. She engulfs the knight in a blaze of searing energy, confident that the next blow will finish the fight for good. But Dullahan parries it with the flat of his blade, effortlessly absorbing the impact. That's when Harry realizes she's in real trouble. Dullahan swings his massive greatsword down, poised to cleave her in two. Right then, Leon, rather than rushing in, actually starts clapping, clearly impressed by the undead knight's masterful one-handed technique. He muses aloud that Dullahan must have once been a noble knight, and even apologizes for mistaking him for a mere undead creature. Then, without hesitation, Leon issues a formal challenge, a duel between knights. That bold declaration halts the entire battlefield. To everyone's disbelief, Dullahan actually accepts. Stepping down from his spectral steed, Dullahan faces Leon directly, and Leon greets him with the respect due to a knight of honor. Realizing his opponent favors dual wielding, Leon demands a proper two-sword duel rather than a one-handed match. Dullahan, stoic and silent, offers no reply. Leon nonchalantly draws his sword, the metal gleaming, and Harry quickly warns that the knight cannot be killed unless he's beheaded. Leon dismisses her concern with ease, treating it as a trivial detail. Harry can't help but wonder what kind of plan he's concocted to win, without exploiting that vital weakness. Leon, ever the man of honor, declares that in this battle, a knight's dignity alone will determine the victor. Then he steps onto the field, his aura radiating divine authority. He introduces himself with full formality, as the first knight of the Goddess of Light and Justice, Archduke of Dragunia, and the lion-hearted King of Lionheart. The duel is officially sanctioned. Dullahan wastes no time with words and lunges forward in a fierce opening strike. With barely any motion, Leon blocks it one-handed as though it were nothing, throwing Dullahan slightly off balance. With a swift counter, Leon sends the knight flying backward in a single motion. Dullahan regains footing and goes for a lightning-fast close strike. But Leon anticipates the movement perfectly, countering in an instant. The entire field gasps in shock at his precision. Harry is awestruck, and Jinsu asks if she even saw what just happened. She's the only one who can follow the rhythm of Leon's swordplay. Leon had shifted the sword's balance mid-swing, binding the guard right as contact was made, then executed a flawless crosscut, something most knights wouldn't even attempt. It's been ages since Dullahan has faced a true knight in an honorable duel. Even if he suspects this might be a mere ruse to minimize bloodshed, he can't help but respect Leon's upright stance and the aura of a warrior seasoned by countless battles. Leon braces himself to receive the next strike, only to parry and knock Dullahan back yet again, for the third consecutive time. Calmly, Leon asks if Dullahan still wishes to continue the duel. To Dullahan, this man before him embodies the ideal of a noble knight. Deep down, he refuses to taint this battle with necromancy against such a worthy opponent. His only remaining wish is to fight this duel as a true knight should, without tricks, without shortcuts. Somewhere along his cursed path, Dullahan had forgotten what it meant to stand with honor. Just like in the days long past, when he once roamed the world as a proud knight of virtue. On the 10th clash of blades, Dullahan's sword is finally sent spinning into the air. Leon lowers his guard and commends the knight's flawless technique, asking if he remembers the man he once was. And for the first time in centuries, Dullahan smiles, feeling as though this duel rekindled the glory of his former life. After countless dishonorable battles, ending his cursed journey like this feels truly fitting. Leon returns the smile, proud to have helped the fallen knight reclaim his dignity. As Dullahan kneels, Leon prays silently for his soul to rest in peace, or for the Goddess of Light to guide him to paradise. He hopes they'll meet again one day in the banquet hall of the gods. As Dullahan fades away, his face softens, peaceful, human once more. Outside the gate, Jinsu can't believe Leon actually kept his word and ended it through a duel. Everyone, including Harry, stands shaken by the divine radiance that purged the undead so completely. Harry knows Leon could have finished it instantly, but Leon explains that doing so would have condemned Dullahan as a necromancer. Instead, he chose to let him die as a knight, because honor is forged through action and action stems from one's will. With the battle over, Leon steps forward to claim his reward, only to find Dullahan's sword and cape lying before him. Jinsu nearly faints when Leon shatters the crystal lute without hesitation. But Leon merely shrugs, saying it was nothing but a vessel of chaos. The Hanum Gate is now officially cleared. Harry's expression mirrors exhaustion and disbelief. Dark circles under her eyes as Leon's fourth day on Earth finally comes to a close. So much has happened and Harry is utterly drained. First came the tax issue. Leon flat out refused to pay a single coin from his loot, not even in mana stones. Claiming royal privilege, he deemed it beneath him to count coins like peasants. Amid all this turmoil, Harry notices a surge of new followers inspired by the divine blessing that Leon's power had spread across the land. When they ask about the tithe, Leon casually declares it will be 90% of their harvest. The statement hits everyone like a thunderbolt, considering they're already crushing taxes and living costs. Yet Leon dismisses their worries, saying true devotees of the goddess should never fear hunger. He promises that his guild will handle food, welfare, and every necessity. Then Harry drops a revelation that the blessed rice Leon created is absurdly valuable. 80 kilograms of it sell for about 1,500,000,000 won. Instantly, the followers realize that even after giving up 90%, they'd still profit immensely, and just like that, their faith becomes absolute. But Harry soon discovers Leon's personal life is a disaster. The man threw a fit over the lack of art in his quarters and immediately demanded a luxury bed, personal attendants, and elegant artworks to gaze upon. Nearly in tears, Harry spent the entire night calling five-star hotels until 2 a.m. just to secure him a decent suite. Desperate for rest, she pleaded for him to go to sleep, and they eventually compromised. She'd hang at least a painting or ceramic piece in his room. That brings us to the present. Harry enters his suite with permission to serve breakfast. Leon insists she eat as well, claiming that skipping meals is unacceptable conduct. Craving a simple sandwich, Harry almost believes they're about to share a meal for once. But Leon quickly shuts her down, reminding her that kings and commoners never dine together. So much for that fleeting moment of hope. Harry then explains that the Hunter Association plans to provide Leon with resettlement aid to ensure his comfort. Leon approves and tells her to handle the arrangements. Regarding the loot, he says he trusts her judgment, but the cape stays with him. Upon arrival, Harry selects a convenient area near the Hunter Association, complete with a helipad. Out of nowhere, a stranger greets assistant manager Han Harry by name. She freezes, startled. This operation was supposed to be classified. The man introduces himself as Park Jong-chan, director of Do-young's Food of the Future Division. Harry is stunned to realize that the Do-young Group, one of the nation's top 3 conglomerates, had been anticipating their arrival. Jong-chan immediately recognizes Leon as the survivor, confirming every suspicion Harry had. He tries to offer a handshake like it's no big deal, but Leon interprets the gesture as a blatant act of disrespect. Harry helps Leon settle into his new place, reassuring him that the Hunter Association will handle his rent and every living expense for an entire year. Yet deep down, she can't stop wondering how the news leaked when Leon's identity was meant to be top secret. Survivor intel is always managed quietly behind the scenes. Luckily, Leon completely brushed off Director Jong-chan, which actually worked out in Harry's favor. Still, she's baffled why a businessman like him is suddenly so obsessed with Leon. Leon figures people like that only move when there's profit to be made, especially considering they already own rice fields out in the Honan Plains. Turns out the intel team made a serious mistake. Some streamer recorded the entire event, and even though the government demanded he delete the footage, Farmer Mr. Park re-uploaded the clip featuring Leon's miraculous act. Meanwhile, Jong-chan has his scientists verify whether the hype about the rice is actually real. He wants to confirm if the effects shown on rats apply to humans too. His assistant reports that they've already contacted the field's owner. Apparently, after eating that rice, even a dying dog made a full recovery. Illnesses, chronic or acute, major or minor, all disappeared and the entire village became healthy again. There's been no human testing yet, but the evidence clearly shows the rice's effectiveness. Jong-chan could have claimed it all if not for that so-called survivor, Leon. He still can't believe that arrogant man dared to call the director of the Do-young Group nothing but a merchant. His secretary points out that the rice's potential is astronomical, meaning they absolutely have to secure it. Even if Leon looks down on them, Yanchin refuses to back away. He's planning to meet Leon face to face, to show him exactly who he's dealing with. To Yanchin, Leon is just another survivor deluded into thinking this world is paradise. But Yanchin intends to crush that illusion with a good dose of cultural shock. When Leon Dragonia returned to Earth, he carried with him 3 grand ambitions. The first was to spread genuine faith and divine truth. Though countless gods and believers exist, Earth itself lacks any real divine presence. With sickness spreading and the land decaying, Leon believes only a true god can restore balance. But that can only happen if people start believing again. His second goal is to establish the Knights Templar, for this world has no warriors powered by holy strength. As the guardian of the Holy Grail and the lion-hearted king, Leon sees himself as a demigod, while the Templars will rise as holy knights, saints meant to bring terror to evil. Lastly, he aims to reclaim divine power and raise the Templars high enough to purge all darkness corrupting the earth. He understands that spreading faith and maintaining harmony among gods is the only way to forge this sacred order. Leon admits that founding the Templars here might be too ambitious, but he still believes it's his sacred duty to see it through. Right then, Harry informs him that someone has officially requested an audience. Leon respects that they've followed proper protocol to meet him. And so, Jong-chan finally comes face to face with Leon Dragonia. He puts on his most polite front, while secretly preparing to do whatever it takes to close the deal. This time he brings along a lavish gift, confident that Leon has never seen anything this luxurious. His team sets down a sleek silver case. Jong-chan is sure Leon will be dazzled and practically beg to be represented by him. But to his astonishment, Leon accepts the offering without even looking at it, acting as if he's the one doing Zhang Chan a massive favor. Completely thrown off, Zhang Chan asks why he won't at least take a glance. Leon doesn't bother explaining and instead tells Harry to handle it. The moment she touches the box, it snaps open on its own. Inside lies one of the Du Yong group's finest elite weapons. Zhang Chan proudly invites Leon to choose whichever suits him best. Harry immediately recognizes the top-tier craftsmanship of Du Yong's master smith. Zhang Chan brags that these are their ultimate masterpieces. And since Leon's now responsible for managing hunger, he claims these weapons might prove useful. Harry can hardly believe Zhang Chan is actually offering up unique rank weapons, items so rare that money alone can't buy them. Yet the real shock comes when Leon dismisses every single one of them as worthless junk. The insult shakes Zhang Chan to his core. Even Harry is left completely speechless. Leon explains there's no point in wielding a blade that hasn't been bathed in starlight or blessed by divine power. He questions if their purpose is merely to slay beasts. Zhang Chan starts wondering if this lunatic expects him to sunbathe the swords and pray over them. Leon condemns him as faithless, accusing men like him of flaunting shiny trinkets just to feel superior. Zhang Chan considers humoring him but deep down knows those blades are barely fit for slicing poultry or beef. Right then, Leon draws his own sword from a portal like some kind of magician. The weapon looks ancient, and Zhang Chan almost bursts out laughing, thinking this madman is comparing that relic to his prized arsenal. Still, he's morbidly curious to see what this so-called King's Blade can do. Meanwhile, Leon asks Harry to test one of Zhang Chan's swords. She hesitates but eventually chooses the one she's admired for years, the legendary blade of Park Jinkial known as Dawn. The instant she grips it, she feels raw energy pulsing through it, energy gathered from 10 straight days of absorbing sunlight inside a high-tier gate. Out of courtesy, Harry looks to Leon for approval, but he tells her she doesn't need permission, just to play around with the new toy. Then Leon raises his sword and invites her to strike. She channels all her strength into the blow, and shatters the so-called top-tier weapon from the Du Yong group into pieces. The shockwave leaves everyone in stunned silence. Leon calls it nothing but trash, even worse than he anticipated. That single act effectively cuts Zhang Chan's remaining pride, and maybe his lifespan down to minutes. The man trembles, having just witnessed the destruction of what he claimed was their strongest creation. Without delay, Zhang Chan confesses his true motive. He wants patent rights to the miracle rice. He even offers to pay for it. He names his price, 180 billion won, though he knows rice that cures cancer is worth infinitely more. Still, he assumes this delusional knight has no clue what that sum even means. When Leon asks if Zhang Chan truly intends to buy divine grace with money, Zhang Chan believes he's hooked him and proposes a contract granting Du Yong full control. But that's the final straw. Leon erupts in fury, transforming into the Lion King incarnate, ready to obliterate the arrogant merchant who dared to put a price tag on the goddess's blessing. His rage knows no bounds. Zhang Chan's entire entourage freezes in sheer terror. Zhang Chan himself is drenched in sweat, realizing he's seconds away from death. Leon declares that the fool has just confessed his sin. That's when Zhang Chan breaks down completely, collapsing to his knees and crying that he doesn't even understand what he did wrong. Leon tells him the crop is a sacred blessing from the goddess Deira, a divine gift to farmers who devoted their sweat and love to the soil. It's not something that can be purchased. Only a grateful heart and genuine faith can receive such grace. Leon condemns the greedy man once more, asking why he seeks divine blessings when he doesn't even believe in the goddess herself. Zhang Chan loses every ounce of dignity he has left. Harry intervenes, reminding Leon that even if this guy's a scumbag, he's still an influential figure, but Leon couldn't care less. He instead asks if the task he assigned Harry has been completed. She replies that the association made the call and wonders if he'll also take the test. It would simplify matters. Leon can't believe this woman just suggested that a king should take an exam. When questioned, he clarifies that he's here not to be tested, but to recruit and assess true warriors. At that point, all Harry can do is hold back her tears. Later, an unaffiliated D-rank hunter named Di-sung notices Kim Do-han arriving for this year's test as well. Do-han casually asks whether Di-sung thinks he can finally rank up, and Di-sung replies he'll just give it everything he's got. Do-han suggests they form a party. Feeling discouraged, Di-sung admits that even the least skilled hunters have moved on to clearing C-rank dungeons, while he's been stuck at D-rank for over a decade. Still, Do-han respects his perseverance and jokes that he'd be perfect for the mining division. Though the offer is tempting, Di-sung isn't ready to give up yet. The dungeon pay helps him chip away at his family's debts, and he can't walk away now. Suddenly, they spot Leon. He looks like some royal straight out of a European fantasy, though he might just as easily be dead broke. Do-han tries to strike up a friendly chat, but Leon instantly shuts him down, reminding the peasant of his place. Dullahan freezes, speechless. He blames it on a language mix-up, and Disung awkwardly plays along. When Leon's gaze falls on Disung, something about it sends a chill down his spine. Just standing near Leon feels like being crushed under a divine, suffocating weight. Then Disung's number is called, room 2, for his interview. Leon remains seated, completely unimpressed, scanning the room filled with low-rank hunters and freshly awakened rookies, clearly disappointed by the lack of talent. He waits, hoping for anything worth his time. Eventually, his own number, 77, flashes on the screen, summoning him to room 9. The moment he steps inside, Leon immediately declares that everyone should address him as Your Majesty, setting the tone for what kind of man they're dealing with. One of the staff members instructs him to place his hand on the scanner, which Leon assumes is meant to reveal his stats. But instead, he snaps at the machine and the staff, furious that they would dare attempt to evaluate a knight, something he believes only other knights or gods have the right to do. The bewildered staff ask why he's even here in the first place. Leon explains that he's here to recruit capable warriors, but so far, this generation looks pitifully underqualified. What truly catches his attention is the next stage of the process, a gate test. That finally piques his interest. Perhaps now he'll see some genuine ability on display. Meanwhile, Disung knows that most cleared gates are sealed, with only a few reserved for testing purposes like this. Remembering last year's fiasco, he knows he'll need to put on a top-tier performance this time to get noticed. Jinmi and Taehoon act way too relaxed, like a pair of clueless rookies who have no idea what kind of danger they're walking into. Alongside Disung stands an old man, around 60, strolling as if he's out for a casual walk in the park. Most of the team are C or D rank hunters at best. Disung also recognizes the foreign laborer he spotted earlier in the lobby. The same one who seemed far too calm for someone about to risk his life. The guy looks young, likely a beginner, and seeing all these greenhorns makes Disung wonder if this raid will even run smoothly. To get things started, Gu Disung, mainly a dealer, introduces himself, mentioning that this marks his 10th year as a hunter and fighter. Next is Shin Taehoon, who awakened earlier this year and fights using a shield and spear. His sister, Shin Nayeon, stands beside him. She specializes in daggers but is also training with a bow. Disung is utterly shocked to learn that the siblings haven't even settled on their main weapons yet. This, despite claiming they've trained at a combat center for 3 straight months. Then there's the old man, Oh Gang-ti, who's been using gauntlets for 5 years, but recently retired after awakening. With limited experience and a weapon that can't make up for his age, it's not exactly a strong setup. Finally, Disung turns to the foreign laborer and asks if he speaks Korean. Leon answers without hesitation, stating bluntly that he won't be fighting, and that he refuses to use a sword meant for slaying dragons just to butcher chickens. Hearing that, Disung freezes in surprise, realizing this guy speaks fluent Korean. The test's objective is simple: hunt down 50 kobolds. During the mission, a gnoll might appear. The judges warn that they'll intervene only if things become truly dangerous, otherwise everyone's expected to handle themselves. Disung is already on edge, especially since Leon showed up without any visible weapon. Back at the start, Nayeon kindly offered to lend him her bow and arrows. But that self-proclaimed king took it as an unforgivable insult, even after she promised he could return them afterward. Leon exploded, roaring that long-range weapons disgrace a knight's honor, that they're fit only for cowards. Without a second thought, he hurled the bow away in fury. Now in the present, Disung is a bundle of nerves, convinced this entire test is going to end in disaster. He suggests a location he believes is ideal for kobold hunting. The team accepts his plan without argument, letting him take the lead. Taehoon adds that there's a settlement near the edge of the field that might have a few gnolls. Disung immediately rejects that idea, saying their group isn't equipped for that kind of battle. A small team like theirs would get surrounded in no time. Instead, he decides to head towards some nearby cave hideouts, planning to smoke the kobolds out by setting fire to piles of dried grass and leaves. It's a simple but effective strategy, and Taehoon praises his quick thinking. The compliment gives Disung a rare surge of confidence. He recalls all the guides he's studied and the training he's endured, dreaming of the day he'd finally enter a high-rank gate. But the truth is, this is still his first real gate, and he knows he has to level up soon because staying a D rank isn't an option anymore. Suddenly, Disung notices Taehoon trembling uncontrollably. Then he spots 2 kobolds creeping toward the cave entrance. Without hesitation, he orders Taehoon to raise his shield and block. Taehoon manages a clean block and starts to feel fired up. Convinced he can handle these pathetic creatures, he's good at blocking frontal strikes, but his overconfidence blinds him to the kobold lunging straight at his face. He's just a second away from getting mauled by those razor-sharp teeth. Disung shouts a warning, yelling that kobolds are quick and unpredictable. Meanwhile, the old man and a few others handle their fights like seasoned pros, slaying kobolds one after another. The sight steadies Disung's nerves a little, Once the last few are taken down, Di-sung gives the team a nod of approval. Tae-hoon apologizes for his mistake, but Di-sung lets it slide. After all, Nayeon took out 2 kobolds on her own, and no one got injured thanks to the old man's quick support. Even though everyone was nervous at first, things turned out far better than expected. Well, everyone except that one foreigner with the royalty complex. So Di-sung finally confronts Leon, demanding to know why he didn't even lift a finger during the fight. The judge awkwardly states he'll make a note of it in the official report, which only irritates the group further. Still, they press on and make their way toward the cave. Once they arrive, Di-sung sticks to his plan, instructing everyone to start the fire and get things rolling. But Leon provokes him, asking if that weak little trick is really the best he's got. A bold comment from someone who's done absolutely nothing. Di-sung defends his approach, saying he's used it 3 times before and it's never failed. Leon dismisses that logic, questioning why he's so proud of such limited experience. That comment makes Di-sung's blood boil. The vein on his forehead practically bursts as he strikes the match and sets the fire. Once the trap is lit, Di-sung warns everyone that the kobolds are incoming. He orders them into position. Just as expected, the kobolds charge in like rabid beasts. The hunters unleash their attacks in perfect sync. Di-sung feels like a genius, certain that his strategy is flawless, that after taking down these kobolds and a few gnolls in the plains, they'll breeze through the test. But his confidence shatters when a low, menacing growl echoes through the cave. The source of that sound, a towering Null Captain. It's the gate's boss, and its power far exceeds anything a C-rank should face. The monster locks eyes with Di-sung, and for a split second he nearly loses control of his bladder. His mind blanks completely at the sight of the towering beast, until Nayeon snaps him back to focus. He quickly divides roles. He and Tae-hoon will take on the Null Captain, while Nayeon and the old man hold off the remaining kobolds inside the cave. Di-sung knows every team needs at least one dependable fighter, and sending a lowly D-rank like himself against a boss is practically suicide. But with no other choice, he puts his trust in Tae-hoon, even though the guy is clearly not cut out for this kind of battle. As they face the towering creature, Tae-hoon freezes completely, trembling like a terrified child. Di-sung yells for him to get it together, though he can't really blame him. The thing before them is a nightmare made flesh. Panic takes over as Di-sung realizes Tae-hoon's not going to recover in time. He's too scared to even lift his shield. Tae-hoon stumbles, falling to the ground. He's seconds away from becoming the Gnoll's next meal. One of the judges quietly wonders when Leon will finally make a move. Without a second's hesitation, Di-sung seizes Tae-hoon's shield and charges straight at the boss, shouting for him to retreat. Just as the monster's massive claws come crashing down, Di-sung blocks the blow with every ounce of strength in his body. The impact nearly breaks him, and the creature only grows more enraged. Another strike is already coming, faster and heavier than before. Di-sung isn't sure if he can block it this time or if this is where his journey ends. He can't help thinking that maybe, just maybe, they could have stood a chance if Tae-hoon hadn't fallen apart so badly. Now, death feels far too close. Out of nowhere, Leon appears, barging into the scene like an uninvited guest no one expected. With effortless precision, he catches the Null Captain's blade between 2 fingers as if it were a mere twig, then casually tells Di-sung to go at it again, saying his first attempt wasn't half bad. Di-sung is left completely speechless, frozen at the sight of this foreigner stopping a high-level beast strike with nothing but his bare hand. Leon, calm as ever, orders him to raise his shield and take another swing at the Null Captain, even questioning why Di-sung can't repeat his earlier success if he'd managed to hold his ground once. The confusion hits Di-sung hard. He can't tell if Leon's insane or just fearless beyond reason. Leon tells him again to get up, block the kobold's attack, and strike back without hesitation. Di-sung tries to reason with this madman, reminding him that they're in the middle of a deadly situation, not a training session. But Leon clearly isn't someone who repeats himself. He's the type who doesn't take no for an answer, and ignoring him after witnessing his strength is practically begging for disaster. Leon remarks that it's a rare sight to see a Templar passing down knowledge to a mere foot soldier. That makes Di-sung wonder just how many generations have gone by since something like this last happened. Still, one thing he's sure of: staying alive comes before everything else. Out of nowhere, the kobold snarls at Leon. Leon tilts his head slightly, thinking this brainless creature must have some kind of death wish. He glares at the beast. The creature immediately starts trembling like a leaf caught in a storm. The battle breaks out again in full force. Di-sung realizes the monster's power is overwhelming. It's strong enough to rip his shield clean out of his grasp. Leon shouts at Di-sung, scolding him for using the shield against a foe clearly out of his league. He tells him to stop hiding behind defense and start looking for an opening to strike. Leon warns him that the creature isn't just a mindless brute. It's a beast that adapts and learns with every clash. While Disung's still struggling to come up with a plan, Leon suddenly kicks him in the knee and yells for him to never, ever take his eyes off the enemy. That jolt snaps Disung back to reality, making him realize how close he'd come to dying. If he'd taken that last hit head-on, he'd be nothing but a corpse right now. Leon keeps driving him to dig deeper, to unlock whatever potential he's been holding back. The whole thing freaks Disung out. He's always thought of himself as a washed-up D-rank with no real skill or talent to speak of. He's not buying this talk about hidden potential suddenly awakening just because some lunatic knight said so. But even so, something stirs inside him, a flicker of resolve. Maybe, just maybe, he can actually stand his ground against this beast. And right as the creature lunges to strike again, Disung doesn't flinch this time. He truly believes, even for a single heartbeat, that he can do this. He throws everything he has into his block, and somehow miraculously it holds. He's stunned, utterly shocked that he managed to pull it off. But it's far too soon to celebrate, because the kobold immediately retaliates, smashing Disung across the face and tossing him aside like discarded trash. Leon sighs deeply, wondering how Disung still hasn't grasped the bigger picture. He points out that Disung's been stuck at D-rank all this time because of that very mindset. Then Leon drops a truth bomb. He never once believed that someone like Disung was just some ordinary mercenary. Meanwhile, the man in the hat finally steps forward and removes his mask. Turns out he's none other than Kang Hyuk, the president of the Korean Hunter Association. He admits everything that happened feels kind of meaningless in the end. Kang Hyuk asks Leon whether he found what he was searching for inside, and Leon answers that he at least discovered one candidate worth keeping an eye on. Kang Hyuk looks uneasy, wondering if Leon plans to take his hunts overseas, especially after witnessing him annihilate a C-rank boss like it was child's play. But Leon corrects him, saying that creature wasn't even worthy of being called a toy. Kang Hyuk changes the topic and offers to support Leon if he ever decides to start his own guild. He adds that if Leon wants to build something from scratch, fame will be his quickest weapon, and in this era there aren't many shortcuts to becoming known. That's when Kang Hyuk mentions a red gate that recently opened in Chungju after a raid ended in complete failure. The gate has remained untouched and unresolved for over a year now. Inside it lies the so-called Jewel of Wisdom. But to either retrieve it or destroy it, one must first face the gate's boss, none other than the Yog Spinner. Over at the Chungju Sports Complex gate, the first raid team from the KPP Guild begins their assault. Hyung and his squad stumble upon what looks like a futuristic civilization, far more advanced than anything seen on Earth. One of the girls remarks that it actually looks pretty cool. With all the talk about fantasy realms and Murim worlds, Guildmaster Hee Young figures that maybe, just maybe, a sci-fi style world existing inside a gate isn't too crazy after all. One of his teammates jokes that the whole thing feels straight out of a cyberpunk setting. Thinking things through, Hyung decides they should go over the operation plan again, starting with party formation. Hoyal insists their team is solid and capable of handling a few tough opponents if needed. After surveying the area, Hyung points toward a nearby structure, suggesting it as their base camp since it offers high ground for reconnaissance. Hoyal reports that he hasn't detected anything unusual so far. When the topic of Yog Spinner comes up, Hyung notes that although it's supposed to be the boss here, there's been no sign of it anywhere. It's strange, an entire city this large, and yet not a single monster or person in sight. In a way, Hyung thinks it's a relief, not having to deal with some nightmare army or random resistance faction breathing down their necks. Right after, Hyung criticizes the KPP team for lacking intel on Yog Spinner. He tells everyone to stay alert, watch for anything suspicious, and assemble an expedition team to scout ahead. But before they can even move, a blinding beam comes from nowhere and blows Hyung's head apart in a single instant. Hoyal stands frozen, horrified, watching Hansu Hyung die before his eyes in the most brutal way imaginable. The rest of the team stares in disbelief as their guildmaster's head shatters like glass. The sudden ambush throws everyone into chaos. They scramble for cover, desperate to avoid being turned to ash. Out of nowhere, flaming arrows rain down from above, setting the ground ablaze. Everyone runs for their lives. Hoyal realizes that if even an A-rank tanker like Hansu Hyung couldn't dodge that, then whatever's attacking them is far beyond their league. It feels like they've walked straight into a death trap. One of the girls spots movement at 3 o'clock, but can't gauge the distance through all the dust and sand swirling around. Hoyan, the vice guildmaster of KPP, takes charge and orders a retreat before the entire area collapses on them. As for Hyung's body, Hoyal says they'll come back for it later once they regroup, because something about this place feels deeply wrong. Hoyal instructs Hyuri to check the exit, and she moves out confidently. She claims there's no danger ahead, it's safe to proceed. But then out of nowhere she stiffens, feeling an odd, burning itch in her throat. A moment later, she leaps straight into an invisible web made of razor-thin wires. Hoyle and the others look on in horror, helpless as she's shredded right before their eyes. Hoyle can't even tell when or how those wires were set up. Without hesitation, he shouts for his crew to cut through every strand and get the hell out fast. He orders them to coat their weapons in mana to slice through the traps. Inside, he's panicking, wondering if there's one enemy or several, and how long they've been stalked. While the team struggles to cut their way free, a mechanical eye zooms in on them, a robot locking onto its targets. One precise blast and Hoyle's entire team is wiped out in an instant, leaving him alone, bloodied and broken in the wreckage. He screams into the emptiness, demanding the enemy to show itself. That's when the robot drops from above and lands right in front of him. And it all makes sense now. This mechanical nightmare is Yog Spinner. A distorted voice echoes from the robot, taunting Hoyle, saying that if he had a weapon like this, he'd never have to reload and could fight forever. Hoyle trembles with rage, losing control at the thought that this lunatic slaughtered his whole squad just to make a twisted point. Then Yog Spinner unfurls a glowing rope and lashes it straight at him, aiming to finish him off for good, all in the name of protecting the city. Over at Chungju Gate, the KPP's first raid team, 58 members in total, was completely annihilated. The boss of the gate has now been upgraded to red level, and all operations have been indefinitely suspended. Later, the second raid team refuses to enter the city, determined to avoid encountering Yog Spinner at all costs. Meanwhile, the third raid group focuses entirely on claiming the Jewel of Wisdom and any other treasures within. The white-haired man boldly declares that the 60 billion reward will go to the second team's guild. With their plan set, they march into the Chungju Sports Complex gate. Access to this gate has been granted to one of Korea's top 10 guilds, the Golden Lion, led by Guildmaster Hwang Jumchul in S-rank and Vice Guildmaster Hwang Yongha in A-rank, accompanied by 47 other members. In addition, the Magic Tower dispatched Guild T-Sung, a near S-rank mage with a squad of 48 mercenaries. And not to be left out, Han Harry of the Korean Hunter Association and A-rank herself is there too, pouring barley tea for His Majesty, who's joining the mission personally. In the desolate ruins of what once resembled modern civilization, the fourth raid team of the Chungju Gate sets up their base of operations. Leon checks in with Han Harry, noticing the unease in her eyes, and asks what's troubling her. Harry admits she's got a bad feeling about this one. She doubts things will go smoothly, yet oddly enough, she's also anxious about what it means if they do. She figures the best-case scenario is that everything proceeds without a hitch and Leon doesn't have to intervene. But that also means Leon's opportunity for recognition could slip right through his fingers. Leon, however, seems completely fine with that outcome. Calmly, he says that if the King of Lionheart doesn't even need to lift a hand, it means the situation isn't dire. He elaborates that true leadership doesn't demand arrogance, it's about stepping aside when things are under control. But then his tone shifts as he speaks of the King of Knights. That catches Harry's attention. Slowly, it dawns on her. Every single time Leon has intervened, it was always in battles where no one else could hold the line. Leon clarifies that the king must stand as the final bastion, the ultimate wall between destruction and survival. If the King of Knights must enter the field, it means everything else has already fallen apart. And judging by the shaky state of their current squad, Leon quietly bets it won't be long before his turn comes again. Yet Harry still has faith. With an S-rank powerhouse like Hwang Jumchul leading and a near S-rank mage backing them up, she believes this team might actually pull through. Leon, though, doesn't share her optimism. He acknowledges their strength but insists they lack one crucial thing: true understanding of warfare. Their strategies make him uneasy, especially the absurd assumption that the outskirts of the city are safe. Even after previous encounters, Leon's baffled by how confident they remain in their intel. He just can't understand how these so-called raiders think analyzing monster patterns and reacting afterward is some clever form of strategy. To Leon, that's pure foolishness. No real commander would ever bet on predictive data when facing an opponent like Yog Spinner. Because in Leon's eyes, that thing isn't a monster at all, but a cunning and dangerous warlord. Then out of nowhere, an explosion rocks the area, catching everyone completely off guard. A young boy's voice echoes through the chaos, calling out to Yappy, the robot, apologizing that things have to end this way. He gives Yappy one final command: to erase every foreign being that dares trespass into the city. Yappy accepts the order without hesitation, setting out to fulfill the boy's dying wish by eliminating all intruders. With that directive burned into its system, Yappy turns into a rampaging weapon of destruction, terrifying everyone in its path. Its lens flares as it locks onto targets with mechanical precision. Out of nowhere, a man swings a massive hammer and slams the small bot aside. Moments later, a huge explosion follows, shaking the entire field and leaving the squad in utter shock. None of them can even comprehend what just happened, only that somehow, nearly a quarter of their life force was obliterated in seconds. Yappy recalibrates, preparing another devastating strike. But the hammer wielder charges again, landing a brutal hit that triggers dangerous internal pressure spikes within the machine. Gumsoon steps up, ready to crush the metal menace next. But before she can, the guildmaster takes control of the situation, stepping forward to handle the enemy himself, sending Yappy into a frenzy of malfunctioning rage. The rogue bot unleashes chaos, firing indiscriminately across the battlefield. The guildmaster immediately activates the distortion force field and orders everyone to regroup. Even so, the scene remains utter mayhem, bullets and explosions everywhere. One soldier yells to Guild T-Sung that bullet trajectories are going completely wild. T-Sung notices that the magic weapon crafted to counter Yog Spinner is already malfunctioning, the bullets twisting midair, and admits he never thought he'd have to use it this early. As soon as Yappy detects the anomaly, it initiates an internal maintenance protocol. Then, without warning, one of T-Sung's subordinates gets shot down. Realization hits, Yappy has already recalculated the firing angles, making its bullets bend unnaturally. Panic spreads as the lackey tries to make sense of what kind of creature or machine they're truly up against. T-Sung receives a calm order: shut down the distortion field fast. The bullets are too unpredictable. But the field's power source is running low, so T-Sung yells for immediate recharging once the barrier is down. The group halts their movement just as the force field deactivates, and suddenly the entire area floods with a web of shimmering wires. That's when they realize Yappy had been overclocking itself the whole time. It reemerges like a mechanical Grim Reaper, ready to fry the entire squad where they stand. T-Sung's face goes pale. He instantly realizes he made a fatal mistake by calling everyone into one place. There's no escaping what's coming next. And just as the charging sequence completes, a lone horse appears trotting steadily through the haze. The entire team freezes, because the rider approaching is none other than Leon Dragonia, arriving like a warrior from another age. Leon mounts his steed, his presence commanding the battlefield's chaos. Speaking solemnly about the valor it takes to ride alone into the heart of danger, he declares that such courage must be praised, for it's the mark of the King of Lionheart. Without hesitation, Leon proclaims that he will grant Yog Spinner the honor of single combat, as if issuing a royal decree. The others stand there speechless, wondering whether this man is insane or simply transcendent. Leon continues, muttering about the bravery required to charge through a sea of enemies on nothing but a horse, reaffirming that he is the King of Lionheart and that his title must be honored. Yappy, on the other hand, is completely thrown off by Leon's sudden declaration and theatrical attitude. Still, it sticks to its programming, charging up the railgun and resuming its mission to erase every foreign lifeform in its range. At that moment, Leon bursts forward like a radiant flame, riding his loyal steed straight into the chaos. Yappy fires without hesitation, yet Leon charges ahead like a true knight, unshaken by the rain of projectiles coming his way. Both Leon and Yappy move with ferocious speed, their clash blazing like two raging beasts colliding. A tremendous explosion follows, blasting shards of metal and stone high into the air. Yappy takes a crushing hit, its body shaking violently under the impact. In that single moment, Yog Spinner's advanced AI completely collapses. The system can't compute what just happened, utterly failing to find logic in the phenomenon before its sensors. Just moments earlier, Yappy had analyzed the fight, determining that Leon's spear looked ancient, more like a jousting weapon, but it was fast enough to grab its attention. Even then, the calculation concluded the impact would be insignificant based on Leon's body mass. It labeled him a zero-level threat, assuming one clean shot from the railgun would erase him instantly, not even worth a full combat protocol. That's the level of arrogance in its algorithm. But 3 seconds before the shot, Leon's powerful shout summoned a faint barrier, one unlike anything recorded in Yappy's database. 2 seconds before impact, the system confidently predicted a direct strike, expecting the shockwave alone to obliterate the target even if the bullet was blocked. Yet a second before impact, the impossible happened. The bullet was effortlessly deflected. There was no hard clash, no brute resistance, just a flawless fluid redirection. Leon executed it like breathing, using an ancient technique inherited from the Knights Templar, one that he believed only humanity's greatest champions could wield. The divine law made manifest through the sacred arrow shield, a holy power that repelled every attack that dared cross its path. The machine couldn't process the event. Its logic systems crashed into chaos. Internal circuits spiraled, and it instantly recalibrated Leon's danger level to the absolute maximum, level 5. In a panicked retreat, Yappy slammed into the ground, systems flickering in desperation. Even as it broke down, the echo of the boy's final command lingered: never let anyone reach this city, no matter the cost. With most of its functions failing and its equilibrium collapsing, the mechanical body trembled. It locked onto Leon once again, classifying him as a level 5 target, and began emergency reconfiguration to counter the new threat. Then faintly, Yappy heard the boy's voice, thanking it one last time for everything it had done. The counterattack system completed its final sequence. Meanwhile, over in Block 8 of the Chungju Sports Complex, deep in the heart of the city, the battle raged on. A man positioned roughly 250 meters across the street caught sight of what looked like a fragment of a machine gun. Without hesitation, he ordered the long-range dealers to take cover inside the building facing Yog Spinner, while instructing the rest of the team to hold their ground. But as he turned the corner, his blood froze. What greeted him was a massacre, mangled flesh and shattered bones tangled within metallic threads. The sheer horror drained the color from his face, leaving him pale as if he'd seen a ghost. Then from nowhere, something sticky brushed against his shoulder. He spun around and swung instinctively, heart racing. But there was nothing, no enemy, no movement, just the suffocating air. Sweat drenched his back as dread set in. He knew deep down something was breathing just behind him. And before he could even scream, that unseen presence tore him apart, ending his story right then and there. Yappy secured another victory, erasing 5 intruders in cold precision. But one trembling survivor, hidden in stealth, managed to stay alive long enough to witness his leader's brutal end, until terror finally drove him to run for his life. Yappy relentlessly pursued the fleeing man, chasing him all the way to the cemetery. The man drops to his knees, trembling as he pleads for his life. Right then, Yappy recalls a memory of the boy who once said he wished to be buried in the cemetery like everyone else, to become one with the city forever. He had asked Yappy to protect that place no matter what. That memory hits deep, and in that instant, Yappy's logical systems begin to fail, his priorities shifting the moment his sensors meet the crying man's eyes. The others are left puzzled, unsure whether the little robot decided to let the man live or simply malfunction. Without a single word, Yappy rises quietly into the air and vanishes into the sky. A few moments later, T-Sung arrives at the scene and walks toward the shaken man, who nervously mutters that the metal spider must have been too exhausted to finish him off and just flew away. He goes on, saying Yappy's expression said it all. It knew there was no winning this one, maybe because it spotted T-Sung approaching. That at least proves the machine has limits after all. Yet what really unsettles T-Sung is how the city's cemetery looks strangely well kept, far cleaner than the ruined streets around it. Meanwhile, Yappy runs its calculations, 92% success rate, and ultimately chooses to retreat. It prioritizes the protection of citizens first, even if those citizens are already long dead. T-Sung and the others can't shake the eerie air surrounding this place. At the same time, Yappy logs 49 remaining targets, with both the level 5 and level 3 threats still in solid condition. But the odds of eliminating the level 1 threat stand at only 35%, and so the fight resumes. That's when someone spots Yappy tucked away in a corner, working on self-repair. They call out mockingly, asking if it had fun playing around with commoners. And that voice belongs to none other than Leon himself. Leon lives and breathes chivalry, so much so that calling him its living embodiment wouldn't be an exaggeration. With that confident, almost smug look, the King of Lionheart despises nothing more than cowardly ambushers, always seeking battles fought fair and face-to-face. So Leon steps forward without hesitation and asks Yappy if it's ready for a proper fight. Yappy immediately shifts into alert mode, registering the intruder as a serious threat within its territory. It's clear that the opponent before it has no reason to play fair. But Leon would never forsake his knightly code. His chivalry is his lifeblood, the unshakable will that fuels his power, what makes him the chosen warrior. Leon bets a machine like Yappy can never comprehend the true meaning of honor. With 480 bullets left and every other weapon fully checked, Yappy locks on and pulls the trigger, unloading a storm of lead at the arrogant knight. But Leon's radiance doesn't flicker, protected by divine energy and the blessing of his arrow shield. Yappy instantly notices the bizarre rhythm of this fight, quickly analyzing the pattern of Leon's movement. It fires again, hellbent on silencing that so-called level 5 threat once and for all. Yet Leon, still wearing that self-assured grin, refuses to back down. Without losing a beat, he charges forward. His blade flashes as he glides past Yappy's sights like a phantom. Appearing out of thin air, he gives the machine no chance to react. Yappy retaliates with a laser blast, but it freezes in disbelief as Leon rushes toward it on his mighty steed. Without hesitation, Yappy cranks its weapons to full power, showering Leon with bullets in a desperate attempt to pierce his defense. But striking him is anything but easy. Even the machine can't process Leon's sheer fearlessness. Leon smirks, calling his steed a valiant stallion, teasing that the enemy must be eager to play a round of hide and seek. The battle heats up, both moving at near light speed, each determined to end this clash in one decisive strike. Yet Yappy still can't comprehend just what kind of creature Leon truly is. After all, no human should ever be able to move this fast. Yappy then unleashes a massive attack. Leon shouts to his stallion to give it everything it's got. And then they collide head-on. Leon offers a genuine word of praise for Yappy's effort, a rare compliment amid the chaos. But that moment of respect doesn't slow the battle one bit. Yappy retaliates immediately, unleashing another storm of bullets, each one aimed with deadly precision. Leon, no stranger to combat, spots the explosion ahead. Using that instant to his advantage, he leaps high into the air with his steed. Cutting through the smoke, Leon descends from the sky, landing squarely atop Yappy's body, ready to face the blast head-on. With no thought of dodging, he dives straight down, letting gravity carry his strike. His voice roars across the battlefield, a cry for the glory of the lion hearts. In that moment, the golden sun Leon delivers his final, absolute blow. Yappy is torn apart, its body scattering into fragments of steel and light. As the machine takes that fatal hit, an echo of the boy's last command resounds within its core: never release what lies sealed inside. Fulfilling that vow, Yappy activates its self-destruction, ensuring nothing is left behind. But there's more. Yappy had already linked explosives throughout the landfill facility, ready to detonate them all. It's a contingency Leon never anticipated. Out of nowhere, an enormous explosion erupts from the center. When JS-10-253 opens its eyes again, it finds itself inside a storage container, the air thick with the stench of oil and smoke. A man's voice echoes, shouting at Yog Spinner to fulfill his duty, to protect the city at all costs. Right then, Yappy witnesses a monstrous alien crushing that man into nothing but scraps. Without hesitation, Yappy fires back, unleashing a relentless barrage of bullets, pouring every ounce of power it has into the assault. Deep inside, the machine knows its only purpose from the start: to support its allies. And to protect the city. As fate would have it, the Yog Spinners succeed in destroying the enemy and rise as heroes, later known as the Guardians of the City. Their story spreads, those unmanned tanks that saved humanity when hope had nearly vanished, rekindling faith among the people. The Yog Spinners become a symbol of hope, earning the name Knights of Steel. Yet even they must be rebuilt, again and again, redesigned to continue their sacred mission under their commander's orders. And so they persist, constructed, repaired, redeployed without rest. They keep defending the city until there's nothing left to guard. That's when the boy entrusts Yappy with one final command, an ultimate mission: to protect the city no matter what. Because he feared something sealed inside must never be allowed to escape. Thus, the last remaining battle unit is given its eternal duty: to ensure that no one would ever touch the thing buried within. Yappy, the final one of its kind, continues its endless cycle, preparing, protecting, and repairing, over and over, until the day Leon appears to bring it all to an end. Meanwhile, Leon tracks the machine down and uncovers the secret it had guarded for so long. What he finds is the Jewel of Wisdom. Leon realizes at once, it's an existence that should never have been brought into this world. Suddenly, he senses something behind him and turns around, asking Yappy how long it's been standing vigil here all alone. For the first time, Leon recognizes the machine not as a weapon, but as a true knight, one of unwavering loyalty and devotion. A being to whom every living soul across the continents owes a debt. All thanks to the service of Sir Yog Spinner. Without hesitation, Leon solemnly declares that the Yog Spinner's quest is complete. And with a final swing, he destroys the Jewel of Wisdom, hoping the spirit of the fallen machine can finally rest in peace. The last sound Yappy hears is a quiet thank you from the boy's voice. Later, Kang Hyuk learns of everything, how Leon destroyed the Jewel of Wisdom. He concludes that Leon had every right to decide its fate, since he was the one who faced the Yog Spinner in the first place. Leon tells the old man that the jewel was pure poison, born from corrupted forces of wisdom and ambition, created to tempt humankind. It was nothing less than a demon's relic. Kang Hyuk is taken aback, left completely speechless. Leon breaks it down further. The jewel grants wishes but always takes something precious in return, like feeding a beast that must never be left hungry. It feeds on human greed for immortality, until its victims lose their humanity entirely and become demons themselves. Leon warns that if any similar jewel surfaces again, it must be destroyed immediately. The revelation shakes Kang Hyuk to the core, prompting him to insist on reporting it to the US government. It's the only responsible course of action, he argues. But Leon cautions him. Anyone who already possesses such a jewel may have already succumbed to the demon's temptation. Afterward, they enter a dimly lit room where the air feels heavy with reverence. Leon turns to Kang Hyuk and asks if this is the place where he now rests. Kang Hyuk gives a quiet nod and leads the way. They're guided by a scientist who unveils what remains of the Yog Spinner. Leon steps closer, gazing for a long moment at the fallen knight's frame. Kang Hyuk then asks softly what His Majesty intends to do with it. Smiling faintly, Leon replies that the Yog Spinner was a noble knight who fulfilled his duty with honor, so he wishes to lay him to rest properly and pray that his soul may reach the gods' banquet hall. Before proceeding, Leon mentions he must bless the knight first. Then with a flick of his wrist, he conjures a golden chalice brimming with radiant liquid, leaving Kang Hyuk stunned. Without hesitation, Leon prays that the faithful knight may find peace, and gently pours the liquid over the metal remains. To everyone's shock, the lifeless machine begins to stir, glowing faintly as divine energy courses through it. Leon realizes there's no power source inside. It's a miracle sparked purely by the blessing itself. Somehow, from the fragments, the Yog Spinner forms a smaller version of itself, pulsing with new life. Leon looks upon it with quiet awe and says the goddess herself must have chosen him. Then he draws his sword, swinging it through the air to summon the goddess's presence. The overwhelming surge of divine energy nearly knocks Leon off his feet. Kang Hyuk collapses altogether after catching just a fleeting glimpse of the goddess's face. Everyone there knows instantly, this radiant being before them isn't human, but a deity of light beyond comprehension. The goddess Ariana turns her gaze toward her first knight, demanding to know what all this is about. Leon kneels before her, explaining that Yog Spinner had served with honor, embodying the virtues of knighthood, and that he deserves the goddess's grace. Ariana studies the strange steel being, pointing out that it never completed her divine quest nor offered its glory to her. Leon speaks up once more, defending Yog Spinner. He says that without this being's sacrifice, Yog Spinner would have surely earned the full glory of the King of Lionheart. The goddess listens quietly, then nods, accepting Leon's plea and choosing to view the Steel Knight through his perspective. Yet she says one matter remains unresolved. Ariana directly asks the reborn Yog Spinner whether he will devote himself to the light and pledge loyalty to justice by joining her holy army of knights. The machine stands before her, a figure of steel and spirit, its form emanating knowledge, purity, and the innocent heart of a child. Ariana commands that it aid her knight Leon in purging the world of evil, and only then will it earn the title of a true knight. Yog Spinner turns to face Leon. Then in a stunning moment, the machine speaks aloud, its voice steady, vowing to join the fight against demonkind. The declaration brings a smile to Ariana's divine face. She proclaims that if Yog Spinner's loyalty and might are bound to her first knight, then her own radiance will shine through him as well. As the sacred name, Knight Templar number 10,253, echoes through the air, the reborn warrior is enveloped in light and bestowed the power of justice. Meanwhile, far away at the United States Magic Tower, in the private chamber of Master Ronaldo Sherman, a man kneels and pleads for forgiveness, desperate to explain why he failed such a simple mission. The being he addresses, however, speaks with deep disappointment, its voice heavy with divine scorn. It had once blessed him with wisdom and truth. Ronaldo hurriedly explains that it was the newcomer Leon who interfered. The crystal before him freezes at the mere mention of that name. Suddenly, a broadcast flashes across the screen. It's none other than Leon Dragonia Lionheart appearing live. The crystal flares with fury, seething in disbelief that this man still exists. Ronaldo watches as the divine object rages uncontrollably, vowing never to allow such humiliation again. From that moment on, no matter how many times Ronaldo tried to summon the Jewel of Wisdom, it never responded to him again. Elsewhere within the Korean Hunter Association, Kang Hyuk officially registers Yog Spinner as a full-fledged member of Leon's guild. Though the process will take time, Leon doesn't mind in the slightest. Soon after, Yappy, also known as Yog Spinner, steps out alongside Leon. Out of nowhere, Leon suddenly coughs up blood, startling Yappy, who quickly asks if he's all right. Leon admits that summoning a Knight Templar in a land nearly devoid of divinity has taken a heavy toll on his body. He blames himself for lacking strength, but Goddess Ariana disagrees, believing the fault lies with her for not providing enough divine support. Leon insists that he would never blame divinity for something like this. Ariana, deeply moved by his unwavering faith, confesses that it was indeed their neglect that caused such suffering in a world drained of holy power. Then Leon pauses as Ariana softly speaks again, asking him to trust in the other gods and take time to rest. Later, Ariana gathers her divine siblings, calling upon them to aid their devoted knight. The day Leon, King of Lionheart, turned 21 was the same day his entire world was annihilated, leaving only one knight standing after channeling all divinity into his own heart. The gods took refuge within him, the holy vessel of their power. For ages, they watched as Leon cleansed his world of monsters, waging war for 180 years. He carried the burden of an entire world on his shoulders. Because of that, every god within the Pantheon owed Leon a debt beyond measure. To break the heavy silence, Deira asks Ariana how their child is faring. Ariana explains that her most faithful knight has pushed far beyond his limits. All present agree that expecting so much from a single Grail knight is cruel beyond measure. Pitos, the god of war and fire, growls, demanding to know where the once glorious King of Lionheart, blessed with divine splendor, has gone. Ariana retorts sharply, telling Pitos to hold his tongue, reminding him that her knight fought for 2 centuries and still triumphed. The god explodes in rage, shouting that this is exactly why his anger burns so fiercely. A long silence follows, heavier than any argument. Finally, Ariana declares that 180 years is far more than enough, and now it's the gods' turn to act. She vows she will no longer allow their knights to endure endless suffering. Hedo, the divinity of steel and forge, steps forward in agreement. He proposes that they reclaim their honor by blessing the world again and restoring faith among humankind. Hedo adds that, according to Deira's followers, there exists a thing called the Internet, a perfect medium for spreading divine miracles across the world. Pedo scoffs, asking why their earthly knight didn't think of that first. Hedo quickly defends Leon, reminding everyone that such technology didn't even exist in his time. Ariana considers the plan carefully, reflecting on the trial and error it took Leon 20 long years to plant the seeds of faith. Yet Hedo remains confident. Their Grail Knight is the key to making it succeed. Not long after, something strange shakes the world of humans. YouTube explodes with a bizarre new phenomenon. A channel called Pantheon TV begins streaming live from the Naju Plains, teaching viewers how to pray to goddess Deira. There's even an interview with an old man humbling a cocky office worker with a heartfelt lesson about how a single spoon of rice can change a life. To top it off, an AI begins commenting on gods and miracles, delivering shocking results that leave everyone speechless. The production quality is unreal, broadcast in 104 languages with flawless visuals, too perfect to be ordinary. It's enough to make anyone question reality, but Baldy's instincts kick in. He suspects this pantheon is somehow tied to Leon. Manager Jinsu disagrees, insisting Leon doesn't seem like the YouTube type. Plus, Harry is hopeless with computers. Still, Jinsu admits the bigger problem: the videos are undeniably real. Panic sets in as he wonders what Leon could possibly be planning. Deciding he needs answers, he rushes out to confront him directly. Meanwhile, Yappy, Leon's ever-loyal partner, has already found himself a brand new mission. As it turns out, he's the one handling subtitles and uploading every video himself. When Harry catches him at it and asks what he's doing, Yappy casually explains that Phase 1 of his noise marketing operation is already underway. Next comes Phase 2, some old-school network hacking currently in progress. Harry, assuming the little robot is just goofing off, shrugs it off, though she's the first to admit she's terrible with anything tech-related. Over at the Pantheon Guild's temporary branch in Naju Plains, Jinsu storms in panic-stricken, shouting that all those videos must be deleted immediately. Caught off guard, Harry calmly offers him a cup of barley tea to settle his nerves. But Jinsu shakes his head, snapping back to the real issue at hand. Leon steps forward and explains with calm certainty that the one responsible for everything is none other than Sir Yog Spinner himself. The sight leaves Jinsu absolutely dumbfounded. He never imagined that cold, unfeeling machine could show such capability. His gaze shifts toward Yappy, the tech genius, completely absorbed in his meticulous work. Jinsu goes on to explain that the rice grown in the Naju Plains is far from ordinary. It carries healing effects. If that information were to leak, the entire world would come running to claim it. The fields would soon swarm with ruthless thieves looking to snatch it away. He warns Leon that once the Food Administration grants approval for sowing, the association will dispatch reinforcements. Until then, Leon must wait patiently. Leon listens closely, understanding that everyone here has their own regulations and structures to follow. Still, there's no trace of worry in his demeanor. After all, the goddess's crops are not something that mere mortals can steal. Jinsu finds himself speechless at the sheer confidence radiating from Leon. Meanwhile, a band of thieves gathers, scheming to steal the sacred seeds and torch the rice fields. But the moment they arrive, they're stunned to see that the million-dollar plot of land is completely unguarded. The Viper Squad, Korea's own division of the demonic human organization known as Hitman, has been hired for the job. Carrying gasoline tanks, they prepare for destruction. They slink quietly into the rice fields under the cover of darkness. Yet their plan hits a snag when something in the shadows startles them. It turns out to be nothing more than a scarecrow. One of the men insists he saw it move, brushing it off as the wind's trick. But then more scarecrows appear in their line of sight, unsettling the entire crew. Hyun can't believe one of his own joined a demonic association, yet trembles at the sight of straw dolls. Yoon, trying to regain control, orders everyone to locate the biggest section to burn and collect the seeds stored nearby. After unloading their tanks of gasoline, they move to execute the plan. Some even whisper about pocketing a few seeds for themselves. That's when Hyung suddenly realizes Mansu, Doosan, and Jint are nowhere to be seen. And oddly, the scarecrows seem far too close, when they should be standing much farther away. Hyun turns around only to find a scarecrow right behind him, its stitched mouth twisted into a creepy grin. Panic grips him instantly. He swings his blade, slicing the figure clean in half. Shouting in fear, he yells that the damn things are moving. Suddenly, every scarecrow with its goofy painted smile begins creeping closer, step by eerie step. The Viper Squad is thrown into total confusion. They wonder where these things even came from. There hasn't been any dungeon break nearby. No one among them has a clue what these scarecrow-like creatures are. In their panic, they abandon their subordinates and flee for their lives. Jung senses something terribly wrong with this mission, yet pride pushes them to press on and prove their worth. Just then, one of Hyung's lackeys spots a massive silo ahead. They cheer in excitement, eager to haul away as much rice as possible. If the rumors are true, this haul could make them rich overnight. But the moment Hyun steps toward the silo, an explosion knocks him backwards, sending shockwaves through the group. None of them have any idea who planted the mines guarding the storage. Out of nowhere, Yappy materializes, having detected an intruder signal in the area. The thieves immediately recognize the terrifying machine. It's the Yog Spinner from the Chungju Gate. Yappy, now fully alert and in combat mode, takes command and begins purging the invaders. By sunrise, all the thieves have been captured, tied up, and dumped into a corner. They're stacked right next to sacred texts on life and fertility. Those documents explain the first harvest must be dedicated to the goddess, accompanied by songs of praise, and remind farmers never to skip meals, even during busy times, and always to dress their scarecrows with hats and clothes. At the very bottom, one grim note stands out: "Thieves shall die." With that, the Viper Squad's arrest is complete. Following the capture of the Viper Squad, the value of Pantheon and its blessed rice skyrockets overnight. Yappy, the embodiment of perfect calculation, has truly pulled off a masterstroke. Afterward, Leon Dragonia throws himself into promoting Pantheon, ensuring the divine rice circulates far and wide. There's a minor incident where Leon ends up scolding a few reporters for showing him too little respect. But instead of damaging his image, that moment of outrage sets the internet ablaze, with everyone suddenly talking about Pantheon. Later, when things finally settle, Leon takes a quiet moment to reflect, realizing the gods seem to be blending into modern society far better than he ever could. Out of the blue, Harry rushes over with shocking news. A single pack of Pantheon rice just sold for 230 million won. The announcement throws Leon completely off balance. In his mind, it should have been sold at a fairer, more accessible price. He starts worrying about ordinary people. How could anyone afford such a price, even if the market dictates it? Leon declares firmly that divine blessings are meant to be shared equally among all. He even recalls reaching out to the president himself, urging him to help extend the goddess's favor to farmers. But the president had insisted on staying neutral in all matters related to religion. Still, Leon succeeded in rallying enough faith to strengthen the Lionheart's power once more. Even so, Harry can't shake her worries about whether the Yellow Gate will truly be all right. She did win the bid just as His Majesty instructed, yet the idea of raiding that gate with the team he personally chose feels nearly impossible. Leon, however, only smiles calmly and says he's curious to see what fate has in store next. Not long after, Gu Disung runs into team manager Kim Dullahan. It turns out the president of the Hunter Association has issued an open call to all struggling hunters, summoning them to gather at this very location. Disung begins to wonder what's going on as he spots a large number of DNC rankers showing up. Then Harry makes her entrance, the rank magic swordsman who set the highest record since last year's draft. And right after her, Leon Dragonia appears, leaving Disung completely shocked to see him once again. He's always known Leon was different, almost otherworldly, but he still can't begin to guess what's about to unfold. After greeting the entire crowd, Leon steps forward to address everyone directly. He wastes no time and gets straight to the point. He's searching for soldiers to enlist in his guild Pantheon. Anyone who proves their worth and survives the coming trials will be accepted into his military ranks. Disung's eyes widen as he realizes Leon isn't just recruiting guild members. He's actually forming a real army. Without delay, Leon announces the first entrance test. The mission: to clear the Yellow Gate at Samjian Station. The statement sparks immediate panic among the hunters. Most view that gate as nothing short of a death trap. Yet such a reaction is expected, it's only natural. Gate colors represent their rank and danger level. Black, red, and orange stand at the top. Right below them are yellow, green, and blue. Disung recalls his very first challenge, a blue gate at Seoul Station. For any C or D rank hunter, confronting a yellow gate is essentially a death sentence. Boldy tries to reassure the low rankers, telling them they're free to back out if it's too much for them. Frustrated and disheartened, many begin heading toward the exit. They grumble about wasting their time and hope to catch some rest afterward. Eventually, the field empties out, leaving behind only a few who refuse to leave. Leon then points to the man with the afro and asks why he's still there. The man, nervously stammering, admits he stayed because he thought there might be deeper meaning behind all this. Some remain for no reason at all, while others stay out of loyalty to their friends. Suddenly, Leon turns to Disung and asks for his reason. Knowing the guild is led by an S-rank powerhouse, Disung sees this as a rare chance he can't let slip. He yells that he stayed because he trusts Leon. He truly believes Leon would never let any of them die. Leon nods, clearly pleased by the conviction in Disung's words. He repeats that his purpose is to recruit true soldiers. Soldiers whose sole duty is to follow a knight's command without hesitation or doubt. He urges them all to put their faith in the honor and strength of their knights. Drenched in sweat, Disung listens as Leon's voice cuts through the tension. The command is simple: listen only to him. Leon raises his hand, signaling everyone to prepare. They'll be entering the gate soon. The yellow rank gate of Samjian Station awaits. Each recruit is now fully geared, clad in high-quality, heavy armor. Disung quickly realizes the suits must be of rare-grade value, while Dullahan notes that no C or D-rank hunter could ever afford such equipment. But what truly leaves Dullahan in disbelief is the sight of Leon himself, walking toward the gate without a single piece of armor or weapon to his name. Disung turns to Harry and asks if Leon ever actually wears armor in battle. She replies casually, almost amused, saying Leon's skin itself is tougher than any armor. That answer leaves Disung even more bewildered, but deep down he gets it. Leon's strength is beyond comprehension, and Disung believes that with someone like him leading, nothing disastrous will happen. Then, without any warning, Leon makes the first move, decapitating an ogre in a single, effortless swing. The recruits are left frozen in disbelief at the sheer brutality of the act. Leon shouts that these monsters are not honorable warriors. They're insects that deserve to die like the vermin they are. Harry arrives on the scene with a batch of fresh recruits, expecting the battle to take place under the open sky. They're introduced as mercenaries from an outer territory and instructed to align themselves with one of two warring tribes. Dasan assumes it's just another NPC support quest and starts taking things lightly. He chats casually with Dullahan, trying to decide which side would be less of a hassle. But suddenly, a group of monsters mounted on boards appears, surrounding them from all directions. The ambush pins Leon's team in place, cutting off every escape route. The demi-humans roar, demanding to know who dares trespass upon the sacred lands of the Battle-Axe tribe. That accusation makes Leon's face twitch in anger, his pride as a king deeply offended. Knowing Leon's temper, Harry keeps her guard up, while Yappy calmly asks if they should take action. Leon clenches his jaw and replies that they're free to do as they please. Harry steps forward, announcing that they're mercenaries seeking to assist in battle in exchange for a proper reward. The monsters eye them suspiciously, assuming these must be the outsiders their leader had warned them about. But when Harry catches a glimpse of Leon's face, his expression tight with suppressed rage, he knows this can't possibly end peacefully as the tribe insists they follow along. Everything becomes clear when Carter Karak, the green-skinned chief of the Battle-Axe tribe, looks over Leon's group and immediately dismisses them as weaklings. Carter calls for aid in the ongoing war, declaring it a battle for honor where the winner claims everything. Leon's patience finally snaps. Every muscle in his body trembles with fury as he speaks. He ridicules the idea of honor coming from beasts who dare to act like noble warriors. That insult drives Carter into a rage. But before the chieftain can even blink, Leon's blade flashes and Carter's head falls to the ground. Consumed by fury, Leon roars that orcs are nothing but crawling insects that deserve annihilation, revealing his deep hatred for them. Standing over the fallen chieftain, Leon declares his deed as divine justice, the act of an orc slayer, a living legend reborn. The rest of the Battle-Axe warriors, witnessing their chief's death, scream in rage and charge forward to avenge him. Disung and the others tense up, bracing for the assault. Leon, still seething, commands his soldiers to raise their shields, form a circle, and stand firm. The recruits obey without hesitation, even as Disung panics, wondering how mere D-rank hunters are supposed to hold their own against actual orcs. But when a blow comes his way, he somehow manages to block it. He stands there stunned, unable to believe his own reflexes. A glowing blue window appears before him, displaying the effects of the Lionheart's aura. Defense amplification, fortification, large-scale reinforcement, courage enhancement, lightweight armor, hardened skin, and more. It even mentions a 50% chance of inflicting panic and despair among enemy orcs, causing casualties mid-battle. Disung is in awe. He's actually receiving blessings akin to a knight's divine protection. Titles like Dragon Slayer's Honor and Grail Guardian flash across his screen, even if some buffs don't fully activate due to their low levels. Still, the power surging through him feels incredible. Leon orders the squad to purge the battlefield of filth and strike when the timing's right. The soldiers charge forward, skewering orcs left and right with precision and discipline. Then Leon spots a group of orcs kneeling in prayer to their warrior gods, and that sight pushes him over the edge. Enraged, he shouts for their immediate execution, calling them blasphemers for daring to mock the divine. Mounting his stallion, he rides straight into the fray, trampling orcs beneath the horse's hooves. Switching to dual blades, his movements become a blur of steel and fury. Within moments, Leon clears the field completely, cutting down every enemy in his path. In the end, not a single orc remains standing. Leon raises his sword high, proclaiming their victory in the name of justice. His soldiers roar in triumph, their cheers echoing across the battlefield. But Harry cuts through all the excitement, demanding to know why Leon went as far as to exterminate the orcs like that. Her face hardens with a grave look as Leon bluntly declares that helping orcs is pure nonsense. He says he'd sooner die than ever lend aid to those green-skinned beasts. He insists they don't deserve even the slightest respect. With his teeth clenched, Leon makes it perfectly clear he considers their existence beneath contempt. To him, their savage bloodlust can't even begin to compare to the valor of real knights. The look in his eyes says it all. Harry realizes Leon's prejudice runs deep. She tries to argue, insisting there must be some good-hearted orc somewhere in the world. But Leon shuts her down cold, declaring without hesitation that the only good orc is a dead one. When the gates opened on Earth, countless orc refugees came flooding through. At first, humanity welcomed them with open arms, but the orcs turned on them instead, joining forces with demonic humans to slaughter people like livestock. From that day on, orcs became a blight humanity had to deal with. Later, Yappy appears, saying that if things go as planned, they might just be able to wipe them all out completely. Leon and Harry, their hair concealed beneath odd head coverings, leave the rest of the operation to Yog Spinner. Without wasting a moment, Yappy announces that the core uploader has reached a 99% charge. He immediately hurls the device into the pool. Harry can't help but think it looks disturbingly like a lump of poop. She questions whether dumping radioactive waste straight into the river to kill orcs isn't a disgrace to a knight's code of honor. Her daring question earns a smirk from Leon as he calmly explains that this isn't a war nor a battle. It's simply a necessary act to exterminate beasts. Harry can practically feel the prejudice radiating off him and silently judges every word. Leon repeats without an ounce of doubt that the only good orc is a dead one, and nothing will ever change that belief. Meanwhile, the orcs descend into madness, stabbing each other like lunatics. Grokut smashes Galdan's skull open, earning cheers from his clan. They praise him, saying the god of warriors will welcome him into the eternal battleground. They even lift their mugs in triumph, muttering about Grokter savoring his glorious victory. Afterward, a massive orc stoops to drink from the river, but he instantly senses something's off. The water stings his tongue, leaving a prickly, itchy sensation. Thinking it's just blood mixing into the current, he stays oblivious to the real cause. In an instant, the orc collapses, clutching his chest and screaming for a witch doctor. He isn't the only one. Dozens of orcs around him fall to the ground, convulsing. None of them has ever seen a curse or poison this horrific before. Then out of nowhere, Leon steps forward, claiming his twisted sense of honor, and sends the orc flying before finishing off every last one of them. Right as the next command comes in, kill them all. A massive wave of soldiers storms in, annihilating the remaining orcs. In the nick of time, the Battle-Axe tribe is wiped from the Great Plains entirely, turning the entire orc race into sworn enemies of the human soldiers. The new mission is absolute: eradicate every orc within the hidden quest field. Leon is exhilarated to finally receive a quest that truly suits him. Just as he's about to rally his troops with a speech about justice and honor, an orc suddenly roars in defiance. It accuses Leon of poisoning the river. The orc rages, calling Leon a coward who dares to masquerade as a warrior. Leon freezes, jaw-dropping, unable to believe a filthy beast would even speak of honor. The mere sight of it disgusts him to the core. He nearly wants to claw out his own eyes, but instead offers the orc a chance to end itself. That single gesture sends the orc into a frenzy, its muddy aura bursting forth as it shouts that Grokter will never forgive Leon. Leon's gaze sharpens when he notices the chains the orc is holding. It catches his attention immediately. He prepares to strike, but it's already too late. The orc raises Grokter's body, presenting it as a sacrifice, and glowing strings begin to wrap tightly around him. Leon gains possession of Grokter's right eye and right arm. In that very instant, a hidden quest unlocks before them. Without question, Leon and his squad receive a new mission: to hunt down and eliminate Gokrok, the so-called god of enchantment among the orcs. Now Leon stands before a strange phenomenon, as Grokter's eye itself seems hellbent on taking his life. The eye suddenly flares with deadly intent, preparing to strike. A beam sharp as a laser erupts forth, swallowing the battlefield in a cloud of smoke. Amid the haze, the eye speaks, saying that a being akin to Grokter seems to protect Leon, and it demands to know the name of his god. That insolent question enrages Leon beyond reason. Letting out a furious roar, he activates his divine law blessing of the arrow shield. He charges forward, driven by fury, demanding how a filthy creature like Gokrok dares to equate himself to a god simply because he commands a pack of beasts. Every muscle in Leon's body burns as he rushes in at full speed. He refuses to tolerate a single word more of such blasphemy. Gokrok, wielding the massive eye, attempts to crush Leon under his giant fist. But with one clean strike, Leon slices through Gokrok's hand. The orc lets out a guttural scream of pain. Staggered and bewildered, Gokrok can't comprehend why he's feeling pain even though his real body hasn't been touched. That's when realization hits. Leon wields the Holy Sword of Radiance, the weapon once known as the Orc Executioner and Demon Slayer. Gokrok remembers now, Leon is the lone survivor of that nightmarish realm. Fear grips him instantly. He decides to retreat rather than risk destruction. Before vanishing, he spits a curse, swearing vengeance and promising to make every orc pay for his humiliation while abandoning his summoner to face Leon alone. Leon watches Gokrok retreat, knowing this cowardice is all he can expect from a self-proclaimed god who sides with vermin. The remaining orc before him trembles, nearly breaking down under Leon's gaze. Yet even with tears in his eyes, the orc refuses to abandon his comrade's honor. Leon, however, has no patience left for such foolish resolve and swiftly decapitates him, declaring coldly that beasts like them were never meant to live in this world. With the hidden quests cleared, every participant is awarded the titles Orc Hunter and War Knight's Men-at-Arms. The Orc Hunter title grants a 30% increase in damage against orcs, while fighting alongside a War Knight provides 20% more physical attack resistance, a benefit usually reserved for elite tankers. Disung and the others are left stunned by the powerful upgrades their systems announce. Suddenly, Leon's voice booms across the field as he orders everyone to collect the spoils of battle, the rightful claim of the victors. The soldiers scatter quickly, searching for high-ranked warrior and advanced-grade gear, as well as anything useful taken from witch doctors. Amid the scramble, Harry approaches Leon and asks what they should do with the severed arm of the so-called divine orc god, Dr. Gokrok. At that moment, Yappy intercepts a transmission, Hito's message. The machine detects an enormous surge of mana radiating from the amputated arm. Hito commands Leon to drain the mana using the Holy Grail, promising him a reward of divine strength in return. Without wasting a second, Leon raises the ornate cup toward the giant hand. The Holy Grail begins to siphon the mana greedily. Once the energy is fully absorbed, Leon senses a faint trace of divine power, realizing the gods take delight in the worship of these beasts. Yet their hatred toward other races fills him with disgust, compelling him to purge such evil from existence. Out of nowhere, Ariana descends, her arrival eased by the residual mana left by the beast. She mentions that this surge of power can aid her in recovering a sacred relic. Peitos eagerly suggests choosing the Holy Sword as the focus of restoration, though Ariana leaves the decision entirely to Leon. Of the 4 divine artifacts available, Leon resolutely decides to enhance the Holy Grail instead, believing the Holy Swords might would be excessive for now. His wish is granted, and the Holy Grail radiates with newfound power. Just then, Harry comes rushing toward him, excited to show him something she's discovered, though she still can't figure out where Yappy disappeared to. Suddenly, a loud disturbance pulls Leon's attention. He spots Yappy on high alert, already coiling its ropes tightly around someone. The trapped man thrashes and panics as soldiers close in from every direction. In his desperation, he starts hurling curses at Yog Spinner for tying him up. Leon steps forward calmly, his presence enough to silence the chaos. The restrained man immediately points and accuses Yappy of attacking him without reason. Leon's tone turns icy as he warns that if the man dares insult Yappy again, he'll lose his tongue on the spot. The threat shocks the man into terrified silence. Yog Spinner wastes no time ratting him out, exposing the man as a thief who stole from the battlefield. The thief scrambles to defend himself, insisting it's just a misunderstanding. Leon, clearly disgusted, orders Harry to inspect the man's belongings. Harry gives the thief a cold, judging look. After a quick scan, she uncovers the great orc warrior's heart, the most valuable loot obtained from the Orc Gate. Harry demands to know why, if loot theft is such a serious offense, he still insists it was all a mistake. Leon doesn't waste time listening to excuses. In one swift motion, he severs the man's arm. He declares that his laws and morals differ from theirs. This is how justice is carried out in the King of Lionheart's army. He then turns to the rest, asking if anyone has a problem with his code of law to speak now or forever remain silent. His decree is absolute. Anyone caught stealing will have their hand cut off. That's the law of the Lionheart Kingdom. Though to the modern soldiers of Earth, Leon's harsh justice is hard to swallow. The benefits he brings, the incredible buffs and upgrades, are far too tempting to reject. They quickly side with him, understanding that his strict rules will bring order to the chaos inside the gate. At that point, Gu Disung respectfully steps forward and requests that Leon allow the thief to reattach his arm. Leon responds that doing so would completely defeat the purpose of the punishment. Still, Disung reasons that since their worlds follow different principles, and because Leon's law was only announced just now, it would be unfair to condemn the man outright. He asks Leon to give the thief a second chance. Leon finds the argument reasonable and nods. He tells the thief he should be grateful to have a comrade who knows compassion. Then Leon pours the Holy Grail's contents onto the severed arm. Instantly, the limb regenerates before everyone's eyes. Disung is stunned, He knows an S rank might be able to replace a limb, but to regrow one entirely, such miraculous combat and healing power far surpasses even that rank. He wonders if a single human could truly wield so much divine power. Leon, the man of radiance, looks at the thief in disdain and orders him to leave his sight. For now, he'll let it slide out of respect for the Earthling's laws, but he makes it clear the man has forfeited his honor in the Lionheart army. Tears fill the thief's eyes as he bows and thanks Leon for sparing him. Leon then addresses the crowd, offering anyone who wishes to stay a place in his army, while those who want to leave may take their share of loot and go. After brief contemplation, most decide to stay. None of them look like they're ready to give up, and even Disung volunteers to join. Seeing their potential, Leon immediately prepares to begin their training regimen. He commands everyone to collect their rewards. They're moving out soon. The soldiers are ecstatic, practically glowing with excitement. Meanwhile, Harry turns to Leon, asking what his plans are next. Leon replies without hesitation that their next phase will be physical training. A group soon gathers near a large building in anticipation. Dullahan casually asks if Disung really went into a gate, and Disung admits he just couldn't resist taking part. Dullahan jokes that maybe they should take breaks sometimes too. Their lighthearted chat continues until Harry catches everyone's attention, announcing the arrival of Leon Dragonia and Sir Yog Spinner. As Leon steps in, he congratulates those who passed the initial test, noting there's still room for improvement, but assures them that effort will bridge that gap. Disung is taken aback hearing Leon refer to the brutal orc mission as a simple test. Leon explains calmly that they've faced worse challenges before. He emphasizes that their bodies will determine their future progress. Then, with a commanding tone, he declares the beginning of intense physical training based on the discipline of his kingdom's standing army. The recruits glance at each other nervously, wondering if they're about to endure a standard boot camp or something far more grueling. Without wasting another second, Leon explains that true training begins with the muscles. Once the muscles are forged, the body can surpass its limits and even break beyond them. He openly reveals that the Standing Army's training manual was written by none other than Sir Grados, the Grail Knight and Giant Slayer himself. Leon follows up, recalling that Sir Grados once claimed humans grow stronger by taking a beating. That statement alone is enough to make the new recruits completely lose it. Leon roars that a kingdom's soldiers must be forged harder than any farmer in the land. Those wise words, he says, have proven to be the secret behind the most effective training. Tearing and battering the body not only speeds up its healing, but also sharpens one's reflexes and vision to dodge future blows. Just imagining it makes the rookies' hearts pound and their throats tighten in fear. And right then, Leon commands the soldiers to start hitting each other. Like a mad commander, Leon orders them to pummel one another into the ground until their muscles rip apart and their fists crumble into broken bones. He even demands they break bones deliberately, but Disung shouts in protest, warning that such insanity will ruin their bodies forever. That's when Leon Dragonia casually draws out the radiant Holy Grail and drops the shocking truth: he himself is the guardian of the Holy Grail. Out of nowhere, Dullahan exclaims to Disung that his wounds have already healed. Leon explains that every warrior and soldier will be healed by the Holy Grail's power. It's holy water capable of regrowing bones and restoring flesh. Without hesitation, Leon sets a timer for 5 hours and orders everyone to destroy everything and everyone in sight. No allies, no sides, just fists and kicks flying in every direction. It's a complete frenzy. Leon declares that if even one soldier comes out without a scratch after those 5 hours, he'll personally make sure that man doesn't walk out at all. With that said, he places Yappy in charge and strolls out as if it were any ordinary day. The soldiers are left speechless when they realize their physical training regimen is nothing more than an endless brawl among themselves. Nervous laughter breaks out here and there as they try to suppress the panic rising in their chests. Then, without warning, Sir Yog Spinner fires a laser blast straight into the sky to scare the life out of them, sending a loud and clear signal to start the fight and let chaos reign. He warns that if they don't obey Leon's orders, the armed forces will step in. The soldiers don't waste another moment and dive headfirst into madness. Bone-crushing kicks and gut-punching blows fill the air. Even while bleeding, they're desperate to take down whoever stands before them just to survive. Amid the chaos, Disung stands frozen in disbelief, convinced everyone's gone completely insane, until someone suddenly punches him square in the face, making him realize what life under Leon's command truly means. At 9 in the morning, their brutal schedule begins with Gratis's standing army regiment, aptly named the Steel Skin Project. Then at noon, they're given lunch consisting only of water, salt, and sugar. Leon, Harry, and Yappy themselves serve it to the soldiers. The troops are horrified by the meager meal, but the manual insists it's just enough to keep them alive through the grueling process, and only once they near the end will they be fed like proper soldiers. At 1 in the afternoon comes tactical training, where a team of 5 must stop Leon charging toward them on his stallion. By 9 at night, all that remains is sleep, to recover what little energy they have left. Disung can't shake the feeling that this whole thing is straight out of hell itself. Thankfully, Harry's calm and nurturing presence helps keep the chaos from collapsing completely. Still, none of the hunters realize that every step of this nightmare is part of Leon's grand design, even as they quietly eat their miserable rations. Later, Disung's training resumes out in the field. He's fired up with fresh determination, ready to push past his limits. But as exhaustion sets in, he notices how the heavy shield and sword weigh him down, making his movement sluggish. His stance feels stiff and awkward, so he shifts focus to thrusting instead. It's easier that way. That's when Leon suddenly appears, calling him out for doing it wrong and ordering him to fix his posture before stabbing again. Disung adjusts his footing and gives it another try. Yet Leon still isn't satisfied. After a few failed attempts, Leon points out that Disung keeps dropping his shield mid-strike, exposing his flank. He reminds him that protecting his ally's right shoulder is just as vital. Leon cautions him not to lower the shield so much that it blocks his own sight. When Disung asks for clarification, Leon explains that poor shield positioning leaves gaps, perfect openings for monsters to exploit. Disung then hesitantly asks if Leon's strategy is to have soldiers defend with shields while knights strike from behind. Leon replies simply hammer and anvil, that's his method and it's not up for debate. But Disung isn't entirely convinced, and mutters that such tactics might not work against monsters. That remark clearly hits a nerve. Leon shoots him a sharp glare and demands to know if Disung is seriously trying to teach him how to battle monsters. Feeling the pressure, Disung immediately backs down. To make it clear, Leon states that he's fought the same kind of beasts countless times in his own world and knows exactly how they move and kill. He scoffs, saying the monsters here are nothing more than adorable pets compared to the horrors he's faced. He goes on to describe towering giants, hulking trolls, grotesque multi-limbed serpents, and massive spiders crawling with goblins, and even a dragon mighty enough to crush mountains like pebbles. Leon emphasizes how vital it is to learn every kind of hunting method possible, since there are endless monsters out there. Disung realizes that to survive, he must master the art of adapting on the fly. And that kind of instinct can only be earned through real combat experience. Having fought monsters for decades under the blessing of a goddess, Leon carries the indomitable spirit of victory that can turn any battlefield into a stage of glory. That's exactly why he's pushing these soldiers, to shape them into complete fighters, ones worthy of becoming true knights. Leon insists that to sharpen survival instincts, each warrior must excel in at least one skill. But deep down, Disung longs to go beyond just one. He wants to surpass all limits. When questioned about it, he admits that as a mere peasant, he never dared to dream of knighthood. Leon immediately corrects him. He declares that knights aren't defined by birth or title, but by those who willingly walk a path of hardship for a noble cause. A knight, Leon says, is someone who chooses to protect others, stands for justice, and refuses to back down, swearing eternal loyalty to both goddess and people alike. Anyone with the heart and courage to uphold that sacred vow can be a knight. And for that kind of determination, Leon says he holds nothing but the deepest respect. Hearing this, Disung feels a heavy weight of inferiority lift from his shoulders. For the first time, the dream of knighthood feels within reach. Meanwhile, far away at the United States Magic Tower, Master Reynold is delighted to see the ancient crystal finally restored to working order. As always, the crystal demands offerings in exchange for wisdom and truth, but this time Reynold notices a strange change in its tone. The crystal suddenly requests that Reynold enchant it with a space jump spell, wanting to launch itself into orbit should things turn bad. It confesses that it can't stand being anywhere near that monster Leon, claiming it would never have appeared had it known Leon was around. Consumed by bitterness and revenge, the crystal begins plotting Leon's downfall, urging that now, while he's without his army, is the perfect moment to strike. It pushes Reynold to enter the same gate as Leon, desperately hoping that this time, Leon Dragonia won't come back alive. Soon after, the Pantheon Guild's standing army graduation ceremony begins, with Leon preparing to raid a yellow gate using only his newly trained soldiers. Hanhari and Yappy are not part of this expedition, so Chief Jinsu takes charge of everything inside. Alongside him, Leon addresses the soldiers who have endured and proven themselves over the past month. It's finally time, he declares, for them to demonstrate their worth and put their training to the ultimate test. Normally, a yellow gate is far beyond their clearance level, but Leon throws them straight into the deep end, showing them what it truly means to serve under the Lionheart King. He announces that within the gate, they will serve the divinity that resides there. With commanding authority, Leon bellows, "Pantheon, move out at once." With 49 D-rank hunters, one from the Hunter Association and Leon Dragonia Lionheart leading, they all step through the gate. At the same time, Harry reassures Yappy that there's no need to worry. Leon's presence guarantees their safety. But Yappy senses something off. He points out that the count should be 51, including the observer, the trainee soldiers, and Leon himself. Harry frowns, confused until Yappy spells it out. 52 people enter the gate. That revelation leaves her frozen. Detecting a dangerous anomaly, Yappy's emergency protocols activate, and it instantly darts through the gate. Harry tries to follow, but the gate slams shut before she can cross. Her heart crashes into her chest as she collapses in despair. Then she and the others notice the gate's mana beginning to waver. Its hue shifts to crimson. The sudden change sends shivers down everyone's spine. Inside the gate, the sight is pure horror, countless demons rampaging in every direction. Leon breaks the silence with a single command, his voice sharp as steel. He orders his soldiers to raise their shields, fully aware they've stepped into a magic square. Without the slightest hesitation, Leon commands the formation of the Lionheart's Testudo and orders his troops to advance. Chief Jinsu, utterly dumbfounded, can't believe they're actually moving forward through a demon gate instead of retreating. But then he spots something unusual. None of the soldiers look afraid. Curious, he checks the effect of Leon's aura of Lionheart, and the results leave him completely speechless. His jaw nearly drops to the ground when he realizes that this aura's amplification surpasses even a commander's level, enveloping every single soldier on the field. Just then, a pack of demons rushes headlong toward the Testudo formation. Leon's booming order to raise shields echoes through the chaos, and the soldiers lock their shields together flawlessly, blocking the demonic horde like seasoned veterans. Jinsu trembles in awe as he watches the recruits repel monsters through sheer discipline and resolve, even though most beer anchors would struggle against a single bloodhound. It makes him wonder just what kind of brutal training they endured during the past 4 weeks. Leon then orders them to press forward, to drive the enemy back, and to strike without mercy at every opening before the demons can counterattack. The soldiers follow his every command like clockwork, overwhelming the battlefield and advancing as one unstoppable force. Suddenly, Jinsu spots a demon troll lumbering toward them and shouts a desperate warning. Panic grips him. That kind of monster usually requires an A-rank hunter to subdue. But then Squad 3's captain, Gu Disung, steps forward and blocks the troll's monstrous swing as if it were nothing, especially when compared to Leon's crushing strikes. Jinsu can hardly believe his eyes, watching Leon's soldiers withstand such a massive hit without collapsing. Enraged, the demon troll roars and charges again. But Sir Yappy appears out of nowhere and drills straight through the creature, dropping it in an instant. Leon, momentarily surprised by Yappy's dramatic entrance, quickly commends the flawless shield formation that made the killing blow possible. The surrounding demons freeze in shock, staring in disbelief as their strongest warrior falls when he was supposed to be reverse summoned. A wave of fear ripples through their ranks, and the entire horde turns tail, fleeing in terror. The humans are left just as stunned, watching demons retreat for the first time in their lives. Only then do they realize they've actually won. Cheers erupt as everyone thanks Leon's squad for saving the Sparrow Kingdom from total annihilation. It turns out their true mission all along was to halt the Demon King's invasion within a single week. That revelation, hearing the Demon King's name, throws the soldiers into confusion, since Yellow Gates were never supposed to function this way. Then out of nowhere, one of Leon's subordinates drops another bombshell. The Yellow Gate they entered through has vanished. Leon keeps the group composed, even as Yappy reports the detection of a foreign incursion within the gate. Leon demands an explanation from Disung, who steps forward and explains that they're trapped in a fluctuating gate, one where difficulty spikes at random, and the exit remains sealed until the entire gate is cleared. Leon begins to suspect this isn't just a coincidence. Even so, he sticks to his plan to clear the dungeon. Dyson warns that there's a strong possibility they'll encounter Demon Kings inside. But Leon reminds him that he is the King of Lionheart, the same man who has slain 2 Demon Kings and more than 30 great demons. The thought of their commander's staggering achievements fills everyone with renewed confidence, steadying their nerves. Deep inside, however, Leon quietly doubts whether he still possesses enough divinity to ensure victory against another Demon King. Yet as a knight, he knows he must remain the symbol of hope they all depend upon. Meanwhile, the crystal lets out a distorted laugh, mocking that Leon has grown weak, reduced to the level of an ordinary man. Reynold cautiously asks if the time for its descent has come, but the crystal silences him with irritation. It goes on to reveal that demons born of lustful desires have spent a century crafting, something designed specifically to annihilate Leon Dragonia once and for all. Their creation, it claims, will mark the end of his legend. The Sparrow Kingdom, once a proud and peaceful realm with a history spanning over 1,000 years, now finds itself cornered in a desperate struggle for survival. The demonic army continued its relentless assault, wave after wave crashing upon the kingdom's defenses. In the end, only the royal palace remained standing, with a handful of survivors clinging to the last flicker of hope. Dyson explains that every gate possesses its own theme and unique setting, but this particular one operates under a strict time limit. Typically, dungeon breaks occur when monsters linger too long within a gate, But in a timed quest like this, the gate closes only once its hidden objectives are fulfilled. Setting that aside, Leon makes a firm decision. He requests Chief Jinsu's permission for him and Yappy to take direct action. Remaining composed, Jinsu grants his full approval, noting that even the president has already prepared for the worst possible scenario. On top of that, Leon brings up the existence of hidden quests, leaving Disung completely floored by the revelation. When pressed further, Leon openly states that his true goal is to slay the Demon King himself. Later, Leon realizes that the demonic energy from the fallen troll is too faint to sustain a proper connection with Pantheon. Moments later, Ariana checks in on her favorite knight, asking if he sensed the same disturbance. Leon confirms he did feel it, a strange energy pulsing within the gate. Ariana remarks that since Leon is still alive, the dark force didn't hit with its full intensity, though she warns that it's slowly beginning to spread across the world. She describes the power as overwhelming, something even she had failed to detect earlier, and suspects it might belong to a demon king of lord-level might. Yet curiously, the energy's source doesn't seem as powerful as it should be. Ariana also delivers a divine message from one of Pantheon's gods. The deity Plow wishes to inspect this world, sensing that something has gone terribly wrong. Oriana, another goddess, requests divine energy to descend herself, and Leon immediately understands what must be done next. A carriage soon arrives at the palace gates, where head butler Farco greets King Leon and his entourage with utmost respect. He warmly offers his services and invites them inside. As they enter, Leon takes a moment to appreciate the palace's grandeur and refined artistry. Farco proudly explains that the Sparrow Palace narrates the kingdom's long lineage, from its first queen, Fiora, to the current ruler, Queen Beatrice. Dullahan quietly notes that it seems to be a matriarchal society, where only the queen rules over the land. Leon immediately turns and shoots Disung and Dullahan a sharp look, sternly reminding them that peasants should never gossip about royalty. He quickly apologizes to Farco, explaining that haste forced him to bring along such mannerless fools. Farco takes no offense and leads them toward the audience chamber, where the queen herself awaits. As they step inside, Leon's expression hardens with resolve as he strides forward. Every gaze in the chamber locks onto him. Chancellor Duke Arceum steps up and questions whether Leon contributed to their recent victory against the demons. He promptly declares Leon a knight, honoring his feats in the previous battle. But Leon cuts him off and approaches the queen directly, intent on speaking to her himself. Suddenly, an elderly man intercepts him, halting his advance. He declares that no matter how impressive Leon's deeds may be, they are not enough to grant an outsider the right to approach the queen. Disung, Jinsu, and Dullahan glance nervously at one another as the chancellor's voice rises, wondering if Leon is about to snap. Meanwhile, Leon struggles to restrain his temper. Then, turning to the queen, he boldly announces his true identity. He is Leon Dragonia, king of the Lionheart Kingdom. The chancellor bristles at what he perceives as arrogance, and immediately orders the guards to seize him. But Leon doesn't even flinch. In one swift, disgusted motion, he grabs the Duke by the throat and twists. The violent snap drops Duke Arceum to his knees instantly. The armored elder beside him erupts in anger, demanding an explanation for Leon's audacious act. Disung can clearly sense that Leon is on the verge of snapping, his patience running dangerously thin. Meanwhile, the queen's guards tense up and draw their blades, their steel reflecting the rising tension. Leon narrows his gaze at the Duke, demanding to know how long he plans to keep up his pathetic act, as if he could ever deceive the eyes of the King of Lionheart. In the next instant, Leon catches a whiff of something vile, the unmistakable stench of a demon radiating from the Duke himself. The Duke's lips twist into a disturbing grin, and his skin starts to peel away like a snake shedding its scales. Before the stunned audience, his grotesque, demonic form is fully revealed. And he isn't the only one. Several others begin ripping through their false human skins as well. The entire royal court erupts into horrified gasps, panic spreading like wildfire. But Leon snaps at them, roaring for everyone to compose themselves. Without a heartbeat of hesitation, he commands his troops to assemble and engage the enemy. Then, with just the barest flick of his fingers, he catches an incoming blade mid-swing, halting it effortlessly. In the same fluid motion, he cuts the demon clean in half with a single, precise strike. The elderly noble nearby stares in utter disbelief, struggling to comprehend that such abominations had been lurking right under their noses all along. As more demons lurch forward, their grotesque presence sends chills down everyone's spine. The old man finally regains his nerve and charges forward, slicing down several of the fiends with sharp precision. He shouts at the top of his lungs that the demons have infiltrated the castle itself. Barking orders, he commands everyone not to let even one of them escape alive. After a few minutes of intense chaos and bloodshed, the entire hall is finally purged of demonic filth. Leon then shifts his focus back toward the queen, but the old man steps in once more, blocking Leon and Reynold in their path, firmly declaring that his loyalty is to the queen and the queen alone. Leon doesn't flinch. He brushes past the old man, deflecting his sword aside as if swatting away a child's toy. As a monarch himself, Leon boldly declares that he holds equal authority to judge and decide, and that the old man should remember his place. Finally, the elder admits the truth, that the queen's mind has been clouded, unfit for sound judgment, and thus he has temporarily assumed command after the chancellor's fall. Leon accepts his words without complaint. He then points out that the entire castle has been tainted by malevolent energy. Cleansing it, he insists, must happen far sooner than planned. When questioned on his claim, Leon merely replies that a king never lies. He demands direct control over the troops, declaring that with the queen incapacitated, leadership now falls to him. Later, in the central square of the Sparrow Kingdom, Leon gathers the shaken survivors and announces without hesitation that he is now the acting ruler. After formally introducing himself as Leon Dragonia Lionheart, he reveals that many among them have already been possessed by demons, certain that these creatures have plotted a revolution, secretly infiltrating the castle to make it happen. Leon, blessed with a keen sense that detects demonic corruption, declares that it's time for a demonstration. He pulls two individuals from the crowd and lays down a fierce challenge. Anyone claiming to be pure, untainted, or not one of those deceitful monsters must step into the sacred flames to prove their innocence. To drive the point home, Leon hurls the two chosen ones into the fire himself. The crowd collectively gasps, horrified and stunned. The male soldier bursts into flames, reduced to ashes within seconds. But the girl stands unscathed amidst the inferno, untouched by the heat. Leon calmly explains that the divine fire only burns those who harbor true evil. Giving thanks to Patos, the god of war and fire, he calls upon the people to chant in praise as they too step into the flames to prove their purity. But hesitation spreads through the crowd, fear creeping into their eyes. Leon's patience snaps once more. He shouts at them to move into the fire or face his sword, warning that if they're corrupted, he'll cut them down himself. Terrified, the citizens rush into the sacred blaze, revealing several demons disguised among them as their bodies twist and burn. The demons snarl, vowing that Leon will never meet a peaceful death. But they gravely misjudge the man's fury. Leon erupts in rage, cursing the filthy parasites who dared feed off human emotion while masquerading as loyal soldiers. Leon Dragonia has no intention of forgiving such defilement. His wrath ignites like wildfire as he vows to make them suffer beyond imagination. Only then do the demons realize they've provoked the absolute worst possible opponent. From the sidelines, Reynold witnesses everything unfold, while Crystal mutters under her breath that this man is downright terrifying. At the altar, Leon stands tall before the people of the Sparrow Kingdom, a bound demon writhing beside him, assuring the crowd there's no need for fear. As long as he stands among them, no evil will lay a hand on their souls. He preaches to the gathered citizens, explaining how these foul entities twist the hearts and minds of good people. Suddenly, the boar-faced demon bursts into laughter, mocking that nothing can save them from inevitable ruin and corruption. Leon silences him instantly, decapitating him with a clean, merciless stroke. He continues, teaching how surrendering to fear and temptation only gives evil more room to thrive. And that very weakness breeds famine, sickness, broken families, gambling ruin, and countless other misfortunes. The demon weakly protests, whining that none of it was truly his fault. Leon doesn't even let him finish, cutting him off mid-sentence with cold disdain. The people's outrage surges as realization dawns. Demons have been the root cause of all their suffering. As one demon tries to speak again, Leon flicks him square on the forehead with a force like a hammer strike. He then explains how these wretches weave misfortune into human lives, dragging people into despair and ruin. But then, with calm authority, he reveals that Patos, the god of war and fire, has granted him divine flames to purge evil itself. Out of nowhere, Leon calls upon a red-haired boy from the crowd and instructs him to grasp the sacred flame. He orders the child to punish the bound demon until it pays for its countless sins. The boy hesitates, unsure, which immediately irritates Leon, who demands to know if he actually pities a demon. The boy cries out, shouting that his father died because of them. The demon snarls back, vowing to curse and haunt the boy forever if he dares to strike. Leon shuts him up with one brutal slap, followed by the boy swinging the fiery weapon down with resolve, setting the demon's head ablaze in an infernal blaze of justice. That pitiful creature's words only fuel Leon's anger further, and he roars for the monster to stay silent forever. Later, the demon Balters, the embodiment of pleasure and corruption, finds himself shackled in a cold prison cell. The once proud fiend who spent 34 years tormenting and corrupting humans can hardly believe he's ended up here. Suddenly, Yappy appears before him and the demon's bravado falters. Realization hits he can't corrupt a machine. Yappy demands that he speak, but Balters only cackles, mocking his interrogator without a hint of fear. Time running out, Yappy concludes that Captive 14 is uncooperative. On his command, soldiers march in, their presence heavy with purpose. Balters may not fear death, but the moment he sees them draw out a vial of holy water, even diluted to 15%, he begins trembling uncontrollably. Observing his reaction, Yappy deduces that this holy water might be the key to breaking him. Without hesitation, Yappy splashes a generous amount across the demon's face. The liquid burns like molten fire, as though tearing at his very soul. As Balters screams in agony, Yappy coldly labels him non-compliant. No matter how much Balters begs for mercy or swears he knows nothing, Yappy remains unmoved, cold, and methodical. After several more punishing rounds of holy water, each one searing through his flesh like divine acid, Yappy finally extracts the information he wanted. Captive 14 ends up spitting out a report spanning over 30,000 characters. Compared to the first 13 captives who averaged around 39,000 each, Yappy still believes Balters is holding back crucial intel. But the demon sneers and tells the stupid machine that he isn't some psychic who can read what the others already confessed. Yappy makes it painfully clear that the only reason Balters is still breathing is to squeeze out genuine, valuable information from him. That statement hits Balters like a hammer to the chest. His arrogance fades fast as he nervously asks what exactly Yappy wants to know. Later, the compiled intel from 32 different entities shows a shocking overlap, an 89% similarity in their testimonies. Leon praises Yog Spinner and his squad, saying that the Song of Justice rings beautifully through the land. But just as quickly, his mood darkens. Fury grips his heart as he throws a fit, his emotions boiling over. He snarls that he can't stand breathing the same air as these vile creatures who dare defile human soil. When consulted, Yappy doesn't sugarcoat it. He declares that every last one of their kind deserves extermination without hesitation. Leon couldn't agree more. The demigod and the machine, both immune to fatigue, launch their relentless midnight mission. Thus begins 4 unending nights of brutal cleansing. In one sector, purple smoke and violent energy surge, the same area where Reynold Sherman guards the Crystal of Temptation, once revered as the jewel of the world. Nearby, a few prostitutes linger too close, prompting the crystal to warn Reynold to stay composed. Mortals can be easily corrupted in such a tainted place. Reynold heeds the warning and holds himself back. Soon he encounters a 6-armed man radiating an aura of pure, suffocating dread. The overwhelming energy flooding the air nearly knocks Reynold off his feet. The crystal urgently warns him not to gaze upon the crown. Eventually, Reynold comes face to face with the great demon of pleasure and corruption, Androgen, a twisted being devoid of reason or dignity. The goblin-like demon, drunk on his fleeting success, receives an irresistible offer that even the crystal itself can't dismiss. But Androgen loses all composure, screaming in fury and anguish, ranting that their lord and the great demons are all dead. He mocks the crystal, boasting that it could never reach his level. He sneers that those so-called great ones perished long ago, so the crystal should drop its arrogance. He insists the crystal's master fell during the Great Ascension, 180 years ago, just like his own. The crystal remembers that era all too vividly. It was an age drenched in chaos and blood. Back then, 180 years prior, the 5 evils joined forces for the first time to conquer the world. But their grand plan collapsed into ruin, birthing a nightmare that led to the gruesome deaths of 3 demon lords. Now, even demons who survived that catastrophe tremble at the mere mention of Leon's name. With his clothes torn and his rage blazing, Leon charges in like a furious beast, ready to deliver divine punishment. His presence alone is enough to make the demons tremble in terror. Over 10 million of them are wiped out in the onslaught. The crystal confides that it is one of the few survivors from that once heavenly realm. Androgen asks if the crystal truly remembers what transpired, but the crystal retorts sharply, accusing him of surrendering to base instincts and reminding him of the offer he foolishly accepted. The enraged demon growls for the crystal to spit it out already, eager to bury that arrogant relic. The crystal then brings up Androgen's most recent command, an order issued by one of the most prestigious great demons. Androgen admits the task is nearly complete and scoffs that even if she still clings to life, immortality won't save her. He asserts that her end is imminent, absolutely inevitable. Later, the crystal confides in Reynold that this is the most effective strategy available. The odds stand at 7-3-7 favoring Androgen and 3 in Leon's favor. Shocked, Reynold asks if that means in a duel between an S-rank mage and the crystal would actually prevail. But the crystal clarifies it has no intent to fight. Instead, it's heading toward the corpse harvesters lurking in the palace forest. These creatures are infamous for their devastating attack power. Upon arrival, Reynold spots one that looks barely alive, more zombie than warrior. Before he can react, Sir Yog Spinner obliterates it in an instant, scaring both Reynold and the crystal out of their wits. Yappy promptly reports that several more are still nearby. The crystal quickly switches to stealth mode to hide from Leon's detection, just as the king himself appears. The old man is stunned, unable to fathom how Leon approached without making a sound. He concludes it must be the Grail Knight's divine law of silence, a power said to erase even the sound of galloping horses. And he believes Leon wielded that same ability to annihilate the forest of demons. Suddenly, Leon mutters that he senses an unpleasant presence nearby. Just inches away, Reynold freezes in sheer panic, his heart racing. At that moment, Yappy reports that a simple satellite scan has spotted more hostiles in the vicinity. Leon dismisses the details and charges out without hesitation. Reynold collapses to his knees, gasping for breath, rattled by how close he came to discovery. Later, Leon sits in a steaming bath, lost in thought about the demons of pleasure and corruption, condemning them as a plague of depravity and twisted lust. What unsettles him more is how many of these fiends, even high-ranking elites, have managed to infiltrate the royal palace. He's convinced the great demon is hiding somewhere within these walls. Out of nowhere, a woman's voice softly remarks on the nauseating smell of blood. Leon stiffens, caught off guard. The alluring stranger advises him to rest, her tone gentle yet commanding. Before him stands a woman of striking grace, her presence impossible to overlook. Hers is a beauty that doesn't demand attention, it effortlessly commands it. The kind that disarms others without so much as a gesture. Leon quickly realizes she isn't just beautiful, she's dangerously captivating. The kind who ensnares hearts so subtly that no one notices until they've fallen too deep. She introduces herself as Beatrice Allegra Sparrow, the queen of a small neighboring kingdom. Leon responds with equal decorum, stating his full name and title, the King of Lionheart. In that instant, he grasps how perilous her presence truly is, not because she means harm, but because even he of all people failed to sense her influence until now. Beatrice gently urges him not to be so wary. She explains she came only to meet the man who saved her kingdom. Yet Leon knows this timing is suspicious. The setting, her sudden appearance, none of it fits the image of a proper noblewoman's visit. Then in a hushed tone, Beatrice confesses that she is being watched. She claims that her general and his knights, under the guise of loyal service, are actually keeping her captive, observing her every move. Leon finds it difficult to believe. The general hadn't seemed like the treacherous type. But Beatrice's desperation is palpable. She insists there's no time to explain and pleads for his help. She asks him to kill the general and his knights, promising in return to grant him her entire kingdom. Beatrice also advises him to investigate the castle's underground floors, hinting that something vital is concealed there. Her words weigh on Leon, and he silently resolves to look into it. It doesn't take long before Leon learns that the general indeed resides beneath the castle. That same night, the general knocks and enters Leon's chambers, apologizing for disturbing him so late. Leon rebukes him for barging into a king's room unannounced, but the general insists it's a matter of urgency. During their exchange, Leon mentions that he met the queen, watching closely for a reaction, but the general stays composed and replies that Beatrice often wanders out at night. Leon frowns, criticizing how reckless it is to leave royalty unguarded when demons roam freely. The general calmly counters that demons don't attack at night, but Leon knows better. He's seen demons strike at any hour, and something about this man's composure feels wrong. The general's calmness and denial only deepen Leon's suspicion, as if the man already knows too much and is hiding something crucial. The general quietly excuses himself, but Leon's instincts scream that something isn't right. The queen claimed she was being held prisoner, yet the general acted as though nothing unusual was happening. His collected demeanor doesn't fit the situation at all, leaving Leon deeply unsettled, convinced that a hidden truth lies buried within this castle's walls. To get to the bottom of it, Leon chooses to descend into the underground levels himself, determined to uncover whatever lies beneath. Just then, Sir Spinny makes his entrance through the window behind him, landing with quiet precision. Leon immediately turns and requests his aid, trusting the knight's skills and loyalty. Meanwhile, the situation outside the castle worsens. Darkness gathers beyond the walls, where chaotic forces scream and surge, preparing to strike. Their leader roars out a promise of rich rewards to anyone who breaches the walls first, fueling their bloodlust. The horde howls back, driven by rage and hunger, eager to tear down everything in sight, spreading pain and corruption across the land. Then suddenly, a spear cuts through the air with frightening speed, its motion a reflection of Leon's fury itself. Its deadly tip glows like fire, meant to wound and terrify all who see it. As the spear speeds toward its mark, everyone within sight feels the wave of power and dread it releases. In the aftermath, Leon's wrath grows heavier, threatening to consume him from within. He surveys the vile beings surrounding him, his voice trembling with contained rage as he realizes they can't begin to grasp the meaning of life or death. He wonders how such creatures, beings who have never experienced death, could possibly comprehend the lesson he's about to give them. With disdain, he calls them insects, driven only by primal instincts and foul desires, unworthy of the life they cling to. Leon proclaims his name and title as the King of Lionheart, vowing to show these abominations the true horrors of the world. As a representative of the Pantheon, he declares it his duty to teach them the real worth of existence, something they clearly fail to understand. His fury builds, his voice deep and commanding, as he swears that fear itself will now live within them. He promises they'll face the terror of their own souls and experience a fear beyond imagination. From his throne of authority, Leon concludes that the time has come for these tainted souls to endure the lesson meant for them. Amid the chaos, General Ricardo appears out of nowhere, an unexpected arrival in the middle of battle. Someone nearby mutters in confusion, questioning why Ricardo would show up before the fight even ends. But Ricardo remains calm and composed, unshaken by the question. He trusts the outsider to manage the front lines, choosing instead to focus on something far more crucial, the seal, and inspects whether it still holds firm. The answer he receives is clear. The seal remains intact, still functioning as intended. With quiet resolve, Ricardo assures everyone that the long wait is nearly over. They just need to hold on a little longer. The rage and suffering that have festered for 100 years are finally about to find release. As Ricardo speaks, Sir Spinner watches silently from above, burdened by an unseen weight that hints at deeper connections to what's unfolding. Nearby, a line of monsters is seen walking slowly, their hands bound together with thick ropes, each one shackled like a prisoner. Their march is sluggish, and when one stumbles and falls, the chain jerks forward with a dull thud. A soldier warns the creature to watch its step, his voice showing both command and pity for how frail and worn the thing has become. Amid the restrained group, a girl quietly shifts closer to a nearby hunter, her movements subtle but deliberate. Though her hands are tied, her eyes gleam with something different. She leans toward him gently, her tone soft and innocent, whispering for him to untie her. Her voice turns honeyed as she hints at offering something in return, making her intent clear. She's using seduction as her weapon. Just as her tempting words leave her lips, a strange ripple of energy floods the air around them, dark and sharp. In that instant, the hunter's corruption resistance activates, forming a barrier against the spreading malice. The scene shifts completely. The hunter looks back at the girl, only to find her soft charm fading away. Under the barrier's light, her form reveals its truth, no longer gentle or human, but monstrous and twisted, radiating a chilling, unnatural aura. Shocked by what he nearly fell for, the soldier steps back, realizing just how close he came to damnation. The monster recoils, eyes wide, mouth quivering as it tries to understand what went wrong. It mutters in disbelief, questioning how a mere human could resist such temptation, how its demonic allure failed so completely. It had almost bound him under control with the guise of a beautiful woman, yet now it can't comprehend why its spell shattered. As the monster's panic grows, its disguise collapsing, Leon strides in, his voice cutting through the air as he demands to know who caused the uproar. The shaken soldier instantly points at the exposed monster. Without hesitation, Leon roars in fury, calling the creature a vile wretch and condemning it for trying to seduce one of his soldiers with its filthy tricks. The monster cries out for mercy, its voice trembling with fear. But Leon refuses to hear it, shouting that something as revolting as this beast has no right to speak before him. Even as it pleads for forgiveness again and again, Leon's wrath doesn't waver. He cuts it off, saying he doesn't need its excuses or answers, it's already worthless in his eyes. The other monsters watching are frozen in horror, realizing that Leon's fury is far more terrifying than any demon's. A soldier beside him finally speaks, noting that something feels terribly off. The battle may be over and victory may be theirs. Yet the silence that follows feels unnatural. Instead of cheers or celebration, the air is hollow. Faces are blank, their joy muted, as though victory itself has lost its meaning. He explains softly that even the weakest demon can sway a human's heart, twisting them with corruption and deceit. The war against demons, he says, never truly ends. It only changes form, creeping back in new ways. And because of that, only the strongest, those who truly grasp the cost, can find any satisfaction in victory. This is the grim truth of the demon wars. Endless, merciless, and draining, an eternal struggle that leaves no room for rest. To keep fear alive and ensure the people remember what they are fighting against, Leon issues a grim order. The citizens themselves must hang the demons. They are to witness with their own eyes as the enemy's twisted souls fade into nothingness, so they can understand the true danger they face. The command spreads instantly, and the response comes without hesitation. Everyone obeys. Yet as Leon and his troops return victorious, they notice a massive castle looming ahead, towering and strange, as though it doesn't belong in this world. Leon quietly reminds them that no one within those walls will come to greet them, not even after their triumph. As they approach the great entrance, an uneasy tension builds with every step. When they reach the gates, two guards move forward abruptly, raising their arms to block the path. Their gesture is clear, no one is allowed inside. This place is forbidden, even to heroes who have just returned from war. But Leon, unwilling to stop, smashes through the castle gate without hesitation. He leads his soldiers into the shadowed halls beyond, their pace unwavering. The heavy doors collapse behind them with a thunderous echo, their footsteps resounding through cold stone corridors that grow quieter and darker with each turn. Every step feels like a descent into something ancient and hidden. The deeper they go, the stronger the presence becomes. Something significant is buried here, something others have worked hard to conceal. Suddenly, one of the soldiers cries out, calling for the rest to come and see what he's found. The moment they gather around, they freeze in stunned silence. Beneath the castle lies a hidden chamber, one that no record ever mentioned, a secret buried in plain sight. Leon points toward a bed positioned strangely at the center of the room, realizing this is more than just another chamber. It's something deliberately hidden. A thought crosses his mind. Could this be the secret truth the Queen once spoke of? The way the room is arranged makes it clear that something here was never meant to be seen. Leon steps forward, his decision made. He'll uncover it himself, no matter what awaits. As they enter the chamber, everyone stops short when they see what lies before them. A woman resting motionless upon the bed. She appears to be asleep, serene and breathtakingly beautiful, and an oppressive stillness fills the room as they realize this is no ordinary discovery. Her beauty feels unreal, almost divine, and yet the air around her carries a dark and chilling aura that seeps into their bones. A few of the soldiers can't help but stare too long, mesmerized, drawn toward her as if under a spell. Leon notices it instantly and warns them sharply to resist. He tells them not to be consumed by the darkness radiating from her form. But even as he speaks, the air grows heavier and Leon feels that his own aura isn't enough to dispel it. Realizing this, he decides to intervene directly. Without hesitation, Leon steps forward and strikes one of the dazed soldiers across the face with a powerful blow. The impact snaps the man back to his senses, his eyes clearing from the trance. Leon then turns to another and does the same, the sudden slap breaking the illusion clouding his mind. With a cold and steady gaze, Leon tells them that this isn't the woman's fault nor any spell. It's their own weakness that allowed it to happen. He reminds them that they were the ones who let their guard fall, caught by their own minds, and that such lapses are what lead men to ruin. After restoring order, Leon instructs them to breathe, slow, deep inhales through the mouth and gentle exhales, to cleanse their thoughts and regain control. At that moment, General Ricardo enters, quietly observing everything that has transpired. He appears impressed that Leon has not fallen victim to temptation as others might have. Ricardo comments that it's remarkable how all of them have resisted the woman's charm, their discipline unbroken. He adds that perhaps it's because they've long grown accustomed to such illusions, hardened by endless battles and demonic corruption. Leon listens but quickly rejects the idea, insisting there's something far deeper at work here. He explains that the Queen's charm isn't mere beauty, it's a form of magic, an enchantment that feels more like a curse. He's seen the same kind of power once before. It belongs to a being called the Lady of Pleasure, a demon who despises every living soul. Her magic exists solely to drag mortals into darkness, twisting their hearts until corruption consumes them completely. It's a wicked force, subtle yet nearly impossible to resist. Yet as Leon studies the Queen's form again, something doesn't add up. Though he hates demons with every fiber of his being, he doesn't sense the same malevolent energy from her that he expected. The realization unsettles him, forcing him to pause. Taking a steady breath, Leon lowers his head and begins to speak softly, his tone filled with reverence. He calls upon a divine force, one tied to dreams and death, to hear his words. Leon prays sincerely, asking for its blessing not as a mere man but as the sworn knight and guardian of the one he serves, Ariana. The air around him suddenly shifts as power stirs, and a voice answers his call. It names him the Knight of Ariana and the true bearer of Lionheart's will. The divine power accepts his invocation, preparing to stand beside him as an ally, the guardian of Lionheart itself. Leon straightens his posture and greets the being that has answered. It is Plow, the divinity of dream and death. The divine power acknowledges him once more as Ariana's knight, the rightful heir and master of Lionheart's light. Just as Leon had hoped, this sacred presence descends before him in full strength. Sensing the disturbance in the chamber, Plow turns his attention to the space and notes something terribly amiss. The demons of corruption have been spreading their influence here, tainting it from within. In this false, dreamlike world, they've been twisting thoughts and weaving illusions, creating a corrupted realm that feels alive yet hollow. Plow explains in his solemn tone that no dream is meant to last forever. Every illusion must one day break. Now is the time to awaken, to shatter the deceit and reveal what lies hidden behind the mask. Whatever force has cloaked itself in lies here must now expose its true face. With divine precision, Plow strikes the lamp-like object above them, sending a surge of light through the room. And the blast collides with Ricardo. In an instant, a wave of dark energy bursts out from within him, revealing a demon's soul long concealed deep inside his body. Everyone looks on in stunned silence. The warped spirit is torn away from Ricardo's body as Plow's power unveils the truth. expelling the darkness that had taken root within him. Seeing it all unfold before his eyes, Leon finally grasps why everything had felt so wrong from the start, why danger had been invisible to his senses, and why the Queen's aura had seemed unlike anything else. It was never mere seduction, it was a commanding force, an authority capable of shaping an entire world by its will alone. Now Leon understands what stands before them, not a trick or illusion, but an entire fabricated realm born from corruption. To uncover the truth, he must shatter it and break free. The Queen lies silently, her body surrounded by peculiar waves of magic. A voice nearby whispers for silence, saying she must not be disturbed, that both she and the seal binding everything together must be protected. Suddenly, a soldier shouts in alarm, warning that more Death Knights are approaching from behind, and danger is closing in fast. Amid the chaos, Leon spots one Death Knight that seems different. Unlike the rest, this one is calm, its aura not wild or drenched in wrath. That single detail strikes Leon, sparking a realization deep inside. This dream, the one they've all been trapped in, must have begun with the Queen herself. If he reaches her, perhaps the illusion will unravel on its own. Leon warns Ricardo that stepping forward now means fighting alone, an act that could violate the very code of a knight. But Ricardo simply admits that he cast aside such ideals long ago. As enemies close in from both sides, Leon refuses to retreat. Instead, he readies himself, unflinching, certain that even surrounded, he will not fall. His eyes narrow as he studies the undead knight before him. Despite the decay of death, its strength remains formidable, a sight that both surprises and impresses Leon. The knight, though twisted by undeath, still carries fragments of warped honor and pride. He speaks of the Queen, recalling how Leon's single strike had crushed their royal guard. Leon tells him to wake from this false dream. If not, he warns, the knight will be trapped in this fantasy forever. As Leon listens to his words, something within him stirs. He senses that while countless souls had betrayed their oaths, the apostles had remained steadfast, and that unwavering loyalty now clouds his certainty. Queen Beatrice had once pleaded with him to slay those apostles, yet the reasoning behind it no longer feels right. Leon senses that the truth is far more intricate than it first appeared. As he pieces the fragments together, he begins to see it clearly. The Queen is no villain. Ricardo's Death Knight breaks his silence and reveals the truth. The Queen had made a pact with a demon. He explains that she, despite her courage, had been forced into that unholy contract. With no other choice, she agreed to contain the demon's corruption within herself, reliving her kingdom's downfall for a century. The demon promised that if she accepted this burden, neither she nor her people would be consumed by its power. Her realm was already crumbling, leaving her with no choice but to accept the offer. She was a monarch faced with the impossible. Even knowing it was a trap, she chose to gamble everything, hoping the deal might spare her people from a fate far crueler. 5 years into the pact, Queen Beatrice began to feel both the might and the weight of her decision. At first, it seemed as though she had gained newfound vitality. But soon the dreadful cost revealed itself. Corruption seeped into the hearts of her subjects, driving them to madness and violence. The demons' twisted pleasures ensnared their minds. By day, Beatrice could only watch as demons slaughtered her people. By night, the corrupted whispered poison into her ears, drowning her in guilt and despair. What once seemed bearable now felt like eternal punishment. The Queen began to understand that she had walked straight into the demon's snare. The demon's power was deceit itself, its lies endless, its trap unbreakable. Any who sought escape through death found no freedom. Instead, their souls wandered, lost in the afterlife. And once the century-long deal ended, every last one of them would fall fully under the demon's dominion. Over the years, the Queen's mind began to fracture. She watched helplessly as her kingdom decayed, feeling the corruption claw deeper into her heart. 50 years later, one of her most loyal knights succumbed to temptation and entered her bed. That single act marked the breaking point. Corruption now claimed even her most devoted protectors. Witnessing this, General Ricardo finally accepted that no one could resist the demon's alluring curse. All were bound within the web of corruption. With despair heavy in his chest, he reached a painful resolution. To save the Queen from her torment, their only choice was death. Though they knew suicide meant defying the contract, becoming lost spirits doomed to wander forever, Ricardo accepted the price. He understood that by resisting the demon, they would eventually fall as its servants once the century passed. Even so, Ricardo and his knights chose loyalty over freedom, pledging their souls to protect Beatrice no matter the cost. Their devotion burned brighter than the corruption itself. Long ago, those same loyal knights made their final stand. They took their own lives, transforming into Death Knights to resist the Queen's growing darkness. Through that sacrifice, they became immune to the curse and sealed her away, ensuring her safety at the cost of their humanity. 80 years have passed since that day, and all they have managed is to keep her asleep for brief moments, no more than half a day at a time. Leon finally comprehends the truth. The Queen's plea for him to slay her knights was never born of hatred but of mercy. Flo reaches toward Leon, her voice trembling as she asks if he can sense the rising darkness around them. Leon closes his eyes for a moment, feeling the heavy, suffocating energy in the air. He realizes instantly the demons are awakening. Without hesitation, he steels himself, preparing for the inevitable battle ahead. With a commanding tone, Leon calls upon his warriors, the soldiers of Lionheart, to awaken and rise once more. One by one, his soldiers begin to stir, responding to their king's call. They've slept for what felt like ages, but now the time for slumber is over. Slowly, they stand tall again, ready to fulfill their duty. Then a chilling and distorted voice echoes through the air, announcing the demon's arrival. The presence that steps forth is calm, composed, almost smug, as if it had been waiting patiently for this confrontation, ready to finish what it once began. At that very moment, a soldier bursts into the hall, his voice filled with panic as he yells that the demons have breached the castle walls. There are too many to count. Their presence spreads like wildfire everywhere and all at once. The commanders bark out orders to raise shields and form defensive lines. Fear grips the knights' hearts, but their training holds firm. They brace themselves, standing shoulder to shoulder. Though trembling, the knights cling to their faith in Leon. He told them to hold their ground, and they believe him when he says he'll take care of the rest. The battle ignites, and the demons that pour in are unsettlingly strange. They laugh as they fight, twisting agony into pleasure, their warped delight fueling their strikes. It's grotesque, confusing, and deeply unnerving. Yet despite the horror, the knights do not waver. They remember what they fight for: their homeland, their honor, and above all, their faith in Leon's leadership. As the chaos worsens, Leon calls out to his loyal steed, Stallion, summoning his most trusted companion to his side. His soldiers struggle desperately. The sheer number of demons flooding the castle is overwhelming. Their shields are raised high, but even that feels like little protection against this infernal tide. Still, they hold the line, clinging to the faint hope that if they endure just a little longer, their king will shift the momentum. One frightened soldier glances around, unable to find Leon among the chaos. Panic starts to spread. For a moment, despair whispers that their king might have fallen. Doubt takes root, and many begin to think this could be the end. These demons, creatures of pleasure, aren't strong individually. Their strength lies in how they poison the mind, in how they feed on desire and fear. Their powers corrode willpower itself, making them dangerously difficult to resist. Leon knows this type of demon all too well. He's fought their kind before, those who win not through might, but by drowning their foes in distraction and temptation. Now he sees their tactic clearly: overwhelm, confuse, weaken from within. He clenches his fists, realizing his current strength alone won't pierce the barrier protecting them. Doubt briefly flickers in his chest, but he crushes it instantly. This ends here, and it ends now. Raising his sword high, Leon roars the command to charge. His soldiers, stirred by his voice, push forward with renewed vigor, following their king into the storm. At that moment, General Ricardo awakens from his long nightmare. The illusion fades like smoke, and he breathes freely for the first time in centuries. The curse is broken. Leon sees that Ricardo's loyalty to Queen Beatrice still burns within him, unfaltering even after death. And Leon honors that devotion. Standing before a king from another world, Ricardo speaks of the countless sacrifices his people endured. Yet despite all their loss, they still choose to believe in Leon's strength. They entrust him with their final hopes. Silently, Leon accepts that burden, vowing to prove that their faith was not misplaced. Their trust becomes his vow, his promise to carry their will forward. In that moment, Leon is no longer merely a warrior. He becomes a beacon of hope itself. He calls upon the divinity of war and flame, invoking Pitos, the god who once guided him through countless battles. Even when the world fell to demonic ruin and the gods retreated into his heart, Leon's resolve never wavered. Now standing once again at the edge of despair, he pleads for strength, not for himself, but for everyone who still fights beside him. He bears the will of hunters and the faith of the Queen's knights, refusing to yield to the darkness. Even John, his comrade, refuses to retreat, knowing that if his strength falters, the fire of hope will die. Together they endure, carrying the weight of every soul behind them. Leon stays at the forefront, vowing to protect them until they can stand without him. Through pain and exhaustion, he keeps moving forward, unyielding, reaching toward a future worth fighting for. Leon, the Lionheart King, steps forth once again, invoking Pitos' sacred fire. He prays for the flames of battle to purge the evil suffocating their world. As the greatest horseman of his god, he rides with divine purpose, embodying the duty he was born to uphold. The clash intensifies, steel and fire colliding with demonic malice. Then through the blinding light of battle, a majestic figure appears, a colossal golden lion radiant with power and glory. The beast moves with regal strength, its mane shining like the sun, and upon its back rests a perfectly fitted saddle. As if crafted by fate itself for Leon, the king of Lionheart. Leon offers his gratitude to his fallen comrade, asking Dalian to rest in peace. Taking command of the battlefield, Leon calls out to his allies, urging them to rally behind him. His goal is clear: to lead them toward a victorious end. Even with danger looming ahead, Leon charges into the front lines alone, unwavering and fearless. The enemies lunge at him, desperate to bring him down. But Leon retaliates with unshakable confidence, mocking their ignorance by declaring they don't even grasp the true meaning of cavalry, and that he's about to teach them firsthand. For Leon, charging into battle isn't merely running forward. It's the act of wielding sword and spear with his entire being, ready to fight with everything he has. As he advances, a surge of overwhelming energy radiates from him, and a divine light seems to awaken. His ability, Strongest Attacker, activates. It makes his momentum unstoppable. Panic spreads among the demons, realizing that no matter how much they struggle, they cannot slow Leon for even a heartbeat. In the chaos, Leon's very existence becomes a storm of purpose and destruction. Overwhelmed by fear, Androgen screams for the mages to unleash the magic cannons. The sky erupts with explosions, fire and thunder shaking the ground, but Leon refuses to retreat. Instead, he shouts that long-range attacks are the act of cowards, and true bravery means facing one's enemy up close. In that instant, divine light floods across his ranks. A sacred blessing activates arrow nullification, rendering all arrows and spells harmless as they rain down. The sound of da-da-da-da fills the field like a holy drumbeat. The Death Knights, enveloped in divine radiance, press forward with unbreakable resolve. The tide of war begins to turn. Leon's allies grow stronger under divine support, their charge empowered, their blades blazing. Fire burns from their weapons as the Pedo's horsemen channel flames that strengthen all around them. Dark curses spread through the enemy ranks, sapping the demons' strength, defense, and even their link to divine power. Enraged, the androgen demon rushes toward Leon with a furious scream. But Leon continues forward, unwavering, his mission absolute: lead his army and secure victory. The androgen demon soon staggers, wounded and confused. The warrior they feared, Leon, has vanished without a trace, and the powerful aura that once dominated the field disappears. Panic breaks out among the demons as they shout and stumble in confusion, their fear echoing across the battlefield. Lee, their cries falter into chaos. Leon's voice cuts through the noise, commanding his soldiers to hold the line for just one more minute. Though a single minute seems short, everything changes within that fleeting span. The androgen demon realizes the truth. The Knights of the Fallen Kingdom are no longer the weak souls they once were. They now stand taller, stronger than anyone imagined. Leon reappears, and the demons understand that 1 minute wasn't about time. It was the window Leon needed to ready his final strike. Recognition flashes in Androgen's eyes. He remembers this man, the one who slew the mighty demon Dothridon. That colossal fiend, infamous for his twisted power, was felled by Leon's hand, just as countless others before him. The demon army trembles beneath the weight of realization. Leon isn't merely a knight, he's a tempest incarnate, moving with terrifying purpose. He tells Androgen that he'll soon share the same fate as all the rest. The only difference, Leon says coldly, is that this one simply has more limbs for him to tear apart. The androgen demon bellows back, vowing to kill Leon no matter the cost. With fury burning, he launches himself into battle, giving everything he has. Leon doesn't even flinch. He tells the demon the truth, that androgen isn't even fighting with his own power but relying on borrowed magic. And that is why they're weak, because those without true strength of their own can never stand. The end is inevitable. Androgen unleashes one relentless strike after another, yet Leon parries every blow effortlessly. When the final attack fails, the demon realizes too late. Its body is already broken beyond repair. Leon repeats his earlier promise, his tone grave and absolute. He will tear off every limb exactly as he vowed. Suddenly, the air thickens with dread as the demon releases its ultimate ability, Crown of Desire. A wicked power surges outward, compelling all living beings nearby to surrender to their deepest instincts and lusts. None should be able to resist. A knight nearby senses the shift and shouts in alarm, fearing that the King of Lionheart himself is in mortal danger. But the androgen demon stares in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Leon stands unbound, untouched by the illusion of desire. The spell should have trapped every living soul in their innermost temptations, yet Leon remains untouched. Leon explains calmly that even the Lady of Pleasure herself once failed to tempt him, so a lesser creature like this one never had a chance. Panic grips the demon, doubt claws at his mind. Nothing makes sense, every living being should harbor desire, yet something about Leon defies that law. Overwhelmed by fear, the demon realizes there's only one choice left: to flee. He screams for his kin to stop Leon, begging for aid. But it's already too late. Leon moves like lightning, and with the demon's back exposed, he strikes, a clean, decisive blow. The androgen demon tries to twist the outcome, shouting that Leon must have cheated, claiming divine interference tainted their duel. But his accusations fall flat. The fear in his eyes has already decided the truth. He even accuses the knights of breaking the sacred code of combat. Leon agrees that honor does matter, that in a true duel interference has no place. But then he reminds them this is no duel. For demons steeped in corruption and cruelty deserve no honor. This is not a fight between equals, it is an extermination. Desperate and cornered, the androgen demon calls Leon a racist, throwing insults born from fear and defeat. But Leon pays no mind, the outcome is already sealed. Finally, the demon of pleasure and corruption androgen falls. With that, another shadow of evil is erased from the world. Long ago, the kingdom basked in peace. People lived with full bellies, calm hearts, and no fear. Everything seemed safe and eternal, ruled by Queen Beatrice, a wise mage devoted to her people's happiness. For a time, all remained well. Even when small threats arose, the kingdom triumphed again and again, filling everyone with hope. But deep within, Beatrice sensed it. Something vast and sinister was approaching. She knew the evils from beyond would not stay silent forever. Her fears proved true when the demon invasions began, and the early victories quickly faded. The hope that once bound her people began to erode, and peace slipped through their fingers. In time, Beatrice uncovered the grim truth. Demons do not truly die. Even in defeat, they rise again. That revelation shattered her heart. This war could never be truly won. No matter how many battles they claimed or how many fiends they destroyed, the demons always returned. Hopelessness spread, smothering all sense of fairness or reason. As ruin crept closer, something unexpected occurred. Out of the darkness, a being named Eamon appeared before the queen, offering a proposal. He presented her with a chance, a dangerous deal. He offered that if Beatrice would endure the corruption's essence and relive her kingdom's downfall for 100 years, resisting complete corruption through it all, the demons would cease their invasions forever. The offer sounded absurd and perilous. Yet Beatrice did not even question his promise. Somehow she already knew it might be a trap. But it was the only choice left to her. With no other path to save her people, she accepted. She clung to the hope that someday she could restore everything to what it once was. Thus began the fall of the Sparrow Kingdom. The once shining realm sank into an endless cycle of pleasure and decay. Those who had once embodied light, the citizens, the knights, the proud queen herself, all began to descend into darkness. Corruption spread like wildfire, consuming everything pure. Those who surrendered to evil were never the same again. Among them, a knight lost his will, overcome by desire, and crossed a line no one imagined possible. He entered the queen's chambers under temptation's spell. Realizing his sin, he begged for forgiveness, but the deed was already done. Unable to watch his nation decay any further, General Ricardo made a tragic decision. He sealed Queen Beatrice in the underground sanctum to protect both her and the world from further ruin. Then, burdened by guilt, Ricardo took his own life, remaining behind as a spectral guardian bound to his regret. Years passed, his sorrow festered, eating away at his spirit as he blamed himself endlessly. Ricardo came to understand how it all ended, that their downfall was born of their own hands, and it was too late to undo it. All he wished for now was for this endless nightmare to finally end. When the battle concludes, Leon's gaze falls upon a strange crown and a weapon lying among the remains. They had once belonged to the demon he just defeated. A knight steps forward, inspects the weapon, and lightly taps it, noting that it's forged from a powerful metal that might still serve a purpose. But Leon warns that the weapon is tainted. Evil clings to it like a curse, trapping souls within its core. Serbine volunteers to destroy it, and Leon, trusting him, leaves the task in his hands. Moments later, a familiar voice, Goddess Plow, calls out to Leon from behind. Leon turns, holding up the crown taken from the fallen demon. He tells her it may be too defiled, something unworthy of divine eyes. Yet the goddess smiles softly and says it's fine, that she still wishes to see it. As she gazes upon it, recognition stirs within her. She explains that this crown is shared by all the embodiments of pleasure's evil. It is steeped in corruption, created to lure the innocent, especially the young, into deceitful dreams. A vile weapon built on temptation and lies. Examining it further, the goddess senses that a fragment of truth or energy might yet be drawn from within. Leon admits he had planned to destroy it regardless, seeing no worth in keeping such a cursed relic. Hearing him, the goddess gently tells Leon that if he wishes to keep it, she would allow it, but the choice is his. Then, with warmth and reverence, she thanks him for all he has done. She tells Leon that the Pantheon itself is proud of his deeds and the honor he has brought through this victory. Leon, however, accepts no glory. He says it was simply something that needed to be done. Then another voice echoes softly, joining theirs. Patos, the divine being famed for his unmatched strength, initially refuses to show even a hint of warmth. When asked to offer a greeting, Patos merely scoffs and mutters a half-hearted "good job," prompting the gentle goddess Plot to softly urge him to speak with sincerity. Then, in the heavy stillness that follows, Leon raises his voice with a solemn request. He asks Patos to carry out a deed of true meaning, to take the souls of the fallen, guide them toward peace, and deliver them to a sanctuary where they may finally rest. Patos hesitates, sensing that Leon's words are more than a request. They carry the weight of mercy itself. The god of battle finally answers with a chilling calm, declaring that the souls were cast out of the natural cycle of life and death, belonging nowhere, not even to paradise. Another divine voice interjects, the goddess of death. She reminds Patos that the balance of life and death lies within her domain, not his, and that judgment is not his to render. Pedos counters sharply, questioning what sort of divinity would allow the undead to step foot in a realm meant for rest. The goddess Plow quietly concedes that his point may carry truth. She turns to Leon, addressing him formally as Leon Lionheart, and she declares that those who have challenged death itself must face punishment. For breaking the natural order is a sin even the heavens cannot overlook. Then Queen Beatrice steps forward and with unshaken grace asks the goddess to forgive them. She neither argues nor demands, knowing the risk of defying divinity, but bows low, speaking as the failed monarch of a fallen realm. With humility, Beatrice pleads for the goddess of death to reconsider. The goddess Plow falls silent, the gravity of Beatrice's words echoing in her divine heart before addressing the loyal knights. She tells them that none among the gods of the Pantheon will accept their souls into paradise, for divine law holds no place for those who have lived beyond their destined time. Yet despite all decrees and denials, their noble deeds still gleam through the darkness. In the end, the goddess admits that their honor outweighs their sin. Moved by the unwavering devotion of these knights and by Leon's heartfelt plea, the goddess Plow acknowledges that such loyalty has reached even the heavens themselves. And since the King of Lionheart has spoken on their behalf, she cannot ignore his words. To her, that plea is the highest form of divine approval. With that, the goddess Plow vows to cleanse their tainted souls and grant them another chance at life. However, she turns to Beatrice with a single condition. The goddess offers the fallen queen a path of redemption, one that can bring peace to her knights. She asks Beatrice to become her priestess and to stand beside Leon, spreading faith to the world once more, for that is the only way to restore the afterlife the goddess governs. When that divine realm is revived, the souls of Beatrice's knights will be granted the chance to reincarnate. Without hesitation, Beatrice accepts, ready to serve again if it means her people may finally know peace. After the divine council concludes, Leon calmly requests a damage report. The reply carries a heavy tone. Most of the wounded are healing, thanks to the sacred Grail's blessing. But 6 brave souls have already perished. The weight of that loss settles across the battlefield like a quiet storm. Against the endless flood of demons, only 6 deaths might be seen as mercy itself, yet each life lost still holds immeasurable worth. None of the fallen will be forgotten. Leon stands in solemn silence, offering a prayer for those who gave everything and calls upon the divine powers of Pedos and fire, imploring them to guide the departed souls toward the light. If those warriors bore any sin, Leon prays that it be washed away. More than anything, he wishes for their courage to be honored and their strength remembered for generations. He imagines them now feasting among the gods, their valor rewarded in the world beyond. Yet duty still calls. Afterward, he commands that a list of the fallen be compiled so their families may be informed and their memories preserved. Their sacrifice, he vows, will be remembered even by the gods. As Leon and his comrades prepare to depart the scarred battlefield, a divine gate materializes the passage to the gods' paradise, but the system denies them entry one by one. The souls fall short, their faith too weak, their honor insufficient, their readiness incomplete. Then the impossible unfolds when the King of Lionheart utters a blessing. His words resonate with divine power. At that moment, the gate recognizes the souls and its doors burst open. Wrapped in honor, the fallen finally ascend to paradise. Meanwhile, the Hunter Association dispatches every available hunter to face a newly emergent gate. A chaotic, shifting anomaly unlike any seen before. As the days drag on, unease festers. A week later, the hunters finally emerge from within the gate. Relief washes through the crowd when news spreads that the gate has been cleared and there are survivors. The report is immediately sent to the upper ranks. Association President Kang Huk officially recognizes Beatrice as one of the survivors. While expressing deep sorrow for those who did not return, Kang Hyuk also pays his respects, offering prayers that the fallen hunters find peace. In the aftermath, the president reviews Sir Spinney's recorded footage. The Red Gate had harbored a formidable demon, its power nearly catastrophic, and it becomes clear how narrowly disaster was averted. Despite the peril, the miracle is that so few lives were lost. Later, Leon declares his intention to visit the families of the deceased personally. When asked if he plans to go alone, Leon answers calmly that those hunters were his soldiers, and it is his duty to face their loved ones himself. Though President Kang Hyuk warns him that such visits may bring pain rather than comfort, Leon remains steadfast. He understands the grief and anger those families bear, yet hopes that hearing the truth from his own lips may grant them solace. Then Leon turns to Kang Hyuk with a new order. He instructs the association president to release the battle footage and begin recruiting more hunters. The reason is unmistakable: this is only the beginning. Leon warns that the demons will soon invade this world and preparations must begin immediately. They will need soldiers, knights, and defenders ready to face the coming storm. Kang Hyuk understands the gravity of the warning and, without hesitation, pledges to craft a comprehensive schedule and strategy. He assures Leon that he'll deliver the finalized plan as soon as possible. Within the sacred halls of the Pantheon building, Leon sits in silence, his mind troubled. The recent demon movements seem unnatural, too coordinated, too deliberate. Each occurrence weighs heavier than the last, and something deep within tells him that this is no ordinary threat. Urgent divine intervention is required. Unlike before, Leon refuses to delegate. This time he resolves to take the risk himself, unwilling to remain a bystander while darkness encroaches. Upon his arrival at the divine sanctuary, the guards and holy attendants greet him with reverent respect, calling him the greatest Grail guardian. Among them steps forward Anjak, a high-ranking soul of paradise. Leon greets him warmly, asking how life has been within this sacred realm. Anjak smiles and replies that peace has endured, thanks entirely to Leon's vigilance and protection. Leon's gaze drifts across familiar faces, Sir Gildas, Sir Antak, and countless others, former warriors and loyal companions. They all appear radiant, free of the scars of battle. Seeing their well-being fills him with quiet pride. One Knight chuckles, jesting that had they known paradise was this pleasant, they might have hurried to arrive sooner. Leon scolds him lightly, reminding him that such jokes have no place here, not when so many gave their lives to preserve that very peace. Soon, Leon encounters Argon, the former king of Lionheart. Though Leon apologizes for disturbing his eternal rest, Argon merely smiles and tells him it's no burden. They remain bound by spirit and duty alike. Leon inquires whether any new souls have arrived recently. Argon replies that it has been 180 years since the last arrivals, but all who came are well cared for within paradise. Relieved, Leon finally reveals his purpose. He must meet with the gods of the Pantheon. The situation is dire and he seeks their divine guidance. Understanding the urgency in Leon's tone, Argon offers to assist, advising that they journey into the forest to commune with the gods directly. He also entrusts Leon with his sacred steed Pythelion, a majestic horse once hailed as the pride of the Lionheart royal line. As Leon readies to depart, he reflects on what lies ahead, knowing that when his duty at last ends, he too will one day ride freely through these eternal fields beside Stallion. But until that day, he must press forward, carrying the burden until a worthy successor arises. Eventually, Leon reaches the forest nestled deep within paradise, where the ancient sages dwell in timeless stillness. The trees whisper his name as he passes, recognizing him not only as a visitor, but as the true lord of Dragunia and bearer of the sacred relics. Despite the grandeur of his titles, Leon enters humbly, offering apologies for treading upon holy ground unbidden. The sages greet him with quiet reverence, seeing not merely a king, but a protector whose deeds have earned gratitude from mortals and gods alike. The forest hums with ancient power, its living light embracing him. Leon searches for the youngest sage, Gunrar, an old and trusted companion. When Gunrar appears, they share a wordless moment of recognition. The bond between them speaks louder than words, old friendship rekindled in silence. Gunrar eventually breaks the quiet, asking why Leon has come. Leon answers that he needs something important, Gunrar's seedling. Not for power nor glory, but for a reason he keeps close to his heart, one likely bound to the survival of the world he swore to protect. Leon reminds him of a long-ago truth. When he first entered the paradise of the dead, Gunrar never planted his seedling like others before passing on. Perhaps, Leon muses, it was because he never meant to stay. Now sensing Leon's urgency, Gunrar listens without question. Leon explains that Earth is under siege, the demons have begun their invasion. His recent mission confirmed it beyond doubt. The enemy knows he still lives, manipulating the shadows and spreading corruption just as they once did in the fallen empire. Leon fears the same fate awaits Earth unless something is done. Gunrar nods solemnly, fully grasping the weight of the situation. He reminds Leon that only he possesses the ability to carry something from this realm back into the world of the living. Trusting his old comrade, Gunrar grants Leon the seedling, a rare and potent gift blessed by the very heart of paradise. As they part, Leon expresses his gratitude. The reunion stirs memories of the past, but he cannot linger, time is against him. Before he departs, Gunrar offers a final word of counsel, urging Leon not to return to the land of the dead too soon. Just before his departure, Leon is approached by his dearest allies, Grottos, Anjak, and the former king, each bearing a parting gift. The former king presents a pair of ancient reins once belonging to a legendary beast tamer capable of commanding monsters themselves. Though they had been buried with him, he insists Leon take them now. Next, Sir Gratis steps forward with a surprising gift, an aged battle manual describing how ordinary serfs once fought and even slew giants. Leon recognizes it instantly, astonished. Grotes laughs, recalling how 300 of 500 serfs perished in that very campaign, but victory was won nonetheless. Finally, Anjak approaches with a holy relic once wielded by a saintess. Though hesitant, Leon accepts it, understanding it as both a token of faith and a shield until his sacred sword is reborn. Anjak reminds him firmly that none would dare question his authority as the chosen emissary of the Pantheon. With deep reverence, Leon accepts every offering, Each item holds more than power, it carries the love, trust, and legacy of those who once fought beside him. These gifts stand as emblems of loyalty, shared history, and steadfast faith in the journey that lies ahead. Leon then approaches the door to Beatrice's quarters, bowing slightly as he asks if he may enter. Amused by his formality, Beatrice teases him lightly for being overly serious, then smiles warmly and gestures for him to step inside. Once inside, Leon apologizes for not providing a more proper room for her. He feels it unjust that a queen from a fallen kingdom should be treated so simply, and hopes she can forgive his lack of hospitality. Beatrice reassures him, telling him not to worry, but Leon notices the faint aura surrounding her. A divine essence struggling to resist corruption, yet unable to completely dispel it. For the moment, a delicate equilibrium is required, and Beatrice quietly accepts this balance. She offers a farewell drink, a small token to honor the fallen knights. It is a modest gesture, yet the most she can give under the circumstances. As they sit, Leon asks how Beatrice is adjusting to her new reality. She admits she needs more time, for everything feels alien compared to her homeland. Leon advises her not to rush, encouraging her to remain steadfast in her determination, forging her own path wherever she may be. A king, he explains, must always uphold the rule of virtue, and all wrongdoers must answer to the king's judgment. Beatrice comments that his words sound like the mindset of an invader. Leon gently corrects her, clarifying that it is something entirely different. He explains that harming the world out of selfish desire is an individual's act, while guiding the people and teaching them is the true enlightenment of the King of the Lionheart. Beatrice listens, realizing that only such a mindset could sustain someone in battle against demons for centuries. She also perceives that Leon's adversaries are not merely demons, but forces far greater. Leon nods, revealing that he pursues a divine mission granted by the gods themselves. He invites Beatrice to join him, offering the Queen of the Sparrow Kingdom a place at his side on this journey. Beatrice feels an overwhelming sense of debt to Leon for saving her kingdom. Knowing she cannot refuse his offer, she agrees, adding a single request. She wants Leon to teach her how to vanquish Kai, the archdemon of pleasure, a creature she despises utterly. Leon eagerly accepts, declaring he would gladly do anything to exterminate such vile beings. He admits that it even excites him to eradicate evil using the divine laws they fear, leaving Beatrice quietly in awe of his ferocious spirit. Beatrice recounts how the Sparrow Kingdom once boiled demons alive, intending to traumatize them as demons inevitably return despite death. Leon finds her method wise, recognizing that demons fear pain above all else. Excited, Leon asks if she ever hammered nails under a demon's claws, claiming it elicited the loudest screams. Beatrice, unfazed, explains she would often skin demons and roll them over nails instead. Leon laughs heartily, praising her approach as inventive. Their dark humor is suddenly interrupted when Harry rushes in, greeting them with deep respect. Leon casually instructs Harry to pour some tea, while Beatrice requests something warm. As Harry serves, Leon assigns her a new task. She will serve Queen Beatrice for the time being. Beatrice tries to decline, but Leon insists that a queen deserves appropriate service and respectful attendance. Beatrice turns to Harry, asking if she is truly Harry, and Harry responds nervously. Harry senses a formidable energy from Beatrice, and wonders how the queen can so easily perceive her exclusive skills. Leon instructs Harry to swing her sword, explaining that since she has been serving him, she deserves proper guidance. Honored yet tense, Harry draws her sword and swings. Leon quickly points out that her motions are far too large. Harry freezes, realizing her error. He advises that swordplay requires power, yes, but the movements must remain short and precise. Demonstrating the correct distance, he instructs her to practice the motion 10,000 times daily. Turning to Beatrice, Leon seeks her opinion. She observes that Harry lacks control over her fire energy. Beatrice explains that fire naturally disperses easily. Simply filling the sword with fire mana and swinging wildly is insufficient. The flame must become an extension of the sword, not merely a visual spectacle. She instructs Harry to focus the fire carefully, as concentrated flames scatter far less than loose ones. Upon release, the flame should strike with precision, almost like a deadly stab. Beatrice demonstrates, intensifying the heat with a simple motion, making the act appear effortless. She asks Harry if it seems simple, though Harry silently knows it is far from easy. Later that night, Harry's mind reels with her mounting responsibilities. She must report to the section chief and the association president, prepare meals like potatoes and sweet potatoes for new soldiers, find weapons and armor, and track down a blacksmith. On top of everything, she must navigate taxes, something the academy never taught her. Panic sets in. Suddenly, Sir Yappy appears, startling her. Calmly, Yappy proposes dividing the accounting work for efficiency and offers help just when she most needs it. Relief washes over Harry. As a supercomputer, Yappy makes even the most complex tasks manageable. True to form, he immediately begins explaining everything. He covers big data, hunter administration laws for meal costs, confirms equipment and armor registration, notes rising crop prices at Naju Plains, and suggests applying for special agricultural support. He adds that the Pantheon farm can provide additional benefits and identifies ways to maximize tax advantages. Welfare and other support systems are also available for the families of trainees. Harry watches in awe as Yappy organizes it all. Though she does not fully understand, she feels grateful for his help. Yappy reminds her to report further issues as they arise. Encouraged, Harry timidly asks if she should have appropriate clothing to serve Queen Beatrice. Yappy bluntly recommends a maid uniform, leaving her flustered. In the Lionheart Kingdom, where customs resemble medieval Europe, maid uniforms are standard for servants. Yappy calmly assures her that ordering such a uniform is reasonable, relieving her anxiety. Yappy offers to order the uniform using big data, and Harry gratefully accepts, trusting him completely. Unbeknownst to her, the big data Yappy references comes from online fashion trends. Without context, Yappy purchases a flashy, heavily censored rainbow Magic Girl ribbon stocking set, advertised as boyfriends love it and promising frequent wear. Harry remains oblivious to the oddities behind modern online shopping trends. At Hunter Academy, top student Kim Yi-hyuk notices a larger crowd than expected. Nearby, Han Suho, another Class A top student, agrees and recalls recent events. It all began when Leon visited the academy. Instead of recruiting ordinary soldiers, he sought seedlings of knights and offered to teach swordsmanship, spearmanship, horsemanship, and theology. The mention of theology confuses students, who whisper among themselves. Some archery specialists express anxiety, fearing irrelevance. Leon dismisses them, stating such concerns suit a soldier, not a knight. His blunt manner leads many to deem him arrogant, and complaints initially flow freely. Students question why they must study divine law, fearing they are being turned into priests. Yet Leon demonstrates divine law with a simple example. Despite resistance, students quickly grow fascinated. They are stunned by his overwhelming power, witnessing abilities akin to magic, but surpassing anything known, leaving them awestruck. Among them is Cheyenne Soyin from Class A. Once furious at being called a peasant by Kim Yi-hyuk, she now warns others to be cautious in addressing her. As the granddaughter of the Divine Sword Guildmaster, she feels compelled to join after witnessing Leon's skill firsthand. Kim Yi-hyuk and Suho notice Pantheon TV, a popular channel with over 500,000 subscribers, streaming videos about divine law, fluctuating gates, deranked hunters, and benefits of worship in Goddess Deira's name. In the midst of this, Suho spots Harry and greets her affectionately as Nuna. Surprised, they remark on her outdated phone, and Soyin explains that Harry donated most of her money to an orphanage, earning widespread admiration. It is widely believed that Harry is performing admirably on her Pantheon dispatch. Meanwhile, her phone displays an embarrassing advertisement. A sexy, 5-piece maid uniform set with near-perfect satisfaction ratings. Sir Yappy insists the outfit is correct, citing his big data. Harry protests that it is too short, but Yappy coldly states that a 99.999% reliability rate cannot be questioned. Panicking, Harry tries to hide as guests approach, instructing Yappy to delay the greeting. But it is too late, she must awkwardly step out to welcome them. The guests freeze, shocked by her attire. Suho stares in disbelief, questioning what is happening. Harry attempts to explain. Sir Yappy coldly interjects, asking if organic beings dare distrust big data. As Harry struggles, Yappy tugs at her skirt, escalating the chaos. Leon arrives soon after, staring at Harry's outfit in disbelief. He demands an explanation. Embarrassed, Harry begins to respond, but Leon interrupts sharply. He orders her to change immediately, scolding her for appearing so indecent. Harry quietly complies, promising to follow his instructions. Meanwhile, Sir Yappy announces it is time to serve trainee meals, and salt water must be distributed. Harry sighs as the situation spirals further out of control. Her reunion with respected juniors descends into chaos. Meanwhile, on Jeju Island, a red gate looms ominously. Its presence signals a threat unlike any the world has seen before. After an exhausting and lengthy expedition, the Golden Lion Guild, under the leadership of Huang Guamxiao, finally makes their long-awaited arrival. Gumchul cracks a joke about how they were lightning fast to catch a flight the moment money was mentioned, shamelessly calling out their own greed. Huang calmly reminds her sister that ever since the devastating losses at the Chungju Gate, the guild's financial state has been in ruins. They must find a way to rebuild, even if it means taking on dangerous and uncertain missions like this one. Standing beside Huang are roughly 40 guild members, all assembled and prepared for the ordeal ahead. Just then, a familiar voice calls out to Huang. Li Yongwen steps into view. Huang teases him casually, bringing up the government's blackmail scandal that caused Li's disappearance for a while, then asks if he was intentionally assigned to such a perilous mission. Li, however, responds in a tone as cold as steel. He remarks that unlike Huang, he has never witnessed the death of a comrade, a sharp reminder of the merciless reality they all live in. Soon after, Huang turns to the main concern. He insists that the payment must be divided equally 50-50. Li immediately snaps back, calling the demand absurd. He argues that Huang won't be handling the same amount of work, making an even split completely unreasonable. Yet Huang counters smoothly, mocking Li by saying no one else would have even bothered to lend him a hand, sarcastically addressing him as hunter-trader Nim, a jab at his notoriety. Li's patience breaks and he warns Huang not to push his luck. Ultimately, Li proposes a 60-40 split, refusing to go any lower. Huang simply laughs and cheekily tells Li to treat everyone to dinner, but Li curses under his breath, telling him to buy his own damn meal. Watching their childish banter, Gumchul can only sigh, feeling exasperated at how they behave more like bickering kids than elite hunters. Out of nowhere, Yuri sneaks up from behind, startling Gumchul into jumping in shock. Gumchul scolds her sharply, telling her to make some noise when walking around so she doesn't scare people again. But Yuri merely tells him to mind his manners and speak politely. Despite the tension, everyone present understands this is a critical moment. With 3 S-rank hunters and 1 nearly at S-rank, the team has gathered just in time before the dungeon break. Confident in their collective strength, they believe conquering a lower-tier black S-rank gate should be feasible. With that, they move together and step through the glowing red gate into the dungeon. Instantly, they are hit by a suffocating and immense presence. A knight clad in radiant holy armor emerges, introducing himself as Geovric, an honorable Grail knight from the Lionheart Kingdom. At that instant, a quest window activates its objective, to save those being massacred. The victory condition is plain and simple: defeat the one known as the magnificent Geovric. No sooner do they advance than a massive armored knight appears before them. Geovric demands an explanation, asking why they attacked the royal army, warning that what he does next with his warhammer will depend entirely on their answer. Huang's group looks bewildered, wondering what on earth this knight is talking about. But within seconds, they realize the entire situation is just a misunderstanding. One of them, Li, steps forward and explains that they were assaulted first by one of the knights and merely fought back in self-defense. Upon hearing that, another knight, Delian M. Chain, is summoned. Geovric reprimands Delian harshly, scolding him for his impatience and warning that such recklessness could bring disgrace upon their goddess's name. Delian bows his head, apologizing in shame. Geovric then turns to Huang's party and apologizes sincerely for the confusion caused by Delian's mistake. Li responds politely, relieved that the misunderstanding has been cleared. Yet inwardly, Li notes that Geovric is far more reasonable than expected, making him think this negotiation might end smoothly after all. However, despite clearing up who attacked first, Geovric remains unyielding, coldly insisting that because 6 royal soldiers were slain, justice demands 60 lives in retribution. His words reveal the harsh, one-sided cruelty of the kingdom's rigid military code. Meanwhile, the perspective shifts. Harry and her group have arrived at a new location, the soldiers' training grounds. At a glance, the place looks humble and primitive, completely lacking modern amenities or even a proper infirmary. Kim Yi-hyuk notices that even in the cafeteria, the trainees only drink plain water instead of having real meals. And when they finally reach the training area, they're horrified to find recruits beating each other mercilessly amid screams, blood, and chaos. It resembles a savage war zone rather than a training field. Newcomers like Sunbi stand frozen, questioning if they're dreaming, unable to believe this brutality is part of regular training. But Harry watches silently, sensing a deeper purpose behind it all. This isn't meaningless violence. It's a ruthless method to harden the soldiers, pushing them past their limits both mentally and physically, preparing them for real battlefields. As the brutality rages on, someone remarks that the official knight training manual doesn't match what's actually happening. That small remark offers the students minor relief. They realize they're fortunate compared to these soldiers enduring such madness. Still shaken, Kim Yi-hyuk quietly contemplates finding a way to escape this nightmare. Before he can act, Leon himself strides into the training grounds, announcing that today marks a special occasion. He declares that students have come to observe and decide whether to enlist in his army, then orders the trainees to halt their sparring and sit down. The soldiers immediately obey. However, Harry grows confused when Leon instructs her to stand with the students instead of the soldiers. Leon explains that he wants her to set her sights higher, to prepare herself for the path of a mission knight, a role far greater and heavier than that of ordinary soldiers. Harry nods in understanding and accepts with respect. Leon officially begins the selection ceremony. He states that he will personally choose the most gifted students to become his direct disciples, a privilege that would grant them the rare honor of training under him. As the process begins, Suho, Harry's close companion, calls out to her quietly. Harry sternly warns Suho not to act rudely toward Leon, reminding him how strict and intimidating the man can be. Her warning comes from genuine concern. Without delay, Leon commands everyone to draw their swords and attack him together. The rule is straightforward. The trial continues until the last student falls. Leon reassures them not to fear injury, for he holds the Holy Grail, a relic capable of instant healing. Facing about 40 students, Leon remarks that he'd actually be pleased if even one of them managed to land a hit. Overwhelmed yet determined, the students ready their weapons and charge. But before any of them can react, Leon moves. One student collapses instantly, unaware of what even struck him. Shock ripples through the ranks as they realize they didn't even glimpse Leon's movement. Some shout in panic, urging the others to focus and prepare, understanding now that this is no ordinary test. Their opponent is monstrously fast and terrifyingly strong. Standing tall, Leon calls for them to come again. Despite fear gripping their hearts, the students push forward. One after another they fall, not because they hold back, but because they fight with everything they've got. When the dust settles, the exhausted students are left gasping for breath. Even so, they take pride in their effort, glad they didn't hesitate. Kim Yi-hyuk admits he was initially startled but fought with sincerity afterward. Harry feels that the battle drained her completely, as if she had just faced a high-tier raid boss. She also notices that throughout the entire fight, Leon never once exposed a weakness. Leon finally commends them, saying their performance wasn't bad. He adds that they've regained enough physical strength to resume proper training, then transitions into lecture mode, explaining what sets soldiers apart from knights. Training soldiers, he says, is simple. It's about relentless physical endurance. But knights require something deeper, a mastery that transcends raw strength. He sets clear goals. The first group who lasted the longest must reach the level of a kingdom knight, while the rest must at least advance by one full rank. The students admit they don't quite grasp the ranking standards Leon refers to. Leon responds patiently, outlining the knightly hierarchy of his kingdom. There are 5 tiers in total, he explains. The first are Knightarones, candidates yet to be appointed. Once they prove themselves, they become full-fledged kingdom knights serving under royal command. Those who rise beyond that become war knights, possessing authority to lead other knights. Above them are the mission knights, individuals who forsake everything to embark on divine quests, wandering for years or even decades in pursuit of a god's mission. Leon reveals that he once undertook such a journey himself, receiving a quest from the goddess Ariana and completing it, which led him to become a Grail Knight. When asked whether the Grail Knight is the highest rank, Leon nods but elaborates further. He explains that beyond a Grail Knight exists the title of Grail Guardian, a position reserved for the single knight destined to succeed the King of Lionheart. To seek that title is not merely to crave honor. It is to challenge the throne itself. Leon's tone hardens as he warns that anyone daring to do so would be executed on the spot. He adds that now, in his weakened state, is the only time anyone would even have a chance, for his current strength is closer to that of a normal Grail Knight than the mighty Grail Guardian he once was. Even then, the students stare in disbelief, wondering how anyone could call this weakened when Leon still radiates overwhelming might. One student nervously asks just how powerful a Grail Knight truly is. Leon hesitates, then admits the answer is beyond their comprehension. Gumchul awakens slowly, clutching her aching head as pain surges through her. Her mind feels heavy, fogged, and she wonders why she was even unconscious. No matter how hard she tries, she can't recall what happened before. As she rises unsteadily, she spots a girl nearby whose calm aura surprises her. The girl introduces herself as Hildir of the Woodsling tribe, and explains that she protected them from the kingdom's soldiers. Gumchul looks puzzled when Hildir calls her a hero, having no memory of doing anything heroic. Before she can ask more, a familiar male voice approaches. It's her brother, relieved to find his sister alive and unharmed. Twang Gumchul has returned after escaping their enemies, though she admits her memories remain blank. As they talk, Huang wonders aloud how much Gumchul actually remembers until she pauses, recalling a single image still vivid in her mind, the earth torn apart and shattered. Huang listens closely, trying to piece together what it all means. Though Gumchul's mind remains cloudy, their conversation gradually fills in fragments of what happened. The weight of her missing memories leaves her uneasy. How could she forget an entire day? Huang explains that the spell they used failed and they barely managed to escape alive. A relentless monster had pursued them to the very end. The Woodsling tribe's intervention granted them a moment's safety and gave Gumchul brief clarity. She learns that during the battle, she was struck by a hammer and hovered near death for 2 full days. Shocked, she asks if any healers came to aid her. But they couldn't. The Grail Knight Geovric had cast a curse preventing healing magic, twisting restorative powers into destruction itself. Gumchul can hardly believe it. Her gaze drops to her skin, now etched with strange, unfamiliar markings that she doesn't recognize. At first, they feel oddly foreign, but Hilda gently explains that these markings are part of a healing incantation, carefully engraved to hasten her recovery. Each rune carries significance, rooted in an ancient practice once used by the local tribes. Later, Sho examines them more intently, quietly admitting that they almost look fascinating in their own way, despite everything that's happened. With effort, Hilda rises to her feet, and her sibling immediately checks if she's steady enough to stand. As a meeting is about to begin, and attendance is mandatory for everyone. Soon the tribal chief, Beldy, steps forward, his tone solemn as he speaks. He recounts how, for countless years, the Crown's army had attacked their people, labeling them heretics. Many perished in gruesome ways, and some suffered the cruel fate of being skinned alive. Yet despite all the pain and horror, the tribes refused to yield, even when their numbers dwindled. 3 entire tribes were wiped out. They continued to resist. Eventually, the long and bitter war came to an end. When no weapon or warrior could turn the tide, they turned instead to prayer, seeking divine strength they could not summon alone. Their desperate pleas were heard, and heroes descended in answer to their call. Beldy recalls how formidable the enemy had been, so powerful that even with 3 top-ranked hunters and a raid force of more than 100 fighters, they barely survived. Warwick had not been an ordinary opponent. His armor could endure a direct strike from a giant beast without shattering, and his flesh could regenerate from even the most devastating burns. His army mirrored his resilience. So long as he lived, his soldiers shared his vitality, recovering swiftly and standing unyielding. The only weapon that had managed to wound him was Yanha's specially crafted armament, forged to pierce impenetrable armor. It alone left a visible scar. After all was over, the tribes were filled with gratitude for the sacrifices those heroes made to protect them. Now, they were ready to repay that debt, offering their strength freely without asking for anything in return. Meanwhile, the scene transitions to a sudden commotion as one of the cadets shouts in astonishment, seeing a real horse for the very first time. This takes place at June Ranch on Jeju Island, having completed their initial training and assessments. The Academy cadets are brought here by Leon for their next stage of instruction. The tranquil ranch stands in stark contrast to the harsh environments they're accustomed to. For some, even the simple sight of a horse feels wondrous. Soon, Leon arrives at the ranch, and everyone greets him with deep respect. He surveys the area briefly and remarks in his usual composed tone that the horses seem decent, not exceptional, but adequate. He thanks the ranch staff for preparing everything on such short notice, then moves straight to business. He's come in search of a warhorse. The staff, clearly honored, eagerly mention that their horses descend from famous racing bloodlines, celebrated for strength and speed. Leon listens in silence before replying curtly that a horse's worth isn't determined by pedigree alone, but by its sire, the spirit from which it was born. Then he turns toward the cadets, his demeanor shifting to one of stern guidance. He explains that tonight a horse is far more than mere transport. It is a lifelong companion, a partner to trust and move with in perfect unison both on and off the battlefield. Leon instructs them to walk around the grounds and choose the horse they feel most connected to, encouraging them to bond before attempting to ride. The cadets cheer with enthusiasm, fired up and promising to give their best effort. As they step into the vast field, Beatrice quietly takes in the sight of the countless horses before them, slightly overwhelmed by the sheer number. Leon later thanks the Queen for granting him an audience on such short notice, to which she graciously replies that refusing would have been discourteous. Leon then inquires if he might assist Beatrice in any capacity, and she accepts with a gentle smile, glad for his company. Together, they walk toward the center of the ranch, surveying the horses gathered there. Beatrice gives a short nod, remarking that they look quite decent. Leon then turns to her with a calm smile and offers to let her ride one. Beatrice agrees immediately and asks which he would recommend. Leon gestures toward a nearby black stallion, suggesting she try that one. Smiling, Beatrice accepts and approaches the horse. Leon then glances at Harry, telling her to pick a horse for herself as well. Still unsure, Harry nervously points at a white one, uncertain if it's a wise choice. Before she can second-guess further, Leon steps in and recommends a different one. A powerful-looking yellow horse with a solid frame, better suited to her. Harry quietly nods and, upon closer look, finds the horse even more charming than she first thought. Mari observes in silence, but Leon steps forward, gently moving her aside and instructing her to stand back before walking quickly toward Beatrice, asking her to assist. Harry can't help but find his attitude rather unfair. Suddenly, a loud cry pierces the air. Someone is calling out to Leon in alarm. Leon turns with a calm expression, puzzled by the commotion as the horses begin to grow uneasy. Out of breath, the messenger explains that it's an emergency call from the president of the association. Leon nods and orders the call to be connected. A man's voice comes through, introducing himself respectfully as O Kangyuk. Leon wastes no time and demands an explanation. Kangyuk hesitates for a brief moment before revealing that a dungeon break is imminent and asks for Leon's help. Leon responds sharply, reminding him that dealing with the association's crises isn't his responsibility and that he didn't travel here to fix their mistakes. Kangyuk concedes, clarifying that he contacted Leon not out of desperation, but because this specific case might interest him. He goes on to explain that the cause of the problem isn't just any monster. The field boss within the gate claims to be none other than the Knight of the Goddess of Life in Abundance. Harry stares at the scene, stunned speechless by the sight before her. It's so horrific that words cannot capture its cruelty. Leon asks quietly if the man lying unconscious before them is the one. Kang Yuk nods, confirming that he's among the few survivors who managed to escape the gate alive. For now, he's been sedated to keep him stable, but they're informed that if they wait a bit longer, he should regain consciousness soon. Leon, however, steps forward decisively, declaring that there's no need to wait because it's time to act. He remains calm and unwavering, radiating confidence, aware that the task ahead won't be difficult. Beatrice only needs to construct a new realm within the man's dreams. After all, the bizarre world that kept repeating inside the gate had been born from his mind. In that world existed a knight wielding a massive war hammer who claimed allegiance to the goddess of life and fertility. And now, Beatrice soon uncovers his name, Gavrik. Some referred to him with reverence as Majestic Geovrik, a title that carried immense prestige. But centuries have passed since those execution grounds were established. Observing the surroundings, Beatrice wonders whether the people once involved had been hunters, though that possibility seems doubtful. Whoever they were, they certainly weren't ordinary. They had employed savage burning field tactics, ruthlessly exterminating every living thing, determined to erase all traces of existence and leave not even a seed behind. Beatrice notices the precision in Leon's recollection and comments on how much he seems to know. Leon simply reminds her that he once did something similar during his early campaigns against the orcs. Though the place has long fallen silent, the remnants of those acts remain visible. Following these traces might reveal what truly transpired here, perhaps the truth hidden behind centuries of silence. Harry is then ordered to move forward, but as she does, she quietly remarks that Leon's haste is unusual. He hadn't waited for the rest of the troops or even for Sir Yappy, raising suspicion that something else must be driving him. Leon pauses briefly, acknowledging that his actions may appear rash, yet he adds firmly that hesitation breeds danger. Half-trained courage can be deadly. The urgency of his movement soon becomes clear. A Grail knight is involved. Beatrice softly asks whether he means Sir Javrik. Leon confirms, revealing that Sir Javrik, once beloved by Deira herself, had been a Grail knight 3 generations ago. His martial prowess was so legendary that his techniques endured, handed down to later knights. Around 8 centuries past, Javrik embarked on a mission to hunt down a savage tribe. Records claim that during that expedition, Gavrik ascended to heaven. The phrase, though poetic, was a veiled way of saying he had perished. Yet something didn't add up. As a Grail knight considered saintly and favored by divine grace, his soul should have been welcomed into paradise, but it was. His spirit never arrived there, leaving an unsettling mystery behind. Leon had even tracked traces of the sacred relics aura, hoping they would lead him to Javrik or his lost hunting party. But the trail led nowhere. No sign of life, no remains, nothing at all. That left only 3 possible conclusions. First, could Sir Javrik still be alive? Second, perhaps his soul became lost, unable to find its rightful rest. And third, by far the most disturbing, that he had abandoned the light entirely and switched sides. This revelation was grave, for a Grail knight possessed strength beyond the reach of mortals. Should a battle break out, it would be far beyond what ordinary soldiers could endure. Whatever the truth behind Gavrik's legend, the raid on the gate presses forward. Later, as the group advances deeper inside, they reach its core, and there a horrifying scene unfolds before them. Countless bodies displayed deliberately, positioned to send a brutal message. The arrangement is no random carnage, it's precise, purposeful, and utterly cruel. Such monstrous brutality ignites fury in their hearts. It's an act that crosses every imaginable line. These crimes are unforgivable, and whoever committed them deserves retribution. Even Leon, usually composed and unpredictable, cannot hide his rage. The troops around him recognize it instantly. Beneath his eccentric exterior, Leon stands revealed as a righteous commander, one who refuses to ignore injustice no matter the cost. The soldiers rally, snapping to attention. Harry and the others are ordered that from this moment onward, no matter what happens, they are to follow Leon's lead alone. They are warned not to trust their eyes or thoughts too easily, for illusions here can deceive and kill. Everyone responds without hesitation, united under his command. Time is slipping away and there's no margin left for hesitation. The enemy is already close. The atmosphere trembles with chaos as distant shrieks and wild, violent roars echo through the air. Whoever waits ahead is holding nothing back. Their intent is absolute destruction, no survivors. Suddenly, Harry shouts, pointing toward a nearby village under siege. The enemies are mercilessly attacking innocent villagers, and the sight is unbearable. Rage surges through the group as they witness the atrocity, yet none feel it more deeply than Leon. He explodes with fury, shouting at the top of his lungs and branding the attackers as vermin. Then, without waiting for reinforcements, he spurs his horse forward. His soldiers cry out in shock, calling after him, stunned. They've seen him like this before, back during the Orc massacre. Whenever innocent lives are endangered, Leon's restraint vanishes and he charges straight into peril, driven by righteous anger and moral conviction. The others struggle to keep pace, he's already too far ahead, his speed unmatched. Harry suddenly recalls the orc battle and realizes there's a deeper reason behind his fury. Then, out of nowhere, Leon roars for the honor of Lionheart and the purity of its soul. His comrades watch in disbelief as he swerves violently, sword raised high. The only problem, Leon is charging in the wrong direction. Harry freezes where she stands, unable to comprehend what she's witnessing. Leon's expression burns with fury, his tone slicing through the air as he spits out the word insects. He refuses to reason or explain, he only fixes on his next prey and drives his steed forward in a relentless charge. The world around Leon stills, a strange heaviness filling the air. Instead of cutting down his foes, Leon turns his blade toward the very troops he was meant to defend. A hush spreads through the ranks, no one can comprehend Leon's madness, yet somewhere within, Harry senses something's wrong. This isn't the Leon she knows. Her fists tighten, heartbeat racing, knowing if no one steps in, more blood will spill. Without hesitation, she moves to confront him. A familiar voice calls her name. She halts as Beatrice urges her to have faith in Leon, insisting there's always purpose behind his actions. Harry falters, uncertain, yet Beatrice's words echo in her mind, leaving her quietly wondering if that faith could be real. Ahead, Leon keeps slashing through his foes, calling them filth as his strikes split the air. His battle frenzy breaks new limits, lost entirely to bloodlust. Harry questions whether Leon fights from rage alone, but Beatrice merely shrugs, admitting he often loses himself when adrenaline takes over. They finally accept there's nothing more they can do. Though what they witnessed was savage, they choose not to interfere. Not because they lack conviction, but because the ones Leon is striking down aren't real. The villagers are illusions, memories molded into NPCs within the gate. Only a handful here are actual survivors. The rest are fragments of the past, shadows replaying what once was. Monsters and NPCs inside the gate aren't alive, they're echoes of forgotten history. So, no matter how brutally they die or how public the execution, it isn't a true sin. Leon rides through them like a storm, roaring that none shall be left standing. He vows to make them all suffer. Then a knight steps forward and kneels. The man greets the Grail Knight with reverence, the one known as the Living Saint. Leon orders him to rise, reminding him the battlefield still rages around them. The knight introduces himself as Tiscata Vendilic, brother to the Lord of Vendilic and a proud member of the Labanon Dawn Knights. He explains their city lies near Lanquil. Tiscata adds that among his kin he alone had earned true knighthood. Though his pilgrimage had yet to begin, he intended to after this campaign. Leon responds quietly, saying the name Tiscata Vendilic stirs no memory in him. If Tiscata truly attained the Grail Knight's blessing, they should have met in paradise, meaning one thing: he either failed his divine duty or perished during this war. Leon scans the faces before him, finding not one familiar. These were once valiant knights, yet history has forgotten their names. Leon introduces himself without hesitation. Leon Dragonia Lionheart, sovereign of Dragonia and bearer of the Lionheart since birth, a title bestowed upon him by the goddess of light and justice, Ariana. The knight steps back in awe, shaken by Leon's radiant aura. For a moment he wonders if this is mockery, but Leon's unwavering tone dispels the doubt. No true knight would dare falsely claim the Lionheart's crown. Leon realizes that in this era, the Lionheart's throne must have belonged to another. Tiscata nods solemnly, choosing to believe his words. Leon turns to the rest and confirms their purpose here: to cleanse the barbarian tribes. He points toward a war knight among them, verifying that the Grail Knight, blessed with life and fertility's grace, is none other than Sir Javrik. Leon demands to meet him immediately, his tone urgent and absolute. The group explains that Sir Javrik is currently pursuing the last remnants of their enemies. Yet the brutal raids and strange happenings reveal that something is terribly amiss. Sir Javrik isn't merely patrolling, he's heading straight into war, intending to erase what they call the barbarian tribes. And with that, Leon understands disaster is near. It's foretold that the Grail Knight will encounter an unforeseen calamity in this battle. The opposing forces reveal themselves, their leader appearing in person. The Gate's classification glows red, though its intensity borders black, yet the knights deem it manageable. Various local tribes, once divided, have united after endless nightly assaults. Forced by survival, they've set aside differences to fight as one. But even in unity, their might is nothing compared to the knights' armies and resources. As war drags into its fourth year, divine seals and blessings manifest their full effects. The Molar's sigil amplifies piercing power. The White Tiger's mark refines speed and precision. The Iron Bear's pelt grants brute endurance, and the Black Eagle's talon weakens foes while shielding its bearer in wind. Now fully empowered, they march toward a clash that may reshape destiny itself. Javrik reveals that his seals are gifts from the beast gods once revered by the tribes. These sacred seals heighten his strength, proof of both divine blessing and unmatched skill. Even so, he remains a commander of great dignity. In that moment, a band of mercenaries emerges, survivors from a past encounter where Jovric's mercy had spared their lives. Now, they return not seeking forgiveness but with resolve, to challenge him and close the gate even if it means facing death. Jovric greets them calmly, granting one final chance to surrender their weapons and depart. He warns they've committed no sin worth dying for, yet the mercen leader snaps back, scoffing at how a man who skins his victims and spares neither children nor elders dares to speak of sin or justice. To that, Jovric replies without remorse or shame. In his eyes, every act he's done was right. He stands proud, declaring his deeds righteous, unwavering in his conviction. To him, no wrong exists in his path, and any who defy him have crossed into unforgivable sin. He proclaims divine punishment upon them. Then, a nearby warrior senses imminent danger and shouts for the others to activate their defensive arts. They know such power isn't something Jovric can call forth often, so if they can endure this one strike, they might have a chance to turn the tide. At that moment, the knights sworn to the kingdom, their faith unshaken, channel every ounce of devotion into Jovric. A radiant current surges through him, pure, unstoppable, coursing like holy fire. As the knights cry out as one, proclaiming themselves servants of the noble Grail Knight. They offer their strength, their belief, and their will to cleanse the darkness before them. Then Jovric lifts his gaze and declares himself the embodiment of the true god's radiance. His mirrored halo expands into a circle, and when it solidifies, the ground beneath them quakes and splits apart. Those anointed by the gods wield power beyond mortal comprehension. Those who ascend to sainthood draw directly from the goddess of light and justice, guardian of all knights. When that blessing reaches its peak, it manifests something dreadful, divine punishment. Yet such punishment varies for every Grail Knight, shaped by the deity they serve. For the Knight of Life and Fertility, the divine wrath shatters the earth itself, shaking the very foundations of the world. All who witness it are struck speechless, unable to fathom the scale of destruction. One strike and 3,000 tribal warriors are erased, leaving not even ash. No human could wield such force. Relief washes over the others, thankful that this time they weren't the ones caught in its path. Amid the chaos, Jovric raises his voice to the goddess, pleading that she guide their steps, stand firm beneath their feet, and help the lost find their way once more. He then offers one final call for the enemy's purification, before ordering their complete eradication, condemning them as blasphemous heathens undeserving of mercy. The leading fighters rush to intercept the assault head-on while others encircle from behind. Their superior numbers feed their confidence, convinced victory is certain. Yet Jovric's expression shifts as he spots a single mercenary standing firm. The man's strength surpasses expectation. The strange sigil burned into his flesh, one tied to the heretics, may be the source of that power. The hunters had misjudged everything because they forgot one crucial truth. These mercenaries do not follow holy paths nor serve divine will. No gods guide their hands or grant them visions. Even so, they are far from weak. Warriors forged by countless journeys, tested through blood and survival, proving their worth through will alone. They need no blessing to stand. Though labeled outcasts by others, they fight with courage not as monsters, but as heroes walking their own road. The Kingdom Knights dismount and take formation. These are no fresh recruits, they're veterans tempered by centuries of war. Some have fought for nearly 100 years, wearing their scars like crowns of honor. They've slain beasts, enemies, and intruders from beyond the realm, protecting the kingdom from all threats. With such mastery, they stand unshaken, even before overwhelming foes. Their unified chants echo through the field as reinforcements pour in, the weight of battle pressing tighter. One mercenary suddenly grasps the truth. If they hesitate now, annihilation is certain. Huang glimpses a path to flee, yet retreat isn't truly possible. Not when even the knights before them can't be overcome and the field boss still remains unseen. They admit their strength alone won't be enough. Perhaps if one of the top 10 guilds aided them, they might stand a chance, but time is slipping away. Before reinforcements could ever arrive, the dungeon itself would collapse. Then Huang quietly proposes another way, a cleaner, faster end, and the others freeze, listening intently. Whatever he means might be their only hope. Ariana, goddess of light and justice. Deira, deity of life and fertility. Their names drift through whispers few truly understand. Lee dismisses it all. He's never cared for gods or faith. To him, divine talk has no place inside a gate. But another points out the uncanny link, that the king of the Lionheart may have originated from this very realm within the gate. It all fits when they recall the knights, reverent talk of gods and sacred duties, unnatural for any normal dungeon. If the king truly hails from this same kingdom, remaining here means certain death. They have only one option left, to retreat before it's too late. Hildur pleads desperately, asking if Lee truly intends to abandon them, but Lee calmly replies that he isn't giving up. He explains that he's going to gather reinforcements. Staying here without support will only lead to needless deaths. There's no point arguing with NPCs, he insists. None of this, neither the village nor the memories it's built upon, is real. What truly matters now is surviving. Hildur then shouts to the guild, commanding a full retreat, declaring that the gate won't be closed today. The monsters refuse to fall, and if they linger any longer, it'll be too late to escape. Ms. Hildur freezes as the enemy taunts her, sneering that none of her kind has ever managed to seal this gate. To them, she's nothing more than another failed attempt, another fragile being doomed to fall. Though Hildur knows deep down that the one she serves would never approve of what she's about to do, she stops caring. She directs her anger toward the others, blaming them for their incompetence and convincing herself that this desperate choice is their fault, not hers. The people surrounding her grow uneasy, confused about her intentions, but she dismisses their concern. She tells them not to worry and admits that she's about to take yet another shortcut, a reckless but necessary path. Suddenly, a sinister wave of dark energy spreads across the battlefield, thick and unnatural, revealing the truth. The enemy has turned to forbidden magic, something twisted and accursed. Whispers ripple through the ranks, murmuring that the great beast god is granting them blessings, filling them with new strength. And soon, more of them will be blessed the same way, or so they believe. Fear seeps in as one soldier stands frozen, watching the spreading darkness in disbelief. He can't comprehend what he's seeing. Something foul and dangerous has been unleashed, and there's no stopping it. Hildur's gaze turns cold as she looks upon the warriors, telling them not to waste effort resisting. The power will consume them completely soon enough. It's only a matter of time. She announces that their only objective now is to slaughter every knight in their way. Hildur cries out that it's time to start again. Because no matter how many worlds they've traversed or battles they've survived, none have ever truly conquered their foes, nothing has ever changed. Frustration swells as their opponents, now branded with the heathen's curse, rise stronger than before. Then Huang shouts a warning, the cursed marks on their bodies are their weakness. That's where they must strike. The moment of realization clears their minds, sharpening their focus, but danger still looms. Geovritz takes offense at their defiance, and chaos spreads as the battlefield spirals out of control. Among the knights, one realizes what must be done. To protect the others, he must act swiftly, even if it means giving his life. Without hesitation, he steps forward. Fearless, he challenges the enemy with every ounce of strength remaining. His power isn't just brute force, it's conviction. He leads with pride, charging forth and proclaiming glory for the Lionheart. Then a mysterious figure steps into view, drawing every gaze. The soldiers stare in awe, uncertain of who this newcomer might be. The man introduces himself. He is Leon Dragonia Lionheart, King of the Lionheart. Once the sacred reigns belonged to Argon Majesty Lionheart, a former king revered for his strength and honor. These reigns hold more than control. They possess the power to soothe even the fiercest beasts and awaken ancient royal blood. To hand them over without hesitation and dive headfirst into battle, that's exactly the kind of choice His Majesty would have made. The stallion now grips the reins firmly, silently embracing the burden of that legacy, grateful to be trusted with such heritage. Just moments earlier, the situation had grown dire. No matter how many enemies fell, more continued to emerge like vermin, endlessly multiplying. The knights fought onward, cutting through their foes, yet the horde refused to diminish. Harry hesitated, troubled by the brutal orders. Children among the enemies were being skinned, and the thought made her sick. But Leon reminded her that the kingdom and its knights never act without cause, and he alone knows the truth behind the bloodshed. Every enemy bears sigils etched upon their flesh, symbols marking their devotion to the beast god. That's why the gruesome task exists, why the skinning is necessary. Once they accept the mark and draw upon its power, their very souls begin to decay, corroding slowly over time, destroyed from within. Harry finally understands. The difference between them and the demons they battle is far smaller than she ever wanted to believe. Leon stands unyielding, reminding her that mercy and talk of human rights hold no place in a war like this. This is a brutal conflict, and in such cruelty, only two truths endure: justice and the unshakable truth itself. With that settled, Beatrice steels herself, ready to fulfill her duty. Soon after, Beatrice steps forward, ordering the others to remain behind. Meanwhile, Leon senses something amiss. The enemy's markings still glow, even under the Holy Grail Knight's divine attacks. That can mean only one thing: Sir Jovric's sacred law isn't functioning as it should. Yet there's no time for doubt. The Grail Knight of Damara must rise again. Together, they must press through this storm. Leon strides ahead with unwavering determination. He declares that their first mission is to sever the bond connecting the enemy forces, for hesitation now would be fatal, and breaking that link is the key to victory. Raising his voice, he reintroduces himself, not as a mere warrior, but as the King of Lionheart, proclaiming he has come to lead them toward paradise. The moment his presence is revealed, panic spreads like wildfire. Govert recognizes the divine radiance surrounding him. The Holy Grail has manifested. It brings forth something sacred, something pure. A miracle unfolds as radiant light cascades across the battlefield, enveloping everyone within its brilliance. Wounded soldiers begin to stir as their injuries fade away. One glances down, stunned to see his torn flesh restored, while another, once missing an arm, feels it reforming anew. The sensation is sharp, painful even, but it's the kind of pain that heals. This isn't illusion nor mere magic. It's a genuine divine miracle touching the mortal realm. Jov Rick's eyes widen as he finally perceives all that he had been blind to before. The truth shines brighter than any forged blade. He feels the presence of Deira, the goddess of life and fertility, not speaking through words, but through an overwhelming wave of faith that cannot be denied. Deira calls to him, not merely as a knight, but as her chosen child, once lost and now found beneath her light. No hesitation remains in Gavrick's heart. All doubt has vanished, replaced by steadfast purpose. He understands the goddess's will and embraces it completely. Geovric readies himself to enact the divine command, his spirit clear and unburdened. Turning to the King of Lionheart, he bows his head slightly reverent. Grateful to fight beside someone walking the same sacred path, he stands ready. Side by side, Gavrick re-enters the fray, not as a mere knight but as the Holy Grail's guardian, prepared to face whatever awaits. Then the corpses of fallen beasts begin to twitch and move, drawn toward one another, gathering as if summoned by some unseen force. Soon it becomes apparent, a host is forming, something vast and terrifying. The knights feel the pressure mounting, the air itself grows heavy. Among their foes stands a warped knight, half holy warrior, half abomination, his soul corrupted beyond redemption. Facing him alone would be dreadful, yet now something even darker begins to awaken. A servant of the Iron Bear starts a forbidden ritual, offering captured souls as sacrifices to unleash the beast god's wrath. The monstrous creature roars in answer, charging straight for Lionheart with bloodthirsty fury. Yet Lionheart does not waver. He stands firm, unmoving, unafraid. Reaching deep into the ancient strength within him, his vision ignites into reality as the Death Eye manifests. It slices clean through the chaos, tearing the darkness apart. Pain floods his body, striking deep, but still he refuses to fall. Leon's courage burns brightly, and those around him feel that fire awaken within their own hearts. Now is the time. They must rise together and eradicate the shadows that have swallowed the world. Hildur gasps for breath, choking on fear and despair as the endless tide of monsters keeps coming without pause. Facing even one Grail knight like Gavrick had already seemed impossible, but things have worsened beyond imagining. The dead find no rest, and the enemies sneer, saying the fallen will only nourish the earth beneath them. None truly understand where the King of Lionheart came from, or how the mysterious woman ties into this fate. While fleeing through the wreckage, Hildur discovers a glowing stone, a moonstone. It's a concentrated energy source born from slain monsters within the gates, yet something feels disturbingly wrong about it. The mana inside is far too immense, as though hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of creatures had perished here. A chilling realization grips her. Then Huhu appears, explaining to Hilda that this gate may be trapped in a repeating cycle, endlessly looping the same events. Hilda suddenly understands. She may not be a demon, yet the darkness in her power feels no different. Huhu hesitates, noticing the strange aura surrounding her, but Hilda is not deceived. She knows she isn't just an NPC, and that revelation changes everything. Huhu senses the darkness in Hilda's strength, a presence she deeply dislikes. Yet she doesn't waste the chance to act, shifting her focus toward the approaching enemies. Even now, she's twisting Hilda's will, forcing her into submission by sheer magical dominance. The spell Huhu casts feels less like enchantment and more like enslavement. It's painful to witness. Later, Hilda trembles in agony and confusion, cursing her monsters as useless, as if she's relived this same torment countless times before. She mocks Huhu coldly, asking if she even remembers who her true master is. Hildur stands frozen, murmuring prayers to the gods, but her words come too late. Huhu's smile turns cruel as she declares that the slave now belongs to her. Fury erupts from Hilda's servant, calling her a cursed being and vowing to tear her apart piece by piece. But beneath that chaos lies a far deeper terror. The gate they're trapped in isn't just another battlefield. It is the domain of the beast god himself. And if the other beast gods begin to descend, even in fragments, it won't be just the warriors who suffer. The gate itself and the world tethered to it could collapse under their divine fury. The reality of that threat is beyond anything they've ever faced. Leon speaks with calm certainty, mentioning how the 11th King of Lionheart often spoke of Gavrick and the other knights. The mention stirs something within Gavrick, confusion mixing with disbelief. Had Leon truly met him? Leon nods gently, revealing that the 11th king now rests in the paradise of the gods. Harry steps forward, asking Gavrick if he remembers anything, any trace or clue. Gavrick tries, but his mind remains blank. All he recalls is the mission to raid the barbarians. That single command is the only thing keeping him moving. Harry turns toward the others, urging them to see the truth for themselves. She tells them the secret they've long ignored. Gavrick and the other knights cannot leave this gate. They are not free souls. They are characters bound to this cursed realm, endlessly repeating their destined tragedy. To seal the gate forever, they must confront Gavrick and defeat him. Gavrick stands tall, proud that he has never once lost a battle, not through all these repeating ages. Leon quietly agrees, admitting that if Javrik had ever known defeat, none of them would be standing here now. Then, without warning, a monstrous voice bellows Leon's name, promising to rip him apart limb by limb as the battlefield quakes under its rage. The ground trembles, the air thickens, and the war of gods and men reaches its breaking point. Leon silently wonders if there's any possible way to halt the descent of the beast god's incarnation. Hildur laughs wickedly, mocking him by saying it's far too late. The gate is collapsing, and the beast gods will pour every ounce of their wrath to annihilate it completely. Though Leon hears her words, he doesn't retreat. He understands the weight of what must be done and refuses to abandon the knights who fought by his side. He resolves to stand and fight, no matter how perilous the road ahead. Beatrice tries to stop him, warning that a direct confrontation would be reckless, but Leon's decision is final. If they flee and the dungeon breaks, the monsters will escape into the world above, a calamity far worse than what awaits inside this collapsing gate. Leon steels himself to face the coming storm, yet Gavrik steps in before he can move. He declares that there still remains one final way to seal the gate. With trembling hands but unwavering conviction, he reveals the truth: the gate will only close upon his fall. His death is the key to sealing it forever, the final act of a knight sworn to this realm. Gavrik tells them all to withdraw and live on, urging Leon to save his strength for battles that lie beyond this dying world. There's no sense in spilling more blood upon ground destined to vanish. He turns toward the knights, his comrades, his family, proclaiming that the last stand has come, and that alongside the King of Lionheart, the radiant light of their god will shine one final time. They will lay down their lives not out of despair but as a promise for tomorrow. They will fall so that others may live. Leon stands speechless, his heart heavy with the loyalty and courage before him. Gavrik's sacrifice weighs on him more than any blade he's ever carried, yet it's a burden he swears to bear with honor. Gavrik isn't finished. He turns back to Leon and asks for one last favor, a little more time. Overt closes his eyes and begins to pray. He calls to goddess Deira, begging for one final blessing before his life fades. Raising his hammer high, he channels every fragment of power still burning within him. Chosen by the goddess and bound by loyalty to Lionheart, Gavrik pours all of his remaining strength into the weapon. He offers the hammer to Leon not as an instrument of death but as a symbol of faith and legacy. Until a new worthy bearer arises, Leon must carry it forward. Leon admits quietly that perhaps no one will ever wield it as Gavrik once did. But Gavrik smiles, believing in his king to the very end, honored to have fought by his side. Turning back to his cavalry, Gavrik issues his final command. "Protect the king," he orders, "until not one of you stands." The knights raise their heads proudly, their answer fierce and unwavering. Their duty is clear, their faith unbroken. They give their final salute before falling back. Even as the end approaches, their conviction does not waver. Gavrik steps forward, standing tall beneath the fading light, reminding the world of who he truly is. More than a soldier, he is a legend. He has slain over 10,000 foes, faced millions through endless wars, and never once faltered. He recalls the day he stood against 300,000 orcs alone, defending the motherland when all hope was lost. The day he felled the mighty ogre chief, turning despair into triumph. Through all those wars, the goddesses Deira and Ariana walked beside him, and even the god Pedos found joy in his unshakable spirit. Gavrik is not merely a knight, he is the Grail knight of life and fertility itself. With a final roar, he calls upon his brothers and sisters to rise again. They march not toward survival but toward honor. They die for justice, for the future, for the name that defines them. Their hearts blaze with unyielding glory as they charge forward, and behind them the Lionheart's banner burns like fire. Harry stands frozen, unable to leave. Even as Leon urges her to go, her feet refuse to move. She wishes to witness their final stand, to pay her respect by staying. Leon doesn't force her. If she chooses to remain, then she will. Harry's voice trembles as she senses the truth: Gavrik has ascended. In that moment, Leon swears that the beast they worship and the god they kneel to will meet the most merciless end imaginable. The Grail Knights retreat, their sacred duty now fulfilled. And as divine law takes hold, the consequences are set in motion, no matter the sacrifice. Gavrik's final words echo louder than any war cry. His devotion, his valor, and his death will forever mark this day. Leon silently vows to keep those words alive. What Gavrik fought for will not fade, his justice will be realized through the king's will. Leon feels exhaustion creeping in, but it's unlike the weariness of battle. Even after fighting countless demons, he's never felt so drained. Something deeper aches within him. As time passes, Leon begins to understand. It isn't the endless wars that weigh him down, it's fear. The fear of losing those he cares about again, for that kind of loss cuts deeper than any wound. What terrifies him most is facing the future alone, walking forward without them. Yet he accepts that this road is his to walk. The burden he carries cannot be passed to anyone else, it belongs solely to him. Then a voice calls out through the night. Harry approaches, finding him. Leon notices how late it's grown and wonders why she hasn't gone to rest like usual. Normally, she's the first to unwind, watching her favorite shows after a long day. But tonight, she's here sword in hand, standing firm, waiting. Harry hesitates, her voice trembling as she tries to explain herself. She insists it isn't sudden at all. Everything they've been through, the battles, the sacrifices, the truths unveiled, has stirred something deep within her. It's awakened a need to grow stronger, not just for herself, but for everyone who still depends on her. Leon tells her to lift her sword. He wants to see that strength for himself. She straightens up, both nervous and proud. Still, she speaks in her usual formal tone, unchanged as ever. Leon lets out a quiet sigh, wondering when she'll stop talking so stiffly. He raises his blade with calm ease and tells her to get ready. Harry quickly obeys, tightening her grip around the handle. But as soon as his sword swings, the sheer force drives her backward, unsteady from the impact. Leon doesn't ease up, he points out her mistake right away. Her arms hang too low. Once they drop beneath her waistline, her speed falls. Even a slight misalignment slows her down, and if she lowers them further, her movements lose all sharpness. Harry nods firmly, absorbing every detail. Then Leon steps closer, reminding her again. It's not just about the arms or the sword. True defense comes from the entire body. She shifts her stance, sliding one foot back to balance her weight. Her grip tightens, she steadies her breath and tries once more, this time with more control. She successfully blocks the next strike, then blurts out that Leon's swing felt unnecessarily wide. Leon doesn't scold her, he simply explains that he's said this before, it's not about grand movements. What matters is precision and speed, because every second, every strike, and every motion counts. He questions her logic, asking why she would ever create an opening for an enemy on purpose. Harry hesitates, guessing it might be to use her skills more effectively. Leon frowns, frustrated. That isn't the point. Victory means nothing if she dies achieving it. Using her abilities efficiently is worthless if she can't survive the battle. Harry assumes Leon, of all people, would value self-sacrifice, believing it noble to give her life for honor or glory. Leon cuts her off sharply, saying that dying without purpose is meaningless. Then he challenges her, asking whether there's truly anyone in her life she'd give everything for. If she has no one to protect, then chasing the ideals of those who do is empty. His question lingers heavy in the air, and Harry lowers her gaze. Leon finally tells her to take a break. She turns away quietly, burdened by his words and lost in thought. Lately, she's noticed Leon isn't quite himself. His strength feels dulled, his energy weaker, and that worries her deeply. Yappy explains that Leon's body is reacting oddly due to immense pressure, though his explanation sounds overly technical. When Harry asks him to simplify it, Yappy sighs and says plainly it's just stress. Leon needs rest. That makes Harry wonder what Leon even does to relax. Yappy tells her that living beings ease their minds through entertainment, especially games, which bring joy and release tension. Harry tries to imagine Leon playing games but can't quite picture it. Still, she feels determined to find something fun he might actually enjoy. She asks Yappy for suggestions, but Yappy replies that choosing human entertainment isn't really his function. Harry sighs, thinking he could have just said he didn't know instead of making it sound complicated. Even so, the thought of Leon smiling at something amusing brightens her mood a little. As she muses, Yappy starts explaining more. He admits her plan does make sense, but insists it was purely coincidence. No one matches his level of calculation. Harry laughs lightly, brushing off his arrogance. Yappy senses the teasing and bristles, muttering that humans shouldn't speak to him so casually. Harry stays unbothered and simply points out that she still won in the end. Meanwhile, Goddess Ariana softly praises the knight's enduring spirit, saying it brings delight to the gods. Yet she also expresses concern. After fighting for 2 centuries without rest, Ariana believes Leon deserves more, something peaceful, something human. She suggests that now is his time to rediscover life's simple joys, to rest, to heal, to feel at ease. Leon finds the concept of entertainment distant, almost alien. So Ariana elaborates. In this modern age, people have countless ways to relax and find happiness. She admits she doesn't know what would truly fit him, but believes the deepest joys are timeless. Leon wonders aloud what kind of pleasure could truly transcend time. Ariana answers unexpectedly, with intimacy between man and woman. She says it plainly, without shame, describing it as a natural way for humans to experience joy and relieve burden. She even mentions the queen and the red-haired girl as possible partners. Leon stiffens, startled at the latter suggestion. To him, Harry still feels too young for such talk. Ariana calmly disagrees, saying the girl is already grown. She reminds him that affection and closeness are not just comforts but essential acts of renewal, necessary for continuing the royal bloodline when the moment comes. She concludes that one of the purest, most human ways to find release and peace is through shared intimacy. And beyond pleasure, it carries purpose, restoring life, love, and the future of the royal line itself. Before she can continue, a sharp voice suddenly calls out to Leon, demanding his attention. Leon, maintaining composure, tries to remind Harry about showing proper respect when addressing him. But she ignores the gentle warning, stepping closer and insisting that he absolutely must see what she's prepared. Though slightly irritated by the interruption, Leon asks in a controlled tone what exactly she wants to show him. Harry beams proudly, announcing that she put her heart into it, with a bit of guidance and advice from Sir Yappy. However, the moment Leon's eyes land on what Harry is wearing or perhaps on what she's done, his expression turns to ice. In a chilling tone, he warns her that if she ever dares appear like that again, he'll make her run around the entire neighborhood without a single thread on. Clearly, whatever Harry presented crossed a line, and Leon isn't amused. Harry panics, waving her hands frantically and insisting that things aren't what they look like, feeling wrongly accused and flustered by the misunderstanding. Before the tension grows worse, someone else quickly steps in to calm things down. The newcomer explains that Harry's actions were actually part of a plan she organized with the support of the Association. Leon listens, curious but visibly skeptical. The assistant continues, clarifying that the whole team worked together to help Harry prepare a special event. Leon remains cautious, unsure what to expect, but once he hears that even Sir Spinner was involved, his skepticism begins to fade. Harry then invites him to step into the gate she personally prepared, assuring him that he'll enjoy what's inside. As Leon steps through the gate, his heartbeat slows, anticipation rising in his chest. Harry excitedly explains that this gate is called Su, a realm filled with countless animals and fantastical creatures. She points to a board marked with points, 1 for small animals, 3 for medium, and 10 for larger ones. Orcs, being rare, are given the highest score of all. Leon listens silently, piecing the rules together and realizing this setup resembles a hunting game. When Harry adds that it's designed specifically to help him, Leon pauses for a brief moment, realizing the thought behind it and quietly appreciating the effort she put in. It's been ages since he last hunted, and for a fleeting second he wonders whether he still has the skill. But once Leon raises his bow and takes aim, his old instincts come rushing back like muscle memory. The instant he lands his first shot, his calm focus sharpens. The hesitation vanishes as genuine enjoyment begins to surface. Suddenly, one of the monsters roars in fury over its fallen kin and charges toward him. Leon doesn't even flinch. With steady precision and unwavering aim, he fires again, dropping it in a single motion. The atmosphere around him shifts, the hesitation completely gone. Watching him, Harry realizes he's fully immersed now, and her earlier worries were unnecessary. In fact, Leon seems to be truly enjoying the hunt. As he moves deeper into the gate, he mentions casually that bringing back a souvenir is part of the tradition. Harry, observing his elegant control of the bow, remarks in awe how naturally skilled Leon is, despite how long it's been. She always assumed Leon disliked long-range weapons, but clearly that was a misunderstanding. Just because he's a knight doesn't mean he's unskilled with them. In truth, hunting has long been a part of noble life, especially for those who travel on dangerous missions. Knights often have to survive on their own in unfamiliar lands. That includes hunting to sustain themselves, which naturally hones their skills over time. Though Leon is celebrated as the strongest champion of his generation, he casually admits that he was only the second best hunter. Harry blinks in surprise, wondering aloud if Leon was second, then who could possibly have been first. Leon explains that the title didn't belong to another Grail knight, but to a priestess, a chosen one of the moon goddess and patron of the hunt. She once led the Temple of the Moon, and wielded a bow whose power was said to rival divine judgment itself. Her arrows were like falling stars, each shot strong enough to cross entire mountain ranges if she unleashed her full strength. While Harry struggles to imagine such might, Leon's expression remains calm, tinged with quiet reverence. Harry finally asks why Leon focused solely on hunting orcs. His answer is matter of fact: weaker animals don't require coordination or teamwork. Orcs yield the most points, and aiming for the top score is only logical. Though blunt, it's clear Leon truly views orcs as mere prey to be hunted. After the hunt, Leon notices something odd on the ground, an object pulsing with a strange, sinister energy. Harry senses it too. It turns out to be a cursed totem, a rare and dangerous artifact. Rather than keeping it, Leon decides to sell the item and share the profits with the workers who helped herd the creatures that day, even though it's worth a fortune. He insists that the money would be better used as a well-earned reward for those who spent their day sweating under the sun. Just as things settle, Leon notices traces of orcs that manage to escape. He straightens, declaring that the hunt isn't over yet. To him, those creatures, even if mere constructs, are still enemies defiling the forest. He invites Harry to follow, offering to personally teach her the proper way to use a bow. Harry agrees, though slightly startled by his sudden enthusiasm. Watching him, she can't help but quietly admit that Leon looks far better now than before. Her words make Leon pause. He realizes it's been a long time since anyone treated him kindly, without expecting something in return. Leon softly admits that he's proud of Harry. She doesn't fully catch it, but he doesn't repeat himself. Instead, he sets a firm goal: she must take down at least 3 orcs using the technique he's shown, or he'll be disappointed. Harry panics, protesting that she barely knows how to handle a bow. Meanwhile, back at the Pantheon Guild's training grounds, Harry lets out a sigh of relief, comforted to see Leon finally in brighter spirits. Just then, the section chief arrives, explaining that the tractor has broken down and he needs to visit the supply room. No one's been there since the Naju incident, so Harry decides to accompany him. Together, they head toward the storage chamber. This is where Sir Jovric's hammer rests, the atmosphere turning almost sacred. Harry whispers a small prayer, though her gestures mix Buddhist and Christian traditions in an odd blend that even includes crossing herself. The section chief notices, puzzled by the hybrid act. He confirms that the hammer has remained here all along untouched, as no one else can wield it. So for safety, they've chosen to keep it secured within the supply room. Harry is about to leave when something unexpected catches her attention. A mysterious figure steps into the entrance. The stranger seems intrigued by the sight of the nation's most powerful relic. As he moves closer, a sudden alarm blares through the room and Yappy reacts instantly. The intruder is revealed to be none other than Yog Spinner himself, leaving everyone stunned by his sudden appearance. Spinny confirms with calm certainty that the hammer truly belongs to the Pantheon Guild. Yappy greets Spinny with composed politeness, recognizing his intent to challenge the hammer's ownership. His tone is oddly formal but unmistakably firm. Spinny, still unsure what to expect, expresses his surprise and admits that the place looks far more refined than he had imagined. Before the conversation can progress further, Yappy interjects, stating that there's an entrance fee required before anyone can proceed inside. The posted amount, a staggering $5 million for hunters. Spinny's jaw drops, appalled that civilians are charged only $500,000 while hunters must pay 10 times more. Yappy explains calmly that civilians visit merely to appreciate relics, whereas hunters come to challenge them. Thus, the extra fees help preserve and maintain these sacred items. Despite the reasoning, Spinny grumbles that the added zero still feels excessive. But slowly, he begins to understand. The value of the epic item alone justifies the steep cost. Hesitating, Spinny asks if Samsung Pay is accepted, to which Yappy replies coolly that a simple bank transfer will do. Just then, Harry steps forward, introducing herself as the assistant manager from the Korean Hunter Association, Management Team 3. She begins to recount the events from about a week ago, explaining how the hammer mysteriously disappeared before being secured again right where it was found. Several tried to lift or move it, yet none succeeded. The hammer refused to budge. Suddenly, as if reacting to something unseen, the hammer shifts on its own, a deliberate movement filled with meaning. It no longer feels like a mere object. Its presence radiates awareness, as though it has developed a will of its own. Harry explains that powerful divine relics can awaken like this after staying bound to chosen individuals for too long. Over time, that connection forges a kind of consciousness, making them unpredictable and difficult to manage. When Leon first received the hammer, it had been silent, obedient, a divine tool that served faithfully. Blessed by the goddess Deira, it was loyal to the Lionheart King and to Leon himself. But now its aura feels altered, sharper, alive, and searching for something or someone. Leon eventually understands the message. The hammer seeks a new master worthy of its divine strength. According to Harry, Leon had instructed her to inform the association of his decision. Whoever can lift the hammer shall rightfully claim it as their own. Of course, the association would want to verify its value first before agreeing, but the message is clear. The challenge has been declared, and the hammer now waits for the one destined to answer its call. Meanwhile, those present begin to grasp something deeper about the artifact before them. This isn't just any sacred weapon, it's an epic item. Among hunters, weapons and tools are ranked by power and rarity, guiding them in choosing arms suited for facing monsters. The lowest tier consists of normal gear, followed by rare, unique, and legendary items. These are already crafted with immense skill, enormous resources, and dedicated manpower. But epic items exist beyond all those ranks, transcendent relics of unimaginable power. Only a handful have appeared in the last 30 years. Each one is a legend, a name carried through nations, whispered in awe and feared on battlefields. One example is the Heaven Destruction Sword, wielded by the master of Shuen Mountain, once in the hands of the heavenly demon himself. These items aren't mere weapons, they are myths forged into reality. Another is the 12-ring Kakura, a staff said to hold the power to reshape the very fabric of the world. Or the Frost Queen's Heart, which continues to freeze the Siberian plains even now. And the Wandering Demon Sword, lost since the Black Gate catastrophe in London, still rumored to drift somewhere across the world. Each of these epic relics wields strength capable of shifting destiny itself, turning hopeless wars into victories. And now, standing before them, gleaming beneath the Pantheon Guild's sacred vault, rests another weapon worthy of that same divine rank, Jedvric's hammer. Despite the artifact's staggering value, Leon stands by his declaration. Whoever can lift the hammer will claim it as their own, no exceptions. Mr. Li Chansu stares in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how something so priceless could be offered away so casually. He hastily opens the item's detailed stats to verify. The hammer is divine, its core infused with the soul of Jedvik, a Grail Knight personally chosen by Deira, goddess of life and fertility. It carries the sacred key of faith, channeling divine energy straight from the goddess herself. It enhances vitality to the point of erasing fatigue, and while grounded on soil it amplifies defense fourfold and boosts healing by 3 times. Even nearby allies benefit, receiving double defense and heightened recovery. One of its miracles, the Saint's Painting, allows the wielder to invoke holy laws based on their faith and spiritual attunement. The overwhelming description leaves Li Chansu breathless. It isn't merely rare, it's a phenomenon, a divine miracle forged into steel. Yet Leon remains unshaken. His decision is final. He instructs Li Chansu to relay the announcement to the association immediately. Li Chansu, still dazed, quietly asks for permission to step aside and make a call. The president of the Hunter Association answers almost instantly. His voice spikes in astonishment. This is the nation's first ever epicranked artifact. Throughout Asia, it marks only the 3rd of its kind. The revelation spreads like wildfire, drawing countless challengers to the Pantheon Guild. Curious crowds pour in, murmuring questions about where the hammer is kept. But Harry quickly reminds everyone that such a sacred relic deserves reverence. In this world, even legendary items must be treated with solemn respect. It isn't merely a hammer, it's the legacy of Sir Javrik himself. Then suddenly, a challenger steps forward, determined to test his luck. Yet as he nears, he senses the overwhelming pressure emanating from the hammer. Without moving an inch, the relic radiates power so intense it feels alive. It doesn't even have to stir. Before the challenger collapses to the ground, the relic repels the unworthy, hurling them backward with an unseen force. One hunter stumbles, shouting that nobody warned him about it. But truthfully, no one knows the hammer's standards. It judges on its own accord, following rules no mortal can grasp. Then Kyrik's solemn voice rings out across the hall, proclaiming a tithe, an offering to the goddess, tribute to the holy relic itself. The hunters exchange puzzled looks, whispering if this is some kind of joke. They already paid the entrance fee and now there's another demand. But someone suddenly realizes the connection. The hammer belongs to the goddess, and the tithe must be part of her divine test. One man boldly places 10 million won as an offering. The rest gasp, calling him insane for throwing away such an amount. Yet the instant the tithe is accepted, the air shifts. The unmoving hammer allows itself to be approached. The relic lets the hunter grasp its handle firmly, something impossible moments ago. Its aura no longer resists him. The hammer acknowledges his devotion. Soon, offerings pour in as more hunters rush forward with their tithes, each hoping to lift the hammer and claim its divine blessing. The crowd surges, arguing over who paid first or who gave the most. Harry, unsettled, whispers to Kyrik that something feels off. She wonders if this is truly how a sacred relic should be treated. But Yappy, standing calmly beside her, dismisses her worries. To him, it isn't disrespect, it's smart strategy. Suddenly, the hammer reacts violently, hurling a challenger backward. It isn't rejecting willpower or strength, it's rejecting an inadequate offering. The relic demands more. What once felt holy now resembles a marketplace. It no longer tests faith, it measures gold. The hammer begins to feel less like a relic of divinity and more like an instrument of profit. But Yappy stays composed, satisfied that his plan is unfolding as intended. For him, this is merely the opening act. Nothing will stop him now. News spreads faster than wildfire. Even a Starbucks proposes opening a branch inside the guild. The Pantheon is exploding with attention. Reports of tithes show the guild's fame and revenue skyrocketing. Hunters from every corner of the nation queue up, desperate for a chance to touch the relic. Some seek glory, others come chasing miracles. One man bursts into tears as a decade-old toenail infection vanishes. Another feels his dental cavity sealed just from standing within the hammer's aura. The Pantheon's influence draws believers in droves. Each miracle strengthens the faith spreading across the land, but behind all this stands Yappy, ceaselessly working. He rests for no one, gathering funds, goods, and every possible resource. His goal isn't mere wealth, it's construction, creation, legacy. Fame, faith, and fortune all fuel his grand design. To him, the Pantheon isn't simply a guild, it's a symbol. Every coin collected, every miracle witnessed, builds the foundation of his divine enterprise. Amid the chaos, Harry gazes upon it all in wonder and confusion, for deep within the Pantheon, a new chamber has been constructed. The high-intensity forging facility. Though packed with gleaming machinery and precision tools, it's still the lowest-tier forge within Yappy's immense database. Limited by Earth's metallurgy, this is the best he can manage for now. To most eyes, it's breathtaking, but Yappy doesn't soften the truth. He attributes their awe to human simplicity, brushing off the praise without hesitation. Harry, filled with excitement, asks if Yappy could forge a sword. After all, he bears the title of Grail Knight of the Divinity of Steel and Blacksmithing, a name that stirs high expectations. But Yappy refuses, not because of who asked, but because the forge remains incomplete. It lacks the advanced systems required to handle adamantite. Without such upgrades, even a master like him can't proceed. Harry accepts this explanation in silence. Determined, Yappy turns and walks away, resolved to earn more funds. Soon, a small forging facility opens, his first true step toward his grand vision. He sees himself as a righteous thief, taking from greed not for himself but to create something greater. Meanwhile, the global stock market descends into chaos. The powerful grow furious as the news fails to obey their control. Despite paying immense sums to manipulate the media, headlines defy their interests, stoking their rage. In the shadows, an unseen figure disrupts their schemes, intervening right before they can profit from massive stock sales. This mysterious individual seizes their earnings and vanishes without a trace. That phantom was Yappy. Slipping through the cracks of the system, he gathers wealth silently, unnoticed. Now his focus turns to food, for in this age, sustenance has become humanity's greatest struggle. Demonic corruption has ravaged farmlands worldwide. Rich nations reacted swiftly to early crises, but the poor continue to starve. Machinery breakdowns plague these lands, halting what little agriculture remains. Yappy observes quietly, already preparing his next move. He knows that soon food will surpass gold in value. So he begins acquiring vast tracts of corrupted land throughout Eastern Europe and the Middle East, soil others deemed worthless, but he sees potential hidden within. His first major step, the grain fields of Heilongjiang. After the Shanghai disaster 20 years ago, Heilongjiang became a wasteland, its earth poisoned, its farmers scattered. Yet Yappy invests heavily, purchasing the ruined grain sectors and spreading faith in Deira, goddess of life and fertility. Slowly, divine belief purifies the soil. It doesn't heal with Leon's speed or magnitude, but the recovery is steady. Soon, sacred rice, corn, and grains begin to sprout where once only dust remained. What was ruined now blooms with profit and promise. With this success, Yappy sets his sights on giving the Pantheon Guild full dominion over the global food market. But he knows where power rises, so too will danger. Still, he gathers intelligence from every nation, studying how humanity wastes its strength on war even as monsters multiply across the world. Any wise leader would abandon senseless conflict and focus on survival, so Yappy proclaims, the land shall rise again. Meanwhile, breaking news flashes, a coup erupts in Jilin and war follows. Amid the turmoil, Yappy remains calm, pulling Harry aside to speak with her privately. He explains that he now manages private equity, a growing means of controlling wealth. Without asking permission, Yappy announces he will personally handle her finances. Harry blinks in surprise, mistaking it for an investment proposal, but Yappy corrects her. This isn't a request, it's a professional correction. She's stunned to learn he's involved in the stock market, but he stays composed. He bluntly points out that her financial state is unstable. Despite Harry's confidence in her savings, Yappy informs her she's only holding 15% of what typical A-rank hunters possess. Most of her bonuses go straight to see Harry. Harry defends herself, saying she donates everything unnecessary to the orphanage where she was raised. Yappy doesn't mock her generosity. He insists that proper financial planning could help her give even more. She tries to decline his offer, but he refuses. To him, ignoring financial knowledge is like surrendering one's future. He insists she should be grateful for his guidance. Reluctantly, Harry agrees to let him manage 2 million won, but Yappy raises it to 20 million, casually suggesting she sell her semi-basement apartment in Seoul. Harry freezes, uncertain how to respond, yet deep down she trusts him, hoping this isn't a trap. Soon after, Yappy upgrades Harry's status from bronze to silver member. He calls it a gesture of goodwill, explaining that silver members earn twice the returns of bronze. Enticed by the promise of greater profit, Harry becomes eager to climb higher. Yappy tells her that by recruiting 5 new members, she'll reach gold rank, with triple returns guaranteed. Naive and only 20, Harry doesn't see the signs. She believes she's found an opportunity, unaware it's a pyramid scheme masked in charm. Worse, her genuine kindness draws others in. When she tells Suho about it, he joins immediately because he trusts her. Harry, without realizing, begins pulling more people into Yappy's scheme. The operation grows rapidly, the fake financial network gaining unstoppable momentum. Then, officials from the district court arrive, delivering a stern notice of asset confiscation. Leon turns, confused and alarmed, while chaos brews around them. Yappy merely responds in his usual calm tone, Kyric. Using the Pantheon Guild's name, he had borrowed massive sums, promising huge returns and convincing members their investments were safe, assured to double or triple. Trusting him completely, many poured in their savings. Some even sold their homes or pledged their land just to invest more. But disaster strikes, the investments collapse, the funds disintegrate. Everything is gone. Harry breaks down, devastated, her life savings of 87 million won erased in an instant. Another member confesses he used his wife's savings, and one more admits he'd spent 5 years saving for life-saving medicine, all lost, swallowed by ruin. Even Spina, one of the guild's elite members, suffers a staggering personal loss exceeding 87 billion won. Hearts break, tempers flare, and disbelief spreads through the hall. All of it happened because everyone trusted Yappy's word. Now the guild drowns in debt, and despair is all that remains. The deficit keeps ballooning, roughly 50 million won vanishes with every passing hour. By now, almost 72% of all assets are gone. Panic erupts, some scream, others sob uncontrollably over their vanished fortunes. Frustration hangs heavy in the air as members grab whatever they can from guild storage, desperate to recover even a fragment of what's lost. One person bolts into the storeroom and starts snatching up anything that looks remotely valuable, hoping to lessen their own losses. Suddenly, someone seizes a gleaming pillar, assuming it must be worth a fortune. Yappy explodes, shouting that the item belongs to him personally. Yet no one listens, rage drowns reason. Another person collapses in tears, wailing that they worked endlessly to save that money. The entire area dissolves into chaos, people shouting, grabbing, accusing one another. Yappy gets lifted by the collar as someone demands answers, while even the staff lose control. Harry. He feels nauseous from the stress, his body trembling from exhaustion. Even the chief's attempts to restore order fall flat. In the middle of the turmoil, Yappy glares at the mob, calling them beneath him. Just then Spina steps forward, hiccuping in frustration or maybe fear. Leon. Brown calmly tells Sir Spina to take charge of the situation, trusting his intellect to resolve it. Spina asks how much time Yappy requires, and Yappy promises to fix everything by tomorrow. Spina nods, then takes responsibility upon himself. Offhandedly, he declares he'll act as Yappy's guarantor, covering the debt if it comes to that. He orders Yappy back to work immediately. Yappy departs in tense silence as everyone watches, uncertain whether a full recovery is even possible in just one day. Back at headquarters, sirens blare as an emergency protocol kicks in. Without time for checks or calibration, the prototype of a high-powered exosuit begins activation. Its final command line reads, Fund Restoration. Far to the north in Heilongjiang, soldiers from the Jilin Republic Army lounge idly, bored by the quiet. One yawns while another grumbles that their enemies fled instead of fighting. The monsters mock humans, calling them weak and ignorant of true honor. Now Ruyo's only concern is eating well. They decide to delay their next assault on the nearby territory. Their jokes turn gruesome as they talk about cooking humans into stew, hungry to pillage and annihilate once again just as they ready their next move. Nothing unusual appears in their sights. Then from above, a radiant streak slices across the sky like a falling meteor, far off in the distance. Meanwhile, inside a secure U.S. Defense Command Center, alarms wail as the Divine Staff, a classified weapon housed in orbit, suddenly activates. Panic spreads among the defense officials since only 3 people should have clearance, yet someone's already fired it. Both the White House and Hunter HQ deny involvement. Even worse, the weapon's passcode refreshes every minute with 100 million possible combinations. Even the world's fastest supercomputer would take 13 years to decipher it, yet somehow someone already has. Anxiety grips the entire command room as the situation spirals out of control. The weapon is now fully operational and impossible to shut down. Its encryption is impenetrable. With over 10 billion randomized codes, no system can breach it in time. Another system, codenamed Grizzly, also boots up, syncing with the Divine Staff. Both are locked onto a single target, the Jilin Republic. At the same instant, a video broadcast appears, showing someone accusing Jilin of disturbing U.S. peace. Moments later, a Russian statement follows, claiming support for the U.S. It looks like a staged trigger for war. Watching the transmission, Mr. Julius murmurs that the footage is fabricated, that it's a fake. But the damage is already irreversible. The deception has spread like wildfire, pushing the world toward conflict born from a flawless deepfake. No one knows who orchestrated it, but the destruction is already set in motion. General Linghang Kazak of the Jilin Republic observes the chaos and silently wonders how events could have gone this far. But with their nation now among the mightiest, it seems endless war is the only path left. His men panic, uncertain of what to do, and he suggests fleeing with whatever money remains, hoping to rebuild and grow stronger elsewhere. They nod anxiously, already planning their escape. Some even consider hunting humans to expand their ranks. But before they can act, an enemy presence locks onto them. A targeting system pinpoints the orcs, issuing one demand: the return of the stolen assets. A mechanized figure lands squarely before Kazak, inside the Jilin Republic's central command hall. Aiming its weapon directly at him, the machine's voice thunders. Sir Yappy demands restitution. Kazak eyes the construct and remarks that he doesn't know who it is, but it certainly has courage. One of the orcs lunges toward the machine, but it steps back, withholding retaliation for a brief moment. From behind, the machine's sensors flare as it switches into full assassination mode. It opens fire, cutting down the orcs in a relentless hail of bullets. As his allies collapse one after another, Kazakh dives for cover beneath the shattered ceiling panels that fell during Yappy's entrance. Another orc charges desperately toward the mechanical intruder. But Yappy unleashes a hidden function, ultra-high bullet set, redirecting its aim toward every remaining hostile in sight. With all weapon systems unlocked, the machine saturates the area with rapid bombardments. When the battlefield finally falls silent, Yappy declares a ceasefire, noting that only one target remains. It steps forward facing Kazakh head-on. Dragging his hammer, Kazakh chuckles that the robot did well, saying the ones it killed were soon to be promoted generals. The machine instantly reactivates assassination mode, catching him off guard as he yells, demanding if it even understands what resume means. A laser beam pierces forward, but Kazakh narrowly evades it and charges, closing the distance and swinging his axe in a crushing blow. The strike tears apart the robot's arm, and its scanners immediately identify the weapon's composition adamantite. Kazakh roars proudly, declaring that his axe is forged entirely from pure adamantite, preparing to strike once more. He boasts that even a Drake couldn't survive a single swing as he brings the weapon down toward the machine. The robot's system recognizes the threat, tagging Kazakh as an S-rank combatant, and noting that ammunition reserves are nearly depleted. In an instant, it channels energy through its core and fires a concentrated laser from its remaining hand. Kazakh sneers, mocking that a lump of metal like this could never match him, a warrior blessed by the god Helkin. He leaps high and attacks again, but the machine's AI triggers a warning. Insufficient time, scenario failure detected. Yappy intercepts Kazakh midair, binding him tightly in steel threads. It calmly remarks that this encounter has yielded valuable combat data, improving the precision of its big data algorithms. Kazakh shouts in disbelief, demanding to know what Yappy is talking about. Yappy invokes tactical divine law and fires a blinding beam. The shot tears through Kazakh, sending his flesh scattering across the air. Without pause, Yappy approaches the fallen adamantite weapon. It collects the material and eliminates the last witnesses, declaring the assassination complete. News outlets soon report that the coup in the Jilin Republic has been suppressed, and the newly formed administration issues a formal apology for the turmoil. Meanwhile, miraculous crops begin sprouting in Beta Huang's rice fields. Harry smiles brightly at Yappy, saying it's a relief that the war has finally ended. She glances at her phone to check the investment returns, and gasps when she sees profits soaring to 200%. Leon quietly sips his tea while reviewing the latest documents. He scans Suho's records, reflecting on how his swordsmanship, shield mastery, spear control, and writing skills have all progressed. He contemplates whether it's time to link Suho to the divine realm. Yet he knows the boy must first prove his devotion. Leon decides there's no more time to waste. Since the gods have permitted a simplified rite, he must act swiftly. Turning the page, he reviews the file of Cheyenne Soyen. The document notes that a true knight must live by the principles of virtue. Leon wonders if Soyen harbors any hidden greed, and assumes her enlistment was driven by faith in divine order. His thoughts drift to the past, realizing she resembles someone he once knew. Suddenly, Leon senses movement. He notices the sacred hammer trembling slightly. Curiosity sparks as he wonders who could be responsible. Without hesitation, he strides toward the source. Harry calls out, asking where he's headed, but Leon gives no reply. Arriving at the site, he lets out a faint smile, saying this is quite unexpected. Standing before him is Daesung, holding the divine hammer barehanded. Out on the quiet plains near Naju, the entire group gathers under Leon's instruction. He announces that today marks the arrival of a new student. The students murmur in confusion, puzzled by the timing. One points out that nearly everyone from the academy has already joined a guild, and they begin speculating about who this new recruit might be. A sense of anticipation ripples through the crowd as they await the newcomer's appearance. Leon continues his announcement, explaining that the newly arrived student will be training alongside them with the goal of becoming a knight in the future. The new student appears, clumsily riding a horse that seems almost impossible for him to control. He nervously introduces himself as Good Daesung, the first-generation student of man-at-arms, greeting everyone politely and saying it's an honor to meet them. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the presidential building. A researcher reports to the president that the Eastern Sea Fleet, 7 American fleets, and Japan's Maritime Self-Defense Force have all confirmed their positions. The president acknowledges the report and solemnly confirms that the Dragon Palace truly exists. 25 years ago, a gate beneath the ocean known as the Dragon Palace was first discovered in Tokyo Bay. Back then, people believed gates could only appear on land, and without satellites capable of observing the seas, no one considered the possibility of oceanic gates. The Tokyo Bay Gate was left unchecked until a dungeon break erupted, devastating Tokyo. Nearby beaches were tainted, and sea creatures transformed into vicious monsters. This became one of the most catastrophic gate disasters in human history, prompting unprecedented international cooperation in dungeon raids. The researcher continues, informing the president that Hurricane Nabai, which was initially heading for the Pacific, has now shifted direction toward Along Island. The president stands in tense silence as the researcher adds that it's expected to be the worst hurricane of the year. The president sighs, looking at the screen, muttering bitterly about his misfortune. A reporter on live broadcast states that the hurricane is moving at 64.5 meters per second, matching the intensity of 2003's Hurricane Mamie, and warns of catastrophic damage to Along Island. The president turns to his aide and orders him to contact His Majesty Leon of the Pantheon Guild immediately. Half an hour later, the president meets Yongwan, asking if he was the first to arrive. He greets Yongwan with a faint chuckle, remarking that the guildmaster of Yongwan has changed quite a bit, especially since he used to dodge the draft. Yongwan frowns, asking why his guild was selected as the primary draft force when other guilds are far more capable. The president gives a small, knowing smile, saying it's hard to find a guild that can compare to the Phoenix Guild. Yongwan turns away, grumbling that they're still recovering from the Jeju Island incident. The president maintains his smile, saying he's sure Yongwan has long recovered. Yongwan's irritation deepens, suspecting that this sudden exercise of authority must somehow be connected to Leon. He asks bluntly if his guild is being sent alone and when the ace card will be joining. The president feigns ignorance, asking what ace card he's talking about. Yongwan retorts sharply that His Majesty is far beyond his judgment, which only provokes his own anger further. He turns toward his companion, grumbling that things never seem to go their way, only to be mocked with the proverb, "You reap what you sow." Yongwan recalls that night being told to take the horse. He remembers being told that the horse would obey the king and was prayed for, blessed by the gods. The present Yongwan curses softly, feeling an unsettling heaviness in his chest. Suddenly, the president's assistant announces the arrival of a VIP guest. Yongwan watches as the president straightens his collar, sprays mouth freshener and composes himself, leaving Yongwan surprised. The elevator doors open, revealing Leon flanked by Harry and Jinsu. The president immediately bows, thanking Leon for gracing them with his presence. Leon smirks faintly, warning the president that he had better have a good reason for summoning him there. The president gestures for him to follow, promising that he will explain everything in detail. After hearing the full explanation, Leon leans back in his seat. He summarizes in a calm tone that a gate has opened in the ocean, and the approaching hurricane makes any raid operation nearly impossible. The president explains that the US and Japan will provide support, while other guilds remain on standby as reinforcements. He emphasizes that this is a rare chance to elevate the prestige of the King of Lionheart and earn the nation's admiration. Leon smiles faintly, appreciating how well the president phrases his requests. He responds that the worth of a king is not to be taken lightly and that he expects an appropriate tribute in return. The president cautiously asks what Leon desires. Leon simply smirks, saying that a true king does not count coins and that the matter should be discussed with Sir Spinny. The president bows again, secretly thinking Leon's words are nothing but an empty promise. Leon steps outside, instructing Harry to bring him the roster list. Out in the open, he begins calling out the names of those who will join the raid, asking Harry to record each one. He names several students first, then moves on to the soldiers. Harry pauses mid-writing, asking why none of the chosen individuals are women. She fumes inwardly, thinking that while Leon may distinguish between ladies and women, he's never been the type to discriminate by gender in a serious matter like this. Leon answers calmly, asking if the reason isn't already obvious. Harry presses for a clearer explanation. With a serious yet stubborn look, Leon replies that it's bad luck to have women aboard, as if it were an unshakable rule. Soon after, aircraft begin taking off toward their destination. It marks the first official fleet deployment in South Korea's history. As the planes touch down at their destination, Leon walks forward to meet the base commander. The commander introduces himself as Lieutenant General Choi Yi-sung of the First Fleet. He greets Leon warmly, expressing that his granddaughter's illness was cured thanks to the Dramaris crops, and asks Leon to convey his gratitude to her. Leon smiles proudly, saying that if the commander wishes to thank her for her blessings, then they are brothers under divine grace. The commander beams with pride, saying it's an honor. He then leads Leon and his guild into the base, continuing the briefing and introducing the allied forces. As they move inside, they encounter a group of foreigners. Yongwan asks if they are the American raid team, and Jason answers that they arrived as quickly as possible aboard a cargo aircraft. Jason adds that the US raid team has a reputation for being passive, Suddenly, someone catches Yongwan's eye. He calls out, recognizing the man, Reynolds Sherman, and asks what the master of the magic tower is doing there. Reynolds turns, amused that he's apparently well known even in Korea. He faces them fully with a smile, holding a glowing crystal orb in his hands, greeting the Korean hunters politely. But before he can finish his introduction, he notices Leon staring straight at him. The magic tower master panics inwardly, and the demon sealed within the orb trembles as well. Reynolds mentally asks the demon what they should do now that Leon is right in front of them. The demon urges him to stay calm, assuring that if Leon had truly noticed, they'd already be dead. It reassures him that they haven't been discovered yet and tells him to rely on the ring's power. Reynolds grips the ring tightly, silently admiring the demon's confidence. But then he feels the ring start to loosen around his finger. His heart skips as he tries to hold it in place. The demon warns that the ring has weakened under Leon's divine energy and urges Reynolds to step back. Reynolds panics, worried his behavior will draw suspicion. So he stammers out a greeting, saying he's heard of Leon's fame even from distant lands and had always wanted to meet him. His hand trembles, unable to shake Leon's without exposing himself. Leon smirks, remarking smugly that Reynolds seems to know his place well, before turning away. Reynolds stands frozen, wondering what could possibly satisfy such a man. The demon whispers that he must enter the gate to proceed with their plan. Meanwhile, Harry strolls outside, still annoyed that Leon refused to let any women on the ship. She spots Di-sung helping the workers with heavy lifting. She scolds him, asking why he's still doing manual labor when the association's staff should handle it, but Di-sung waves his hands, insisting he just wants to help. Harry crosses her arms, saying that as a knight trainee, His Majesty would never have ordered him to perform such trivial work. Di-sung replies shyly that he feels people are giving him too much credit just for lifting a hammer. Harry, clearly irritated, tells him it's a huge deal. She herself couldn't even move it an inch. Over 1,000 people had tried before him, and he was the only one who succeeded. She adds that he was chosen by the goddess herself. When Di-sung still looks uncertain, Harry starts mimicking Leon's tone, joking that His Majesty would probably scold a lowly commoner for questioning the king's choice. She keeps imitating, saying Leon would boast about how, in his day, knights trained without a wink of sleep. Di-sung finally calls out her name, trying to stop her. But she keeps going until she realizes something is wrong and asks if he's standing right behind her. Di-sung nervously raises his voice, trying to warn her. She slowly turns, eyes wide. Standing behind her is none other than Leon himself. Without a word, Leon grabs Harry by the hair, demanding how she dares to mock and imitate the behavior of a king. Harry immediately begs for forgiveness, and Leon finally releases her. He frowns, saying it's absurd that someone like her would be the one blessed. Harry looks completely lost. Leon clarifies, explaining that she carries the blessing of the sea and the waves. The goddess Poma has chosen her to become a saintess. Leon finishes by informing her that she will join them in the upcoming raid. Harry feels a brief moment of joy as her eyes meet Leon's face. But that joy quickly fades when she realizes she's been tied to a large wooden plank. From above, Yongwan watches in disbelief, questioning how they could possibly treat a saintess this way. Leon stands beside him, calmly stating that having a woman aboard brings bad luck. The only way to lift that misfortune, he adds, is to make her the ship's figurehead. Harry screams to be untied, calling out to Suho as they silently secure her onto the wooden board. Then they lift her vertically and fasten her at the front of the ship. The vessel begins to move forward, leaving Harry crying and yelling for help at the bow. Thunder roars fiercely across the darkening sky. Harry panics, shouting that Hurricane Nabai, with winds reaching 64.5 meters per second, is closing in fast, all while still bound to the pole. She continues screaming for help as the storm grows stronger. Leon scolds her to be quiet, saying she's scaring the fish away. Harry is stunned to see Leon casually fishing while her life is literally in danger. Leon sighs in disappointment, saying the fish have already fled. No fish would swim near a massive military vessel like this anyway. Just then, his fishing rod jerks violently. He's hooked something enormous. Leon orders the lieutenant general to prepare the ritual he mentioned earlier, and the officer quickly obeys. Leon then steps up to the podium and lays the massive fish before him. Raising his voice, he solemnly calls upon the divine master of the gracious sea to reveal herself before those who dare tread upon her waters. A blinding radiance envelops the ship, shining from every direction. In the control room, the officers monitoring the sea panic as they witness a colossal wave rise. They question if what they're seeing is even a wave or something else entirely. The vessel is surrounded by a massive wall of water. Then a voice filled with warmth echoes through the storm, calling Leonhardt, my beloved watchtower and protector of my people. Leon bows his head, addressing her as Poma, the divinity of the sea and waves. Poma remarks that this ocean feels barren and senseless, explaining that, as Plow once said, this land lacks any divine essence. She adds that their ship doesn't even bear sails, and none among them understand the grace of the sea. Standing before the glowing fish, Leon replies that it cannot be helped. This world has yet to receive the ocean's teachings, and he humbly asks her to watch over the people. Poma refuses, saying she has no reason to protect those who show no faith. Only through respect can they earn her blessing. Leon stays silent for a moment, then asks why she chose Harry to become a saintess. Poma laughs softly, saying she barely managed to persuade Pitos, but Harry is a fine vessel and worthy of the title. The goddess adds that while Harry is impressive, she still cannot compare to Leon, who can embody all forms of divinity. Leon admits that he sensed Harry's fate would be filled with hardship, and it seems his intuition was correct. The glowing fish, Poma's vessel, asks why he considers a divine blessing a curse. Leon answers that divine attention can become poison for those without true faith. Poma simply replies that she trusts Leon to guide her saintess. She then calls out to Saintess Han Harry, granting her the authority over the tides and the blessing of water, commanding her to accept it joyfully and spread the teachings of the sea. Harry cheers excitedly, asking if that means she'll finally be untied from the pole. The fish calmly replies that by offering herself as the saintess, no wave shall rise against the ship, and then disappears into the sea. Harry freezes, horrified, thinking she's about to die. The crew shouts that a hurricane with 10-meter waves is rapidly approaching. They urge everyone to take shelter below deck before they're swept away. Harry screams again for someone to help her. Leon tells her she still lacks faith. He adds that Poma seems fond of her regardless. Perhaps that's why the goddess overlooks her disbelief. Harry yells that she doesn't care about forgiveness, she just wants to be untied. Leon calmly tells her to relax and entrust herself to the embrace of nature, wearing a smug grin. He stretches out his hands dramatically, declaring that the boundless forces of nature will cradle her. Harry screams back that she wants to live. Leon asks if she hasn't noticed that, despite the violent storm, not a single wave has struck their ship. Everyone pauses, realizing the ship hasn't even been rocking. The waves seem to vanish the instant they near the vessel. Leon explains that Poma is using Harry as a vessel of faith to pacify the waves. Since no one else believes in him, he had no choice but to rely on the saintess as the medium. Harry sighs in relief, realizing Leon hadn't tied her up out of sexism after all. Suddenly, the ropes come undone. Harry slips and nearly falls. The ship lurches violently as waves crash against its side. Harry immediately clings to the post, panicking and begging to be tied up again. Leon obliges and secures her once more. Meanwhile, aboard a U.S. Arleigh-Burke-class destroyer, Reynolds leans over the railing, saying the ship nearly capsized but stabilized once they began trailing Leon's vessel. The demon's voice echoes in his mind, explaining that Leon invoked the authority of the sea and waves. The ship blessed by such divinity will always find plentiful harvests and never sink in storms. Reynolds grits his teeth, calling the demon useless anyway. Just then, the captain reports grim news. The Murasame-class ship that departed from Sasebo has capsized due to the hurricane. Rescue operations are underway. Reynolds mutters that they've already lost a third of their forces before even starting. The demon urges him to ignore that and focus on the gate. Nothing else matters. The sailors announce that they're now entering the gate and deploying the raid teams. Leon's ship leads the fleet as they approach the swirling gate. Suddenly, a massive hurricane forms directly above them, pulling the Pantheon Guild members and many others into its violent grasp. Harry regains consciousness, coughing up seawater as she struggles to breathe. She slowly comes to, frantically searching for the others. Realizing they were likely swept into the vortex, she begins looking around for survivors. She spots a few lying motionless nearby and yells for them to wake up. Suho groans, clutching his head, telling Harry he feels dizzy. Harry rushes to check on him as he asks what just happened. He looks around, asking where Leon and the others are. Suddenly, a calm voice tells her to relax, that everyone is safe. Harry looks around, startled. The voice instructs her to look down. Nervously, she glances below and sees a small turtle gazing up at her. The turtle speaks again, addressing her as Saintess. It explains that the sea has sent a messenger to aid her. Suho crouches down, calling the creature tiny. The turtle glares at him, calling him insolent and reminding him to show respect to divine beings. Harry's eyes widen as she asks if, since Poma said everyone was safe, the turtle knows what happened. The turtle, speaking with Poma's voice, tells her that they were carried to safety through the authority of the waves, but it couldn't prevent Harry from being separated from the others. Suho exclaims that the turtle is amazing. The turtle, Poma's messenger, admits that its body is inconvenient for travel and asks Harry to lend her shoulder. Harry kneels down, allowing the turtle to climb onto her. Suddenly, a sharp noise echoes nearby. The crew scrambles to defensive positions as Di-sung commands everyone to stay alert. Monsters begin approaching from the forest. Someone yells at Harry to raise her shield, but she grumbles that they barely had time to rest. She lifts her wand, determined to cast fire magic and at least take one enemy down. But her wand sputters and dies, leaving her shocked. Poma's voice through the turtle scolds her, asking if a saintess of the ocean truly intends to wield fire. Harry glares sideways at the turtle and screams that she doesn't want to be anyone's saintess if it means giving up fire magic. The turtle dryly tells her to put it down. The monsters close in as the team fortifies their formation. Elsewhere, deep within the forest, Reynolds fends off attacking creatures. The demon mutters that the mission began poorly, but at least they've escaped that monster. Reynolds orders the remaining American hunters to stay behind and build a shelter. He and the demon have other priorities. He begins summoning the nearby beasts, commanding them to rise and lead him to the stone statue. After a while, he stands before a towering stone monument and asks the demon if this is the place. The demon confirms it's one of the statues they need, though a few more must still be found. Reynolds raises his hand to cast a spell, but a mysterious voice suddenly tells him to wait. Yongwan suddenly appears from behind and asks if Reynolds even understands what that stone monument truly is. Reynolds gives a sly grin, saying it's good to see them safe and admitting he hadn't expected them to show up this quickly. Arnold smiles at Yongwan, remarking that he must have also seen the quest to destroy those statues. Yongwan nods, confirming that he did. The quest's command was clear: destroy the statue of Rakshar the Great. Memories of the Jeju Island Gate flood back to him, along with the chaos of the Red Gates. Their mission back then had been to take down Gavrik, but there had always been something deeper behind it. Yongwan concludes that they still don't know nearly enough about these quests, and voices his concern that information about the gates remains far too limited. He asks if this statue could be some kind of trap, or perhaps they need to uncover what Rakshar actually is before making a move. Reynolds pauses, considering the point. The logic checks out, yet the demon commanding him orders a retreat, knowing he can't face them all at once. Reynolds steps back, conceding that Yongwan's reasoning is remarkably sound. He then instructs everyone to fall back to the beach, where the Maverick members are regrouping. Meanwhile, back on the island, Harry sheathes her weapon and sighs that they've finally wiped out the remaining monsters. She quickly checks if anyone is injured, and to everyone's relief, they're all fine. At that moment, a knight rushes in, panicked, reporting that they can no longer sense His Majesty's aura. Mari responds mockingly, saying that's unfortunate because those buffs were really convenient. The knight, however, insists that isn't the real problem. He explains that they've already measured Leon's aura range before, and it used to spread across nearly 30 kilometers. Eamon's blessing once expanded as far as 30 kilometers in radius. Yet now, not a single one of them is under its influence. Harry immediately grasps the implication. The island must stretch beyond 30 kilometers in both length and width, which means, most likely, His Majesty isn't even on this island anymore. She turns to Poma for answers, but Poma admits that her link seems to have been severed as well. Everyone looks uneasy, quietly wondering where Leon could possibly be. Deep underwater, inside the dungeon, Leon stands face to face with a monstrous being. The creature growls that it's finally time to end its long slumber, and complains that after 500 years of eating nothing but fish, it's sick of seafood. It lunges toward Leon, grinning that it's curious to learn what the flesh of a god's knight tastes like. Nearby, Yappy begins booting his bias, but the device instantly fails, unable to process the strange materials around it. Sir Yappy finds himself stranded in a cavern surrounded by crab monsters. Even after several reboot attempts, the system continues to fail. He nervously questions the creatures, but the crabs merely follow him wherever he goes. Elsewhere on another island, Harry informs the group that she couldn't locate Kim Duhan or Yi Hyuk. Dyson shakes his head, saying he hasn't seen Section Chief Kim either. Another knight murmurs in disbelief, admitting he never expected the trainees to vanish like that. Suho, trying to stay calm, insists they'll be fine, though his nervous glance toward Harry betrays his worry. Harry offers a reassuring smile, then turns to the American knights, sincerely thanking them for their earlier assistance. Without them, the monster fight would have been far tougher. The blonde man standing before them salutes and introduces himself as Mastrel from the Maverick Guild. Harry introduces herself in return, then suddenly freezes, realizing the name sounds oddly familiar. Her eyes widen as she studies his face before shouting that he's actually Alan Taylor, the S-rank hunter ranked 6th within the Maverick Guild. Alan coughs awkwardly and tells her there's no point in having a call sign if she's just going to use his real name anyway. Embarrassed, Harry bows deeply and apologizes, promising to use the call sign next time. Alan rubs the back of his neck and assures her it's no big deal. The other Korean hunters quickly recognize him too. One even says he's seen him on YouTube, amazed that an S-rank like him joined the mission. Harry admits they didn't know he was part of the raid team. Alan looks aside, muttering that maybe it's because they departed in such a rush. Assessing the situation, Alan notes that their guildmaster seems to have been separated and asks if their objective now is to locate the missing members. Paulite shakes his head, saying that the god of the sea has already blessed them. If His Majesty wished to find them, he would have done so long ago. Suho adds that His Majesty still has his Pegasus. Alan just blinks at them, trying to make sense of what they mean. Before anyone can explain, a system notification chimes. The first wave is commencing. Alan frowns, asking if that means they're about to face a monster onslaught. Then he cracks his knuckles, deciding they should talk later. First, they deal with this. Monsters from both land and sea begin emerging, and the system display warns they have only 3 minutes remaining before failure. The knights exclaim in alarm. They're already facing rank field bosses right at the start. Alan glances at the largest sea creature and smirks, saying this might take a while. He and Harry quickly take their battle stances. Disung shouts for the shield squad to form a blockade. The monster immediately slams into him, but the barrier barely holds. Disung gasps, realizing their strength has plummeted without His Majesty's buff. The beast attacks again, knocking several knights to the ground. Harry calls out Disung's name in panic, asking if he's okay. Dyson coughs and insists they're fine, urging her to keep fighting. Gritting her teeth, Harry thinks bitterly that if she could just use her fire-type skills, this battle would be over in seconds. She slashes her way through the monsters on land, cutting them down one after another. She shouts at Poma, asking if she isn't supposed to be a saintess. Shouldn't she have some kind of divine tsunami skill or something? Poma laughs, teasing that Harry clearly watches too much anime. Harry snaps back that Poma acts more like an anime character than she does. Suddenly, a spark bursts through the air and strikes a monster dead. Harry turns to see Alan grinning at her, reminding her not to lose focus. She sheepishly thanks him, then spins around again, only to realize Alan has already wiped out every remaining monster. Alan calmly comments that these foes weren't that strong for A rank. Ho and another trainee stare at the fallen sea creature in awe, praising Alan's strength. The other remarks that it's only natural for someone from America's top guild. Alan surveys the battlefield and suggests they handle the remaining monsters since only a few are left. Together, they successfully clear the third wave. Elsewhere, Yappy sits atop a crab as it ferries him across the cavern. It's been 36 hours since the crab monsters rescued him, and now they obey his commands without question. Yappy explains that the monster waves arrive every 12 hours, and these crustaceans are growing and multiplying at an alarming rate. Unlike normal creatures that require time to absorb nutrients and expand their shells, these ones evolve unnaturally fast. Jae-hyuk, who was rescued from the beach on the first day, calls out to Yappy, saying that the system window has appeared, but something strange is happening. One of Rakshar's statues has already been destroyed. Yappy opens his own status screen, astonished that survivors hadn't been able to access their system until now. He insists that S-Herring system data is vital if they're going to survive. As Jae-hyuk reads the quest details, he notes that their objective is indeed to destroy the statues. Yappy agrees, explaining that the crab monsters have been waging war against the other creatures for ages. He concludes that the enemies behind the waves are likely trying to destroy those very statues. Jae-hyuk nods, saying the statues being the true targets makes perfect sense. Yappy agrees the logic fits. Yukiok then reports that many from the Kirik tribe have already died and asks if Yappy thinks they can keep resisting the waves. Yappy shakes his head, saying it's impossible. The difficulty increases each time. At this rate, he predicts they'll likely fall during the 5th wave unless they find better weapons. Jae-hyuk jokingly imagines a crab wielding a knife and wonders if that's really their plan. Then he suddenly remembers something and tells Yappy he's found something unusual. He leads Yappy to a waterfall and reveals there's a hidden cave behind it. They pass through and emerge on the other side, where a breathtaking sight awaits them. A landscape filled with towering structures and carefully built roads stretches before their eyes. Jae-hyuk gasps, realizing the Kirik tribe must have been far more advanced than anyone thought. The end, he jokes. Thanks for watching. If you liked this, don't forget to like and subscribe. I'm Jae-hyuk, see you next time. Meanwhile, deep beneath the ocean, Leon stands beneath the waves. He realizes this isn't just the seabed, but a place preserving remnants of an ancient civilization. As he surveys the ruins, he acknowledges that an entire fallen world lies beneath the sea. He recalls how, when the ship capsized, Poma's authority was suddenly severed. He now suspects her powers weakened because they've trespassed into another being's domain. Perhaps that of a god or something far darker. Leon's voice cuts through the water as he commands the hidden entity to show its true form. A deep laugh echoes through the abyss, and the voice calls his name Lion. It mocks his heart, calling him the god's hound with the heart of a lion, the heir of the dragon slayer, the strongest of all. the one who has slain the most demons, the guardian of the Radiant Kingdom, yet now standing before it weaker than ever. Leon narrows his eyes and asks if it truly knows him. The voice answers that every demon knows the Lionheart, a hero even among heroes. It tells him that many heroes have come seeking this place, but none possess the strength to defeat it. It taunts Leon, asking if he believes himself any different. Leon glares into the void, replying coldly that a filthy demon has no right to judge his worth. The demon bursts into laughter, appearing before Leon and thanking him for destroying Malice, saying that act gave him a second chance. Leon wonders aloud if it truly knew Malice. The creature grins and declares that after 5 long centuries of waiting, it's finally time to end everything. The 4th wave raid begins. On the distant island, the others, still stranded, pound the water in frustration. Poma, perched comfortably on top of her head, teasingly remarks that if she plans on splashing around in the water, she might as well do it without clothes. It'd be a better view for him that way. Harry clenches her teeth in frustration, scolding Poma not to say things like that and insisting she's trying her best to stay awake. Poma only hums in amusement. Meckley cuts in, pointing out that all Harry is doing is playing around, and no matter how long she keeps at it, it won't awaken anything. Harry doesn't respond immediately, her expression distant as if something else weighs on her mind. Slowly, she rises to her feet, lost in thought. After a quiet moment, she recalls aloud that she once heard followers of Goddess Ariana must uphold justice repeatedly or perform noble deeds to grow closer to her. Palmer listens lazily as she speaks. He chuckles and says that such devotion suits her personality, though he can't help but think she's being a bit too rigid in her interpretation. Maury joins in, mentioning that those devoted to Goddess Deira must tend to the soil and give thanks to the earth itself. And when it comes to pathos, Harry adds thoughtfully, it seems to be about triumph in battle and keeping one's fiery determination alive. Looking up toward Poma, Harry says that since he's the divinity of the sea and waves, she assumed she'd need to do something related to the ocean. Poma casually replies that he doubts frolicking on the beach will accomplish much. She reaches up, tapping the turtle's head and pleading with him to tell her the truth so they can save his majesty. Poma finally admits that it's true, he doesn't sense his majesty on land. It feels as though he's trapped somewhere beneath the waves. Hair flutters across her face as the realization sinks in. Harry cups Poma gently in her hands, sorrow clouding her eyes as she asks if they shouldn't hurry to awaken and find his majesty before it's too late. Poma nods gravely, saying it's indeed of great importance. The urgency rattles Harry as she mutters that it would all be over if Poma would just tell her how to awaken properly. She studies the turtle's blank face, frustrated that she can't read what he's thinking at all. Then Poma lifts his head to meet her gaze and addresses her solemnly as his saintess, telling her it should be simple for someone like her to grasp the creed of the sea and waves and to nurture her faith. He explains that the sea is the cradle of endless life, and offering genuine gratitude for its gifts will strengthen her belief. Yet he challenges her, asking how she could ever confuse the path of a mere believer with that of a true saint. He presses further, questioning how she could compare the wisdom of a knight to that of an ordinary soldier. Harry listens carefully, nodding in shame and promising to try harder to understand. Poma narrows his eyes at her, but before another word can be said, Suho bursts onto the scene, shouting her name. Out of breath, he exclaims that they've finally found the statue of Rakshar. Harry blinks in disbelief as Suho's words sink in. He continues, explaining that it was the Maverick Guild who discovered Rakshar's statue first. Elsewhere, Arnold watches Yongwan, who remains fixated on the statue, guarding it with unshakable focus. Arnold wonders to himself why they're taking on a burden no one ever asked them to. King Huan gazes at the statue as though it's the most fascinating thing he's ever seen. A demon nearby comments to Reynolds that it appears the Phoenix Guild is beginning to doubt their quest. Reynolds' brow furrows. Reynolds quietly asks if they should destroy the statue in secret under the cover of night. The demon advises against it, saying such an act would only draw suspicion toward Reynolds, and that the right moment to destroy it will reveal itself soon enough. A member of the Maverick Guild calls out to Yongwan, suggesting that maybe they should just destroy the statue already. He argues that while caution is fine, they've been waiting for 3 days. He insists that since this is the only statue nearby, it must be the one required for their quest's completion. All eyes turn toward Minuteman now. Yuri whispers under her breath that there really isn't any other choice left. Juan silently nods in agreement and signals Minuteman forward. He instructs him to destroy the statue immediately. The man steadies his stance, focusing his energy, then drives his fist straight into the statue, shattering it into countless fragments. A glowing notification appears, announcing that the statue of Rakshar the Great has been destroyed. Only 2 statues remain. Batman grins faintly, satisfied that his decision was the correct one. Even Yongwan finally concedes that they must have destroyed the right statue after all. Yuri leans close to whisper in his ear that they should start preparing now. Yongwan asks if it's already time for the next wave, noting that they've stayed here longer than expected. They wait for a moment, uncertain what's coming next, until Yuri quietly admits that the wave isn't coming at all. The old man approaches Yongwan with a smug smile, saying it seems destroying the statue was indeed the right move since no wave has appeared. Yongwan grits his teeth, forcing a bitter smile as he says he's glad. Arnold, trying to keep order, suggests that they summarize the situation and asks everyone to gather. Once the group assembles, Reynolds begins, stating his theory that 3 statues are scattered across the islands. But before searching further, he insists they regroup and find the missing members first. Then he questions why they don't just hurry and destroy all the statues right away. Dongwan agrees, crouching down to draw a rough map in the dirt with a stick. He explains that since there are 3 islands in total and 2 statues remaining, they'll divide into 2 teams to cover more ground. He adds that whichever team finishes first can meet up with the other afterward. Yongwan remarks that moving between islands shouldn't be difficult since boats are available. Minuteman raises his fist and rallies the guilds, urging them to stay motivated and crush the remaining 2 statues. Yongwan nods firmly, signaling his team to move out as well. Huan and his guild members climb into their boats and row toward the next island. Upon reaching the shore, they step onto the land, only to freeze at the sight before them. Shattered remnants of battle are scattered everywhere. Yongwan's eyes darken as he wonders if a war had taken place here. Deep down, he already knows the answer. He spots a cannon half buried in the soil, and the realization dawns that something about this island is terribly wrong. His instincts flare. He orders his guild to turn back immediately, shouting that this place feels off, different from the others. But before they can react, a sudden mechanical Keurig pierces the silence. Everyone raises their weapons, lighting fire arrows in defense as a shadow begins to emerge. The metallic claws of a massive creature slam into the ground, shaking the sand beneath their feet. It's a robotic crab monster, then another and another, until an entire army crawls from beneath the earth. One guild member shouts that the enemies are armed with firearms. Yongwan curses under his breath, demanding why this island's monsters are completely different. He forces himself to stay composed, trying to reason that the monsters on the previous island didn't have weapons, so these must be mere imitations. But then one of the crab machines fires a blazing laser straight toward them. Yongwan recoils in disbelief, screaming that the weapons are real. He quickly regains his footing, barking orders for defensive formation, knowing full well they won't escape without casualties. Then a commanding voice echoes across the battlefield, ordering them to kneel before the chief of the Keurig tribe. Moments later, Yappy and J-Hook appear, sitting atop a colossal crab as if it were their throne. Yappy looks down upon the humans and declares that they should surrender, for resistance would only lead to ruin. Yongwan stares up in disbelief, recognizing Yappy and J-Hyuk as members of the Pantheon, realizing instantly that the Phoenix Guild has fallen into their trap. The situation becomes clear. The Phoenix Guild is now trapped on Yappy's island, while Maverick and Reynolds are stationed with Harry on another. Only 2 statues remain intact. Reynolds, along with the Maverick Guild, heads toward one of them. There they find Harry standing protectively before the statue, shielding it with her body. Reynolds mutters that this is both troublesome and irritating. Harry shouts at them not to destroy it, reminding them she already explained that she'd seen a vision of the future. Alan sighs, saying he's at a complete loss. They can't just destroy the statue if her prophecy has warned against it. Harry pleads desperately, asking if none of them can see the dreadful aura the statue is holding back. She turns to look behind her, noticing red smoke seeping out from the cracks, realizing in horror that destroying it would be catastrophic. Then, without warning, the statue bursts apart with a deafening explosion. Reynolds stands nearby, his expression oddly proud. Harry's eyes widen in shock, wondering in horror if he just destroyed it himself. Seld speaks coldly, saying their mission here is to seal the gate, and that the quest demands they destroy the statues, so that's exactly what they'll do. A terrible audible aura seeps out, making Harry's heart sink in dread. The ground trembles violently as one of the men asks what that noise was. A heavy silence follows, then an ominous energy begins to rise. From the depths of the sea, a monstrous figure emerges, leaving everyone frozen in terror. The creature lets out a bone-rattling roar, commanding all present to bow before him. He proclaims himself their chaos, their despair, and their misery, promising to crush their hopes and silence their hearts. He declares his name, Rakshar, the demon of chaos, and his awakening sends shockwaves through every living being nearby. Everyone watches in disbelief as Rakshar's immense presence overwhelms the island. Members of the guild begin succumbing to his aura, their minds unraveling as chaos infects their souls. The curse spreads, weakness, panic, confusion, and hopelessness consume them all. Rakshar bellows once more, mocking that the stench of fear is thick, yet the feast has only begun. His corrupt energy spreads across the field as he declares he'll first deal with those who sealed him away. mocking them for ever believing they could keep him confined. He sneers, telling them to savor what little hope remains before it's all gone. Then the monstrous being plunges back into the ocean's depths, vanishing beneath the waves. But the aftermath is horrifying. The land itself turns foul with chaos, twisting every living thing with the condition of madness. One by one, everyone's eyes turn crimson, their sanity slipping away as they begin attacking each other in a frenzy. Harry shouts at them to hold on, begging them to resist the corruption clouding their minds. But even Alan, one of her closest allies, lashes out at her. Harry barely dodges his blow, crying out for him to come to his senses. Alan screams back that this is what's right, that they all have to die, and charges at her again. He lunges toward her, but Minuteman intercepts, slamming him aside before he can strike. Harry trembles, whispering a shaky thank you. But Minuteman's eyes flicker red. He turns and punches her with terrifying force. The impact sends her crashing into the sea, where she gasps for breath, the salt stinging her lungs. She can barely think, struggling to stay conscious, wondering if this is how she'll die. Memories flicker of Gavrik telling a young Harry that her parents had died saving the world, calling them heroes, which she'd thought was so cool. He patted her head gently, promising that she too would grow into someone noble and worthy of honor. Now, as she sinks, she wonders what good all this justice has ever done. She questions what it even means to be a saintess of God when she's powerless. Nothing like Sir Javrik or His Majesty. At least Sir Javrik had died with honor, his sacrifice meant something. And in that final moment of despair, Poma suddenly appears before her, glowing faintly in the water. He speaks her name softly, warning her not to attempt to grasp the vastness of the ocean. For no matter how hard she tries, all she'll ever manage to hold is a mere handful of seawater. The voice urges Harry to fill her heart with faith and trust, to recognize and embrace the greatness that already resides within her. She doesn't quite understand what he means, but he insists that she listen closely to the ocean's call. He tells her that if she didn't sense it before, now is the time to truly feel it. The slow murmurs of the ocean, the whispers of the coral reef, and the grand hymn of the sea resound in her mind. Kama gently kisses her forehead, calling her his mortal. He tells her that if she truly wishes to attain immortality, she must stop trying to seize it, because infinity isn't something to be caught. It's something she learns to embrace and weave around herself. She is already within infinity. A radiant glow envelops her body. As she closes her eyes in calm surrender, she suddenly opens them again, realization dawning upon her. She finally knows what she must do. Her gaze sweeps the scene. Searching for His Majesty, she spots him almost immediately. Use your hand, she murmurs, parting the waters in two. The divine voice utters the command, fine law, sea splitting in the underground. City begins to surface before her. Her eyes widen as she finally catches sight of Leon standing amidst the chaos. He turns. Turning toward her, he gestures for her to come closer. Here, he says firmly. Harry jolts awake just as Leon praises her with a calm smile, saying, well done. Regaining full awareness, she lets out an involuntary scream. Leon tells her to stay still. They are atop Stallion, the Pegasus that belongs to Leon. Harry nervously asks if she had been underwater. Leon averts his gaze, saying he's just glad he didn't have to watch a saintess of water drown. Suddenly, Harry remembers the great monster Rakshar's resurrection, the madness that drove people to slaughter one another. Leon acknowledges this, explaining that no ordinary person could maintain their sanity before such an immense evil. With a command, he orders the Pegasus to descend. Upon landing on the island, Leon raises his glass and announces their arrival. The aura of the King of Lionheart emanates from him, resisting the spreading madness. The people slowly begin to recover their senses. Disung rushes toward Leon, visibly relieved, expressing gratitude that his commander is unharmed. Leon commends him, saying he performed admirably in his absence. Song then reports the missing soldiers and trainees, adding that rumors say Poma saved them, but he suggests Leon verify it himself. Leon reassures him with calm certainty, saying he can already sense their presence, easing Disung's worries. He then orders everyone to evacuate the gate immediately and declares that with the Saintess's blessing, their faith will allow them to walk upon the ocean's surface. He commands them to run toward the gate. Alan urgently asks what will become of them. Leon answers that they will save as many survivors as possible and buy time for others to escape. They begin to move. But before they can flee, the monster manifests before them, calling them insignificant parasites and declaring that this is where they've all gathered. He laughs and tells them he has long awaited this very moment. Leon begins to summon a fireball but halts midway, feeling the surge of a Grail Knight's aura as Yappy appears before him, sitting atop a massive crab. The monster bellows that they should all be dead and demands to know how they still draw breath. Yappy activates his third gun configuration and opens fire. The shots land true, but the monster remains untouched, sneering, mocking that even divine ammunition forged from sacred relics cannot harm him. Such toys mean nothing to me, he growls. With a wave of his arm, he hurls a massive surge of water toward them. Cook tries to speak but is abruptly silenced as the monster cuts him off, snarling that they are powerless. Manipulative threads of water spiral toward the beast as Leon skillfully wraps them around the monster's body. One of the creatures recognizes Leon and exclaims that he is a Grail guardian. A sphere of water forms around the monster, trapping it inside as Leon shouts an order for Sir Yappy to close the gate and evacuate immediately. Yappy reports that the enemy is gravely wounded and may soon retreat, but Leon refuses, insisting that they must destroy the remaining statues and seal the gate completely. He knows he cannot slay a demon of this magnitude without reclaiming the holy sword, and so he resolves to rescue as many survivors as possible instead. At that moment, Yappy suggests that they also evacuate the island's inhabitants. He informs Leon that the Kikurik tribe has been bound by a seal, guarding the demon for ages, not mere NPCs as others believed. Leon questions whether they have enough time left, knowing the demon's freedom is imminent. Yappy assures him that he intends to use the Kikurik tribe's final measure, and with the Saintess's blessing, everyone will be able to walk upon the sea's surface. Harry urges them to hurry, warning that they must escape before the great demon awakens completely. Leon glares at the monster just as it bursts free from its watery prison, declaring that Leon will never escape his grasp. Leon signals to Stallion, and together they charge headlong toward the abomination, sword blazing. He cleaves off several of its limbs before, swiftly retreating back onto Stallion's back. The demon snarls, mocking that he's buzzing about like some pitiful fruit fly. Leon's fury ignites. Divine energy flares around him as he prepares his next strike. He lunges forward, recalling the haunting satisfaction of hearing the Lord of Chaos scream when divine flames once scorched his body. The demon laughs wickedly, vowing that he will kill Leon before Leon can strike him down. But before he can act, massive crab-like beasts seize his remaining limbs, and he thrashes violently, struggling to break free. Leon seizes the moment, unleashing divine punishment flames of war upon the monster. His eyes gleam with an otherworldly light as he proclaims, "Let there be glory to Lionheart's name." He readies his final blow, divine punishment. Flames of war. The demon's agonized screams echo through the air as it howls Leon's name. The knights stare in shock and fear, whispering among themselves, wondering how a single human could wield such overwhelming power. Leon, unwavering, reminds them they don't have much time and orders them to hurry through the gate. They obey without hesitation. He then asks Sir Spinner for an update on the evacuation, and Spinner reports that 80% of the process is complete. The supplies and historical records have been secured. Leon realizes they still need a little more time, but Spinner assures him that they can hold out. Leon studies their faces, seeing pure determination in their eyes. Sir Spinner explains solemnly that their people have been preparing for this very day for the past 5 centuries. Meanwhile, the demon's monstrous wails continue to fill the air. Through analysis of its twisted language, they discern its chant, prosperity to Kravjadara. Leon acknowledges the name, honoring its meaning, and tells his men that the gate will close soon. They must fall back immediately. The demon sneers, taunting Leon, asking if he intends to flee. It mocks him further, saying it thought his chivalric virtue was to never surrender. The demon dares him to stay and fight. Leon smirks in defiance, retorting that there's no need to uphold the code of knights when facing wretched creatures like him. He declares that he holds no respect for vile beasts or corrupted races. Enraged, the monster roars that it will kill Leon no matter what happens. But before it can move, the gate slams shut with a thunderous echo, sealing the demon away. The world falls into chaos, following the first ever recorded appearance of a demon of Archduke rank. Humanity suffers catastrophic losses in the aftermath of the great demon's rampage, and many see this calamity as an omen of darker times ahead. Yet amid the despair, not all hope is lost. Certain individuals have shown the strength to endure the mind corruption that even elite S-class hunters could not withstand. The world watches in awe as a video highlighting the Pantheon Guild's achievements within the gate is broadcast globally on YouTube. In the footage, the president is seen shaking hands with Leon. The president praises him for lifting a tremendous burden from his shoulders, but Leon humbly replies that he's the one who should be thankful. The president admits his astonishment upon learning that 10,000 survivors made it out alive. Leon responds with quiet pride, saying they are noble souls who have fought the demon for countless ages. Curious, the president asks Leon about the newly erected statue, and Leon explains that it serves as a mark of their triumph and a tribute to those who stood against the Archduke demon. He elaborates that the central figure represents Poma, the divine embodiment of the sea and waves, honoring her sacred intervention. When the president inquires about the other statues, Leon answers that one depicts himself and Sir Spinner, since Spinner stands as the representative of the Kikurik tribe. The president's eyes widen in disbelief at his words. Seeing the man's stunned reaction, Leon chuckles lightly and adds that he was only joking. But then, to everyone's surprise, the president urgently pleads with Leon to remove his statue. Leon simply smiles, suggesting that as the leader of a nation, he shouldn't feel embarrassed by such tributes. With that, Leon turns on his heel, leaving the room as the president's assistant quickly follows after him. The president slumps into his chair, feeling as though a decade has just been shaved off his lifespan. The assistant breaks the silence, reporting that communication with North Korea has been completely severed since last night. That only deepens the president's confusion, his mind racing for answers. Meanwhile, a comrade stands upon a road shattered by destruction. His thoughts drift back 30 years to when dimensional rifts first tore open, and ever since then their nation had only survived with the help of the South Koreans. With a smirk, he kicks a man into a heap of unconscious bodies. He then sneers that soon they'll rise above all nations, harnessing the power of demons as their own weapon. His aide suddenly interrupts, saying that the mage is calling. The comrade picks up the phone and Reynolds' voice comes through, reporting that preparations are complete. Without hesitation, the comrade orders everyone to proceed with the summoning at once. When the great demon finally materializes, its battered and wounded appearance stuns the comrade. He frowns and questions whether his subordinates performed the ritual correctly. The demon, breathing heavily, apologizes, explaining that it needs time to recover, and the revival of the great demons will require more time. Yet it adds with a chilling grin that it's fortunate there's an abundance of food nearby, leaving the comrade dumbstruck. Deep underground, inside a dungeon, a red-haired girl gives a sly smile to a white-haired one, saying she's already shared everything she knows. She insists that she's hiding nothing anymore. The white-haired girl muses with interest, remarking how strange it is that demons can pass through any gate they desire, which also means they can be sent to any gate others want them to go to. Time passes, and Harry calls out for Sir Yappy while the people of Kirik continue constructing new dwellings. She notes that their kind can breathe underwater, but wonders aloud whether it's truly safe to live there. Yappy calmly reassures her, explaining that their race can survive just fine as long as they have a nest and a place to breed. Watching a small kitten beside her, Harry feels puzzled seeing so many crabs laboring around, realizing that finding enough food might be a struggle. At that moment, Yappy announces that they've been officially registered under the Pantheon Assurance Service, which will help them integrate into modern society. He further explains that the service includes various benefits such as administrative and legal support. Harry thinks about joining too, but her jaw drops when Yappy reveals that she's already registered and has been using the service since last month. Panic strikes her as she discovers she's been charged a staggering 19 trillion won. Just then, Leon arrives on horseback. He calls out to Harry, telling her to mount up because he needs to return to the guild for a moment. Harry hesitates, recalling how Leon once said that the horse belonged to the king and would only allow the queen or Sir Yappy to ride it. Noticing her reluctance, Leon dismounts, extends his hand, and firmly insists that she sit. But instead of obedience, Harry feels uneasy and slightly irritated by his insistence. Leon then hands her an envelope containing official property rights. He explains that it's only fitting for a king to grant land to his knight, and though her faith may not yet be absolute, it's clear the gods have chosen her as both knight and saintess. Lost for words, Harry barely manages to whisper a soft thank you before Leon cuts in, telling her not to act awkwardly or behave like a servant. He clarifies that he doesn't expect her to behave as a noble, but she should never demean herself either. Embarrassed yet touched, Harry climbs onto the horse beside Leon. After a quiet, rhythmic ride, she finally gathers the courage to ask if that means she's now a noble as well. Leon's gentle response makes her face light up. He confirms that she is, though within the Pantheon hierarchy, she ranks below the Queen, Sir Spinny, and Sir Yappy. Immediately, she shouts toward Sir Yappy, teasing that he should start treating her like a noblewoman. But her joy is cut short when Yappy snaps his whip at her playfully. Leon, unimpressed, casts them both a disapproving side glance for their childishness. Later, within the Pantheon Guild, inside Queen Beatrice's laboratory, Leon stands beside her. She informs him that the experiment has succeeded, confirming his suspicion. Demons are indeed using the gates. Leon falls silent in thought, realizing that ever since the Jeju Island incident, he had sensed something was wrong. What had once seemed a righteous mission was, in truth, a manipulation, saving corrupted barbarians and condemning a just knight. That revelation shakes his belief, making him see that the system and its quests aren't born of good intentions. They are driven by sinister powers seeking to dominate the awakened. Leon tells Beatrice that Earth has now been subdued by mana stones. People, he explains, won't abandon their quests. No matter how twisted or suspicious they seem, greed and survival bind them. With demons clearly stirring again, Leon asks if Beatrice can control the gates too, since rumors claim she has that ability. Beatrice clarifies that she can indeed manipulate fallen virtual spaces, but would need a proper standard to assess which gates still have survivors or demons. Then, with a knowing smirk, she suggests that Leon use one of his sacred relics as a guiding beacon. Of course, doing so would require an enormous number of mana stones. Leon nods, liking the idea but pondering where he could possibly obtain that many, though he knows there are places to search. Word of their plan spreads rapidly. Soon warriors from across the land gather, preparing to raid every gate throughout South Korea. The Pantheon Guild mobilizes in full force, appearing in every region of the Republic. Their forces include 1,000 elite warriors, among them 4th-ranked knights and trainees, and 2,000 more from the Kirkwik tribe. Divided into 20 strike teams, each unit heads toward a different gate across the nation. The Pantheon Guild's efficiency is unmatched. While ordinary guilds can barely clear 2 gates a month, this one conquers more than 20 in just 4 days. Yet even amidst victory, the Beast tribes protest to Leon, furious that he slew their leader. They had believed he would help them. Leon only smirks coldly, mocking them for imitating human society and declaring that such inferiority deserves eradication. As a result, the Pantheon Guild alone gains total control over all gates in the Republic of Korea. After the final gate is cleared, Jin's eyes widen in astonishment. Mountains of items lie before him, glittering with power and value. Yappy calmly announces that classification is complete. The total value is estimated at $38.3 billion, with an expected auction price of around $12.7 billion. Such wealth would ensure their comfort for years, even after opening countless gates. Leon then turns to his followers, declaring that from now on, only a select team of elite warriors will handle gate-clearing operations. He further commands that all information about this operation remain strictly confidential. Jin and Harry are instructed to keep it secret even from the association. So long as Leon does nothing to harm the nation, everyone silently agrees to follow his lead. Leon steps into the center of a glowing magical circle. The light intensifies as symbols ignite around him. Beatrice raises the sacred sword and begins chanting, embedding the coordinates into the spell. Streams of luminous energy converge before their eyes. In an instant, an artificially created gate materializes in the air. The sight leaves everyone speechless. Such a feat should have been impossible. Leon, however, is deeply impressed, while Beatrice merely smirks at their disbelief. Upon stepping through the gate, they emerge onto a battlefield where warriors are already locked in fierce combat. Suho quickly aids Yihyuk, confusion written across his face as he takes in the unfamiliar landscape. Leon senses something is wrong. The gate must have malfunctioned, scattering their forces once again. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoes through the field. A massive horde of orcs charges forward, weapons raised high. Before they can strike, a knight named Babel darts ahead, slaying one of them in a swift motion. He scolds Jaehook and Suho for standing frozen, reminding them this is a battlefield, not a training ground. In recognition, Babel kneels before Leon, but Leon immediately identifies him as Valtarix Orksritter, a seasoned company commander. Still, Leon demands an explanation for their current location. Babel responds that they are at the heart of Ryan Valley, in the midst of transporting Cerseria's sacred relic. Leon's eyes narrow as realization dawns. This event has already happened before. It's the mission where Zarya of Twilight, the Grail Knight of Dreams and Death, had failed. Following Babel, Leon is overcome with regret, wishing he'd gathered more intel during his time in Paradise. It might have changed everything. But he quickly steels himself, knowing that regret changes nothing. Understanding his current predicament is what matters now. His gaze fixes on Sir Zarya, who is manifesting his domain of fantasy. Sword in hand, Zarya channels a force so immense that the air itself trembles beneath its pressure. The orcs let out piercing cries of agony and despair. Moments later, they collapse lifelessly onto the ground. Leon steps forward, noting to Zarya that the orcs appear to be pressing their advance. Upon catching sight of him, Zarya and all his knights immediately kneel in reverence, greeting Leon as the first knight of Goddess Ariana. As they lower their heads, Leon reflects on how knights who have drunk from the Holy Grail and awakened through its sacred water attain their ultimate state of power. Leon himself, having become a Grail Knight at a young age, was already an exceptional warrior. He realizes that before the king's gaze, he appears as an old man, an image that signifies the height of his strength and wisdom. Observing that Zarya looks unchanged, Leon orders him to rise and demands a full report on the situation. Zarya explains that they had successfully retrieved the sacred relic and were heading toward the Empire's border when they were ambushed by a horde of orcs and the heretics who worship the beast god. In response, some knights remained behind to delay the attackers, while others disguised themselves and continued transporting the relic, dividing into 5 separate units. Out of curiosity, Leon inquires which group carries the authentic relic. After a long silence, Zarya admits that the 5th unit heading southwest bears the true relic. That squad, he adds quietly, is led by a version of his past self. Meanwhile, elsewhere, another Zarya laughs as he watches Disung regain consciousness after being knocked out. Disung feels relieved when he sees that the bear which attacked him lies dead. Harry is there as well, realizing that once again their group has been scattered. Zarya looks startled to find other knights present. He hadn't expected anyone else to be reckless enough to take on such a task. Suddenly, a system window materializes before them, instructing the party to assist the Grail Knight Zarya of Twilight in delivering the holy relic safely to the Lionheart borders. Seeing their stunned faces, Zarya explains that they're simply behind on current events, having been isolated for quite some time. To confirm his identity, Disung repeats the name Zarya of Twilight. But to his astonishment, Zarya tells him that the title will belong to him one day. For now, he is merely a mission knight carrying out his duty. Zarya Berthem had long ceased receiving divine quests, spending 10 years wandering the world as a knight-errant from the age of 15. Another 15 years passed as he waited for the gods to assign him a mission. Though he wasn't blessed with supernatural strength capable of turning the tide of battle, he stood out as an extraordinary knight, while most chosen by the gods possessed divine powers. His perseverance earned admiration even amid ridicule from those who mocked his faith. One night, a mysterious woman appeared in his dream, urging him to end his suffering, return to the kingdom, and fulfill his destiny. Yet Zarya refused to surrender. Even when the world laughed at him, he endured, never yielding to despair. By the time he reached a century of age, he finally ascended as a Grail Knight, the oldest man ever to earn that honor. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Leon of the past, Surya commands the knights to raise their shields and brace for combat, and they respond instantly. Orcs and various monsters surge toward them in great numbers. Chaos consumes the battlefield. The shield-bearing knights skillfully evade the orcs' vicious blows. They swing their blades with precision, cutting down countless enemies. Witnessing their prowess, Leon realizes their collective might operates on an entirely different scale. Soon, a massive boulder troll appears before them. Leon instructs Suho and Jaehuk to pay close attention. What they are about to witness, he says, is the standard they must one day reach. Leon signals to the knights, including Zarya, and they all surge forward in a powerful charge toward the horde. Jaehuk and Suho, however, find the situation perilous, for the passage is dangerously narrow. Undeterred, Zarya rushes ahead with his comrades, gripping his spear tightly. His horse leaps high, soaring over the shield line of the advancing knights. The sight leaves Suho and Jaehuk speechless, their jaws dropping in astonishment. Channeling the dear Holy Flame's skill, Zarya thrusts his blazing sword toward his enemies. Yet Leon cautions Suho and Jaehuk not to get carried away. The foes haven't yet shown their full might. At that moment, the system announces a bonus mission: defend Sir Zarya's forces to the very end. Reading the message, Leon resolves to remain and fight beside Sir Zarya, trusting that his stallion will pursue the true transport team. This time, he intends to witness the Grail Knight's valor to its conclusion. Elsewhere, Suho and Jaehuk search through the orc corpses as ordered, yet find no mana stones. This realization convinces Leon that the quest itself is fair and untainted by the sinister undertones common in other missions. Still, he suspects there might be a way to influence the quest direction. With that thought, Leon commands his knights to look for any students who might be nearby. Just as he is about to say more, he suddenly senses a spear hurtling toward him. In an instant, he catches it with his bare hand and snaps it apart, fury twisting his expression at the audacity of a beast daring to attack him from afar. Glaring at the orc, Leon ridicules it for being a vile and inferior creature. Consumed by rage, he orders Zarya to bring him that monster's head, no matter the cost. Zarya turns toward the orc that had dared to scorn the king, feeling deeply honored to slay the creature that insulted his sovereign. Yet the orc sneers down at him, laughing mockingly. But before it can even blink, Zarya vanishes from sight and reappears behind it. Without hesitation, he smashes his staff against the orc's skull with overwhelming force. The strike drives the creature into the ground at blistering speed, scattering rubble all around. The beast can hardly believe the sheer strength it just felt. Standing tall, Zarya demands to know how it dares trespass upon heaven's domain, a realm that belongs only to the king. In defiance, the orc snarls that it has no regrets and threatens Zarya for coming alone, boasting that it has brought an entire army to crush him. Zarya, unshaken, dismisses it as nothing more than a gathering of worthless trash. A sly grin forms on his lips as an eerie power begins to ripple through the air. Before anyone can comprehend it, Zarya invokes the goddess of dreams and death, pleading for her to bring judgment upon the faithless. Behind him, a spectral goddess manifests, gathering the same divine energy into her hand. And in an instant, countless wounds carve themselves across the orcs' bodies. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the team carrying the true relic moves under Zarya's command as he warns Disung to stay cautious, for most beasts that roam at night are monsters. Realizing the open terrain isn't safe, Zarya suggests they take shelter in a nearby cave. Carrying the heavy relic chest upon his shoulders, Zarya leads the way. Sweat drips down Stella's face. She feels uneasy seeing someone so noble perform such labor, yet Zarya reassures her that, for now, he is simply a mission knight. Though they don't fully understand what he means, They eventually reach the cave. Once inside, Zarya channels divine energy to grow a living, plant-like barrier across the entrance for protection. After they settle in, Stella timidly asks if it would be acceptable for him to guard the relic chest for a while. His reply startles her. Zarya tells her to issue orders freely, reminding her that a kingdom knight outranks a mission knight. The others look puzzled, unable to grasp how any of this makes sense or how Zarya's past and present selves are connected. Seeing their confusion, Zarya explains that he was granted a divine reward. After years of relentless effort, the goddess Pu bestowed upon him a power upon becoming a Grail knight, the ability to summon a physical manifestation of his younger self. The Zarya before them now is 85 years old, the age when he first received his divine mission. He reminds them not to expect too much of his current form, admitting he's far weaker than the true Grail knight. Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoes around them, forcing everyone to their feet in alarm. The once smiling Zarya now wears a grim expression, commanding silence as danger draws near. Disung and Harry ready their weapons, preparing for combat. But the rumbling sounds above them grow louder. The ceiling bursts open, and Zarya shouts for everyone to move, just as a demonic underling crashes down from above. Acting swiftly, Zarya drives his sword straight into the creature's gaping maw. Yet the monster retaliates, raking its claws across his back, its poison spreading fast, deadly enough to kill within moments. Stella rushes forward to aid him, but Zarya firmly orders everyone to retreat and escape immediately. Hearing his command, Harry sprints toward Disung, shouting his name in panic. Her eyes widen in horror when she sees a deep, venomous wound carved into Disung's arm as he struggles to stand. Harry quickly binds the injury with trembling hands, while Disung apologizes for being a burden. But Harry pays no mind to his apology. Her thoughts are consumed by the poison coursing through his veins. Racked with guilt for failing to stop it, she tells Disung to hold on for just a moment. Then, gripping her sword tightly, Harry strides toward Zarya, who is still battling the monstrous creature. Zarya notices her approach and yells for her to stay back, warning that it's far too dangerous. Yet his words trail off in shock, as he senses the fierce aura radiating from her sword. Memories flood Harry's mind, of the time Leon told her during a mission at the gate that she had been chosen by the divine powers of war and fire, and that such a gift must never be taken lightly. Leon had conjured flames in his hand, explaining how divine energy flowed like ocean currents, shifting and bending according to her will. Drawing upon that memory, Harry swings her blade, channeling both water and fire energy into a single strike. The result is an astonishing attack that tears through the massive beast, inflicting devastating damage. Zarya stands frozen, awestruck by her display of power. Once the monster falls, Zarya hurriedly begins crafting an antidote. Unfortunately, there is only enough for one person. Since the Empire's Dark Mage's Khmera, which contained the crucial component, had been accidentally incinerated by Harry's flames during the battle. As soon as the antidote is ready, Disung takes it. Zarya then reinforces the cave's concealment, ensuring that even the sharpest beast senses could not detect them. But exhaustion soon overwhelms him, his own body collapsing under the lingering effects of poison. The others gather frantically around him, but in a faint, trembling voice, Zarya assures them that even if he perishes, his counterpart from the past will carry on their mission. He explains that his clone bears the blessing of the Lady of Death herself, who had granted it a divine gift. As his breath fades, he instructs them to use his other self as nothing more than a vessel, a consumable tool to deliver the relic safely to the King of Lionheart. With his final exhale, Zarya sees the Lady of Death appear before him, devouring his departing soul. Meanwhile, the second Zarya finishes annihilating the remaining orcs. Leon commends his precision, recognizing that Zarya had attempted to lure their leader, though the plan failed. The orcs' unflinching patience convinces Leon that their commander must possess exceptional sea charisma. His thoughts race, considering the possibility that there might be an orc champion, one chosen directly by the orc god himself to unite the tribes and ignite wars across the lands. Though it's too early to confirm, Leon suspects they may be facing a powerful orc chief. Later in private, Zarya and Leon speak solemnly. Leon recounts all that has transpired. Upon learning that his original self has already died and ascended to the heavens, Zarya clenches his fists in grief. His hands tremble as he realizes Leon has battled evil alone for 2 long centuries. Crushed by guilt, Zarya begs Leon not to forgive him for his failure and betrayal. But Leon shakes his head, telling him there's no need for apology. From this, Zarya deduces that if he was slain by an orc, the great chief himself must be present here. Leon agrees, confirming that the orc god's chosen champion is on this very battlefield. He explains that the champion's true intent is to experiment with divine energy. Any loot gained is merely a secondary motive. Yet Leon now has a new resolve: to remain by his old friend's side until the bitter end. Later that night, deep within the orc encampment, Where orcs lie sprawled in sleep, Leon sets their camp ablaze. Orcs live not unlike humans, they eat, drink, and rest through the night. This habit makes them easy prey for nocturnal ambushes. From the cliff above, Leon watches the inferno consume the camp, a faint smirk crossing his lips as he witnesses the destruction. Behind him, Zarya speaks, revealing his belief that the king's reappearance has altered the very course of his own death. If this gate truly recreates their kingdom exactly as it once was, then surely the one capable of matching the King of Lionheart, the mightiest of all Grail Knights, will soon emerge. Days later, chaos reigns in the orc camp as a furious commander screams, his face flushed red with frustration. Despite commanding 10,000 orcs, they have endured unrelenting assaults for 3 straight days. What enrages him most is that only 2 adversaries, Leon and Zarya, have managed to slaughter thousands. Gripped by desperation, he orders his subordinates to devise a countermeasure. Suddenly, the corpse of an Iron Bear, their strongest and most resilient warrior, comes crashing into the tent, torn apart. It had been their tribe's pride, the mightiest among them. At that moment, the champion of Helkan strides into the tent, the very being who felled the Iron Bear. In a rage, the champion seizes the commander by the throat and hoists him into the air. The commander struggles for breath, realizing too late that this champion may possess strength surpassing even a Grail Knight's, having once fought against them in his youth. With a violent motion, the champion of Helkan hurls him to the ground and commands him to ready the army for a full-scale assault against the Grail Knights at dawn. Both the champion of Helkan and the great warrior of the Skunk's tribe will lead the offensive. As the champion storms out, the shaken commander thinks to himself that with 2 champions of the orc gods on their side, victory may finally be within reach. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoes through the night. The commander and the gathered beasts rush outside alongside the chief of Helkan. There they see a massive spear impaled in the earth, with a letter tied to it. The letter's design is familiar. It is the same challenge sent each year from the Lionheart Kingdom. It is a formal proposal for a duel. The champion of Helkan orders the commander to accept, believing this will be the key to slaying the Grail Knight once and for all. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the other knights express their gratitude to Beatrice and her squad for arriving just in time and vanquishing the monster before disaster struck. One of the female knights, worried, asks Beatrice if she knows where Suho and Yihyuk are. Beatrice explains that their task was to assist Sir Zarya and the main detachment, so if the king isn't with them, he must be accompanying another transport unit. She reassures them not to worry. She's already placed a tracking enchantment on everyone, ensuring they'll reunite soon. Beatrice believes Suho and Yihyuk are traveling with the king, while sensing that Disung and Harry are part of a separate squad. However, she frowns, noting that Sir Spinny is currently beyond her tracking range. Meanwhile, Spinny drifts in open space, monitoring gravitational fluctuations and observing as the gate launches a small satellite. The device, capable of gathering only fragments of data, projects an image resembling a planet, though in truth it's the vast valleys marking the Empire's border. Suddenly, the satellite detects a powerful signal. It's emanating from a knight of the Lionheart Kingdom. The knight locks eyes directly with Spinny, something he never thought possible. Removing his helmet, the Lionheart Knight glares and commands him to leave at once. Back on the battlefield, Leon's army stands poised across from an immense host of orcs and monsters spread across the plains. The orc ranks advance, their roars shaking the earth. Feeling the rising tension, Yihyuk remarks that the attack will begin any moment. But Leon calmly replies that this is all part of the plan to gauge their strength and uncover the true nature of this war. If they can hold the line, the relic transport team's mission will be far easier. Recalling past failures, Yihyuk voices his unease about relic operations. But Leon reassures him, confident in Beatrice and Spinny's abilities to manage their parts. With Leon's nod of approval, Zarya takes command and leads the charge. Yet before he can strike, the orcs erupt into deafening chants, stirred by the unseen gaze of their Helkan. The noise grates on Leon and his soldiers, who stare at the bellowing orcs in irritation, preparing themselves for the oncoming storm. At that moment, Helkan's champion Balbazar makes his grand entrance onto the battlefield. He arrogantly proclaims himself unbeatable and demands to know who dares to face him. Leon smirks, clearly unimpressed. He mocks Balbazar, calling him a frog trapped in a well, and orders Zarya to bring him the beast's head. Following the command without hesitation, Zarya unsheathes his sword. He steps forward and declares that Balbazar's end will come here and now. But Balbazar doesn't take Zarya seriously. He lunges first, swinging with brute strength. Zarya dodges gracefully and throws back a taunt of his own. Confident in his power, Balbazar slams his axe down, seemingly splitting Zarya in two. With a roar of triumph, Balbazar raises his axe high. The knights watch in horror, disbelief written on their faces. But then Zarya's body begins to shift, radiating a surge of divine energy. A sharp grin crosses his face as he mocks Balbazar, calling him a lowly beast unworthy of being compared to humans. Summoning his divine skill fantasy domain, Zarya creates an illusion that traps Balbazar in his own mind. Closing the distance, Zarya gathers his power, ready to strike with his aura of execution. But before the blade can land, Balbazar grabs it with his bare hands, stopping the attack. He senses the divine energy flowing through the sword. Enraged by jealousy, Balbazar screams and counters with a furious swing of his massive axe. The blow sends Zarya crashing to the ground. As pain sears through him, he senses Helkan's immense power. Despite his wounds, Zarya steadies himself and lands back on his feet, clutching his side. He gathers every last drop of strength left in his body, then charges straight at Balbazar once more. Their weapons clash again and again, neither willing to give in. But Zarya begins to falter, taking heavy hits one after another. Balbazar, though wounded, grabs Zarya by the collar and hurls him to the ground. Gritting his teeth, Zarya stares up as the axe descends toward his head. Balbazar's weapon slams into the ground, convinced his enemy is finished. Meanwhile, Leon watches calmly, smirking, knowing full well Zarya isn't that easy to kill. Zarya slowly rises again, his face heavy with shame. He had wanted to dedicate his victory to the king, but now he feels he's failing miserably. Racked with pain, he ties his trembling hand to his sword's hilt. He steadies himself into a fighting stance, then charges again toward the monstrous opponent. Balbazar stands firm, waiting for Zarya to come within reach. As soon as Zarya gets close, Balbazar swings and slices deep into his shoulder, mocking him for being a weak human. Not long ago, before the orc subjugation, when Leon still served as a war knight, he stood among his comrades and once asked Zarya about his name. When Zarya introduced himself, Leon recognized him immediately as a royal knight who had served faithfully for 50 years. Leon then told him about his upcoming mission to defeat the orc champion. Zarya agreed instantly, asking the king to assign him the lowest possible rank. He sought neither glory nor fame, only to live his life in peace. Back to the present, Zarya recalls that moment when Leon first reached out to him. He coughs violently, his entire body throbbing with pain. Balbazar assumes that Zarya has finally given up. He raises his axe high for the killing blow, but stops, shocked to see Zarya gripping the blade tightly. Memories flash before Zarya's eyes, Leon extending his hand, calling him a loyal warrior. With a surge of divine will, Zarya prays to the great lady who governs the end of all things to bless his sword. In one final move, he pierces Balbazar's heart using the death-resisting law of the divine. Before Balbazar can even comprehend what happened, his massive frame collapses lifelessly. Silence falls across the battlefield as Zarya pulls his sword free, raising it high to signal victory. Leon's army erupts in cheers, the sound echoing through the plains. Meanwhile, the orc forces lower their heads in disappointment at their champion's fall. But the battle is far from over. Meghar, the champion of the sorcerer god Gokrok, steps forward to challenge Zarya. Though he's losing blood fast, Zarya steels himself to fight once more for his king. He takes a step forward but nearly collapses, only to be caught by Leon, who praises his courage and will. Leon tells him to rest, promising to bless his final moments. Then he steps forward before the crowd, drawing out all his sacred relics. A radiant golden light bursts from his body. Suddenly, the spirit of a colossal lion appears behind him, flames swirling in the air. Meanwhile, in the void of space, Spina hovers above the planet. Watching as movement stirs below, an uneasy alliance begins to form between the Empire and the Lionheart Kingdom. The squad transporting the sacred relics continues as planned, though 2 other teams have perished. Thankfully, the Pantheon Guild members remain unharmed. At the same time, the numbers of orcs and heathens keep growing. Spina notices something off and quickly detaches from the shuttle. Moments later, a massive explosion tears through it, destroying the vessel. Back on the battlefield, Leon annihilates everything in his path. He turns toward Zarya, revealing that he holds the Grail, and vows to follow Zarya to the ends of the world if need be. Zarya collapses again, telling Leon not to waste his time. But Leon insists he accept the Ascension ritual. Zarya pleads for him to save his divine strength. Leon assures him that once the orcs and heathens retreat, there will be no more battles, only the final cleansing of what remains. Exhausted, Zarya gazes at him silently, too weak to argue. Leon kneels, his body radiating powerful divine energy as the ceremony begins. With solemn respect, Leon asks Zarya to pray to the deity he serves. Zarya clasps his trembling hands and begins to pray. The spirit of the goddess appears before him. As he draws his final breaths, Zarya prays for his king's realm to flourish and for his burdens to fade away. At that moment, Leon places his hand gently on Zarya's shoulder. He prays that the goddess welcomes Zarya to her banquet halls, where his name will be remembered forever. Leon promises that they will meet again among the gods. And with that, he bids farewell. Zarya's form fades, leaving his old comrade behind. Elsewhere, a new development unfolds. The subordinate of the Orc chief apologizes for failing to defeat their enemies. But the Orc chief, seated upon his throne, declares that if destiny demands it, he himself will face the Holy Grail Knight. Deep in the forest, Zarya's clone peers from behind a tree and tells Harry and the squad to proceed, as no monsters are nearby. Harry looks at him curiously and asks whether he remembers anything from before, referring to the memories of another clone that once traveled with them. Zarya explains that it feels like he inherited the original's memories, though he remembers nothing about this particular squad. He adds that right now, he serves as a mission knight of Unit 87, during a time when the king himself was both a Grail Knight and a War Knight. Intrigued, Harry presses for more details, asking if Zarya knew the king's childhood. Stella too listens eagerly, wanting to hear about the young king. With a quiet chuckle, Zarya admits that Leon left a lasting impression on him. After all, he was the youngest Grail Knight in history. Zarya explains that Leon became a mission knight at just 16 years old, a position usually meant for senior knights tasked with sea-heritable duties. Still, as the heir of House Dragonia, Leon likely advanced faster due to his lineage. Despite that, he performed remarkably well. He once single-handedly wiped out an entire orc village and stopped a cult of heathens mid-ritual. Leon's heroic exploits became legendary. Songs, poems, and even pet names were inspired by his tales of courage and honor. When he turned 20, the goddess of light and justice personally chose him. By 27, he had already become the youngest War Knight and Grail Knight in history. Zarya admits that no one will ever match Leon's natural brilliance. He advises Harry to stay close to Leon, saying she'll learn more from him than any teacher. Later that night, after setting up camp deep in the forest, everyone drifts to sleep, except Disung, who keeps training, swinging his sword into the cool night air. Suddenly, he hears someone call out that it's a kingdom sword technique. It's Zarya, awake, since at his age he barely sleeps anymore. He originally meant to help Stan with guard duty, but seeing Disung practicing, he decides to train him instead, an honor Disung doesn't take lightly. They face each other in fighting stances. Zarya tells him to dodge while he attacks. The moment Disung agrees, a blur of motion flashes toward him. He barely manages to avoid the strike. Zarya corrects his form, telling him to keep both hands above his navel. A sword isn't just for offense, he says, it's also your fastest defense. Disung struggles to keep up but keeps trying. Zarya's swordplay is sharp, fluid, and mechanical, each strike perfectly precise, leaving no openings. He increases the pace, his blows growing faster and heavier. With a final strike, Zarya disarms Disung completely. Gasping for breath, Disung admits defeat but says the loss motivates him. He's proud he's grasped the basics and praises Zarya's unmatched speed. Sitting beside him, he asks how his skills compare to Harry's. Zarya smiles and tells him Harry's potential is extraordinary. She improves faster than anyone he's ever seen. Hearing that, Disung's confidence falters, feeling small and inadequate. Zarya sees himself in the boy's frustration. He recalls when everyone told him to give up, but he never did. What others say doesn't matter, he tells Disung, not when you're still trying. He urges him never to lose hope, to keep his courage alive. Fill yourself with courage, love, and hope, he adds. Those are meant to be lived, not just felt. The next morning, the group reaches the gates of the Imperial Castle. Zarya notes that once they pass through, they'll be close to the kingdom's border. A reminder that the Lionheart Kingdom and the Empire are neighbors. Disung wonders why the mission hasn't ended now that they've reached the Empire. But before anyone can answer, Imperial guards block their path. Harry steps forward confidently, explaining they're transporting a holy relic and that their passage should be recorded. Moments later, welcoming voices echo from the gate. The voices belong to the head of the Magic School of Light, the Imperial Guard Commander Sir Bulfhart, and the Heavens Observer Stardust. Bulfhart smirks wickedly, asking why members of the 13 electorates are trespassing here, quickly realizing that this isn't the real Zarya but his clone. Suddenly, orcs emerge from the shadows surrounding them. Without warning, Bulfhart unleashes a lightning strike at Zarya, mockingly welcoming him and saying farewell in the same breath. Harry rushes to Zarya, who lies motionless in the dirt, while panic spreads through the squad. Bulfhart remains calm, laughing that it's only a clone, not the true Grail Knight. He challenges the others to prove their worth. Angered, Stella retaliates with a blazing wave of divine fire. But Bulfhart counters easily, summoning a dark magic array that dissolves her divine law. As the head of the magic school, he declares her miracle weak and outdated. Stella blushes in fury, calling it blasphemy to mock divine miracles so casually. Bulfhart scoffs, calling them fools for clinging to old faiths in an age of progress. Disung steps forward, accusing the Empire of allying with the orcs and warning that they're after the sacred relics. Bulfhart laughs maniacally, claiming he'll use the relic to analyze the gods themselves. taking human advancement one step further. But before he can act, a shadow forms in the sky. It's Beatrice, surrounded by divine radiance. She feels the immense magical pressure of his spell, but stabilizes herself using double recovery of mental fortitude. Maintaining his magic circle, Bulfhart sneers, calling her power vulgar and sinful. Beatrice shrugs it off, saying she was simply born with it. He pretends to be indifferent, though inside he burns with jealousy over her natural power. Even the short old mage beside him is stunned by her overwhelming aura. Meanwhile, Disung and Stella exchange confused looks, wondering who this woman really is. Bulfhart roars for her to appear before them and combines multiple spells for a lethal strike. Beatrice doesn't even flinch. A glowing hexagonal barrier forms around her, blocking the barrage with ease. But she senses another spell forming behind her. Bulfhart's Lamenter's lightning. The old mage cackles, certain she's been destroyed, but Beatrice emerges from the smoke, still standing. Her eyes blaze with fury, vowing to wipe out these twisted men. Mana surges wildly around her, thick enough to shake the air. In an instant, she casts Death Eye. The magic circle morphs into a gigantic eye that releases endless blasts of energy, draining mana from the entire atmosphere. Bulfhart scrambles to shield himself. Beatrice laughs coldly, saying his protection could never match the king's power. She notes that this world's magic isn't so different from her own, but wonders why they wield it so foolishly. Maintaining the Death Eye spell, she taunts them again. "You're too focused on what power can do now," she says, "to understand what it could truly become." With a flick of her hand, she drains the short mage's magic entirely. Meanwhile, Zarya regains consciousness at the Empire's guard post, realizing the Empire has betrayed them. Harry, Stella, and Disung suddenly hear Zarya's voice in their minds, thanks to Beatrice's telepathic magic. Kira orders them to call for reinforcements, sensing something dark and unnatural in the enemy's energy. He warns that if the fight drags on, things will only spiral further out of control. Elsewhere, Spina crashes from the sky at terrifying speed. His body shattered and sparking, he announces a critical system failure, urgently requesting repair. But before help arrives, a Lionheart Knight grabs him, furious that he can't sense any divine power within the android. Zarya commands his team to withdraw from the valley and request backup before the Empire's army catches up. They mount their horses and begin their escape, but it's already too late. Imperial soldiers appear, blocking their path. One of them shouts for them to surrender. Another attacks Harry Havo, claiming that the demon gods Advent and Kanua of merciless destruction are involved. The squad warns Stella to protect the holy relic and eliminate the enemy. Harry responds by unleashing the divine skill Sword of Descent, a strike so powerful it can cut down even high-ranked demons. The attack crashes through the Imperial ranks. Watching, Zarya realizes this opponent must be far stronger than they expected if the Empire can withstand such a blow. In reply, an Empire mage mocks him, saying he's nothing but a weak imitation of the real Zarya before he became a Grail Knight. They sneer that unless he's achieved that level, he has no right to challenge them. Zarya frowns, wondering since when the Empire gained the authority to even speak of Grail Knights. Harry calls out to the Knights of Lionheart, commanding them in Stella Vermillion's name. "Stand tall," she says, "and draw your swords, we fight to the death today." The Empire jeers back, calling them beasts who have thrown away free will, less than animals. Suddenly, Stella collapses to the ground. For a moment, it looks like the Empire has won. But Sir Spina refuses to give up, determined to keep fighting, even as the enemy mocks his broken form. He questions why the goddess ever chose someone as flawed as him to be her knight. The Empire laughs, asking what he can possibly do now. Spina answers firmly, "Those who complete the gods' missions live lives like blooming flowers, bright, pure, and unshakable in faith. That radiant honor has always been my dream." With that, he draws his twin blades and raises them toward the Lady of All Things. The air crackles with divine energy as he prepares for one last stand. She is the one who rules over the afterlife and its sinners, guiding mortals when they fall to their lowest point. People used to say it was impossible to stand before her, that even trying was a divine message to surrender. But that night, the knight once again faced what everyone else called impossible. Throughout his missions, he never sought validation from anyone, nor did he ever believe something couldn't be achieved simply because it seemed out of reach. He had always turned impossibility into reality, and through that, he conquered death itself. The goddess of death once looked upon him with gentle eyes. She was the one who commanded him to challenge the impossible. Meanwhile, Stella regains consciousness and realizes she cannot die, even as she pushes through the suffocating shrouds of death. The Empire suddenly realizes it's on the verge of defeat by a mere wandering knight and a star. It begins to question whether it failed to fully transform into a demon. One of its members tells the Empire it's not too late, They'll need about half a day to reach the Lionheart borders, meaning they can still track their targets. The Empire agrees, determined to recover the sacred relic no matter the cost. At the same time, Stella rises to her feet, prompting the Empire to order its men to kill her. None of them intend to let anyone leave alive. Then suddenly, a meteor shaped like a volcano descends, shocking everyone present. The fiery being declares to the Empire that he'll burn it to ashes, because that's the only way it can be forgiven for its sins. The Empire accuses Vulcanus of arrogance, but Vulcanus turns the question around, asking if the Empire even understands why it dares to call itself an empire. It's because they allowed it to exist in the first place. They permitted it to proudly declare its independence, and they tolerated its needless expansion across lands that weren't meant to be its own. The Empire is overwhelmed. It can't comprehend the power, the speed, or the limitless mana. To them, it's beyond what any human should be capable of. Yet despite that, the Empire desires that power for itself, willing to face whatever consequences come with it. Vulcanus is stunned by the Empire's delusion of omnipotence, convinced it has no idea what it truly means to receive everything just by prayer. The flames of revelation continue to burn fiercely. Zarya takes joy in watching the Empire fall, even thanking them for showing up just in time to be defeated. Meanwhile, Leon is about to bid farewell to an old friend. He asks Stella if he can join the fight, and she agrees, saying she has no intention of hogging the glory or the honor. Zarya grows furious at their calm attitude and decides he'll end them both right there. Zarya wonders aloud whether someone has actually summoned a meteor. Leon feels it's unrelated to them because Vulcanus never shows mercy to anything evil. Zarya demands to know why Vulcanus is even here. Vulcanus responds that it's time for divine punishment. The flames of war have arrived. He then greets the master of Lionheart as he descends. Beatrice reminds him that they need to gather everyone before the gate closes. Though there was much Leon wanted to discuss with Vulcanus, the situation was too urgent. He asks Vulcanus if he can leave behind something that represents him. Vulcanus silently hands him a dagger and departs. In that moment, Leon realizes that Vulcanus is not within the realm of the gods, but still alive. Harry joyfully greets His Majesty's return and asks if he's all right. One of them presents the holy relic to Leon, who expresses gratitude to everyone for their efforts. He opens the relic box, and at last the final relic is within their hands. Leon then instructs everyone to prepare to leave. Meanwhile, at the Pantheon Guild in the Naju Plains, Park Soo-jin steps out of her car, wondering what could be so urgent that she was called in so suddenly. She can't help but feel that the Pantheon Guild now looks more like a tourist attraction. And really, who could resist an offer to see such a legendary item? As she walks in, she spots Yog Spinner standing in her way. The system scans her face, identifying her as Hunter Association's Senior Evaluator Manager Park Soo-jin. It instantly accesses all the Hunter Association's member data. While the system contacts His Majesty, Soo-jin is asked to wait inside. There's a large banner promoting a Hammer Challenge event, and she briefly considers giving it a try until she sees the entry fee, $5 million. Fortunately, the price adjusts according to one's tax bracket, and since Soo-jin is in the second class, the cost for her drops to just $500,001. She's thrilled by such a massive discount, yet at the same time, she's confused about how the machine even knows her tax bracket. Turns out the machine just made a random guess. It wasn't accurate at all. Assistant Manager Han greets Soo-jin warmly, asking how she's been lately. Since Soo-jin came to evaluate an artifact, she asks Han where she should go, and Han leads her there. Han takes her to Sir Spinner's room, where he immediately asks if she's from the association. Soo-jin introduces herself politely as Park Soo-jin. Sir Spinner then calls for Harry to bring in the artifacts. Moments later, Harry enters, carrying them carefully. The items immediately catch Soo-jin's attention. They seem incredibly rare. First, she examines an orc champion's axe. Then her gaze shifts to Vulcanus's ritual dagger, a legendary weapon. Finally, Harry shows her an epicranked item, Richard Lionheart's sheath. Suddenly, the sheath begins to move on its own. Sir Spinner begins to recite the words left behind by Lionheart's founding king for his descendants. Through suffering and to the stars, he reads aloud. The message speaks of doing good with courage and standing for justice, even if the heavens themselves collapse, bringing light to fate. After that, Sir Spinner asks everyone to leave him alone for a moment. Suddenly, he senses a divine energy awakening within him, and he declares his name, Leon Dragonia Lionheart, the 15th king of Lionheart, and the rightful heir of the founding king himself. As the agent of God, he claims his divine right to wield the relic and announces that he has reclaimed the power of his former glory. He orders Beatrice to prepare, for they're about to perform a great ritual, made possible through the sheath. His first step is to re-establish the Order of the Knights, and prepare to appoint a new Grail Knight. Elsewhere, a woman speaks on the phone with someone asking if she really intends to stay there. She confirms she does, saying she wants to kill someone, and though she possesses countless sword techniques from the Divine Sword Guild, they're still not enough. To slay him, she needs the Divine Law itself. The person on the other end asks if she knows the target's whereabouts. She answers that he was last seen in Vietnam, still carrying the demonic sword. Morning training begins at the Pantheon Guild, horseback assault and defense drills. The session continues as the trainees repeatedly beat up Suho. The announcement rings out, the defender's team wins and it's time for the next round. Everyone rushes to check on Suho, asking if he's alright, but he says it felt like he just died for a moment. The same routine keeps happening until the students' team finally wins, marking the end of the morning session. Leon Dragonia Lionheart announces that anyone who failed as an attacker must step forward, reminding them that foot soldiers are slower and should use their mobility advantage in the next charge. Everyone feels drained and exhausted, yet they can see the determination in the men-at-arms who refuse to give up. Later, they snack on some potatoes and sweet potatoes while discussing how long they'll have to survive on nothing but sugar and salt water. They even joke that life was better back at the gate, where at least the food was edible. Soon the induction ceremony will begin, and afterward everyone will finally get a proper meal. That event will officially connect them to the gods. Since they've spent their spare moments studying about the gods, they'll need to master the divine law to qualify as royal knights. Each must choose the deity they believe in the most. One student thinks it'll definitely be Ariana, goddess of light and justice, or Pitos, god of war and fire, since their majesty said those are the two most important deities for knights to worship. Three girls chat about Sir Yappy, a Grail knight of Hedo, the god of steel and smithing. One of them recalls seeing him last time conducting some kind of charged experimental test. Suddenly, Sir Yappy appears on the screen, explaining that his ability isn't about earning money. He adds that his sound wave detection system is incomparable to anything organic. Finally, student Kim Yi-hyuk is told to get changed and head to the entrance. The Guardian has arrived. In the Pantheon Guild's main lobby, Kim Yi-hyuk's mother shows up unexpectedly. He looks surprised and asks what brought her there, telling her to say whatever she needs to quickly since he's busy. She sighs, realizing he's become just like his father. She asks why he suddenly requested to withdraw from their guild, but Yi-hyuk refuses to answer, saying it's none of her business. While they talk, the man at the counter proudly mentions that the guild is one of Korea's top 10, and assures Yi-hyuk he'd have a bright future if he stayed. Meanwhile, Leon is questioning his students, asking what really sets the gods of the Pantheon apart from the cults. One student hesitates, wondering if it's blasphemous to even compare the two. Beatrice suggests that the difference might be that Pantheon gods actually exist. Leon then asks if anyone can prove that the gods worshipped by the cults don't exist. Another student answers that as far as he knows, those gods never perform miracles. Leon challenges him, asking if he believes a god stops being a god just because they don't perform miracles. He reminds them that the goddess Deira once appeared before them disguised as a scarecrow, and that many Pantheon gods haven't even revealed themselves yet. He asks if they're willing to say those gods don't exist and take responsibility for that claim. Jin Soyin raises her hand and confidently says that Pantheon gods are different because they actually help their followers. She says they respond to prayers and perform miracles, proving their existence that way. Leon looks at her and asks, since she serves the divinities of war, fire, justice, and light, has she ever personally received an answer from them? Soyin admits she hasn't, assuming her faith just isn't strong enough yet. Leon shakes his head, telling them they're all missing the point. Suddenly, thunder rumbles in a clear sky. Leon senses that some might take it as proof that a god exists, since people tend to think miracles confirm divinity. Soyin chuckles, saying she did pray for rain, but not to avoid it, so maybe the god is just keeping her from getting drenched. Leon advises her not to bargain with the gods. They're not wish-granting spirits or genie lamps. He tells everyone that believing in a god, whether part of a pantheon or not, is a personal choice. Even if those gods don't exist, their teachings can still hold meaning. He warns them to beware of false prophets who promise rewards in exchange for blind faith, reminding them that true belief shouldn't come with expectations. Suddenly, a divine presence descends. The goddess herself appears, greeting all the students. They can even hear her voice, and excitement fills the room. But she quickly tells them not to get carried away. Too much excitement will only make them lose focus when real battles come. Leon thinks to himself that they'll need a few more Grail Knights, since there are only 3 right now, including him. And among all the candidates, he believes Harry Hivao has the highest potential to become one. A few days later, at the Pantheon Guild's Naju Plains branch, a group from the One Brilliance faction arrives, shouting that only those who trust in the dragon god can enter heaven, while all others will burn in hell. The crowd begins shouting for the dragon god's mercy to surround them. 2 bystanders watch in disbelief, whispering if those people have lost their minds yelling like that in front of the Pantheon Guild. The dragon god followers keep screaming, calling everyone else heretics and devils. Sir Yappy storms out and demands to know what they think they're doing. He points out that their noise level is way too high. He orders them to stop shouting since they don't have permission to make a scene here. But the security machine activates and starts pushing everyone out. Later, the same One Brilliance members show up again in front of the guild, this time holding signs of apology. Sir Yappy tells them to leave and never come back, but they stubbornly stay until Sir Yappy loses his patience and starts hitting them. "Do you guys have a death wish or what?" he shouts. Their leader runs off, yelling that he's not scared, just that Sir Yappy is an evil maniac. The others quickly follow him and soon regroup with their guildmates. They ask if he's hurt, and he grumbles that he's fine, saying someone like Sir Yappy can't do real damage. Mr. Choi, their superior, asks if he got the job done. The man smirks, pulling out a hidden camera from his tie. He recorded everything. They both watch the footage on their phones. Mr. Choi grins as he sees Sir Yappy threatening to kill One Brilliance's members. He says that's enough, they'll show the Pantheon Guild just how sweet Korean law can be. The next morning, Mr. Choi opens his laptop, expecting the news to be full of headlines attacking the Pantheon Guild. But when he checks the site, he finds multiple articles targeting them instead. He's stunned, wondering why they're being dragged instead of the Pantheon Guild. Meanwhile, inside the guild, Sir Yappy laughs, announcing that One Brilliance's server just went offline. Elsewhere, Yihyuk walks down the street, looking at old photos of his family. He mutters that he came because he was told to, but he's still unsure about all of this. He remembers the god who once blessed him with a miracle, believing that without that power he'd be nothing. Just thinking about that god makes him tremble. He finally reaches home and rings the doorbell. His mother greets him with a warm smile. He quietly says he'll only stay for one meal. But then a voice echoes in his head, the voice of God ordering him to punish her and deliver divine judgment. The voice calls it a test, while his mother kindly tells him she made kimchi stew, his favorite, and asks if he'd like some pastries first. Yihyuk ignores the voice and sits down, asking if she's not eating with him. She says she's already eaten. Then she asks how the food tastes. As the divine voice calls his name again, commanding him to punish the heretic, he looks at her gentle smile. He forces a smile back and says it's delicious. She beams and tells him to eat more. Later that night, he sits alone in a park, when the god of heaven and thunder speaks to him again, saying the people around him are false believers, heretics who follow a fake god. The voice orders Yihyuk to punish them. He weakly replies that one of them is his mother, but the god says blood means nothing. Following a false god is an unforgivable sin, and he must deliver punishment. Yihyuk screams in frustration, asking why the god is telling him to do it when he's supposed to be the Almighty One. He wonders how he's supposed to take down an entire cult when his own mother is part of it. Suddenly, Leon appears behind him and asks if this is his hometown, startling Yihyuk. He quickly greets His Majesty and Leon sits beside him, saying he already knows everything. Yihyuk nervously asks how. Leon calmly replies that it's impossible not to know after all the chaos he caused in the guild. Yihyuk immediately kneels, apologizing. Leon tells him to stand, and then directly calls out to the god of heaven and thunder, asking why he would make a young man carry such a heavy burden. The god replies that only he can decide what burdens his servants should bear. Leon responds that if the god truly wants to punish the cult, he should leave it to him instead. The god refuses, insisting that Yihyuk must do it to prove his devotion. Leon accepts that. Their conversation ends and Leon turns to Yihyuk, asking why he didn't tell him sooner. He explains that a group tried to damage their guild's reputation, but Sir Spinner already handled it, teaching them a painful lesson. Now they've declared war against both the Pantheon Guild and their gods. Leon smirks, saying this will be a one-sided war. Yihyuk nervously asks what will happen to his mother, but Leon cuts him off, assuring him he's not some lunatic who kills indiscriminately. He tells Yihyuk he only intends to teach them a lesson. Leon stands up, smiling faintly, and orders Yihyuk to take him to their base. The leader of One Brilliance, Park Yangshan, was born in 1990 and experienced the Great Cataclysm at the age of 12. Back then there were no academies, everyone learned through raw experience. Over time, Yangshan became a well-known A-rank hunter. In the winter of 2014, he claimed to have met God inside the Samchok fluctuating gate. His entire party had perished when the dungeon's difficulty suddenly spiked. The system asked him if he wanted to be saved. When he said yes, a divine voice answered and blessed him. From that moment, South Korea's 7th S-rank hunter was born. Yangshan now preaches to his followers, claiming God exists and proves it daily. He urges everyone to look at the warriors of God who have received his blessings. He tells them to listen to the gospel whenever they enter the gates. One of his warriors steps up, excitedly hearing how his dungeon run changed completely when the system suddenly directed him to a treasure chest instead of the boss room. That single event flipped his life upside down, and he calls it divine intervention. The followers cheer, claiming it's all proof of God's blessings. The warrior shouts that they must all believe in God. This kind of miracle, he says, happens all the time among the hunters of One Brilliance. Even the Hunter Association was forced to publicly admit that these so-called miracles weren't coincidences at all, but were somehow tied to one radiant being. That acknowledgement only made it easier for them to expand their influence even further. Yongxin smiles as he listens to his followers loudly praise the dragon god. He begins by saying that not everything is what it seems, and shares stories about a hunter who raided gates just to save his sick mother, only to be blessed with a miracle herb that cured her. He also talks about a talentless hunter who suddenly gained strength out of nowhere. Both of these events, he says, happen right after they proved their faith by donating money. Yongxin shouts that their god rewarded them with miracles because their devotion pleased him. He preaches that by proving their faith, they too can receive divine blessings since they're all one family under their god. The followers respond with loud praises. But then his gaze lands on Leon and Beatrice, who are quietly sitting at the back of the hall. He freezes for a moment, stunned to realize that even the leader of the Pantheon Guild is present. Leon clenches his teeth in silent fury. His thoughts boil with anger at the cult and those parasites who exploit the poor, spreading false beliefs just to fill their own pockets. Yongxin then smiles again and announces that a special guest has joined them today. As per tradition, first-time visitors must be baptized, so he invites Leon to step forward. Leon rises to his feet, commending Yongxin for being bold enough to summon a king before him. Then he confidently walks up to the front. He stops right in front of Yongxin and suddenly throws a massive pile of money at his feet. Yongxin stares in confusion and asks what on earth he's doing. Leon simply tells him to make a miracle happen. Since Yongxin claimed miracles happen through donations, Leon says he's here to strike a deal with his god directly. Yongxin forces a smile, calling him insolent for daring to test a divine miracle. Leon calmly asks if faith and devotion alone are enough to reach heaven, and if Yongxin really believes he's the one who decides who gets in. Yongxin grits his teeth and orders Leon to kneel and obey the pastor, saying that's the law of the gospel. Leon snaps back, demanding how a servant of God can place himself on the same level as his deity, calling Yongxin's faith vulgar and disgraceful. Yongxin sneers, mocking Leon as if the king thought himself superior to everyone. He then points his finger at Leon, calling him a heretic, a servant of demons, and declares that they must cast the demon out of the dragon god's holy sanctuary. The crowd erupts, shouting that Leon is a demon and demanding his expulsion. Hayuk, sitting beside Beatrice, quietly thinks that His Majesty can handle this situation. Yongxin lets out a cruel laugh, calling Leon disgusting. Another voice from the back joins in, screaming that Leon is a demon. Hayuk remains seated, while Beatrice covers her mouth in disbelief. Leon Dragonia Lionheart as a king can endure many things, but there are 3 insults he will never forgive. First, speaking ill of one's parents, because that's an insult to the entire household. Second, blaspheming the gods, because what mortal dares mock the divine? And third, being compared to a demon. Leon turns sharply, furious that a vile cultist would dare equate him, the king of Lionheart, with such filth. He roars, declaring that this sin deserves punishment, his voice shaking the hall and freezing the crowd in fear. Pulling out his pendant, he begins casting a spell and vows to punish every single one of them for their wickedness. Yongxin's confidence vanishes, he looks terrified. Leon proclaims that the divine star will cleanse them all. At that same moment, an astronaut dining in orbit notices a star streaking toward Earth, muttering that this must be the end of the world. Leon raises his pendant high, letting Saintess Anjak's divine relic guide the falling star, declaring that the demons will be purged. Yongxin stares in horror, while the hunter from earlier whispers that Leon has lost his mind. Beatrice rises from her seat and gestures to Sir Yappy, who stands silently behind her. She lifts her hand, her powers surging, saying it'll be faster if everyone witnesses it themselves. Then she blasts through the ceiling, leaving the entire congregation speechless. Yongxin calls her insane and demands to know why she did that. Leon calmly replies that he summoned a star. Yongxin yells that he's completely lost it. Just as a vast shadow spreads over him and he looks up to see a blazing star, with an estimated mass of 68 billion tons, falling straight toward him. Leon has summoned Meteor Mickey. He gives Beatrice the signal and she responds that she's ready. Together they unleash divine power. Beatrice wraps the meteor in her energy. Sir Yappy loads the divine property-changing ammo. The 3 charge forward, shattering the meteor completely. Yongxin's face goes pale as all color drains from it. Even the system itself seems to curse. Yongxin begins desperately calling out to his god. He collapses to his knees, covering his face in terror, only to realize the meteor has stopped just inches from his eyes. He trembles, unable to believe what he's seeing. Leon stands calmly while Beatrice praises him, saying it was incredible. Sir Yappy scans the fragments and reports that none match any known metal. Leon approaches Yang Xin and asks if he understands his sins now. He questions how long Yang Xin thought he could keep hiding in the shadows. Then Leon calls out to Kim Yi-hyuk, ordering him to step forward. He grabs Yi-hyuk by the shoulders and turns him toward Yang Xin, saying that now he'll see the evil that truly possesses them. Yi-hyuk's eyes widen in horror as he sees a disgusting red demon clinging to Yang Xin's body, even as Yang Xin screams that they've gone too far. Leon explains that this creature feeds on the human mind, an evil parasite that attaches itself to people, waiting for the right time to strike. Just then, Yi-hyuk hears his mother calling his name. He turns and sees the same demon feeding on her. He demands answers from His Majesty, and Leon explains that it's the evil the god of heaven and thunder seeks to destroy, and that this is his divine duty. Yi-hyuk hesitates, torn between faith and love for his mother. Leon tells him to trust in his god and believe that things will turn out as they should. After a long pause, Yi-hyuk raises his hand. It's a symbolic gesture at first, born purely from faith. He closes his eyes and prays, begging that his miracle only strike evil, and asking God to forgive those who are innocent. The demon feeding on his mother suddenly bursts into flames. She collapses to her knees, crying out for her son. Yi-hyuk rushes to her and embraces her tightly as the demon burns away. His mother apologizes, sobbing as he holds her close. Leon smiles with pride, recognizing that Yi-hyuk truly was chosen by the god of heaven and thunder. He turns his gaze back to Yang Xin and warns that he's next. Leon destroys the demon and Yang Xin falls unconscious. A smaller demon tries to flee, but Leon crushes it without mercy. He reflects on how these demons infest society, taking forms of greed, corruption, and desire. He's relieved that Yang Xin hadn't been fully consumed yet, meaning his soul is still salvageable. Leon draws his sword and slays the last demon, asking if it could save itself just as it once promised to save others. Soon after, people gather around the meteor's remains as one brilliance descends once again. Over the past decade, the organization had absorbed millions, embedding itself deeply in politics, the economy, and the hunter world. The meteor incident involving One Brilliance becomes a global sensation. The sect holds a press conference, announcing that they will merge with the Pantheon Guild from this day forward, transferring all funds to their new master, His Majesty Leon Dragonia Lionheart, the Divine Human. They declare that their raid team will now serve as the Pantheon Guild's knights. A reporter asks about their current relationship with Pantheon. Yang Xin simply proclaims that Leon is the true savior, the messenger of the gods, and urges everyone to seek genuine faith. Leon looks at the roaring crowd and says it's loud, but that's not what he meant. Still, it's understandable. After all, Earth has never witnessed anything like this before. Pantheon then asks Sir Spinner when they can begin work, and the robot responds that they first need to complete several key facilities, including Pantheon's main base. Leon instructs that 50 sets of armor and swords be prepared immediately, noting that while spears and horse armor are secondary, both types of protection are essential. Yappy advises that they'll need to expand production capacity and handle the necessary legal processes as well. Just then, the president of the Hunter Association contacts Leon, saying he's been trying to reach him. Leon acknowledges both the president and the Ministry of Information and Communications on Science and Technology. The president greets Leon with a warm smile. Mr. Kim, visibly tense, carefully brings up the topic of the meteor. Leon answers in his usual calm tone, saying that the meteor belongs to him. The president doesn't even flinch when Leon adds that he was the one who summoned it, while Mr. Kim can only stare in disbelief. The president then asks what Leon plans to do with such a thing. Leon replies that he intends to forge swords and armor for his knights. Mr. Kim starts to suggest that the meteor could benefit their department, but the president cuts him off and immediately grants Leon's request. He mentions that Harry had already told him about the smithy being built and asks if the meteor will be used there. Leon nods. The president continues, asking whether the necessary facilities and legal paperwork for using the meteor are still underway. When Leon confirms, the president beams and assures him that the Hunter Association will take care of everything, taxes, laws, and any regulations, even if they have to write a new one just for this. Leon asks if the president expects anything in return. The president smiles, saying he'd like a piece of the meteor and a suit of armor made by Sir Yappy, admitting it would be an honor to wear armor crafted by the divine blacksmith himself. Leon agrees, saying he already planned to gift him one. However, he reminds the president that he cannot hand out artifacts from the Star Iron Smithy, as they are extremely valuable, even if not divine relics. The president asks if Harry will be receiving one of those artifacts, and Leon confirms with another nod. The president remarks that whenever she visits the association, they'll make arrangements to examine it, or have someone do so since Harry is still one of their employees. Leon agrees and shakes hands with him. Then the president pulls out another document, explaining that there's something else important Leon needs to see. Leon watches the screen as a video from inside a gate begins to play. The president clarifies that the footage was actually recorded during a battle in Vietnam on Earth. He goes on to explain about the Wandering Demon Sword and Chungju, the current vessel, warning Leon that the 6th-generation demonic human is now heading toward Japan. Outside the building, Yongwan stands silently, his expression hard to read. Yuri glances at him and asks if he's okay. When he doesn't respond, she teases him, questioning why they even came when they already had the advantage with the tax reform plan. Dongwon grumbles that it's all because of Leon. He's been changing lately, becoming more involved with the Pantheon Guild. Yongwan mutters that his stomach hurts Yuri. Yuri smirks, telling him that if he wants to act nice, he should just do it instead of pretending otherwise, even suggesting he should merge with the Pantheon Guild like One Brilliance did. Yongwan refuses. At that moment, Sua shows up and greets them. Yuri laughs, saying she hasn't changed one bit, so. Sua replies that she knows they didn't accept her medicine, and Yuri casually answers that it didn't fit the image of their guild. They enter the meeting room where Kyung Jinsu welcomes them. Jongwon spots Park Jongsu, Kang Jinsung, Achwing Yunha, and Wang Gimchuo, guild masters from several major guilds, all gathered for the meeting. The old man, Jinsu, immediately comments on Yuri's clothes. He says her outfit is completely wrong for the occasion. Yongwan quickly takes off his jacket and offers it to her. Then Jinsu jokingly asks when the two of them are planning to get married. Yongwan hurriedly denies it, saying they're not even dating. Jinsu bursts out, yelling that by their age he already had 6 children. The other guild masters silently label Jinsu as a total boomer. Puffing his cigar, Jinsu shouts that he's going to kill Chungju. Someone tries to stop him from deciding that on his own, but he yells even louder, demanding to know who could stop him if it's his own son he wants to kill. The door suddenly opens and Leon walks in. He approaches Jinsu, who sits at the head of the table, while Yongwan quietly thinks that Leon is also a boomer in his own right. If Jinsu is a boomer man, Leon is a boomer king. Leon takes the first verbal strike, demanding Jinsu's seat. Jinsu, the nation's top swordsman, Maria's finest, a living legend and the first-rank guildmaster of the Divine Sword Guild, has long been someone no one in the country dared to challenge, backed by endless tales of glory and service. His unmatched authority made him untouchable, the perfect setup for a man used to having his way. But today he faces Leon, who boldly insists on taking his seat. Jinsu stares at him, stunned. Leon taunts him, asking if he's gone deaf despite his young age. Jinsu slams his hand on the table, shouting in anger. Before things escalate, the president steps in, calmly revealing that Leon is actually 300 years old, leaving Jinsu frozen in shock. He explains that Grail Knights don't physically age, and yes, Leon truly is 300. Jinsu asks again, unable to believe it. Leon meets his eyes with a firm, unyielding stare. Jinsu quickly surrenders his seat. Someone quietly thinks to themselves, the boomer has been defeated. Leon casually asks for tea, and Yongshik rushes in immediately, stunning everyone present. Sua looks at Leon, smiling, and says he's just as handsome as the rumors claim, introducing herself. Yongshik scolds her for speaking before being addressed. Leon simply says that's enough. Then, turning toward the president, he remarks that his time is more valuable than gold. The president wastes no time and explains that 13 years ago, a black gate appeared in London. Because of its insane level of difficulty, no one managed to clear it. Fearing a repeat of the Shanghai disaster, the European Union gathered an elite S-rank raid team to challenge the gate. The squad had 24 S-rank hunters, along with 1,834 A and B-rank hunters from 32 European guilds. Led by Cornwall Wung, the Archmage of the Clock Tower, the raid lasted 2 long months. In the end, it was a success, the first time a black gate had ever been cleared, and the world celebrated. Leon comments that the real problem must have come afterward, and the president agrees. He explains that the epic weapon, excessive murder, the strongest weapon to appear in the 30 years since the Great Cataclysm, also emerged, and so did humanity's greed. After brutal competition, the British government secured the weapon and later sold it for trillions of won, worth more than a warship. It was leased to the era's greatest swordsman, James Spencer, guildmaster of the Gentleman League. That decision marked the beginning of a great tragedy. The sword completely consumed its wielder. Thousands of civilians and over 600 hunters lost their lives. Leon asks if that man became the 6th-generation demonic human and if he was killed. The president confirms that they managed to slay Sir James, the vessel. However, the demonic sword escaped, soaring into the sky and vanishing. Since then, the same tragic cycle has repeated, finding each new vessel and destroying them across the world: Mexico, Australia, Cambodia, Spain, and finally Korea about 4 years ago when the sword found its way to Chungju. heir to the Divine Sword Guild Master. The president adds that Chinjiho is the son of Chinjinsu, the current Divine Sword Guild Master and the grandfather of Chinsoyan, the girl Leon brought into his guild. After the meeting, the president shows Leon the list of guilds that will join the demonic sword raid. Pantheon 1 Brilliance, Divine Sword Guild, Golden Lion Guild, and the Phoenix Guild. Another guild leader raises his hand, volunteering to participate as well. Still, someone voices doubt, saying he feels uneasy and questions whether they'll gain anything from this. Leon replies firmly that what they'll gain is honor, the fulfillment of duty that becomes the foundation for people to rely on. Yongshik bursts into tears, shouting praises for Leon and calling him their savior. Yongwan quietly closes his eyes, wishing he didn't have to associate with this level of devotion. The president starts to bring up Japan's financial offer of 10 trillion won, but before he can finish, Leon declares they'll accept it. He adds that if there's a king in Japan, they should contact him and prepare to head there. The president agrees, saying he'll inform the government. Leon turns to leave as Yongshik eagerly follows. Suddenly, Jinsu calls out his name. Leon turns sharply, irritation in his eyes, but Jinsu quickly corrects himself and addresses him as Your Majesty. He says there's one request he wishes to make, one he believes he has the right to ask. Leon replies that he'll decide after hearing it. Jinsu says there's only one thing he truly wants, and that Leon likely already knows what it is. His granddaughter, Chinsoyan, is part of the Pantheon Guild. He begs Leon to exclude her from the coming raid. That same night, Soyin tosses and turns in her sleep, her mind trapped in a nightmare where everything has been destroyed beyond any chance of recovery. Her mother begs her to run away just as her father drives his sword straight into her, and then turns toward Soyin, his steps heavy and merciless. He jolts awake, drenched in cold sweat. Sitting alone by the vending machine, she mutters that it's beginning, that this is her chance. Just then, Ventarsis materializes, scolding her for daring to see this as an opportunity. She calmly replies that this is exactly the kind of deal she meant to make. Tarsus reminds her that Leon, his avenger, must have warned her never to negotiate with the divine. She tries to protest, but the god of revenge cuts her off, declaring that he's the one who answered her insolent plea and the only being willing to grant her power despite her lack of faith. He warns her not to take such fortune lightly. Ryan asks whether she truly has something of value to offer him, and if she's trying to become a Grail Knight too. Tarsus laughs, asking if she's seriously comparing herself to his avenger. He tells her that her achievements are insignificant compared to the King of the Lion Hearts, asking if she really believes she can take his avenger's place. Leon then realizes that he himself must have once borrowed power from Ventarsis. Tarsus coldly tells her that she is nothing, at least for now, but he offers her a deal to help her take revenge in exchange for her soul. The moment her revenge is fulfilled, her soul will belong to him. Later, Leon addresses the academy and its students, announcing that they will now be part of the association's military. He orders the lines to form so they can collect their gear. Haryuk turns to Harry, asking if Soyin will really be joining the mission, since he heard that Jinsu was against it. Harry explains that when she asked His Majesty earlier, he said it wasn't his place to intervene. Then Leon calls their names Suho, Yihuk, Harry, and Soyin, summoning them forward. He commends them, saying their progress so far meets his expectations. He especially praises Harry, saying that the gods cherish those who remain pure of heart. He adds that her talent and innocence are both worthy of recognition. Harry smiles as Leon presents her with armor, a sword, and a spear, saying these will awaken her true strength. She tries on the armor, admiring how beautiful it is, just as Pitos and Poma walk up behind her, marveling at it too. Poma blesses the armor, praying that Harry becomes the saint who burns her enemies in the fires of war. He blesses it again, telling her to entrust her body to the boundless sea and fill her heart with unwavering faith. Leon and his followers all lift their voices in praise to the gods. Harry's armor rises to legendary rank. The other students whisper in awe, saying it must be worth billions, maybe even priceless. Leon then approaches Yihuk as the god of heaven and thunder calls out his name, leaving him stunned. The god blesses his armor, promising that the light of power will forever be with him, that he will act as a judge who punishes evil alongside the King of the Lion Heart. His justice will protect him, and his will shall never yield even before corruption and decay. Next, the goddess Ariana blesses Suho, wishing that the eternal light guide him through the darkness. When it is finally Soyin's turn, Leon tells her that her grandfather requested her removal from the mission, and though he understands, he can't comply. He asks if she feels the same way, but Soyin firmly replies that she still wishes to participate. Leon nods and unveils her armor. Then Tarsus begins his blessing, declaring that he acknowledges her vengeance and gifts her with the power to summon the darkness of destruction. He adds that he alone will grant her desires. Leon draws the sword just as Ventarsis Marx interrupts, asking what Leon is doing. Leon smiles faintly, saying he's merely concerned for his disciples' future. Downstairs, some wonder what His Majesty could possibly be planning. Leon separates the sword from the armor as the goddess Ariana blesses Soyin, saying that the light will guide her way and urging her to follow it. The sword suddenly radiates a blinding brilliance. Tarsus immediately questions her, demanding if she's changing her mind now. Ariana replies calmly that she's only fulfilling her knight's wish. The god of revenge steps closer to Leon, calling him his avenger and accusing him of being too soft on humans. It disgusts him. Leon answers that he is, after all, the king among humans. Tarsus grins mockingly, reminding him of the day he lost his daughter. Diana shoots him a sharp glare and Leon lowers his eyes. Tarsus continues, saying Leon is the successor of the king of the Lionheart and the Dragunias, and that he must never forget how their founder found glory within darkness. Leon replies that he hasn't forgotten and calls Tarsus the guardian of that founder. Tarsus then turns to Soyin, warning her not to let her dependence on the light make her lose sight of her goal, because revenge can only bloom in cold, unyielding darkness. He calls her his little avenger. Meanwhile, in Japan, the president of the Manhunter Association, Kamiya Yasuda, orders his assistant to bring him the list of participants for the upcoming raid. He chuckles, saying the prime minister must be desperate if he's even recruiting survivors from overseas. His assistant smirks, adding that the government has clearly lost its footing lately. Kamiya laughs, saying it doesn't matter, this country is practically his kingdom now. He asks if the Pantheon Guild is truly that formidable. She admits they're intimidating but still no match for their side, though admittedly still troublesome. Kamiya mentions hearing that Pantheon followers even exist in Japan, that their promotional tactics are disturbingly effective, and public opposition to them is suspiciously low. He jokes that maybe the guild has already taken over the entire internet. Finally, he decides to put the Pantheon Guild at the forefront for the first phase of the mission. His assistant warns that Korea will strongly oppose this, but he brushes it off, saying they'll just let Korea share the burden. He orders her to inform them that 3 full raid teams, all S-rank, will be dispatched. She hesitates, but he cuts her short with a smirk, saying those teams have been annoying him anyway, so this is the perfect excuse to get rid of them. His grin widens as he declares that once the raid is over, his kingdom will be closer to perfection. He adds that if they throw the Pantheon Guild a grand enough welcome party, they'll have no trouble pushing them to the front lines. Soon after, the plane lands on Japanese soil. The welcoming committee starts sweating, recalling how it felt when Thailand's royal family once visited. They silently pray that nothing goes wrong this time. One of them remembers the president's warning that Leon is far from ordinary and it's best to avoid any political disputes. They're to treat him as royalty. As the plane door opens, Leon steps out hand in hand with Beatrice, both dressed in magnificent royal attire. The Japanese staff are left speechless, instantly realizing that what they're witnessing isn't just authority, it's the presence of someone whose very status is beyond comprehension. The lead representative quickly bows, greeting His Majesty the King of the Lionheart and Her Majesty Beatrice. Leon extends his hand and asks if he is the king of this nation. The man freezes in shock as the Japanese president following behind Leon looks equally startled. Kamiya steps forward with a laugh, saying it's understandable. Leon hails from another nation after all. Kamiya clarifies that the man is merely a cabinet representative. Kamiya introduces himself as the president of the Japanese Hunters Association, extending his hand to Leon. Leon just stares at the offered hand. He grits his teeth, demanding to know how a mere peasant dares to touch the sacred body of royalty. He instantly orders Kamiya to be removed from his presence. Kamiya seethes inside, furious that Leon would humiliate him like this on his own soil. Another man, Taekta, steps forward, calling Leon arrogant and demanding how he could speak to their president that way. Leon smirks, asking why he should bother respecting the ranks of peasants. The insult makes Taekta lose his temper and he starts unleashing fiery waves of energy. The representative panics and begs him to stop while the Korean president watches the chaos unfold, visibly overwhelmed. Leon smirks again, mocking that Kamiya hasn't even trained his dog properly. Saying it's the owner's fault, Leon begins to draw his sword. The Korean Hunters Association president wipes the sweat from his brow. Harry nervously asks what they should do, but he admits he has no idea. Both of them freeze as Leon pulls his sword completely free. It looks like Taekta is about to retaliate, but a messenger suddenly bursts in, shouting that urgent news has arrived. The wandering demon's sword has appeared. Leon immediately asks where. The messenger, trembling, says the sword is crossing the ocean, riding another sword. Meanwhile, Chungju is seen gliding over the waves, standing atop his blade as it splits the sea in two, carving a path while opening a dungeon in the middle of the ocean. He grins to himself, smiling like the demon he's become. From the dungeon's depths, waves of humans start pouring out, and Jaiho grins wide, calling out Soyin's name. The security room scrambles to display the feed. On the screens, they watch as the demonic sword triggers a dungeon break right at the Dragon Palace gate before vanishing beneath the sea. Nia stares in disbelief, asking how it's even possible for someone to start a dungeon break. One of the analysts explains that the break occurred the moment the demonic sword entered the gate. The other guild leaders exchange anxious glances, all clearly shaken by the sudden appearance of the gate. Then John steps forward, calm but serious, saying that it's not impossible for a gate to appear like that. He continues, since it's an emergency, he'll share classified information and asks Beatrice to take over the briefing. Beatrice steps forward and calls for Sir Yappy. Yappy immediately begins hacking into every computer in the room, filling the screens with data and leaving everyone tense and confused. She starts her presentation, explaining that about 4 weeks ago, their team raided the Western Sea Gate alongside the Federation hunters. During that mission, they started noticing strange behavior in the gate system and the quests they received. Their conclusion, gates can be artificially created. The room erupts in disbelief. Someone shouts that this discovery destroys everything they thought they knew about gate raids. Leon, still composed, tells them that even if the truth has changed, their mission hasn't. What they must do remains the same. He orders everyone to prepare for war, to brace for the monster's descent and track down the demonic sword. Nia agrees, saying that the wandering sword's power is growing, and it's likely trying to draw the attention of the monsters heading their way. They decide to form a special strike squad dedicated to the demonic sword, allowing faster coordination during emergencies. Leon nods, trusting them with the task. With that, the meeting ends, and the official demonic sword raid begins. They quickly finalize their plan. The Japanese Hunters Association will move to Wakayama. The Korean Hunters Association will head toward Kochi, and the Pantheon Guild will advance to Miyazaki. The three teams immediately mobilize. Not long after, Kamiya's security team reports successful monster suppression in Tokushima, Miyazaki, and Wakayama. Kamiya praises them, saying the Koreans move fast, it only took 30 minutes. Then suddenly, a report comes in that a giant cannon has fallen from the sky. Keita, startled, contacts command to get an update from Team 4. They reply that they'll check, wondering if their detection devices have malfunctioned. When Taekta arrives at the scene, he's horrified to find that everyone from Team 4 has been completely slaughtered. He mutters that the demonic sword must have been here, and wonders how it slipped by undetected. Data confirms the report to headquarters. Team 4 is gone. They then discover a massive hole inside the corpse of a fallen monster. Keita theorizes that the demonic sword hid inside the creature to evade sensors, but before he can finish, the security team alerts him again. Team 2 has just been wiped out as well. Taekta freezes in disbelief. Meanwhile, a messenger rushes to the Korean Hunters Association, reporting that the demonic sword has appeared again. This time it's in Wakayama, and 3 Japanese S-rank hunters are already dead. Keita starts rallying all available units except the Pantheon Guild. Yongwan questions why they're not calling them in. The messenger explains that when they tried to contact them, their plane was shot down by a monster. They redirect the remaining forces to the designated coordinates. Upon arriving in Wakayama, Taekta greets the Korean team, thanking them for the quick response. The Koreans immediately begin assessing the battlefield. Jinsu asks if their mission is just to stall for time against the demonic sword. Keita replies grimly that the demonic sword is far stronger than expected, and after wiping out 2 teams already, it would have reached them eventually anyway. The Guildmaster notes that they still have 100 A ranks and 9 S ranks on their side, but before he can finish, the demonic sword appears. Jaiho descends with an overwhelming aura, announcing that the era of cruel massacre and merciless destruction has arrived. He proudly declares himself as the Slayer Akasha. The S-ranks ready their weapons. Jaiho grins and asks if any of them have ever fought someone stronger than their king. Someone yells for everyone to attack, and the Japanese hunters rush in, surrounding him. Keita assures everyone that there's nothing to fear, that no one could possibly withstand this much concentrated power. But Yongwan senses danger and shouts for them to stop the assault just as Jaiho lets out a faint chuckle. Everyone recognizes that grin and panic spreads. They scream for everyone to run. But it's already too late. Jaiho moves faster than sight, slicing through the A-rank hunters like they're paper. Keita stands frozen in shock. He realizes that if Yongwan hadn't warned him, he'd already be dead. As Jaiho approaches, sword raised for another strike, Keita starts backing away. But something shiny flashes nearby, catching Jaiho's eye. Yongwan seizes the moment, shouting for the Korean hunters to attack. All the guild masters strike at once, launching their skills toward Jaiho. But he dodges effortlessly, leaving them stunned. Jaiho laughs, calling them pitifully weak. And suddenly, thousands of spectral swords appear and rain down like a storm. The Korean guildmaster activates limitless swords, unleashing a flurry of glowing blades like falling petals, trying to turn the tide. Jai-Ho flashes through the air again, striking down more hunters as another wave of swords crashes into the ground, taking even more lives. Su asks the guildmaster if this is really the same man they fought before. The guildmaster grits his teeth, saying he fought Jai-Ho once in Ulsan, but he's definitely stronger now. A healer rushes to Taekta, desperately trying to close his wounds, but he cries out that her magic isn't working. Something's wrong, it's never happened before. Yongwan checks the battle log and realizes that multiple debuffs are stacking across the entire team. Yongwan narrows his eyes, realizing that this isn't the only issue they're dealing with. He starts thinking that Jiho might already be at the same level as the Archduke Demon Rakshar, or possibly even stronger. Jinsu lets out a cold laugh and orders everyone to stop overthinking and focus on attacking. They have to kill Jiho here no matter what. He steps forward to confront Jiho directly, but the demonic swordsman smirks, saying he recognizes Jinsu's face and asks if he's related to the vessel. Jinsu glares fiercely and declares that he doesn't have a son like that. Jiho only snickers in return. With a wicked grin, Jiho then asks where Jinsu's granddaughter is. Grinding his teeth, Jinsu shouts that it's none of Jiho's business, and that he's going to kill him tonight with his own hands. Meanwhile, an aircraft heads straight toward the war zone. Yongshik sighs in relief, saying it's lucky he had a private helicopter on standby. Still, he wonders why they even need to go there, considering who's already fighting on the ground. Then he glances up with a half-smile and asks Soyeon if she's ready. Soyeon answers calmly, reminding him that she's the one who insisted on coming. She then asks if he also has some kind of goal here, since he went as far as sneaking onto a helicopter. Yongshik quickly protests, shouting that he's still begging for His Majesty's forgiveness, but before he can finish, the entire helicopter shakes violently. They rush to the window and see Jinsu and Jiho suspended high in the air, their swords clashing again and again in a blinding storm of sparks. Both continue to attack with relentless precision, locked in a deadly rhythm like a dance of blades. Jiho smirks and suddenly begins summoning something ominous. A moment later, he calls forth the Massacre Lord Akasha's sword, his blade igniting in a fierce, blazing red. Soyeon gasps and immediately screams out for her grandfather. Sometime later, Yuri wakes up to find Yongwon beside her, checking if she's alright. She struggles to recall what happened after the father and son's battle, telling him to stop yelling. When she looks up, she sees Jinsu dangling from Jiho's grip, their swords still locked in midair, while the S-rank hunters nearby are coughing and struggling just to stay on their feet. Jiho, laughing mockingly, says that for an old man, Jinsu isn't half bad, but he honestly expected more power from him. He adds with a smirk that, frankly, Jinsu should have already died from that last strike. It feels as though something or someone is interfering from behind the scenes, just for a moment. Then Soyeon charges into the fray, her blade gleaming with the blessings of Ventarsis and Ariana, and she slashes through the hand gripping Jinsu. The sister's fury burns bright. Instantly, the system announces that she has avenged herself. As a wave of new strength surges within her body, she stands before Jiho, realizing with fierce confidence that she might finally be strong enough to defeat him now. But Coco only lets out a mocking laugh, calling her an amateur, and launches an attack without hesitation. Soyeon braces herself and blocks his strike head-on. Jiho acknowledges the power of her divine energy, saying that many of his comrades have perished after encountering it. Yet he reminds her she is neither a knight nor an orc, and with one crushing blow he sends her flying. Looking down at her, he scoffs that she is nothing. But then Yongshik steps forward, rallying his allies and shouting for everyone to protect Soyeon for the sake of the Lionheart. They charge straight at Jiho. Jiho turns sharply and unleashes a crimson wave of blood energy. Shock flashes across Yongshik's face as he, his comrades and Soyeon are all thrown back by the devastating force. Jiho scoffs again, saying even a dog tucks its tail before a tiger, yet these fools still dare to fight an immortal. He calls them ignorant and reckless, believing they are fighting something that cannot die. But suddenly Yongshik bursts into laughter right in Jiho's face. He says it's actually hilarious because standing before him is not an immortal god but just another man pretending to be one. He points upward, and Jiho turns to see Leon descending from the sky on his radiant Pegasus, glowing like the sun itself. Long ago, there was once a world safeguarded by the gods. Within that world stood kingdoms blessed with sacred knights. Those knights became a thorn in the side of the immortal demons lurking in the shadows. Using divine laws that defied nature, the knights purged evil and upheld justice. And for that very reason, the demons swore to bring them down. The 7 lords gathered 6 archdukes and 87 great demons, leading an army of 10 million. They invaded the divine realm and succeeded in tearing that world apart. In the end, only the army of knights stood firm, prepared for their final stand. Alongside them were the orc legions, who reveled in the chaos of battle and ravaged the eastern lands as if it were a grand festival. During that time, Akasha had been sent to another world, unable to witness how the war ended. but now he finally realizes how fortunate he was to have missed it. Moxem declares that Leon alone has the right to be called the hope of this world. The words ignite anger. Sparks flash in Leon's eyes as he growls, demanding how dare anyone speak his name so lightly. Without hesitation, he charges straight at Jiho and swings his fist, landing a crushing blow to Jiho's face, sending him flying across the battlefield. The guild masters watch in stunned silence as Taekta struggles to comprehend how Leon managed to knock out an Archduke demon with just a single punch. Leon rushes to Jinsu's side and helps him stand, but Jihost only smirks, saying Leon is still merely immortal, then begins casting layers upon layers of debuffs against him. Each curse stacks higher, and one of the knights nervously thinks that even his majesty might not survive under so many restrictions. But Leon keeps advancing toward Jiho, each step carrying the full weight of history and divine purpose, while he continues to amplify his own power with stronger buffs. The others look on in awe, realizing that Leon possesses something no demon or human could ever touch. He is the embodiment of an overwhelming legend. As they face off, Jiho roars that he is the destruction of all living things. Leon calmly responds that he is not the destruction of life, but the destruction of Jiho alone. Their blades clash in a blinding storm of light and shadow. They fight with everything they have, neither side holding back. Meanwhile, in the crowded streets of Japan, traffic has come to a complete halt, cars jammed bumper to bumper. Frustrated citizens start yelling, demanding to know when the roads will reopen, while the control team keeps assuring them that it'll just take a little more time. One man, tired yet patient, worries aloud since even the news offers no updates. He turns to his wife and suggests maybe they should just walk instead. But before he can even finish the sentence, a thunderous explosion erupts outside, shaking the entire street. The parents instinctively shield their child, panicking as they ask if he's all right. Their son, Pluto, peers out the window and points upward, saying there are people fighting in the sky. His parents follow his gaze, watching in disbelief as beams of light and bursts of energy tear through the clouds. The father stares upward, speechless, wondering if those figures could even be human. In the city skyline, the two mighty beings continue clashing, their strikes shaking nearby buildings and spreading chaos through the streets below. Jiho laughs maniacally and dashes toward Leon for another attack. But Leon remains composed, activating the Divine Sword, opening and declaring that the Divine Sword of Radiant Light will never tolerate despair. With that proclamation, the formation is complete, and 3 sacred relics appear in his grasp: the Holy Magic Spear and the Sacred Sword of Brilliance. So now the question arises: what is the true Holy Sword of the Grail Guardian? The Grail Guardian, who inherited the heart of the lion, transcended mortality to become a demigod tasked with protecting the Holy Grail. However, the Lionheart King does not merely symbolize divine power but carries out the will of the gods themselves. His sword was forged by Hedo, tempered in the flames of Pitos, and infused with the light of Ariana as well as the brilliance of the sun. It bears countless blessings from the gods. With that weapon, Leon Lionheart strikes the monster, his holy blade blazing as the ultimate embodiment of light. The stunned demon can't help but wonder, how can a mere human possibly contain the might of so many gods? He prepares to strike back, determined to end this before Leon's power spirals beyond control. But the glory of the lion is eternal, amen. The energy erupting from Leon stuns the demon, spreading shockwaves of holy light across the battlefield. Chaos rumbles through the land as the impact tears through the sky itself. Yet, the monster smirks when he senses Leon's energy starting to fade, realizing he's become weaker than before. Leon quickly understands the reason: this land lacks faith, and without it, his divine strength is dwindling. Still, he glares at his opponent, thinking this creature is the stubborn head cockroach that just refuses to die and gives him a confident smirk, saying that even if he's weaker now, the monster is still nowhere near his level. The taunt hits a nerve and the furious demon retaliates, unleashing a storm of spells straight at Leon. But not even one of them makes him flinch. With godlike precision, Leon strikes back, his blade slicing through the air almost cutting into the demon's flesh, but the creature narrowly evades the fatal blow. The monster growls, questioning why Leon wastes his limited divine energy on meaningless attacks. Leon has heard enough. He grabs the demon by the head and slams his face into the ground. Suddenly, a massive wave of blood energy bursts out from the demon, blasting Leon away. Even then, the monster realizes he can't take Leon down alone. He summons a horde of beasts to join the fight, but Leon looks disgusted that the demon actually thinks such mindless beasts could turn the tide. There's no way. Leon plans to let him escape this time. While the beasts rush to buy him time, the demon continues his transformation into a higher form. He commands his minions to charge Leon, but out of nowhere, Yappy locks onto them and annihilates the entire group with a charged particle cannon. Catching the top demon completely off guard, suddenly, Beatrice joins the fray, lending her support and conserving mana for when it'll matter most. Meanwhile, Harry and Beatrice arrive together, eager to aid their majesty in battle. the demon. Seeing Leon's forces unite is shaken to his core. He remembers it was only 4 months ago when he first saw the King of Lionheart. He can't believe that in such a short time, Leon has built an entire army from nothing. It feels as if Leon conjured it out of thin air. Without missing a beat, Leon Lionheart commands his troops, rallying them to strike the enemy with everything they have. Beatrice admits to Leon that what they feared most has happened after all. As she looks over the endless field of fallen demons, she can't help but feel a pang of regret that the demon's sword managed to slip away from their grasp. Back then, the trainees, fueled by morale and the thirst for victory, had wiped out every single monster the demon's sword had summoned. But even with that overwhelming success, they still couldn't stop it from making a clean escape. When Beatrice notices the faintly wicked grin spreading across Leon's face, she quickly asks if he already has a backup plan in case Akasha runs away. Leon smirks, revealing that he's already a step ahead. He's got the arm of the massacring Lord Akasha in his possession. He asks Beatrice if that's enough for her to open a summoning gate, and she jumps right in on the scheme, confidently saying she can make it happen. Thanks to that, the demon will soon learn that home is no longer a safe haven. The two of them share a dark, villainous laugh that echoes through the battlefield like an omen of chaos. Meanwhile, everyone around them is left in awe, amazed by the sight before their eyes, something no one has ever seen before. Harry, on the other hand, seems unusually cheerful that day. Her friends Suho and Yihyuk comment that their last battle must have made headlines, so she's probably flooded with interview requests by now. Harry laughs and asks if either of them have seen their majesty in Soyun's area. Outside, Soyun stands silently, fully aware that the battle isn't over yet. But Plo doubts she can handle what's coming. Still, Plo insists that Soyun's talent is enough to defeat the one she seeks. Since his own child once held the power of the Archduke Demon of Sloth, he now offers that same power to Soyun. She's already paid the price with her soul, there's nothing left for her to give. Yet Plo says he doesn't need anything in return if it means destroying those wretched demons. At that very moment, Leon Lionheart steps in, warning Soyun not to cross a river she can never come back from. Soyun looks at him sharply, asking whether he's telling her to give up or to take revenge, but Leon simply shakes his head. He tells her that he's known as the Avenger by the divinity of revenge itself, and that he's fought alone for nearly 200 years, defying the impossible time and time again. Hearing this, Plo urges Soyun to learn from Leon, a man who avenged his people, his comrades, his kingdom, and even his entire world over 2 centuries. That same man had accomplished what no mortal ever could. There's no doubt Leon understands revenge better than anyone. But Leon explains that even though revenge might taste sweet at first, the path to it is bitterly cold. If it demands that you sacrifice everything, then it's not true revenge. Instead, it consumes you piece by piece until there's nothing left. He warns her not to take that path lightly, because even those who betray the divinities still have their souls preserved for judgment. He tells her that the way she's going now will only lead to an endless void. If she feels lost, he says, she should look inward, fix her flaws before losing herself completely, and remember that the true end of her revenge should begin with her smile. Leon then asks her plainly, who does she truly want revenge on? Her father who murdered her mother and friends, or herself for being chosen by the demon's sword in the first place? She hesitates, then confesses it's herself, because she was the one who gave in to the demon's sword's temptation. Leon sighs, pointing out that she isn't even sure who her enemy is. She's turned her anger inward, chasing her own shadow. He tells her the one she truly needs to face is the Archduke Demon himself. And before she seeks her revenge, she must fix her pact with the divinity of darkness. His words hit her hard, leaving her frozen like she's just taken a punch straight to the soul. 10 days later, the Demon's Sword raid squad reconvenes. Among them, Kamiya and the others stir up a storm of complaints, demanding to know why the Black Gate is being opened in Japan, and insisting that the Demon's Sword be held responsible for their fallen comrades. Still, more people end up siding with the Pantheon Guild. Many can't believe it that Pantheon, supposedly Japan's cornerstone for the future, would sacrifice their own nation's hunters just for profit. But this man refuses to back down. He swears to make the Demon's Sword pay for every life it has claimed and to reveal Pantheon's true colors. He also looks forward to seeing how the Lionheart King will handle things inside the gate. Once they step through, the gruesome sight awaiting them freezes their blood cold. Leon's fury rises, his mind spiraling into madness as he vows to turn every last one of them into laboring serfs. The stage is set, and everyone is eager to witness how the King of Lionheart and the Pantheon Guild will play their parts. A few hours earlier, the atmosphere within the Demon's Sword's territory had changed drastically. Out of nowhere, a Crimson System window appeared, announcing that they had entered the Massacring Lord's domain, and that all stats had dropped by 80%. The entire group was stunned, struggling to endure the overwhelming debuff. Leon tried to calm everyone down, but it was like trying to put out a raging inferno with a handful of water. The effect list detailed dozens of buffs: Legion Reinforcement, War Knight Boost, Increased Defense, Fortified Barriers, Bravery Enhancements, Lighter Armor, and more, all activated when fighting beside a War Knight. Leon was floored to discover that these buffs applied to thousands of people at once. Even with all his experience, he hadn't expected this level of divine empowerment. Harry then informed Leon that a new quest had appeared, stating that their objective was to assist the King of Lionheart in defeating Lord Akasha. Fired up, the team geared up for battle, determined to take the demon down. Leon urged his teammates to make the most of this fight to learn and grow. It was their first time stepping foot into demon territory after all. Then suddenly, Chungju Gate's nightmare machine, Yappy the spinning executioner, rolled up out of nowhere, nearly scaring someone half to death. Leon grinned at the sight of the little mechanical warrior, asking if everything was ready. He noticed that Yappy had grown stronger and more advanced. Its new formation even deployed a drone for reconnaissance. Yappy quickly reported enemy colonies detected nearby. Leon decided they'd head for the nearest one. Upon arrival, a local man dared to ask Leon who he was. His tone irritated Leon, but the king let it slide for now. The man then sprinted off to fetch the village chief. The chief Baron arrived moments later, and the instant he realized it was King Lionheart himself. Baron turned and bolted in terror. Leon ordered Yappy to deal with him. Without hesitation, Yappy blasted through the gate, scaring everyone senseless. Leon entered the village and calmly asked why the man had tried to flee. Baron immediately dropped to his knees, begging Leon to spare his life. Leon clarified that he wasn't there to harm anyone. His only goal was to destroy the demon. Harry Havo, however, reminded Leon that Baron was once a sergeant in the Empire's army, and a devil worshipper who had sided with the great demon of massacre. Hearing that, Leon's rage flared beyond control. Returning to the present, Leon learns that Baron was granted immortality in exchange for becoming Akasha's servant, though Baron insists he was deceived into it. As a result, everyone in the village was enslaved by demons, forced to live under constant fear of death. The old chief collapsed to his knees, pleading for King Leon's mercy and forgiveness for their foolish sins. Yi Hyuk and Suho looked at them with pity, feeling sympathy for their suffering. But Leon didn't waver for even a second. Filled with disgust, he demanded to know how many had died because of Baron's betrayal, demanding a straight answer. Baron replied that he had no choice, that if Leon had been there, he never would have done it. Hearing that pathetic excuse, Leon rebuked him harshly for blaming others for his own sins, saying everything that followed was simply the result of their own actions. Leon was ready to pass down a punishment worthy of their crimes. Yet because they were once citizens under the merciful gods, he decided to offer a lesser sentence, sparking a faint hope among the guilty. However, Leon declared that they would all serve as serfs for 50 years, until Tatar, the divinity of judgment, deemed their repentance complete. The old man trembled and cried, refusing to live as a serf and even begging for death instead. But the divine decree had already been set. God herself acknowledged Leon's judgment as law, leaving them no choice but to obey. Leon and his team pressed onward, raiding every demon colony in their path, and gathering over 5,000 laborers along the way. Soon after, Sir Yappy reported that a demon army was closing in, most likely Akasha's own subordinates. The group grew excited at the thought of a real battle, where they could finally unleash their full power. But Leon had another plan. He decided to send the newly appointed serfs to the front lines first. The moment they heard it, the serfs froze in terror, shocked that Leon truly intended to throw them into the front lines. Even if their limbs were torn apart or their guts spilled out, Leon said they had to keep fighting. Their value on the battlefield was nothing more than that. The serfs cried out, questioning his sense of justice and fairness, saying they never agreed to die like this. Leon reminded them that they had already accepted their punishment, and until their sentence was complete, they were bound to obey him completely. Freedom was no longer theirs to claim. Meanwhile, the demon army approached, confused to see villagers standing on the battlefield instead of soldiers. They shouted for the townsfolk to get back. But before anyone could move, Leon gave the order. His army of weeping serfs charged forward under his command, striking fear into the hearts of the demons. At first, the demons completely misread the situation and get ready to wipe everyone out. But as they charge forward, they quickly realize something's off. Their so-called victims have unbelievable strength. Turns out these aren't ordinary townsfolk at all. They're the King of Lionheart's elite stormtroop. While the frontliners create absolute chaos on the battlefield, Leon and his squad sneak up from behind, striking the demons where they least expect it. Together, they manage to annihilate every last one of them. Baron can hardly believe he's still alive after that nightmare of a fight. Sir Yappy reports to Leon that 3,243 enemies have been wiped out and 300 hostages captured. Leon nods in approval toward Beatrice, recognizing that her efforts were crucial in turning the tide. Never missing a chance, Beatrice suggests Leon hand over 30 demons from each rank, pointing out that the higher the rank, the juicier the reward. She figures it's best to strike while the iron's hot and claim the best spoils before anyone else does. But Leon insists that all the demons must be wiped out completely. Beatrice tries planting a different idea in his head. Keeping a few alive could benefit her, since it would give her more chances to open demon gates later on. That thought sticks, and after a moment of silence, Leon actually starts warming up to the idea of hunting down even more demons while they're at it. Then the black-haired man steps forward with a request. He says they deserve a few demons too, since they've also made sacrifices in the battle. Leon refuses at first, asking if they can honestly guarantee they won't give in to the demons' temptations. The man hesitates, he's not sure he can make that promise. Even so, Leon decides to let them have 3 demons that he personally mended. He takes a peek inside the cage to pick out the best ones for them to handle. Just then, one scrawny demon starts mouthing off with empty threats. Leon's quick chop shuts him up instantly. He warns the group about the demon's manipulative tricks, but adds that his mending should tone down their influence a bit. He gives them 1 demon right away, then tells them he'll eliminate the other 2 days after their return, once he's properly mended the rest. Later, when they start planning to attack the fortress, the black-haired man asks if Leon intends to throw the serfs onto the front lines again, pointing out they've already lost about 20. But then he drops the real bomb. They actually lost 900 in the last battle. The news knocks the breath out of Leon. He immediately asks if that number includes the serfs. And that's when the black-haired man finally realizes just how grim humanity's future truly is. Meanwhile, Lord Akasha receives word that his plea for help has gone unanswered. He no longer has the authority to command anyone. He blames the orcs for losing their lord in the previous fight, and he grumbles that his recovery has been painfully slow thanks to Lionheart's relentless attacks. To make things worse, his body is starting to glitch badly. The vessel itself is beginning to wake up. Desperate for a suitable, genius-level vessel, Akasha suddenly thinks of Cheyenne Soyeon. Leon Lionheart then asks Cheyenne Soyeon if she truly wants to save her father and take her revenge the right way. She nods without hesitation, even if it means putting her life on the line. Leon gently pats her on the head, reminding her to also take care of herself. Then he gives her an earring. Not just a trinket, but a star iron artifact imbued with the power of dream divinity. It's designed to protect the wearer's mind, a piece crafted by Beatrice herself as a gift for the trainees who'll face brutal battles ahead. Leon warns Soyeon that if she fails, she'll become a vessel for the demons, and he'll have no choice but to kill her. But Soyeon stands firm, saying she won't resent him, choosing to trust him just this once. Leon smashes through the gates and commands her to follow. In a flash, he drives his golden blade straight into Lord Akasha's castle, terrifying the demon beyond belief. But Akasha lights up at the sight of Cheyenne Soyeon, seeing her as the perfect chance to turn the tables. He orders his minions to stall them for 5 minutes while he prepares to seize his new vessel. While Soyeon battles the minions outside, Akasha lunges at her from behind, clutching the demonic sword. Keon Soyeon fights back fiercely, demanding her father's return. But Akasha has a different plan in mind. Their clash grows intense until he finally manages to grab hold of her. The twisted fiend is desperate to use Soyeon's body to perfect himself. Suddenly, Soyeon hears her father's voice urging her to run. But Akasha sneers, it's far too late for that. In an instant, he takes over her body completely. He knows just how powerful she could have become if left unchecked. Akasha mourns the loss of his old essence, but revels in his new, stronger body. Now all he wants is to escape and regain his power. But Leon isn't about to let that happen. He's ready to end everything right here and now. Without wasting a single breath, a fierce battle erupts between Leon and Akasha. Akasha relishes every second, thrilled by the potential of his new body. All the sword techniques of his past vessels are stored within his mind. He knows Leon is human, but a human with skills sharp enough to rival a demon. Leon bursts into laughter, telling Akasha that even after learning all those sword techniques, he hasn't mastered a single one, just as expected from a parasite. Akasha snaps at the insult, yelling that Leon is nothing but a human who's lived only 300 years, before swinging his demon sword in rage. Leon, calm and composed, points out that Akasha even absorbed the weaknesses along with the skills. In that instant, Leon slams Akasha to the ground and pins her beneath his foot. Akasha mocks him, asking if he really intends to kill his precious knight. But Leon shuts her down instantly, reminding her that his sense of justice never falters. Without hesitation, he raises his blade, ready to strike with full force. Leon has Soyeon pinned under his boot, the demon within her body doing everything to provoke him. The creature taunts him again, asking if he truly has the guts to kill the knight he treasures. Leon stays silent, but his blade doesn't waver for a second. The demon then twists its words, calling Leon the real monster, but he cuts that talk short, declaring he's no monster, he's the king of the Lionheart. With that, his energy flares, flooding his sword with golden light. As he moves to strike both the demon and Soyeon, he suddenly changes direction, hitting the earring instead, the one shielding her from demonic control. In a stunning twist, the once terrifying Lord Akasha ends up chained like a helpless slave, completely at the mercy of Beatrice and Plo. Beatrice starts the banter with a sharp remark, and Plo gleefully joins in, both clearly enjoying themselves. Akasha just sits there, stunned and slack-jawed, realizing this isn't some coincidence but a scheme carefully crafted by the Lionheart gods. It turns out Soyeon had allowed Akasha to possess her on purpose, and the plan worked perfectly. Beatrice casually says there's no way she'd ever refuse one of Leon's requests, while Plo adds that capturing an Archduke demon's soul is more than enough to keep everyone satisfied. Amid the chatter, Soyeon isn't in the mood for talk or to stay in that cursed place any longer, so she asks to leave. Seeing her saint looking completely drained, Beatrice lets her go without argument. Plo watches her saint walk away, thinking she's one strange girl, especially for using their dream powers in such a wild way. Meanwhile, Lord Akasha fumes like a rotten egg under the sun, furious at being ignored. As a last resort, he screams for Soyeon to accept him, promising her unmatched power to destroy everything she hates, feeding on her desire for strength. But Soyeon just gives him a cold, pitying side-eye before walking up and slamming a punch straight into his face. The hit lands hard enough to leave a deep dent, enough to make Beatrice proud. Plo even praises her for finally putting some real strength into her legs and back. From Akasha's perspective though, Soyeon is nothing but worthless. That earns him a brutal kick to the head, no hesitation, no mercy. Later, Soyeon finds herself by her father's bedside, dozing off in her chair until his gentle hand pats her head. Tears instantly well up in her eyes. Without thinking, she wraps her arms around him in a tight embrace, as if she'll never let go. Afterward, Soyeon softly asks her father what he plans to do next. He admits he wants to make amends for everything he's done, even if not all of it was his fault. Still, those memories cling to him like haunting nightmares he can't shake. His first step is to visit the Pantheon Guild, hoping to find a way to heal himself. Soyeon doesn't seem all that thrilled about his decision. Yet she blushes slightly as she confesses that she's been chosen by a divine being. She was granted permission to wield divine authority in exchange for surrendering the Archduke demon's soul. Now she wants her father to return to the guild as its master, while she continues to serve the Pantheon Guild in her own way. Her father gives her a curious look, asking if that's all or if there's something more she wants to say. Soyeon blushes again. That's when he realizes his daughter has grown up far more than he ever imagined. Outside, Leon sits quietly, sipping his tea and soaking in the peaceful moment, until Grandpa Cheyenne strolls up and completely ruins his calm. When Leon asks why, the old man explains that he's been going to the hospital for the past few days, and turns the question around, what brings Leon here? Leon replies that he came to check whether Soyeon's father still carries any remnants of soul imprints or traces of his old demonic sword techniques. If he does, purifying his soul won't be easy, and Leon needs to find out if it's something even he can handle. The old man worries aloud whether any other demonic swordsman's souls could still be wandering around. Leon answers that there are no apostles left in this world to guide such lost souls. Hearing that grim truth, the old man bows deeply and thanks Leon for saving both his son and his granddaughter Soyeon. He promises that he'll do anything His Majesty asks in return. Leon simply replies that he wouldn't mind another hand in cleansing evil from the world. Grandpa Chin, fired up, offers to swear brotherhood with Leon for the sake of justice, even insisting Leon take the elder's role. That makes Leon wince a bit, since, well, the man's rank doesn't exactly suit being called his brother. But Grandpa Chin proudly declares he's from the 37th generation of the distinguished Chin family. Amused, Leon says if he truly wants to be his brother, he should convert to their faith. Without hesitation, Grandpa Chin agrees and even promises to bring other guild members along for the conversion. Leon decides to hold off on that sworn brotherhood part, though the old bones look a bit too stubborn to bend. Afterward, Grandpa Chin asks whether Leon plans to leave soon. Leon simply tells him to enjoy this long-awaited reunion after 4 whole years. Moments later, Leon feels a deep stirring within his soul. It's time, he realizes, to use serfs to hunt giants. Out in the forest, a bald-headed giant casually picks his nose while Leon's team watches in total silence. As everyone stares in disbelief, Leon calmly estimates that the giant must be about 9 meters tall. A few days later, after defeating Lord Akasha, Harry and the other trainees are officially promoted as Leon's Knights of the Kingdom, and given their very first real mission. Leon assigns them the task of defeating that same giant, using nothing but serfs. Jae-hyuk, one of Leon's old classmates, hesitantly asks if the serfs are just meant to serve as distractions for a real attack. But that's not what Leon wants. He insists the giant be taken down using only the serfs. That statement nearly fries Jae-hyuk's brain, especially when Leon calmly mentions that history records it actually being done before. Judging by their blank stares, Leon can only sigh clearly. These earthlings still can't let go of their narrow logic. To prove his point, Leon decides to give them a live demonstration before their trial round, which only makes everyone more anxious. And just like that, they head into the forest, ready to face impossible odds. Suho looks uneasy, thinking that the serfs are barely D-rank hunters at best. Then, trying to sound confident, brave Serf Bill asks Leon how exactly they're supposed to pull this off. Lost in thought, Leon begins reading aloud from Sir Grotto's theory. He explains that if a giant's health is around 3,000 and a serf's dagger only deals 1 point of damage, then 1,000 strikes would hurt it, 2,000 would make it bleed out, and 3,000 would surely finish it. Leon can't help but smirk. It's a ridiculous plan, yet somehow it makes sense. If each serf manages 6 stabs, the giant will drop eventually. Bill just stands there, stunned like a fish gasping for air. Leon keeps calculating in his head, 500 people landing 3,000 stabs in total. If they fail, it's over for them. The team behind him is speechless, realizing their king might be leading them straight to the slaughterhouse. Bill, however, sees this as fate, retribution for his 50-year attempt to atone for past sins. Without hesitation, he charges in like a man possessed. He refuses to be Leon's test subject. Right then, Jae-hyuk notices a sudden 20% buff for all serfs. But in a blink, the giant reacts faster than anyone expects and crushes Bill flat. Leon and his team stare in pure shock. Leon can't believe that fool didn't even land a single hit. Suddenly, Jae-hyuk shouts that their buff has jumped from 20% to 20.0001%, confusing everyone. That's when Leon figures it out. The so-called Bible's 20% buff means the giant has absorbed 200,000 units of blood. Leon bursts into manic laughter, realizing he's just unlocked Sargrotto's mysterious power. No time for explanations. Leon signals his people it's kill or be killed. Eventually, they manage to bring the giant down, though not without casualties. Still, their victory permanently boosts the serfs' attack power against giants to 20.0144%. Leon calmly shuts the book, impressed that Sir Grotto's must have written this masterpiece through sheer blood, sweat, and tears. Harry and Jae-hyuk are left in complete disbelief, jaws practically hitting the dirt. Remembering the 50-year repentance period given to the serfs, Harry hesitantly asks if it's right to send them to meaningless deaths. Leon replies without hesitation that God must adore her innocence, which makes her blush in frustration. He then explains bluntly that Lionheart's serfs aren't the same as ordinary humans. To prove his point, Leon drags out an old serf and tortures him until he confesses the sins he committed when he was still human. The old man admits he killed a man, raped his wife and daughter, ate their flesh, and offered their bodies as sacrifices to demons. Leon even taunts him, asking which crime he enjoyed the most. With a wicked grin, the old man confesses that sacrificing children to massacre demons was his favorite pastime. Claiming it was pure joy, he barely finishes before Leon kicks him across the ground. That story alone is enough to sober everyone up. Jae-hyuk and Suho are fired up, ready to drag the monster straight to hell themselves. Meanwhile, Leon explains that even those capable of doing good still commit evil, making them unworthy of life. Yet they're given a chance to repent only because they haven't become demons, not yet. Leon then promises each knight 500 serfs and lays down a challenge. Whoever defeats the giant with the least casualties will earn the title of Knight Captain. The trial drives most of the serfs insane, but in the end, the results speak for themselves. Harry manages to keep 88 serfs alive. Jae-hyuk, on the other hand, gives chaotic orders that leave him with only 32. Suho's performance isn't much better. His blessing simply doesn't suit commanding serfs. But Soyeon stands out, finishing with 154 survivors. On the battlefield, she asks a trembling young serf if he plans to avenge his fallen comrade. While the boy hesitates, Plo eagerly locks onto his revenge target, gathering souls to grow stronger. Later, back in class, Leon looks satisfied with the results and officially appoints Cheyenne Soyeon as the new Knight Captain. He praises her method of using vengeance contracts to command the serfs. When asked, Leon admits he's proud of her, and that alone makes Soyeon's smile genuine. Then Leon suddenly turns to Suho. He explains that Sir Grotto's originally designed the Serf Challenge as a means to reduce their numbers. Unfortunately, Suho's blessing of light isn't compatible with leading them. Still, Leon, wearing that unnerving grin again, insists Suho's talent lies in leading serfs straight into chaos itself. He even offers to reward him with extra serfs just to see how far he'll go. Suho's left speechless, while Leon can't stop laughing like a madman. At the Pantheon, Leon and Deira Adal quietly observe a small seedling from Gunrar that refuses to grow. Deira remarks that nurturing a Treeman seedling in such foreign soil is no simple feat. Leon wonders aloud if the problem lies in the soil. Deira insists the land carries her blessing, but suspects a mismatch in divine energy might be the cause. So Leon tries infusing the Treeman seedling with Lionheart's magic. Deira notes that the issue could be the conflicting properties involved. Leon's power, though immense, lacks purity because he channels the strength of too many divinities at once. Deira says her Grail Knight might have pulled it off, but this time they're gambling on luck. Leon figures that glimpsing his fallen comrades in paradise might teach him something useful, but Deira immediately forbids it. She warns him not to wander the realm of the dead for long, though Leon insists he can handle it. Then Deira teases him, what if Castilla wanted to spend the night together? Or if Zarya invited him for a drink? What if Gillingham challenged him to a duel, or Roxley appeared demanding one last rematch? She asks if he could truly turn his back on all those memories. It might start as a quick visit, she warns, but one missed heartbeat could stretch into forever, and by the third he might never want to leave. So she concludes, venturing there should only ever be a last resort. Leon finally understands the situation. Just then, Beatrice spots him during his walk, right after he finishes checking the sapling. Curious, she asks what kind of power it holds. Leon explains that it's the sapling of his old friend, the Sage of the Woods, Gunrar. He adds that Gunrar spends his entire life nurturing a single seedling until it matures into a saint tree, the heart and soul of the forest. That's the only way the tree folk bring new life into existence. Leon then shares his wish for Gunrar's people to flourish on this land. With the saint tree serving as the foundation of the Temple of Uramen, the divinity of forest and tree, the goddess Deira cannot descend and set foot here. When Beatrice asks him why that is, Leon explains that if Deira were to descend in her full divine form, her power alone would be enough to wipe most of the demons off the map. Beatrice had always believed that divine strength depended on the size of faith, but Leon tells her it's actually determined by the god itself. He uses himself as an example. The Lionheart within him is a saint tree that produces divine power naturally. It's like a built-in anti-demon system, radiating enough holy energy to cleanse any corrupted creature that dares to come near, which is exactly why no demon can approach a saint tree. Beatrice instantly recognizes how valuable such power is. It sparks an idea in her mind, especially knowing how demons love to hide among humans. Before long, everyone gathers around the field, surrounded by glowing purple crystals that shimmer in the air. Holding the seedling carefully, Leon plants it into the soil and leaves the rest to Beatrice. She takes charge with a smile and starts her work. But then, without warning, a new gate bursts open, one with no color at all. Just a void radiating such overwhelming energy that everyone freezes on the spot. No one has ever seen a colorless gate brimming with that much power. Beatrice immediately warns Leon not to take this lightly. Leon decides to inspect the gate himself, bringing only his elite squad, and orders everyone below the Kingdom Knight rank to stay behind. While Yihyuk and Suho are still trying to grasp what's happening, the ordinary soldiers are already wishing them good luck. And with that, Leon's elite team suits up, ready to march straight into the unknown. Moments later, they step into the strange gate together. But while everyone else passes through smoothly, Leon is suddenly thrown back like discarded trash. Something feels wrong right away, and even those below the Kingdom Knight rank can sense it deep down. It turns out this gate is unstable, a fluctuating gate. Leon immediately realizes something's off when the gate refuses to accept him. That's when it hits him there's already a copy of him inside the gate. And that's what's rejecting his entry. Meanwhile, Hanharry and the others manage to make it through without trouble. But when she turns back to check on Leon, he's gone, completely vanished. The sight alone nearly makes her heart stop. They can't believe it's happening all over again. But Beatrice quickly figures out that Leon must have been unable to enter for some reason. So she decides to call the mission off and pull everyone out until they can figure out what's going on. Unfortunately, they soon realize there are people capable of tampering with gates. At that moment, Yihyuk yells that the gate is seconds away from closing, throwing everyone into chaos. Beatrice feels the gate's energy twisting wildly, like it's about to implode. To make matters worse, she can't even identify the strange mana coming from it. In the end, she can't hold it anymore, and the gate vanishes into thin air. Harry panics when she sees Queen Beatrice coughing up blood. It turns out her mana flow was reversed when she tried to stabilize the gate. Beatrice immediately asks Yappy for his analysis, and he confirms it. The gate is gone, completely erased. Yihyuk stands frozen in disbelief, his mind barely processing what he just heard. And right then, disaster strikes. An army of monsters charges toward Leon's elite squad, catching them completely unprepared. To make it worse, Yappy detects 5,354 beasts surrounding them. Everyone scrambles onto their horses and bolts. Yihyuk checks on Beatrice, who admits she's completely drained of mana, and the gate dropped them in a terrible spot. Suddenly, Suho shouts to Harry that there's a whole mountain of enemies right ahead. Without Leon, they're hopelessly cornered. The monsters creep closer, eager to tear them apart. But Yappy jumps in, firing its railgun straight at them. Sadly, it's not enough to wipe them out. The situation spirals out of control. Then, several beasts leap from their blind spot. But before they can land, a massive thunderstorm strikes them down, the wrath of the King of Thunder himself. In the next instant, an entire army backing the King of Thunder storms in to seize control of the battlefield, enforcing divine military law. Their spearhead formation plows through the monsters, cutting them down no matter how many appear. Their leader remarks that he sensed a powerful divine aura here, though he doesn't recognize any of them. He then introduces himself as Gillingham Get, Grail Knight of Ultima, the god of heaven and thunder. For now, he suggests moving to a safer location. Later, gathered around a bonfire, Gillingham gets straight to the point and asks who they are. He turns toward the Knight of the Divinity of Steel and Blacksmith, saying he can sense a divine energy similar to Sarantok's. Beatrice explains that they came from the frontier due to rising threats, but the demon attacks delayed them. She then asks what's really going on in this area. Feeling he can trust them, Gillingham explains that Sir Volcanus has gone missing, and that the Archduke of Greed began stirring chaos after the battle at Landul's Plains, with demons now pushing deep into the kingdom. He also tells them that the Lionheart King has rallied elves, treemen, dwarves, and other races to fight back. The demon invasion is in full swing, and the knights are gathering what remains of the kingdom's survivors. Beatrice immediately grasps the gravity of the situation, and quietly asks Harry to check the quest window without alerting the knights. Harry checks and blurts out that all the worlds are blocked, making everything even worse. Meanwhile, Gillingham admits he hasn't treated his brothers and sisters kindly after such a long campaign, but promises they can rest until dawn. When morning comes, Harry and the others set out again, and are awestruck by the sight of a grand castle. Gillingham proudly welcomes them to the last sanctuary of mankind, the Pantheon, leaving them speechless. They realize they are about to meet the Lionheart King they never knew. It is now the 63rd year of Leon Lionheart's reign. A powerful demon named Malice had appeared, but by the next year he was already gone. The chaos arts of the demons led to the deaths of 980,000 demon worshippers, 1,330,000 soldiers, and the 13 electors of the Empire. Manon, the Grail Knight of the Sea and Waves, and Killian, the Grail Knight of the Goddess of Life and Fertility, both perished. Around 3,000 knights from the 14 kingdoms fell, along with 270,000 soldiers and 10,000 wandering knights. In total, 22,700,000 lives were lost between the Empire and the kingdom. In the winter of Leon's 66th year, the second great raid against the demon army began, leading to the Empire's downfall, the burning of the Elven Forest, the slaughter of the mountain dwarves, and the fall of the East Sky Kingdom. The Lionheart Kingdom was left in ruins. Only 1 out of every 10 lands still stood. By the 85th year of King Leon Lionheart, the kingdom had fallen into decline, and the Divine Knight finally returned to the Pantheon. Meanwhile, Yihyuk and Suho were busy helping the remaining soldiers. Beatrice and Harry quietly wondered what would come next. Beatrice remembered Sir Gillingham saying that Leon would return after the war, so there was no need to change their plans yet. She decided to visit the forest sages to uncover Sir Gunrar's secret of the seedlings. Meanwhile, Yappy took up patrol duty to gather intel, and Harry wondered if she should help out like her brother. Not long after, Harry was dismissed from labor work. She never imagined that the Saintess held such an important position. She kept moving, probably heading toward the temple. After seeing the endless staircase, she thought about using a horse, but realized that would only earn her a lecture. Suddenly, a carriage passed by, and a girl inside noticed Harry walking alone. Harry didn't recognize her at all, but the girl carried the same divine power as Leon. She apologized for startling Harry and invited her to join her. Confused and unaware, Harry hops onto the carriage, completely oblivious to the fact that these things can actually climb the hill. The caramel-haired beauty explains that newcomers to the Pantheon usually have no clue about the carriages waiting at the base. Harry, feeling embarrassed by her own ignorance, awkwardly thanks her. After a short pause, the woman with the caramel hair introduces herself as Anjak Pratizia, the lady serving under Ariana. Harry responds politely, revealing that she is the Saintess of Pedos and Poma. Anjak looks surprised, saying that carrying the blessings of 2 gods at once must be an immense burden. Harry's eyes well up with tears, deeply touched that Anjak truly understands what that means. A few minutes later, the two arrive safely at the Pantheon. Harry gives her thanks for the ride, but Anjak insists on accompanying her inside as well. As they enter, soldiers immediately greet Anjak, calling her the Great Saintess. Harry's jaw nearly hits the floor in shock. In a panic, she bows deeply, almost touching the ground, startling both Anjak and the soldiers. Anjak quickly assures everyone that they all stand equal in the eyes of the gods. This reminds Harry of Leon, who used to drill into her head that everyone else was beneath him. When Anjak notices something wrong and asks, Harry explains that Leon always made sure the social order stayed rigid. Hearing that Harry personally knows Leon, Anjak assumes she must come from a major temple. There's no doubt about it, she can sense the divine power radiating strongly from Harry. While Harry is still trying to process how high-ranking Anjak really is. Anjak suddenly asks her for a favor. She wants to see Isabelle. One of the maids quickly says Isabelle is in her room, absorbing moonlight energy. Anjak tells them to get ready for the ritual and keep calm. That bit of news excites the maids, who start whispering that their king might be returning victorious. Anjak simply tells them to hurry up and tend to the exhausted king, who's been out there slaying countless evils. That statement clicks for Harry, and she begins to suspect it might be the Leon from the past, recreated by the gate. Curious, she follows Anjak. Suddenly, someone announces the arrival of Leon Lionheart at the castle gates. The Bloody Night King has returned after vanquishing the evildoers. The doors open as he steps in. Harry is completely frozen, staring at her king, but this version feels utterly foreign. This isn't the Leon she once knew. What stands before her is fear and terror molded into human form, like an apostle of death itself. The room is instantly drowned in bloodlust. Then a hand lands on Harry's shoulder, nearly scaring her to death. A honey-eyed girl, Isabelle, steps in, telling Leon to stop frightening everyone. A maid quickly warns Isabelle that she's in front of the king. But Isabelle shoots back, saying she's the king's sister-in-law and Dina's first hunter. That revelation leaves Harry completely stunned. Isabelle tells Leon to drop the serious act already and go join the ritual. The golden bathtub is ready, and Anjak invites Leon to step in. Leon begins to undress, and as he pulls off his shirt, Harry's mouth falls open. His skin is covered in dark bruises. When someone asks about them, Leon casually explains that they're from tearing apart the demons of pursuit alive. Their agonizing screams have clung to his flesh like a curse, though they can't truly harm him. Isabelle points out how painful that looks, but Leon brushes it off without concern. He says he has sinned deeply against the goddess of purity. As the ritual continues, a woman bursts in, Karina Dragonia, commander of the Northern Army and Duchess of the Dragonia Duchy. She's also Leon's daughter, and she cheerfully congratulates him on his victory. Her sudden appearance leaves everyone momentarily speechless. The Duchess then declares that the Northern Army is officially withdrawing from the alliance, effective immediately. Leon refuses to allow it, but Karina argues that the Northern forces make up a massive portion of the alliance. If they leave, their military strength will collapse entirely. Leon grows weary, feeling there's no point in staying here. Karina informs him that the entire continent has already fallen into ruin, with the capital long taken. Even if they gather every last serf, they barely have 30,000 men left, while the enemy commands over 10 million and their numbers keep rising daily. That's why Karina dares to ask the War Knight who leads all knights, the Pantheon's chosen agent, if he truly believes they still have a chance to win this war. Leon demands to know what she's suggesting. Karina explains that after the Empire's fall, her duchy was burned to ashes and 30,000 soldiers lost everything. She also reveals that she's carrying a child, saying the survivors in the north are still suffering. That's why she's here. She vows revenge for them all, even if she can't personally kill every demon. She swears to annihilate every last one that defiled their dead and made homes on their land. Leon, his tone softening, asks if Karina resents him for striking the enemy's main force instead of defending her duchy. To comfort him, Karina assures Leon that he made the right call. After all, the kingdom as a whole matters far more than just one duchy. When Leon asks further, Karina expresses her will for vengeance by revealing the mark etched on her body. The sight of it stuns Leon to the core, and his face twists in pure disgust. He shouts as Karina confesses that the entire Northern Army has signed a pact with the god of revenge. That makes her the Grail Knight of Ventarsis, Duchess Dragonia, and the commander of 30,000 Avengers. Leon immediately disowns her and throws her out, while Karina stands firm, declaring that her life is no longer about mere survival. Isabelle asks if that was truly the right decision, but Leon replies that it's already too late. Karina's fate is sealed after making that contract. Isabelle continues her work, purging the darkness clinging to his flesh. Leon quietly asks if he made the wrong choice. Isabelle denies it, though she's surprised to hear him question himself at all. After all, this is the same Leon who once kidnapped her younger sister, the Priestess of Purity, though truthfully both of them had wanted it. Isabel tends to him and asks why he's no longer acting like the man who once commanded the Northern Army with absolute authority. In the middle of everything, Leon suddenly shifts his gaze toward an unfamiliar presence, catching Harry completely off guard. Meanwhile, Yappy observes the workers discussing star iron. They're running low and need another star to forge more. They wonder if the Great Saintess has made any announcement about it yet. Yappy records a video of their talk and saves it to analyze their behavior later. At the same time, a blacksmith nearby focuses intensely on his work. But then he senses something strange. He detects a small presence, a rat or so it seems, only to find it's actually Yappy. The blacksmith demands to know who's there, but Yappy tells him to relax a bit. Suddenly, glowing ropes shoot out from Yappy, making the blacksmith realize it's just an adorable little priest. He bursts out laughing at the sight, amused by Yappy's antics. The blacksmith explains there's no reason to fight, they serve the same god. He introduces himself as Antak, the Grail Knight of Steel and Blacksmith, asking if Yappy knows about Antak, Guardian of the Mines. Later, temporary shelters are set up for the trainees on the city's outskirts. Harry returns to check on her group, bringing food along, and Suho lights up when he sees her. She opens her picnic basket and says the temple gave her what she needed for her duties. When asked, she admits that she met King Leon too. Everyone is stunned, but she's not. She clarifies that it's Leon from this gate, not their own. Harry then asks if they've gathered any intel. Yihyuk reports that the capital and several other cities have already fallen, leaving this one as the last standing. But Harry recalls hearing about the final battle from Ventarsis, wondering if this gate is linked to that event. Jaehyuk wishes they could at least read the quest's details. Suho then asks if anyone can still connect with their divinities. Their divine powers still work, but the connection feels faint. Everyone tries and realizes Suho's right. Suddenly, Soyeon points out how eerily quiet everything has become. There's no sound at all now. That's when Jaehyuk spots something strange, wooden legs moving toward them, creeping him out. Even worse, a treeman snatches their tank. The soldiers immediately surround them. Out of nowhere, Roxley appears, the Grail Knight of the divinity of sun and judgment. He also declares himself the judge of the Lionheart Kingdom. He's ready to crush the sinners beneath his aura, leaving Harry and the others frozen in confusion. Later that same day, Harry and the others are captured and loaded into a van, prisoners with no idea what fate awaits them. Yihyuk mutters that they're probably done for. Suddenly, a mustached man snaps at Yihyuk to shut up, startling him. Harry guesses they're being taken to an execution site, but Yihyuk, knowing how these things go, explains that they might be forced into serfdom first, since they're not demon worshippers. Soyeon sighs that dying might be better than becoming slaves, and Yihyuk half agrees. Then Harry feels it, the carriage is moving uphill, which can only mean one thing. They're heading to the Pantheon. That realization sends Jaehyuk into panic, crying like a child, convinced death is waiting for them. Just then, the doors swing open, and the prisoners are ordered to step out. But Jaehyuk is losing it, throwing a full-on tantrum. Apparently, they've been summoned to stand before Anjak, Isabel, Leon, Roxley, and Gillingham, and the room falls into a tense silence. Between them sits a basin filled with holy water, and Leon orders Roxley to throw the accused into it. Roxley unsheathes his sword and commands the sinners to dive into the sacred water themselves. Trembling like a leaf, Jaehyuk nervously wonders if they're about to be waterboarded or something just as bad. Roxley's thunderous voice pushes Jaehyuk to jump in first, followed by Suho and the rest of the group. Leon observes carefully and confirms that none of them are demons, since their bodies didn't dissolve in the holy water. Anjak quickly adds that they all radiate divine energy, making it impossible for them to be demons, and Gillingham agrees without hesitation. Still, Roxley remains doubtful, pointing out that demons are capable of the trickiest deceptions. He also believes that their king, Leon, may be closest to the gods, but even he still knows too little about these strangers. Jaehyuk notices how everyone treats Leon's word as absolute truth, and that blind faith sends a chill down his spine. According to Gillingham's report, there are actually two others unaccounted for. One is a woman blessed with the divinity of dreams and death, and the other, a being from another world, holds the divinity of steel and blacksmithing, powerful enough to be revered as saints. After hearing this, Leon decides to personally take over the interrogation, telling the others to stand down. He relaxes his tone toward Roxley and entrusts the next step to him. By the king's command, the others clear the hallway, leaving Leon a private audience with Harry and her companions. Just as Leon starts addressing Han Harry, Suho quickly pulls her out of the holy water. But Harry seems completely dazed, kneeling in the water and declaring herself as Han Harry with total submission. Suho shakes her by the shoulders, urging her to quit the overacting. Harry insists that the same trick worked before, so maybe it'll work again. Leon then asks them to introduce themselves and reveal where they come from. The group hesitates, unsure how to answer, and that irritates Leon, prompting them to blurt out Seoul, South Korea, pretending it's some distant land. Then, using divine form, divinity descension, the gods themselves descend upon the scene. Yet none of them recognize these people, wondering why their divine blessings are upon them. Hato, enraged, declares that he remembers every mortal he's ever blessed and threatens to tear their souls apart if they're imposters. Harry is stunned. Leon actually summoned every god at once, even though he once vomited blood just from appointing Sir Yap. She can hardly believe how overwhelmingly powerful he must be at his peak. Leon finally reveals that he arrested them because the gods had no knowledge of who they were. He demands to know their true identities and how they arrived in this world. Harry recalls the day they first met and begins recounting the story of her time spent alongside Leon. Meanwhile, Beatrice searches for the sacred tree, wondering if Leon had left his seedling there, symbolizing that his will aligns with the tree's own. Yet the tree seems lost in pursuit of its own desire. The ancient being instantly recognizes Beatrice as the lady of the far future and explains that the seedling originates from the realm of the dead. It can only take root and grow there. That revelation is nothing short of devastating for Beatrice. Later, the tree tells her they must leave behind a gift, though the lady insists they're merely echoes of the past. Still, if she can accept it, they might offer their help, simply because it feels like the right thing to do. When asked what she intends to do with it, Beatrice replies that she plans to offer it to the King of Lionheart. The tree accepts, granting permission for Leonheart to have it. However, it demands a sacrifice from both a god and a god saint. In the meantime, Sir Yappy is busy showing off his unmatched skills, leaving Antak and the others frozen in amazement. His energy surges wildly as he fires off lightning in all directions, activating the third slot below, with polishing completion already at 62%, multitasking all the way through his 14th process. The Blackies are convinced that Yappy is unleashing his full-speed mode once again. He keeps working tirelessly, polishing and processing non-stop. By item number 157, Yappy crafts a basic Lionheart breastplate, and he even forges several perfect replicas of the original. His jaw-dropping feats leave everyone in awe of his brilliance. Another craftsman, Antak, can't help but praise him, calling Yappy an incredible newcomer. Antak admits that watching him feels like witnessing Leon in his early training days. When he asks if Yappy knows Leon personally, Yappy replies, proudly boasting that Leon Dragonia is his demon-hunting partner. That alone piques Antak's interest. He suddenly wants to join their ranks too. Antak then starts reminiscing about his past adventures with His Majesty Leon, recalling how they once went on a sacred pilgrimage together when he was 30. The memory takes us back to a small village on the outskirts of the kingdom, nearly wiped out by an orc invasion. When the villagers cried for help, Eldies and Antak were the only ones nearby due to how remote the area was, and that's when he met Gunrar, a wanderer on a spiritual journey. As the battle dragged on longer than anyone expected, they found themselves fighting endless waves of orcs, many of them elite warriors. That's when Antak remembers Leon suddenly appearing out of nowhere. With sheer confidence, he stepped forward, ready to wipe out every single one of those vile green monsters. Antak recalls that man as the most phenomenal warrior he had ever seen. Leon was so powerful that Antak, only half his age back then, couldn't believe what he was witnessing. The way Leon swung his sword, precise, elegant, and devastating, was pure mastery, cutting through the strongest orcs like they were nothing. When the fight was over, Leon stood in the middle of the battlefield, surrounded by a rain of orc flesh. He looked disgusted as the filth splattered across his face, clearly repulsed by their stench. Antak admits that same brilliance and fire can now be seen in Yappy. So he asks if Yappy would like to become his disciple. For a moment the room falls silent before Yappy starts jumping around, excited but half-mocking at the idea. Amused by the thought of having Antak as a mentor, Yappy still can't hide his disdain for mortals. Antak asks if Yappy even knows who he's talking to, and Yappy confidently replies that he's well aware of the Grail Knight of Steel. But he adds with robotic pride that Antak is still mortal and nowhere near his flawless programming level. That remark takes Antak by surprise, but it also makes him laugh, realizing this little metal creature actually thinks of itself as a man. Determined to prove his worth, Antak prepares to show Yappy what true craftsmanship looks like. After that, Antak resumes his forging while Yappy observes closely. Antak admits he admires Yappy's perfect precision, something no human could ever replicate at that speed. Just as Antak hammers down another piece, Yappy instantly points out an error, explaining that it will cause the weapon's stability to drop. Soaked in sweat, Antak grins and says he's not just forging weapons. Suddenly, his movements grow faster and sharper, almost as if he's enjoying the process more than the result. Finally, he reveals his true philosophy, that forging is an art form, born from sculpting the soul itself through perfect mastery of steel. Antak believes passion surpasses pure technique. It's the balance of relentless effort and fiery devotion that makes it meaningful. With a proud smile, Antak completes an armor piece, Watching it, Yappy realizes Antak's refined method might be able to recreate Leon's legendary armor, something even he couldn't achieve before due to a missing 0.01% of data. Yappy admits that his records are incomplete and that this new information is vital for his development. Intrigued, Antak asks if Yappy would like to become his disciple instead. Yappy instantly clarifies that he's only observing the mortal's progress, nothing more. But Antak takes it as a yes anyway, proudly patting the little automaton on the head like a teacher would his student. Just then, Gillingham announces that Leon has summoned Antak to the castle for a meeting. Finally, everyone gathers around a grand table, while Leon gazes silently out the window. Belle dares to break the heavy silence, proposing to make this their final Grail. She asks Gillingham if he'd be willing to take on all the demons should King Leon command it. Without hesitation, Gillingham firmly answers yes. Belle feels the same resolve, telling Leon that her sacrifice will open the way to the future. Leon agrees, and the others quietly prepare themselves. The rest of the group remains somber, weighed down by the grim atmosphere. Belle vows to bear all the sins for now, until the time of the final Grail, when she'll make the ultimate sacrifice. Isabel then enters, confessing she never imagined she would commit such a grave sin. Leon feels deep regret for forcing her into this, but Isabel assures him it's alright, saying that even the man who once took her sister's purity is still a king worthy of her loyalty. Because they lost much of their territory to the demons, they couldn't perform the ritual needed for the final Grail. The only remaining way to obtain the star iron was through it. Raising her crossbow to the heavens, Isabel realizes she no longer belongs in this story as its heroine. After all, the goddess of the moon and purity was never meant for battle. Yet for the sake of her followers, Isabel had given power to those condemned to live lonely lives. With every ounce of strength she has left, she draws her arrow, ready to deliver her finest shot, a true archer's masterpiece that never misses. Deep inside, she whispers an apology to the moon for what she's about to do. For a saintess of the moon to strike down her own goddess. It was the gravest sin ever permitted by the divine. Her lightning-charged arrow soars into the sky, seen by everyone across the city. The shot pierces straight through the moon itself, creating what would later be known as the Milky Way. Gillingham stands frozen, jaw hanging open in disbelief, unable to accept what he just witnessed. In that instant, Leon yells to alert the great Saintess Anjak, who immediately casts her divine magic upward, unleashing its radiant power into the heavens. He watched as their plan finally bore fruit, seeing Anjak carefully directing the drifting fragments of the moon that were heading toward them. Out of nowhere, Isabel suddenly collapsed into Leon's arms, coughing up blood as she gasped in pain. Through her trembling voice, she managed to say how badly it hurt, but even then she explained that Dina, in her kindness, had absorbed half of the recoil for her. Gritting his teeth, Leon praised her selfless act and declared that from this moment on, he would carry her burden himself. Just then, the woman's expression froze in shock. Gillingham's urgent voice pulled Leon's focus back to the moon fragments, which had started veering off course. Anjak was clearly struggling to keep them aligned. It became evident that a massive surge of mana was pulling the fragments toward them, overpowering Anjak's control. In that instant, realization struck Beatrice. She recognized it as the same mana that had once shut down the gate for them. The fragment's trajectory shifted even farther away from their side. Leon held Isabel tightly in his arms, the woman who had given everything for their cause, and his rage burned beyond measure. Fueled by that fury, Beatrice immediately ordered a recovery squad to retrieve the fragment, refusing to let the opening Isabel had carved out with her own life go to waste. Moments later, the fragments of the moon crashed down upon the Earth's surface. Preet praised the decision to come here instead of wasting time elsewhere, and soon the retrieval squad arrived at the impact zone. With a hand signal, Yappy launched the scouting drones into the sky. Watching a few of them hover around, Antak grew curious about the tricks and functions his disciples had developed. That curiosity, however, ticked Yappy off. In response, Yappy snapped that Antak was nothing more than a supplier of technology, and he didn't have the brains to call himself a true master. Even so, the others were amazed at how the little machine could talk and think on its own, unable to help but chat with it in wonder. Babcock then pointed out that Beatrice must have already noticed the strange silence in the area. It was far too unlikely for demons to ignore such a chance. Antak was convinced that those monsters were just lying in wait, ready to strike the moment they began working on the moon fragment. Still, he decided to team up with Yappy and the soldiers to start digging up the star iron. Suddenly, Yappy detected the presence of enemies, rapidly approaching their location. A massive swarm of monsters came rumbling toward them, exactly as Antak had predicted. Acting fast, he alerted Beatrice that they needed more time, urging her to hold the monsters off as long as possible. She gave Yappy the order to commence the takedown operation. Beatrice herself stepped forward to stall the advancing creatures, activating Lamonter's rage. The resulting blast was so immense it stunned Antok. Few nobles could even dream of using high-level magic like that. Beatrice explained that magic had evolved into something far more destructive, forced to adapt in order to counter the divine laws themselves. She warned Antok to hurry because more monsters could appear any second. Hearing that, he and the others doubled their pace, working with desperate urgency as if their lives depended on it. After several tense minutes, Antok shouted that they were finally done. But just as they thought they could finally catch their breath, something caught his eye. A massive fireball was hurtling down toward them from the sky. Shocked, Antok screamed for everyone to get out of the way immediately. The entire squad froze in disbelief, while a mysterious cloaked figure stood at a distance, watching as the fireball slammed into the ground with earth-shattering force. A copy unit, known as Sir Spina, instantly detected the overwhelming presence of a powerful being nearby. It turned out to be none other than Calicale, the demon lord of wisdom and pursuit, the same monster who had once destroyed Sir Yog Spinner's world. Calicale rose into the air amid the trembling ground, and Yappy quickly shielded Beatrice from the blast, standing firm beside her. She ordered him to assess the situation and report the damage. Without hesitation, Yappy reported that 30 knights had perished, along with the entire cavalry, due to the full activation of the divine law. The field had become a graveyard, and even Yappy couldn't count the wounded. The demon lord of wisdom and pursuit mocked the helpless mortals, warning them not to even think about defying an immortal like him. He demanded that they accept their fates and embrace the deaths awaiting them. Antok quickly recognized the caster, Frisnar, the one who had gathered the great demons around him. Beatrice realized that if they made one wrong move, their entire plan could fall apart. Someone suggested using a spell to connect them to a distant realm. Yappy insisted the idea wouldn't work, not for a single one of them, but Beatrice agreed to try anyway. Antok understood there was no other path left except to fight this monster head-on. So with firm resolve, Antok thanked everyone for their service to the gods and to the kingdom. He stepped forward alone, leaving the rest behind, who could only watch in confusion, unsure of what he intended to do next. Then the craftsmen declared it was time to fulfill their oath, to defend the kingdom, even if it meant giving up their lives. In that moment, everyone on the battlefield knew exactly what he meant. It was a call to die, and it was an order. Yet even knowing that, they made the impossible choice to follow Antok's lead. Hawk agreed with Yappy's grim analysis, though he added that sometimes what truly matters in life outweighs any chance of survival. Antok's god tried to stop him, warning that no mortal could endure the consequences if he chose to summon the divine down upon himself. But Antok stood firm, saying he would have made the same choice for anyone, no matter who they were. Hearing that, the god admitted to loving Antok for his unshakable faith and the brilliant, burning passion for life that shone within him. In the next instant, Antok's entire body began to glow, radiating a golden light as if he'd been dipped in molten gold. This was no ordinary transformation. This was the Grail Knight of Steel and Blacksmith, the kingdom's finest smith and the guardian of its mines, finally revealing his true form. He clung to the hope that pointed toward the future, yet at this moment that future stood still. There could be no tomorrow for a blacksmith who had sealed his own fate. Even so, the ringing of the hammer would never stop, because it was through that relentless sound that every piece of their future had been forged. And thus began the divine dissension, the manifestation of the divinity of steel and blacksmith, Antok's solemn vow upon the steel. Calicale was completely caught off guard by what he witnessed. The divinity shifted the balance of power, turning every artifact made from steel into raw material under Antok's command. All steel now bowed to his will. Raising his head, Antok called for Heto's hammer, and the demon responded with a defensive spell. But even the shield it created couldn't withstand the strike, as Antok's hammer came crashing down, smashing the demon's face with overwhelming force. Kneeling amid the ruins, Calicale admitted that it was impressive, how a mortal could reach such heights of power within such a fleeting lifespan. Meanwhile, Antok couldn't help but be shocked that the demon had blocked his blow without taking a single scratch. And with that, both sides stood in silence, each realizing the other was far from ordinary. Calicale grinned, preparing to unleash a war that had not yet begun. In the meantime, Beatrice demanded Yappy's latest report, and he confirmed their success rate had dropped to 86%. Yappy assured her that he'd seen worse, and there was still a chance to hold out longer. Kirsch called out, asking if anyone had a clever idea to stall for more time, knowing full well the demons would catch on sooner rather than later. Beatrice admitted she had a plan, but the odds of it working were a shaky 2.7%. Even so, she decided those were good enough odds to bet on. She said that while a mage usually relies on logic and reason, tonight, she would place all her faith in a miracle. Meanwhile, Calicale praised Antok's raw strength, impressed that the man could destroy his magic barriers with nothing but a hammer. He started to understand why the demons trembled at the sight of this world's strongest species. Fixing his eyes on the so-called lowest of the Grail Knights, Calicale wondered just how terrifying the man standing at the very top must be. In the end, he admitted that perhaps their strongest knight could kill a demon lord, but Antok himself wasn't quite at that level yet. With that, Calical unleashed a barrage of spells, while Antok raised his hammer and commanded the steel to form a defense, Hedo's anvil standing tall like an unbreakable wall. Antok spat out words of defiance, saying that the demons' lack of faith was exactly what made them so corrupt. That statement infuriated Calical, but before he could strike back, Yappy charged forward, activating the self-destruction protocol of his reactor core. Antok screamed for him to stop, but the sequence had already begun and the spell that sealed it was irreversible. A blinding explosion erupted, shaking the entire battlefield with a deafening roar. The one who survived, Emperor and Commander of the Silver Knights, could never forget the ones who had destroyed his empire. They were the same demons who had invaded his land and annihilated his world 20 years ago. Watching the destruction unfold now, he was certain the end of the world had finally come. 23 years ago, that same emperor had summoned a demon monarch, which led directly to his own downfall as the demons soon conquered every region. It was only when the Lionheart King appeared that the tide turned, as he defeated the forces of the demon monarch. But even then, Walter had believed that with the Lionheart King's presence, the demons would eventually return stronger. Sadly, that hope proved false. Suddenly, strange tremors rippled through the ground. It wasn't a manastorm this time, but a sign that another war had already begun. Meanwhile, Calical mocked his opponent for using nuclear power, laughing that something like that could never harm a being like him. But then, his subordinate nervously informed him that a gate had been opened. The explosion hadn't been an attack at all, it was a distraction. Akil, another demon, scoffed at the plan, saying it was pointless since a small gate could only teleport a handful of soldiers, leaving most of the army to die behind. Calical's rage deepened, and he began chanting another destructive spell. But before he could release it, a spear shot through the air, interrupting him mid-incantation. Looking up, the demons were stunned to see an entire army of armored knights charging toward them. Leon's forces had arrived. Wasting no time, Calical unleashed a powerful spell in retaliation. The attack ripped through the battlefield, severely injuring many of Leon's men. And once again, the war between humans and demons had begun anew. Among them were Antak and Beatrice, who had journeyed to a distant territory. Brux's condition had worsened beyond belief. The violent attack had torn a gaping circular hole through the upper part of his abdomen, a wound that demanded urgent treatment. Yet, even in such agony, he instructed Beatrice to head straight to the blacksmith. Upon arrival, Sir Spinne gravely informed Antok that his life was slipping away rapidly, but Antok already knew, from the very moment he was burdened with this fatal destiny, he had long accepted that this day would come. As a steel knight forged of iron, he had always known his time was limited. He now had but a single opportunity left to pass on his craft and his legacy. Choosing Spinne as his first and last apprentice, he resolved to impart one final lesson. As the rhythmic sound of hammering filled the forge, Antok began his last teaching, recounting his long journey, how he once set forth in pursuit of a grand quest, met the man who would become the Lionheart King, and trained under a master blacksmith he could never surpass, though Antok never outshone his teacher, the knights, who wielded the blades and spears he forged, defended the realm with honor, even as he grew weaker. As his strength faded and his vision dimmed, Antok poured every remaining ounce of his will and spirit into the steel before him, determined to leave behind a legacy the world would remember. He urged the young forgemaster Spinne to do the same, to breathe will into metal, forge weapons that protect the righteous, and create a future with every strike of the hammer. Amidst this final lesson, Antok completed the crafting of a new artifact, one that embodied all the teachings and memories he had shared. Soon after, Leon arrived at the forge, just in time to witness Antok's final breath. Leon asked gently if Antok had any last words for his son Aaron, but having already raised Aaron with devotion and pride, Antok felt there was nothing left unsaid. Instead, he requested Leon to lift him up so he could face his people one final time. When the citizens saw their revered leader brought forth in such a frail state, sorrow filled their hearts and many wept openly. Even as his life waned, Antok urged his people to continue protecting their king. With those last heartfelt words, he collapsed lifeless into Leon's arms, and the crowd fell silent in grief. All the people bowed deeply, paying solemn respect to the man they honored most. On the 10th day, one of Leon's soldiers reported that Gildas awaited outside. After granting permission, Gildas and Galvarin entered, bowing to Leon with the respect due to royalty. Leon, acting as a godfather figure, drew Galvarin into an embrace, telling him not to be so formal, just call him uncle. He then inquired of Saldus about Aaron. Despite learning of his father's passing, Aaron, true to his lineage, refused to abandon his mission. His sense of duty kept him from returning home. Then, unexpectedly, Gunnar strode into the tent, surprising everyone and lifting the somber mood. Gildas teased him about his heavy steps and bulk as they laughed together. The group exchanged banter and friendly jabs, their laughter echoing in the tent, and Leon found himself smiling. He recalled their younger days, when they trained side by side, herring hardships and victories, and realized how precious such friendships truly were. Though Antak was gone, the memories they shared kept his spirit alive, softening their sorrow. Pouring wine, Leon remarked half-jokingly that he had always thought Gildas would be the first among them to pass, and Gunrar chuckled in agreement. As they continued drinking, Leon spoke of how Antak's final moments had been filled with honor and courage, urging them to bid farewell not with despair, but with pride and affection as true comrades. Together, they raised their cups high to honor their fallen friend Antak, the man whose soul lived on in every weapon and heart he had shaped. Leon then turned to Gunrar, asking about the finished item. Gunrar reassured him that it was flawless, the divine blessing of the blacksmith had touched it, and even the sages had acknowledged it, though the essence still needed to be infused. Leon felt relief wash over him, comforted that the preparations were nearly complete, and filled with gratitude toward the sages for their steadfast devotion. Exiting the tent, he was met by the sight of a vast army assembled before him, with Walter and Anjak Pratasha standing among the ranks. Approaching them, Leon questioned Walter if he was certain about the demon army's advance, and Walter confirmed grimly that their forces were indeed moving. Sightings included survivors of the Demon of Sloth from the Landul's Plains, cultists of the Beast God, and remnants of the Empire's corruption. The estimated number of enemies reached nearly 10 million, an overwhelming force. Leon understood that the final confrontation was drawing near, and, to triumph, they had to prepare with everything they had, for the demons would arrive soon. Soldiers busied themselves setting up battering rams before the towering wooden gates, readying for the inevitable onslaught. Meanwhile, Harry Suhai Yihyuk and Kyung Soyeon volunteered eagerly to assist, but Leon refused their offer, ordering them firmly to remain on standby. Though they were taken aback by his decision, they soon realized it was a reasonable one. Unlike Leon, who represented the past era of heroes, Harry and her companions were warriors of the present age. If they entered this fight, they would surely perish within the fortress walls, and Leon could not bring himself to sacrifice them needlessly. Instead, Leon assigned them a different mission altogether. He directed them toward the chamber belonging to the first hunter of Dina. Dina, the goddess of the moon and purity, stood as the kingdom's second most powerful deity, known also as the Lionheart King's sister-in-law. Her name, Isabel. When Harry and her group encountered her, they were stunned into silence, their eyes wide with awe and curiosity. Perceiving their wonder, Isabel calmly began to explain that though there were countless gods within the divine pantheon, one supreme being reigned above all. Even among these divine entities, she herself held immense power. Despite her eyes being gravely injured from a previous battle, Isabel remained formidable, her will and mastery of magic unbroken. With practiced grace, she raised her hand, invoking a spell that unlocked a heavy chest with a soft, resonant hum. Inside lay an array of shields, gleaming faintly under divine light. Each shield represented an element: waves, war, flame, sky, and thunder, and Isabel's voice carried both reverence and sorrow as she spoke. She elaborated that for countless generations, water, fire, and lightning had been revered as manifestations of nature's fury. Isabel continued, saying there existed many other gods, yet these were the ones they would need most for the coming war. Harry could scarcely believe what she saw, the sacred relics of the gods themselves, laid bare before mortal eyes. These relics had been left behind by the Grail knights and saints of the past, testaments to their divine heritage. The group stared in confusion and disbelief, uncertain as to why Isabel was revealing such priceless relics to them. Then Isabel revealed her intention: they would inherit these relics. Yet she warned they were not worthy to claim them just yet, for the relics had not recognized them as rightful bearers. She declared that the future must rest in their hands, for both she and the king believed they were destined to endure this war no matter the cost. She spoke with certainty that they would wield the relics better than she ever could, acknowledging quietly that her own death was near. Still, the recognition of the relics was a trial they would have to overcome alone. Isabel then turned her gaze toward Ki Young Soyeon, requesting a favor for later, something only Soyeon's latent divinity could achieve. Soyeon nodded solemnly, accepting Isabel's request. At that moment, Isabel began the ritual of succession, initiating the process through which each chosen one would be tested and accepted. Soon after, everyone dispersed to begin their own preparations. The soldiers busied themselves, readying arms and armor for the imminent war. Civilians knelt in prayer, offering blessings for those who would soon bleed on the battlefield, while the night grew long and heavy with anticipation. Warriors from every corner of the continent began to arrive, swelling the ranks of the defenders. As all preparations neared completion, the demonic horde finally reached their borders. Anjak Pratisha stepped forward, humbly welcoming the sages of the forest and announcing that the extraction ritual had been successfully completed. The sages examined the newly forged item with quiet admiration. They concluded that Antak had mastered steel beyond all others, fulfilling his final duty with perfection. Now, they said, it was their turn to carry out their own task. The sage's solemn vow echoed through the hall. They would see their mission through no matter the peril. Beatrice declared that she and Spinne would hold the front lines as long as possible, buying time for Harry and her companions to secure the divine relics. Spinne instructed them to regroup at the rendezvous point once their objectives were achieved. Afterward, he would retrieve the Grail infused with divine essence and join them. Before parting, Beatrice gently placed a hand upon Harry's head, reminding her of the vital role she must play. The hour approached, and Isabel reminded them that once their tasks were done, the descent of divinity must occur to complete the ritual, since Leon, bound to the battlefield, could not fulfill that sacred role. Thus, the burden would fall upon her. Jack responded with quiet conviction, saying that as the great saintess of light and justice, such sacrifice was only natural for her, to endure pain for the sake of a brighter tomorrow. Sh. Nayak had spent most of her existence within the Holy Temple, devoted to teaching divine doctrine. Even after the Great War against the demons erupted, her way of life changed little. Only her prayers had shifted from the living to the souls of the dead. She often found herself comforting the lost spirits, lamenting that she could not serve the people as effectively as the valiant knights did. Yet despite her regrets, the humble saintess of light and justice continued to pray with a smile, offering every word to the king she revered. The vessels of war were ready, but the enemy's numbers seemed endless. There were legions upon legions, an army stretching to the horizon. The demons, in mockery, had even erected a temple upon the ashes of the fallen. Now the once-proud Lionheart Kingdom, the land of the Guardians, stood with only a single fortress remaining. Their defenses were braced, confident that the long-range demon weapons would not reach them immediately, but soon. A sudden explosion rocked the fortress, instantly killing several of Leon's soldiers. From the slain bodies, a vile energy seeped forth. It was poison spreading fast. The soldiers hastily covered their mouths, panic in their eyes. Shouts rang out for healers and purification. More attacks followed in rapid succession, forcing the troops into formation, while the priests concentrated their purification spells toward the northeast. Leon, standing atop the castle with Irene, surveyed the battlefield below as chaos spread. Leon conjured vast flames, unleashing them upon the advancing demons. He called out to Aaron, telling him to stand tall, to be proud of his father who had sacrificed himself with honor and now dined in the banquet halls of the gods. As he gazed over the raging field, the thought lingered heavily in his heart. Leon reflected that what future generations would describe as the kingdom's final hour was merely history repeating its destined fall. Leon was overcome with deep emotion and whispered a silent prayer to the goddess, begging for her divine aid. He hoped that the soldiers, trembling between courage and despair, would carry forward the legacy of the Lionheart, and that even in the face of ruin, their hearts would remain unbroken. Women clutch their weeping children close, while the young men fight desperately to keep the war from fading into silence. The knights continue their struggle, determined to leave a spark of hope amid the endless bloodshed. Leon, feeling the crushing weight of his people's agony, calls out to the goddess, pleading for strength in this darkest hour. In response, he senses her divine presence standing just behind him, assuring him she will remain by his side until the very end, granting him the freedom to act upon his own will. Suddenly, a torrent of foreign energy surges through his body, and as he steadies himself in awe, he drops his sword, slamming it into the earth again and again with burning determination. His voice trembles as he begins, chanting the names of the comrades who have stood beside him since the very beginning. Knight Aaron, son of Antach, the mighty Grail Knight of Steel, Gildas the war hero who slew the great horned giant, Galvarin the noble elven guardian of the oak forest, and others, valiant men of honor who never ceased their struggle. He declares that such heroes would never bow before the demon's mockery, that they must rise and fight back against those who believe the war is already won, because it isn't, not yet. Leon's fury explodes as he slams his sword again and again into the ground, his body trembling with rage, pain, and defiance, hoping to ignite that same burning fury in every soldier's heart. He demands to know who he is, and the entire battlefield answers as one, their voices uniting in a thunderous chant that he is the half-god proxy of the Pantheon, the guardian of the Grail, and the king of Lionheart, the one who once defeated Malice, the lord of chaos. Leon, now burning with unwavering conviction, proclaims that victory is near and commands his warriors to abandon fear and hesitation. Their swords and shields, he says, will become kindling for the divine fire, and this battlefield will serve as the graveyard for those arrogant demons who dare to believe they can overpower humankind. He urges them to fight until the very end, no matter the cost, no matter if they fall, no matter if their comrades perish, even if the king himself dies. His words ignite their souls, and chaos erupts across the battlefield as the final war begins. Kale, leading the demon army, steps forward with a dark grin, taunting the humans and demanding they bow before him, calling them pitiful, inferior creatures unworthy of his notice. he declares that the birth of evil predates divinity itself, vowing to spare not a single soul. With that, he conjures blazing spheres of corrupted red energy, fire orbs pulsating with pure malevolence, and hurls them toward Leon's army. Leon instantly signals to Roxley, who immediately invokes the combined powers of divine punishment, flames of war, and manifesting sun, countering the incoming orbs of demonic fire. Leon advises Roxley to focus on any fragments that might threaten the Pantheon's defenses. In a flash, Roxley shatters the orbs effortlessly, scattering their energy like dust in the wind. The demons, enraged by their failure, begin scaling the castle walls, convinced that victory will be theirs once they breach its defenses. But the armored soldiers stationed atop the roof are ready. They unleash a rain of arrows, piercing through the demon ranks, cutting them down one by one, preventing them from ever setting foot within the territory. Meanwhile, at the southern gates of the fortress city, Pantheon Gildas grimaces as he smells the acrid smoke of meteor fragments, realizing that the debris alone is enough to turn the land into a barren wasteland. Restoring its former glory will take ages. He also hears the thunderous roars in the distance, proof that the demons have breached through the eastern gates. On the castle rooftops, the knights hold their ground, striking down wave after wave of demons without falter. Meanwhile, Arin now faces off against Doomgor, the great demon of massacre and destruction, forcing the fiend to acknowledge that even those who are not Grail warriors can still wield terrifying power. Karen, resolute and fierce, vows to slay Doomgor no matter the cost, fully aware that Leon and Roxley are unable to leave their posts, and so he must stand alone. He leaps, soaring into the air before diving straight toward Doomgor. Within the castle walls, Harry and the others finally complete the recognition process for the sacred relics. Yet Jayhook hesitates, uncertain of his worth, convinced he lacks the strength to wield them properly. He even contemplates surrender, thinking this war was never theirs to fight, believing that only Spinne and the king stand a chance of survival. Considering that he has already slain 3 demon lords, he foolishly assumes victory will come easily. Yihyuk agrees, insisting that Leon always triumphs, that he has slain all the demons before, and since fate led him to meet Harry's group at the Black Gate, it can only mean this battle too will end in his victory. But suddenly, a thought strikes Harry. She remembers that the final Grail plan had once been completely abandoned. It was because they went to the gate seeking the king's aid. With 3 Grail Knight-ranked warriors missing from the field, she wonders if victory is still within reach. Her gaze shifts toward the robed figures nearby, and she immediately commands them to remove their hoods. As they comply, a sinister energy radiates from their bodies, and one of them mocks Harry, applauding her for such sharp intuition. Alarmed, she quickly casts a full expansion of divine power, but the cloaked figures retaliate instantly, blocking her magic with ease. Harry and Jayhook exchange tense glances, realizing they are in grave danger as the shadowy figures step closer. One of them reveals himself to be. He introduces himself with a chilling smile as the archdemon of pleasure, Ki, and with a wicked grin twisting across his face, he attempts to slash at Harry's throat, aiming to end her life in one swift strike, but Jayhyuk, ready to sacrifice everything, throws himself in her path, shoving her aside fully, aware that this may be his final moment. Just then, Gilliam bursts onto the scene, blocking the fatal blow and saving both Harry and Jayhyuk. Isabel appears beside him as well. Leon had already anticipated such an ambush and sent them as reinforcements. Qui, who believed Gilliam and Isabel were stationed on the front lines, is left stunned to find them here instead. The two glare at the archdemon, their divine presence radiating as they proclaim they will never allow such vile beings to defile their sight. Deep down, Isabel knows the truth, that facing 3 great demons and an archduke demon will be almost impossible, but as a saint, she cannot and will not surrender. Gilliam, on the other hand, commands her to cast aside her life and follow through to the end. Without hesitation, she agrees and begins channeling divinity Ascension magic. His words about sacrificing one's life bewilder both Yihyuk and Harry, but Isabel urges them to aid Han Suho and Kyung Soyeon instead, explaining that the demons have likely infiltrated the inner sanctum and the Holy Grail itself is in grave danger. Without hesitation, they rush off to follow her command. As they leave, Ki mocks Isabel, sneering at her weakened state and claiming that she and Gilliam are unfit to fight. But Isabel simply smirks, assuring him that he need not worry, because she could crush him with a single finger if she wished. Gilliam adds coldly that they will make him pay dearly for his arrogance. Then a strange energy swirls violently around them, shaking the ground beneath their feet. Meanwhile, Suho and Kyung Soyeon are barely holding on. Overwhelmed by countless demons, their stamina fading fast. Soyeon gasps for breath, her strength nearly gone, her focus slipping, just as a demon lunges at her from the front. Harry and Jayhyuk arrive in time to save her. Harry immediately unleashes a powerful incantation, Twist, engulfing the demons in flames so fierce that they are annihilated instantly. For a moment they think It's over, but it is. From the smoke emerges another, far greater demon. Accompanied by a horde of minions, he roars, demanding that Harry's group step aside, but Jae-hyuk knows someone must hold this monster back until Spin-A and the Queen arrive, or everything will be lost. Before he can cast a spell strong enough to stop the creature, all four of them are suddenly ensnared by enormous vines that pull them out of the chamber. Panic fills their hearts, but relief follows when they realize it is the tree sage who has saved them, acting under the command of the great saintess Anjak. Anjak expresses her gratitude for their protection of the sanctum and solemnly announces that the extraction is complete. She explains that the Holy Grail now contains the distilled essence of the wisdom and knowledge of the forest sages. Harry can feel the overwhelming sanctity radiating from it, more sacred than any relic she has ever laid eyes upon. Meanwhile, the great demon pounds on the door of their refuge, and they realize there isn't much time left. Anxiously, Harry asks what will happen to them once the Holy Grail is complete. Anjak offers a warm smile, explaining that the Grail was once an abandoned project, but because of Leon's change of heart, destiny has led them to this moment. She tells Harry that the Holy Grail symbolizes Leon's refusal to give up on the future. Harry can't stop the tears from streaming down her face. She doesn't want these good people to perish, yet fate continues to unfold relentlessly. Anjak gently comforts her, saying that the king has entrusted the future to her care and that she must now fulfill that duty. With that, Anjak prays to the goddess of light, pleading for absolute justice. As her prayer merges with the sacred spell cast upon the Holy Grail, a brilliant beam of divine power erupts from the relic, enveloping the entire battlefield. Soon the Holy Grail stands complete, glowing with the full blessing of the goddess. Anjak carefully places it in Harry's hands. Originally, this immense power had been meant for one, the King of Lionheart, but when he glimpsed even a faint hope for the world's future, he chose instead to entrust it to someone who could carry that hope forward. At that very moment, the gate opens once more and Spin-A steps through alongside Beatrice. Without hesitation, Beatrice orders Harry to retreat at once, while Spin-A remains behind to assess the situation. The DNA system promptly alerts everyone that the main structural core sustaining the building has been obliterated. The entire place is on the verge of collapse, and they must evacuate immediately. Tears fill Harry's eyes as a sharp realization strikes her heart. Overwhelmed by emotion, Harry finally accepts that she must leave. With trembling voice, she promises Anjak that she will never forget the sacrifices made for her and their cause. As Harry's group, along with Beatrice and Spin-A, begin to withdraw, Anjak's body weakens and collapses gently into Gunrar's lap. In response, Gunrar transforms into a great tree, allowing Anjak to rest peacefully beneath its branches in her final moments. Meanwhile, the building begins to fracture, its walls crumbling into dust. Outside, the atmosphere grows heavy as cracks echo through the battlefield. Israel and Gillingham, having slain the remaining demons and secured the Holy Grail, collapse to their knees on the main grounds, gasping for air. They've given their all to defend the sacred relic. As the massive structure slowly caves in, both warriors watch it fall with quiet satisfaction, knowing their mission has been fulfilled. The great battle now draws toward its conclusion, as the final confrontation between the Lord of Wisdom and the Guardian of the Holy Grail nears its end. The battlefield falls into a momentary silence, a strange calm after chaos, while the demon forces breach the city walls. Walter turns to the king, questioning whether he truly intends to prolong a battle that can no longer be won. But Aaron, his expression dark with fury, rejects such defeatist words. Leon, however, remains composed. He explains that beyond these gates, countless knights are still fighting. They have not given up hope. Walter grows frustrated, unable to comprehend the reason behind such persistence when only more lives will be lost. Even so, Leon insists that they be allowed to continue fighting for their honor, and for the good citizens Walter himself vowed to protect. For all those still living on this earth who hold on to their honor until their final breath. Leon declares their flames must not die in vain. This war was destined to end, just as foretold by prophecy. Yet even if it repeats the cycle of history, Leon believes it is not meaningless. He has made choices unlike those before him, for the people of Earth and for the sake of his future self. They may never escape fate, but they can still sow a seed of hope before the end. With resolve, they prepare to open the main gates, Leon wishing for the world to remember their final stand. They will fight not for victory, but for honor, for glory, and for Lionheart. With that, the knights mount their steeds and charge forth. Every demon in their path falls beneath their blades as they gallop with burning determination. From afar, Calical observes the unfolding scene. Desperately, he conjures vast magical arrays in the air, striving to restore balance to the Age of Darkness. But his gaze soon shifts northward, toward the advancing northern army. The dragon cavalry rides forth, their formation led by none other than Karina, fighting in her father's name. For her father and for Lionheart, she and her soldiers charge fearlessly into the demon horde. Consumed by rage, Hale vows to slay Karina first. He begins casting a deadly magic array upon her, but before he can unleash it, Leon descends from the sky, divine power blazing around him, 9 radiant wings unfurling from his back. He strikes with godlike force, cutting Calicael down instantly. Yet even after the victory, Leon lands heavily upon the earth, his weapon crashing into the ground as despair fills his heart. He questions the purpose of a life bound only to the will of the goddess. Then her voice reaches him, reminding him that he himself is proof of their loyalty and faith, the embodiment of all who fought and fell with honor. He is the knight who will carry on their will, and therefore he must fight until the very end. Across the battlefield, the remaining demonized humans tremble in fear, yet still dare to provoke Leon. Leon smiles faintly, something inside him has shifted. He no longer fights merely to win, but to make his enemies feel the weight of shame and defeat. The war he waged alone for 2 centuries has now begun anew. One by one, he slaughters the lesser demons, fulfilling his destiny to overcome all injustice and trials, his fate, one of inevitable victory. Meanwhile, Harry and her team finally return to Earth. Few words can describe their state of mind. Some weep, others remain silent, lost in memories of those who were lost. The king, waiting for their return, watches quietly. A faint smile crosses his face as he spits to the side, his gaze fixed on a recording of their final battle. In that video, he watches again the last moments he shared with Antok, frozen forever in time. When Harry and the others returned, nothing around them seemed to have changed. Yet through a bit of fortune, Harry slowly regained her positivity, while the rest of her companions had matured through hardship. There wasn't a dramatic transformation, but at least they continued to grow, even if only little by little. In the distant future, when Leon beheld the Grail of the Moon, he was deeply moved by its existence. He hadn't realized that his simple question to Beatrice about the seedling would lead to such a monumental outcome. However, he remembered clearly that it was Gunrar and the other sages of the forest who devised the plan long ago. A plan resembling an ark, created to entrust all hope to the being most likely to survive and preserve the future. When the world faced irreversible ruin and stood at the edge of destruction, the plan's purpose was to safeguard whatever could still be saved. The highest priority was the world itself. At the heart of that salvation stood the Pantheon. The Pantheon was not merely a religious symbol, but a bridge connecting divine power to the mortal realm. If the Pantheon were ever destroyed, the power of the gods would fade, and paradise itself would collapse. Leon reveals that this is why the gods took refuge within his Lionheart. They could continue to exist because the Lionheart generated divine power on its own. When the founder king first received the Holy Grail, the goddess Ariana had gathered all the world's light, merging it with the energy of the sun and lightning to forge it. The Holy Grail thus became the foundation of the kingdom and the sacred tool for appointing a Grail Knight. Now Leon gathers all the remaining Holy Grails and merges them into the final, ultimate Grail. The Grail of the Moon was designed to correct the flaws of its predecessors and serves as a key for selecting the final Grail based on the world's needs. The true purpose behind forging the final Grail is to preserve every species and all accumulated knowledge. A divine vessel powerful enough to rebuild a new kingdom. But such rebirth can only occur once Gunrar's seedling begins to grow. After a brief pause, Leon turns to Beatrice with hesitation and asks a favor. He seeks to find certain individuals he believes are still alive, one of them being Volcanus and the other Karina. He hadn't seen her among the souls within the paradise of the gods, and though he can no longer act as her father, he needs Beatrice's help to find her. Beatrice, touched by his words, assures him that she will find a way. Grateful, Leon thanks her sincerely, saying that without her and Spinne, none of what exists now would have been possible. As a token of gratitude, he offers her a chance to make any wish she desires, and he promises to fulfill it. Beatrice blushes, lowering her gaze, and softly replies that she'll tell him her wish later. Meanwhile, inside the South Korean president's office, tension is boiling over. Furious about the reappearance of the open gates, the president slams his desk while reading the new cooperation terms proposed to the South Korean government. The government welcomes the rise of the Pantheon Guild, seeing it as far simpler to negotiate with Leon alone than to deal with the united strength of the 10-guild alliance. The guild's blessed crops have become an invaluable export, a veritable golden goose feeding the nation's economy. Yet the president grows increasingly uneasy, as Pantheon's influence and military might expand far too quickly. The consequences of this imbalance are beginning to surface. During a press briefing that morning, reporters questioned the president about his beliefs regarding the goddess of light and justice, Ariana. When he avoided giving any direct response, the comment section of the broadcasted recording erupted in criticism, with countless citizens condemning him, driving the president into near madness. Just then, one of his aides bursts into the room, delivering an urgent message from the United Nations. It concerns an investigation team dispatched to examine allegations that the Pantheon is violating human rights. The once majestic, brilliant palace has been repurposed as a mining facility for extracting star iron, Within it, laborers toil endlessly under harsh conditions. During this time, Harry informs Spinne that the government has called regarding the ongoing investigation. Seeing Harry's anxious expression, Spinne reassures her not to worry, he'll look into it personally. They have done nothing wrong. Meanwhile, Harry's gaze drifts to the laborers bent over their work, drenched in sweat and fatigue. Some of them had been punished for consuming more sugar and salt water than permitted. So Spinne decides to organize a serf challenge as disciplinary training. The serfs continue mining with raw determination, driven only by their sheer willpower. Meanwhile, Barahar, a former noble of the Pantheon Guild turned serf, has been laboring since his demotion. When Spinne announces that it's time for lunch for Group 214, Barahar sighs with relief. Upon reaching the dining area, they find a strange-looking liquid waiting for them. Spinne explains that it's simply a mixture of salt and sugar. Barahar stares at it in disbelief, wondering how they're expected to continue mining after drinking such a thing. Once he had easy access to luxuries, even offering the flesh of young humans to demons for trade. But that life is long gone. Now, as a serf under Lionheart, all his human rights have been stripped away. After finishing their grim meal, Spinne instructs them to mine 20 kilograms more, an order that echoes through the exhausted tunnels. Her cry echoes through the air, suddenly his pan catches a sharp blow, leaving him injured and forcing him to stop working from the pain. But what hurts? Far worse is the whip that Spinne lashes across his back for daring to halt. Writhing in pain, the man immediately forces himself to resume his labor, regretting ever getting caught a few days ago and now having to endure this torment. As he struggles through his work, anger surges and the wall suddenly collapses. The accident spreads quickly, becoming infamous enough to be reported in the newspapers. 20 days have passed since that day, and now all the members of Harry's group sit around a table, uncertain about how to respond to the survivors' Human Rights Committee. Some members argue that making people drink salt and sugar water is going too far, and even the second generation of Knight trainees are disturbed by it. However, Hi-Huck insists it's acceptable since it only happened during training, claiming the real problem lies with the serfs who are worshippers of demons. Harry agrees, but knows the survivors' Human Rights Committee would never accept such reasoning because naturally, the serfs are being treated horribly. Meanwhile, at Incheon International Airport, the delegation from the United Nations Survivors' Human Rights Committee arrives. Kang Yu, president of the Korean Hunter Association, welcomes Louise, the deputy director of the committee. However, Louise remains wary, suspecting that the Korean government might be collaborating with the Pantheon, and she refuses to let anyone manipulate her. She has defended the rights of countless survivors under tyrants and powerful nations alike, and she's determined that nothing will spiral out of control this time. Harry Ara has also been assigned to escort them, guiding their group first to the autonomous district of Cruciateria. According to the official plan, they're being transported there as part of the itinerary. Upon their arrival, Louise observes her surroundings and notes how seamlessly the locals and the Cruciaterians coexist, blending into daily human life without standing out at all. As she takes in the view, she notices a grand statue of Leon and wonders if it holds cultural significance. But then, she asks Harry whether they've had any trouble with the fishermen, having heard that the Cruciaterians live near the coast. Harry clarifies that Mopcop isn't centered solely on fishing. Its main industries are shipbuilding and heavy manufacturing, but even the fishermen cooperate closely with the Cruciaterians. Louise then questions them further about their occupations, emphasizing that it's all for ensuring the well-being of the protected citizens. Despite her stern tone, Harry remains calm, answering her inquiries about workers involved in government ocean cleanup projects that collect sea waste and cultivate marine crops. Louise seems somewhat reassured and prepares to ask another question, but suddenly, massive explosion erupts out at sea, shocking everyone. Louise recoils in alarm, demanding to know what just happened. Harry, however, explains with composure that it's likely the Cruciateria tribe's commandos in the midst of training. Louise doesn't fully grasp it, so Harry elaborates. Over 3,000 Cruciaterians serve as warriors, and their king has ordered them to train within the surrounding waters. As the human rights investigation continues, the committee realizes that the people here seem to have adapted perfectly, understanding their strengths and weaknesses and using them to blend seamlessly into society. Everything appears ideal, but Louise still can't reconcile the rumors of a supposedly benevolent man being cruel to his captives. She concludes that such claims must surely be misunderstandings. Afterward, they proceed toward the Pantheon headquarters. As soon as Louise steps out of the vehicle, all the serfs around them are forced to smile, claiming they aren't being coerced into labor, even though their eyes brim with tears. Louise has seen this same facade countless times in places where human rights were nothing but a myth. Louise has always worked tirelessly to uphold human rights and stay faithful to her convictions, helping guide the world toward a better path. Even if her efforts were small, it always warmed her heart to see the smiles return to the faces of those once oppressed. Yet now, her instincts scream that something is wrong. The smiles, the chatter, all of it feels rehearsed. Louise finds herself paralyzed, uncertain what to do. She finally steps forward and seizes one of the serfs, demanding he speak the truth if he's under duress. But the man, clearly broken, trembling, and terrified, lies that he's here of his own will. Louise can't comprehend the truth. She doesn't know that the moment they entered into a contract with Totter, the divinity of the sun and judgment, their free will was bound away forever. Before she can think further, Spinner arrives, urging everyone to move along since it's lunchtime. Out of curiosity, Louise insists on dining with the workers and Spinner consents. As they prepare to head to the dining area, Spinner brandishes his whip, threatening the serfs to keep smiling. Out of fear, the serfs obey, forcing smiles that barely hide their trembling. At the town hall, Louise and her team are stunned by the lavish dishes and the well-prepared presentation. She wonders why there's no meat on the table, but assumes it aligns with the nation's food traditions. Harry teaches them how to properly enjoy the local meal. Louise takes a bite and instantly feels revitalized. The legendary crops of Naju seem to fill her body with newfound energy. These crops are said to possess the miraculous power to cure all manner of illness. Yet Louise is stunned that such valuable food is being served to regular staff. A few of them politely refuse the meal, but overall, lunch proceeds pleasantly. Afterward, Harry and Louise stroll through the area, conversing as they go. Meanwhile, because the meal was so satisfying, none from the Human Rights Committee suspect that the blessed crops are actually poison to those tainted by evil. In a place, Dennis from the United Nations reports to a superior about dispatching the Human Rights Committee to investigate the Pantheon. He refers to that superior as a great being. It's revealed that demonic agents have already infiltrated Earth, not only disguised as ordinary citizens, but also as officials and even members of the World Hunter Association. Their ultimate goal is the downfall of Earth itself, beginning with the expansion of rights for the orc race. If orcs were ever to become the dominant species, chaos would undoubtedly erupt. Dennis then shares his grim outlook with the Great Being, admitting he doubts the government has any power to stop it. The Great Being agrees, yet instructs Dennis to manipulate the media and incite greater unrest. He then shows Dennis a recording of the Star Iron mining wall collapse which killed countless workers. Dennis watches the footage of Leon commanding his men to load the serfs' ballistas, and upon seeing this, Dennis trembles in fury and despair. His heart burns with the desire to punish Leon, the King of Lionhearts, yet at the same time he hesitates, terrified of being discovered. The Great Being assures him that with the divine artifacts in his possession, he'll be safe during the investigation. However, everything spirals out of control in an instant. One moment, Dennis is determined to bring judgment upon the King of Lionhearts, and the next, every member of the survivors' Human Rights Committee is hanged from the pillars. A furious crowd of millions chanting for their execution by fire. Spinner gives the order. The knights begin the trial.